I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 1342, The 10 Palaces. A massive mountain sat in plain sight under the scorching sun. Lin Huang stood at the foot of the mountain, unable to stop from squinting as he looked up at its lofty peaks. He had not seen the sun throughout his 10 days in the competitive trial space. Now that he had been suddenly teleported into a new trial space, he was slightly uncomfortable. The mountain before him was massive. The area above the mountainside was almost entirely wreathed in clouds. Even Lin Huang could not tell just by looking how much more of the mountain there was above the clouds. He could only vaguely see a gigantic shadow. A mountain? Can the last trial be hiking? Lin Huang also noticed that the entire mountain was covered in lush trees. If the assessment really did involve hiking, there must be obstacles in this dense jungle. As his mind was occupied with multiple thoughts, trying to figure out what the assessment was, a push notification popped up before him again. The last trial, the 10 Palaces. Golden Crow Mountain is the courtyard of the Great Heaven Palace. This is where the Swordmaster's bodyguards are stationed. It is also the usual domicile of swords 1 to 10, under the command of the Swordmaster, and is known as the 10 Palaces. Among the 10 palaces, the first palace is the highest while the 10th palace is the lowest. They are guarded by swords 1 to 10 respectively. There are many god servants, not necessarily sword servants, all over Golden Crow Mountain, all under the command of the 10 bodyguards. As the participants' combat strength is on par with virtual god rank 9, all of the Swordmaster's bodyguards and the god servants under them have an average combat strength of virtual god rank 9. It has been detected that the participant's sword Dao has been elevated to true martial level, level -1 of sword Dao true meaning. The Swordmaster's bodyguards and god servants will have their martial Dao level capped at true martial level in this round of the trial. It has been detected that the participant has mastered preliminary god rule power. The Swordmaster's bodyguards and god servants may use god rule power that is on the same level as the participant in this round of the trial. All of the participants' techniques are allowed, excluding heavenly god level techniques, in this round of the trial. You may use god rule relics and other treasures of the same level. The Swordmaster's bodyguards and god servants are entitled to the same treatment as the candidate. Lin Huang could not help but frown even more after reading all of the trial rules. According to Sword 12, even Sword 10, the weakest among the 10 bodyguards, had peak level 6 Sword Dao on the same level of intensity as Lin Huang's Sword Dao true meaning attacks. In this trial, all the sword servants' Sword Dao was now uncapped to true martial level, just like Lin Huang. This meant that their overall abilities would be boosted a full level. A sword servant's ability at peak level 6 Sword Dao was already terrifying, what more the most powerful 10 sword servants among the Swordmaster's bodyguards. Lin Huang felt he might not win even if he were to fight a Swordmaster's bodyguard who was using peak level 6 Sword Dao, let alone a Swordmaster's bodyguard whose Sword Dao was elevated to true martial level. The elevation of Sword Dao alone at this stage of the trial had doubled the pressure on Lin Huang. Apart from Sword Dao, being able to use god rule power now would boost the sword servant's abilities. Even further, in the previous trial stage, apart from having their Sword Dao capped, Sword 12 and the rest of the bosses were prohibited from using god rule power at true god level ability. The main reason why Unrivaled God and the rest could defeat the sword servants was because of god rule power. If the boss could use god rule power too, Unrivaled God and the rest would probably not have defeated even a single sword servant. However, since the 10 Swordmaster's bodyguards could use god rule power in this stage of the trial, this was certainly bad news for Lin Huang. On a certain level, mastering god rule power was almost like being a true god. The differences lay only in the strength of the flesh and soul, as well as no divine fire within the body. One's divine power quality was weaker, as well as one's endurance. However, based on technique alone, it would be no different in nature than a first-rank true god. However, Lin Huang had not used god rule power at all when fighting the sword servants in the previous stage. The most he had used was Sword Dao true meaning. Another thing that concerned Lin Huang was that apart from the 10 Swordmaster's bodyguards, there were god servants under their command with powerful abilities. Even though these god servants' true abilities were nothing as powerful as the sword servants who ranked 200 to 300, their martial Dao true meaning and god rule power would be sealed in this stage of the trial. Even if their combat strength was capped at virtual god rank 9, their overall ability would still be above most sword servants from the previous round. I wonder how many god servants there are and if they would create battle formations to surround me. Lin Huang could not help frowning slightly at this point in his thoughts. To tackle the sword formation that unrivaled god and the other three created, he had used most of his sword Dao techniques. If these god servants created battle formations, the strength of the formations could only be more powerful than the previous formation he had encountered. Lin Huang was not concerned with losing. He was worried that he would drain too much divine power when fighting the god servants, which would affect his battle with the swordmaster's bodyguards later on. However, the rules for this stage of the trial were not entirely disadvantageous to Lin Huang. At least the fact that he could use God Rule relics was an advantage. God Rule relic armor was sufficient to defend against attacks that utilized God Rule power and Sword Dao true meaning. The most one would suffer would be the draining of a great deal of divine power but no direct harm. Meanwhile, Lin Huang had divine power within his body as well as 10 life wheels. The amount of divine power within him even surpassed most Protoss. Were he to be attacked by the Swordmaster's bodyguards 80 to 100 times, the divine power in his body might not even be exhausted. However, the divine power within the Swordmaster's bodyguards, who also wore God Rule relic armor, would most probably drain completely after being attacked 20 to 30 times at most. Lin Huang had the upper hand on that. Furthermore, the last rule mentioned that no techniques were prohibited. This was a great boost for the 10 Swordmaster's bodyguards and God Servants' overall ability because apart from Sword Dao, they could use other techniques as well. The 10 Swordmaster's bodyguards who were under the command of a heavenly god would have mastered unimaginable techniques apart from Sword Dao over such a long period. A rule like this was definitely a disadvantage to Unrivaled God and the others. To Lin Huang, however, this was an ideal rule. One must know that he was a man with cheat codes. The existence of such a rule meant that he could use all of his function cards as long as their power was below heavenly god level. To be frank, Lin Huang did not have much confidence that he could win this trial without that last rule. However, that rule was the equivalent of putting a loaded gun in his hand. It did not mean that he could not use his function cards if the rule was not there. Lin Huang was unwilling to use them because he was afraid the trial system would fault him for cheating. Under such circumstances, his previous efforts would have been wasted. However, he had no such concerns now. As long as he was willing, he could absolutely use his cheat codes publicly in the coming trial. Chapter 1343, Lin Huang vs God Servants. Lin Huang ran at lightning speed through the dense jungle. He stepped on big trees and snapped them one after another, targeting the top of the mountain. According to the description of this stage of the trial, Golden Crow Mountain was actually a self-contained world of its own with an extraordinary space rule. As long as the 10 palaces were not visible, Lin Huang could not get to the top of the mountain even if he was to run for 1,000,000 years at the fastest possible speed. In reality, the 10 palaces were not located anywhere on this great mountain. The Swordmaster's bodyguard would only materialize with the palace when Lin Huang defeated the god servant under the command of that particular bodyguard. Beginning with the 10th palace, Lin Huang could only enter the next palace for the challenge when the Swordmaster's bodyguard gave permission. To put it simply, the entire process would be thus: defeating the god servant under Sword 10, the 10th palace materialized, obtaining Sword 10's permission, where Sword 10 was either killed, defeated or battled into submission, defeating the god servant under Sword 9, the 9th palace materialized, obtaining Sword 9's permit, and so on. Lin Huang would only be considered to have completed the final trial when he obtained permission from Sword 1 from the first palace. Although this round of trial did not restrict divine telekinesis at all, Lin Huang was only able to scan an endless sea of plants after sending out his divine telekinesis. He did not sense even a single monster. As such, he chose to run in the dense jungle. He even damaged it on purpose, making loud noises to activate the trial as soon as possible, as well as accelerate the appearance of the god servant. If it had been anyone else, the person would definitely be cautious, making as little commotion as possible to prevent being surrounded and killed by the god servants. The person would then take the initiative to find the god servants and defeat them one after another, a step at a time. However, Lin Huang harbored no such concerns. Instead, he hoped that all of the god servants could come at him at once. This way, he would save time and kill all of them in one go. His deliberate strategy of making a commotion worked very soon. In less than a minute, several overpowering auras appeared, heading in Lin Huang's direction at high speed. There are only 4 of them. Lin Huang's divine telekinesis picked up the auras as soon as they appeared. He could also clearly sense that the 4 people's auras alone were above Sword 12. It did not mean that their overall abilities were definitely more powerful than Sword 12. It was the unsealing of martial Dao true meaning and God rule power that gave them a direct, significant boost to their auras. As soon as the 4 auras appeared, Lin Huang halted immediately. Sword in hand, he waited patiently for the 4 of them to come. All 4 god servants arrived almost simultaneously in the time it took for a few breaths. Lin Huang did not wait for them to attack, he swung his sword as soon as he saw the first person appear. He performed Thunder Eclipse at peak speed as soon as he attacked. A blood-hued sword gleam cut through the void like terrifying lightning. Not only it was charged with full force divine power, but it was also powered by Sword Dao true meaning and the god-slaying power under God rule power. He did not hold back at all in his attack, he charged at full force. The newcomer apparently had not expected Lin Huang to attack directly, neither had he expected the attack to be so fast. A mere moment of being stunned, and he failed to dodge or defend himself. The blood-hued sword gleam sliced through the void like lighting and impaled the newcomer. His gigantic head with 6 eyes flew into the air. The muscular body that was running ahead stopped abruptly. It stood there, spurting blood for a moment before it collapsed onto the ground. Within a split second of contact, one of the 4 god servants was killed. The remaining 3 stopped immediately and did not dare to approach any further. They had fear in their eyes when they looked at Lin Huang now. Sensing the swiftly fading vitality, Lin Huang glanced over the remaining 3 god servants without even a look at the headless body. These 3 god servants were not in normal human form. One could even say that they looked odd. However, this did not confuse Lin Huang. All Protoss had human forms, but most Protoss were too proud to become somebody else's god servant. Being a god servant would mean becoming a vassal and losing most of their freedom. Under normal circumstances, apart from a minority who would surrender themselves to a strong powerhouse to become a god servant, most of the god servants were forced to sign an agreement. They would usually die if they refused to sign it, therefore they had no choice but to surrender themselves. Lin Huang had no idea which category of god servants the 3 of them were. However, he was quite sure that the abilities of these 3 were most probably below Sword 10. There was a female among these 3 monsters. She looked a little like a mantis but had a dark purple body. The lower part of her body above the waist was that of a human female, she even had breasts similar to a human female. The only things that differentiated her from humans were her arms that were similar to a mantis' thorny legs. Below her waist were 4 long and curved insect legs. One could tell that they possessed explosive and powerful leaping force. One of the remaining 2 male monsters was a beast man with a feline head, 4 big eyes and tiger stripes all over his body. The other one was a black dog beast with 5 heads and 3 tails. Lin Huang merely gave them a cursory glance and soon targeted the mantis lady. This was because she looked as if she had the weakest defensive ability. As soon as he locked onto his target, Lin Huang attacked again. The battle sword in his hand turned into blood-colored lighting again as it sliced through the void. He was still using Thunder Eclipse. He used this extreme speed technique in the hopes of killing his enemy as swiftly as possible. A blood-red gleam shot through the air like lightning, targeting the mantis lady. However, the mantis lady, who had seen her partner being killed, was prepared. She moved almost at the same time the lightning flashed. The 4 wings on her back fluttered slightly and she leapt with all 4 legs using God rule power. She dodged Lin Huang's sword attack easily. The best way of using Thunder Eclipse was in a stealth attack. It was hard for one to launch a successful killing attack when the opponent was prepared. Lin Huang realized that his plan had failed since his attack had missed. He had merely considered that the mantis lady might have the weakest defense. But he had not expected her to have such terrifying speed of movement. It was not that he had not considered her speed of movement before he attacked. It was just that he assumed very few could dodge the speed of his Thunder Eclipse even when it was a head-on assault. The mantis lady's speed obviously surpassed the peak of normal virtual god level. Is this a speed god rule? Although Lin Huang was not sure what kind of god rule his opponent had mastered exactly, he was sure that she had used a speed god rule. After a moment of thought, Lin Huang shot a glance at the other 2 god servants and soon made up his mind. The next instant, blood-red lightning lit up the sword blade again. However, this time, Lin Huang did not swing the sword. The blood-red lightning grew brighter and brighter. Within the time it took for a few breaths, one could no longer look at it directly. It was like a red sun surrounded by countless blood-red electric arcs sparking in all directions. The mantis lady and the rest attempted to attack, but they were blocked by the electric arcs. They did not dare to approach Lin Huang. Meanwhile, the initial sunny, cloudless sky above Lin Huang's head was suddenly covered in dark clouds without anyone realizing it. These depressing dark clouds blanketed the entire sky, turning daylight into darkness immediately. Faint blood-red lightning flashed above the clouds. I didn't want to waste my divine power on this technique, but fighting speed god rule is really annoying and you all can escape at a moment's notice. To make sure you stay put, I've no choice but to use this sort of containment attack. Lin Huang swung his sword again once he was done with his soliloquy. A glaring, gigantic sun exploded the moment he aimed the point of his sword at the mantis lady. It transformed into countless electric arcs and spread in all directions like a flood. At the same time, the blood-red lightning above the dark clouds in the sky rained down like a storm. They turned the entire space into a prison made of lightning. Chapter 1344. Sword 10. By the time he blood-colored lightning had faded, the three god servants' auras had vanished completely. Lin Huang glanced at the three carcasses, then closed his eyes where he was to activate the divine fire within him so as to replenish the divine power that he exhausted earlier. A moment later, he opened his eyes all of a sudden and stared at a spot not too far in front of him. A black palace had appeared right across from him without him realizing it. The palace was massive, suspended in midair. It looked as if it were completely fashioned from some kind of black metal. It was a lifeless thing, but it gave Lin Huang a faint sense of oppression. However, when he probed deeper into it, he sensed nothing. A god sequence palace relic. Lin Huang, who had come into contact with Thousand Face before, immediately recognized that the palace before him was not some building, but a god sequence relic. Lin Huang felt slightly tongue-tied at seeing such an item. To him, such a thing was incredibly costly. Be it a god sequence relic, god rule relic, normal god relic or relic, generally, weapons and armor would be the cheapest. Telekinetic weapons were much more expensive, not to mention there were similar weapons which could be put together in a combo package. However, the most expensive were not telekinetic weapons nor combo packages but spaceships or buildings, because both used a great amount of material and the building process was tedious. Not only that, but they also took a great deal of time to make. A normal god sequence relic was at least 10,000 divine crystals, the equivalent of up to 100 billion divine stones, but divine stones were not used for trading in the god territory. A god sequence, telekinetic weapon relic would be at least hundreds of thousands of divine crystals. Meanwhile, it would be normal for spaceships and building god sequence relics to be sold for millions or even several dozen millions of divine crystals. Meanwhile, if Lin Huang were to add up all the divine stones that he had in his storage space and trade them for divine crystals, he would not even have 10,000. In his eyes, this palace in front of him was absolutely an item that only tycoons could afford. However, he also knew that he could not compare with how fast heavenly god-level powerhouses earned money. As Lin Huang was completely swallowed by envy, the black palace slowly descended from midair, crushing the plants on the ground into nothingness. The entire edifice landed accompanied by a rumbling sound like an earthquake, and the palace's door was pushed open slowly as if by an invisible force. It sounded ponderously heavy in the extreme. Very soon, the door was completely opened. Lin Huang could no longer look away from what lay behind the door. He felt a terrifying aura spreading forth from deep from within the door. The aura was weak at first, so weak that it was almost unnoticeable. However, it was skyrocketing every second, as if there were something frightening in this palace that was waking up quickly. Lin Huang's heart beat faster and faster as he sensed the growing aura. So powerful. In just the time it took for a few breaths, the aura hit its peak. Just by sensing the terrifying aura alone, Lin Huang was sure that this was a powerful enemy he had never encountered before. This person's ability was much higher than all of the opponents he had encountered so far in this trial. Lin Huang forced his legs to stir and walked slowly to the palace after getting his breathing under control. His leaping heart eased a little every step he took, and his emotions gradually calmed themselves as well. By the time he arrived at the palace entrance, his heart was beating normally again while his emotions had settled into a calm like still water. He stood at the entrance for a moment. Just as he was about to step through the threshold, he sensed an intense wave of approaching danger. Lin Huang squinted slightly and saw a colorless, formless sword gleam coming straight at his face. This was an attack of extreme speed, no slower than Lin Huang's thunder eclipse. Not only that, but it was also unpredictable. However, Lin Huang did not even dodge it. His battle sword was already out of its scabbard and in his hand the minute he stepped forward. A blood-red lightning gleam shot forth like a spirit snake, no slower than the colorless sword gleam. The two sword gleams collided almost as soon Lin Huang stepped forward. As soon as the sword gleams faded, a fierce wind arose, flapping his clothes violently. However, he did not even blink, taking a second step while returning his sword to its scabbard and stepping through the door. Lin Huang did not turn his head when he heard the sound of the door being closed slowly behind him. Instead, he lifted his eyes to observe the environment that lay behind the door. This was a massive palace, the interior completely different from its dull exterior. Instead, it had a sumptuous, dazzling vibe. However, apart from several dragon pillars, there was nothing else in the entire palace. It was empty. The palace ceiling was over 30 meters high. Judging by what he saw, Lin Huang estimated the place was at least 3,000 to 4,000 square meters in size. However, Lin Huang knew that this was just the size on the surface. There would always be dimensional formations inscribed inside of a palace god relic. Not only that, but there would also be space attribute materials within the construction material itself. The actual interior size of this palace was definitely several dozen or even several hundred times larger than it looked. Not only that, but this palace was also a god sequence relic that only a heavenly god-level powerhouse could activate. There was definitely a dimensional sequence rule inscribed. It would not be surprising if the interior could contain a planet, it might even be larger than that. Over 300,000 years and finally someone's managed to make it to the final trial, a voice suddenly drifted in when Lin Huang was studying the palace. A silhouette had appeared in the middle of the palace, he had no idea when. Lin Huang stared at the silhouette but discovered that the person did not look at all like what he was expecting. Initially, he thought that Great Heaven's bodyguards might not necessarily have supreme charisma, but they would at least have a dignified appearance. However, this man before him who was supposedly Sword 10 was a sloppy middle-aged man. He had chestnut-colored hair with a side fringe, it looked as if he had not washed his hair in a long time. The dark circles below his eyes were so intense they were frightening. His eyes were rather bleary, he looked like he was still half awake or had indulged in too much debauchery. His voice sounded a little dispirited as well. Most importantly, he was short. He looked merely 175 meters tall. Although his aura was powerful, his entrance gave very little oomph. Your response was not too shabby against that attack, the sloppy man said while yawning. If you had chosen to dodge, I would have shut the palace door right away. That would have been the furthest you could go. Fortunately, you chose to fight head-on. That's more like it. Refusing the candidate's entrance, does it fit the rule? Lin Huang asked, raising his brows. Theoretically, no, the sloppy man was stunned for a second at the question. He then shook his head while smiling. If you dodged my attack, the trial system won't announce that you failed the challenge. However, I could close the palace door, letting you think that you failed the challenge and thus choosing to be teleported away. If that's the case, it would mean that you gave up the challenge yourself and lost your qualifications for the trial. I can make you leave on your own without lifting a finger, isn't that great? Lin Huang was bereft of speech at the explanation. Oh yes, let me introduce myself. I'm Sword 10. It's just like the thought that's popped into your head right now. I'm the weakest bodyguard under the Swordmaster. Sword 10 seemed not at all to mind the fact that he was the weakest. He even emphasized it on purpose. This soliloquy made Lin Huang speechless again. You can say that my assessment is pretty simple. I'll let you through as long as you satisfy me. However, I must tell you this unpleasant fact: I'm not an easily satisfied man. Chapter 1345. Rapid Speed versus Rapid Speed. Among the Swordmaster's 10 bodyguards, I have the weakest combined abilities and miscellaneous abilities. I don't like to learn only one thing and I've never been a fan of specializing in any specific path. However, I rank no 2 under the Swordmaster on the number of sword skills I possess. I know a bit about all sorts of sword skills too. That swing of the sword you used earlier upon entry could be considered within the threshold of rapid speed. Let me see first how fast you are then. Sword 10 delivered his monologue and swung his sword without waiting for Lin Huang to respond. To an outsider, he seemed to have only swung his sword once. However, to Lin Huang, Sword 10 had actually swung his sword up to 100 times within the blink of an eye. As each swing had a subtle change that the naked eye could barely discern, it made it seem like these 100 or so sword swings were merely one swing. If there was a cultivator who had stellar vision here, even if he were not well versed in sword Dao, he would have been able to see the battle sword in Sword 10's hand shudder for a fraction of a second at the moment he swung his sword. Up to 100 shadows reverberated at minimal amplitude. Just this one swing proved to Lin Huang that Sword 10's sword Dao basics were far ahead of him. This was not only about the speed of the swing but also extreme control while using rapid speed. At the very least, Lin Huang could not do what Sword 10 had just done. He figured the most that he could conceal in one sword swing of a similar technique would be 50 sword swings. People would be able to clearly see there was more than one sword swing if he did more than 50. Up to 100 colorless, formless sword gleams pierced through the air as Sword 10 swung his sword. It was just as fast as the sword swing he had delivered at the door earlier, except that there were now 100 times more sword gleams. Lin Huang did not mind that he could not do what Sword 10 had just done. He picked up his sword and swung it over and over again. Dense sword shadows filled the void. One could say his technique was nothing in comparison with Sword 10's sword swing. Lin Huang knew that he was subpar in this aspect compared to his opponent. He did not bother to compare at all. Although he might lose in terms of skills, it would be enough as long as the actual combat results were not inferior to those of his foe. Furthermore, from an outsider's point of view, Lin Huang's sword swing was even cooler. To them, Sword 10's sword swing would be just a normal attack. However, Lin Huang's sword swings looked like they were ghostly aftereffects. The visual impact was much more powerful than Sword 10's sword swing. Countless blood-red electric arcs spread out like spider webs. They soon collided with the colorless, formless sword gleams and exploded into blood-red fireworks that filled the heavens. Lin Huang seemed like he was in deep thought as he watched the blood-red fireworks exploding in the sky. Although Lin Huang knew that Sword 10's sword swing at the door earlier had utilized rapid speed, he had not managed to observe the exact specifics of the attack. However, he had finally figured out what some of it entailed. It seems to be a wind attribute elemental enlightenment. The attack's effect of rapid speed seems to come from wind elemental enlightenment. According to general classification, elemental enlightenment was actually a type of god rule power. However, unlike most god rule powers, the elements were a category with very clear rules. Therefore, someone took the elements out of the messy god rule power system and made them an independent system that people later called elemental enlightenment. In reality, following general classification from earlier days, all sorts of martial Dao true meaning were considered god rule power as well. It was only later on that people grouped them into an independent system. Elemental enlightenment powers usually came with very clear elemental features. In the technique that Sword 10 executed, for example, the sword gleam that contained wind elemental enlightenment not only inherited the wind's rapid speed, but also its unique invisible feature. Right as Lin Huang finally understood the secret behind Sword 10's attack, Sword 10, who was not far away, laughed all of a sudden. Pure rapid speed sword Dao technique, that's rare. If I'm not mistaken, there's no lightning elemental enlightenment. You've only imitated the lighting concept and created a rapid speed sword technique that's similar to a lightning strike. Lin Huang was not surprised that Sword 10 had seen through the secret of Thunder Eclipse. No matter how his opponent suppressed his cultivation base, he was still a top heavenly god level sword cultivator by nature and still possessed keen eyesight. Sword 10 proceeded to speak before Lin Huang could confirm his speculations. I'm a lazy person. Imitating sword Dao to create sword techniques takes too much effort and time. I'd have to make mistakes and adjust over and over again. Meanwhile, my rapid speed is powered directly with elemental enlightenment. It's much easier. You must have seen that the sword swing earlier has a rapid speed effect resulting from elemental enlightenment. I've another sword technique that's also rapid. It's rather similar to your technique. Truth to tell, Lin Huang could roughly guess what Sword 10 was trying to do when he said that. Let's see which is more powerful, my rapid speed from lightning elemental enlightenment or your rapid speed that imitates lightning. Purple electric arcs began sparking from Sword 10's body after he said that. Purple electric arcs, easily seen with the naked eye, radiated from his body instantly. Even the silver battle sword that he was holding was soon enveloped in a layer of purple plasma. From far away, Lin Huang sensed the dangerous aura coming from the purple electric arcs. Lightning was the most powerful attack ability among all the elemental enlightenments. Techniques that came from such enlightenment had terrifyingly powerful attacks. As Lin Huang had his guard up, Sword 10 smirked lightly and suddenly charged, battle sword in hand. It was a thrust attack. Charged with lightning elemental enlightenment, this technique was already at its peak. Sword 10's thrust attack boosted his sword's speed even more. The extremely high-speed sword swing gave the illusion of being slow. It seemed as if Sword 10's sword swing was executed in slow motion, to the point that each image was crystal clear. All of a sudden, the sword point seemed to pause in midair and countless purple electric arcs surged wildly from it. They turned into overwhelmingly dense webs that charged toward Lin Huang. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Huang seemed to have grown hundreds and thousands of arms in the blink of an eye. They were swinging hundreds and thousands of blood-red battle swords. With every sword swing, blood-red lightning sparked randomly as if a giant tree made up of hundreds and thousands of scarlet lightning was spreading its branches to the heavens. In the void, blood-red and purple occupied half of the sky respectively. They then expanded towards each other's territory. The two colors intersecting dazzlingly in the air, continuously entangled. The entire palace interior was as bright as day under the dazzling red and purple gleams. Here and there the faintest hint of haze hung in the air. A long time later, both colors vanished gradually after the collisions, and the deafening thuds finally stopped. Lin Huang stood where he was, looking rather serious now. He had held almost nothing back throughout the two attacks earlier. At least he had not held back anything in Sword Dao. He had charged with Sword Dao, true meaning in God-slaying power, as well as all the divine power within him. Despite that, he had not managed to do anything to Sword 10. Meanwhile, Sword 10 was still faintly smiling. He seemed to have restrained his abilities still. Your rapid speed has a great deal of room for improvement. Since you're imitating lightning concept sword skills, if you can add on lightning elemental enlightenment, this sword technique's speed and power won't even begin to compare with your current technique. Of the 10 bodyguards under the Swordmaster, there are 4 who can perfectly integrate sword skills with elemental enlightenment. Sword 2 is the top one among these. His rapid speed sword skill is integrated with light elemental enlightenment. Both of us can't compare with his sword speed. I'm not exaggerating at all when I say that you would be killed by him in one sword swing if you encountered him now. Also, the 2 sword swings earlier were just warm-ups. My sword can be even faster than that. Chapter 1346. Sword 10's approach. The core of my rapid speed technique is wind attribute and lightning attribute elemental enlightenment. You've experienced 2 attacks previously. The next attack is the real sword swing at peak speed. As soon as Sword 10 was done speaking, countless purple electric arcs began to radiate from the silver battle sword in his hand. However, the purple of the electric arcs soon faded into colorlessness very rapidly. Lin Huang's pupils contracted slightly as he witnessed this. His opponent had very obviously integrated wind elemental enlightenment and lightning elemental enlightenment, which was why the lightning arcs in his lightning elemental enlightenment were now colorless. As a result, it seemed as if Lin Huang was currently looking at a silver sword in Sword 10's hand with no trace of energy at all surrounding it. Of course, this was merely an illusion. His divine telekinesis and perception could clearly sense the energy waves coming from the battle sword that Sword 10 held. It was definitely impossible that the integration of 2 types of enlightenment would only have the effect of turning the electric arcs colorless. Lin Huang could almost guess that there would be a fairly good cumulative effect from the 2 elemental enlightenments. If not, Sword 10 would not say that this was his fastest attack. Seeing that Sword 10 had entered battle mode once again, Lin Huang did not dare to hold back at all. If he failed to defend himself against the attack, it was possible that he might be killed by Sword 10 right away. The divine power within Lin Huang's body surged forth unrestrained, as he utilized Thunder Escape in a sword swing that encapsulated his most powerful Sword Dao and God-slaying power. To accelerate his sword speed further, Lin Huang had even activated Seraphic Speed, something that he had not used for a long time. This Seraphic Speed ability came from Kylie. To be exact, the Seraphic Speed that Lin Huang had retrieved from Kylie was not a monster skill, but a life seed skill which was part of one of Kylie's core abilities. As Kylie elevated in rank, her combat strength had increased as well, which meant that the Seraphic Speed within Lin Huang's body had also undergone continuous transformation. When Kylie elevated to Virtual God level, this Seraphic Speed had evolved entirely into a divine ability. Not only that, but Kylie also belonged to the Nephilic Judge tribe, one of the most ancient pure blood Protoss bloodlines. Even though her current combat strength was merely at the level of virtual god rank 8, the effect of the core seraphic speed divine ability was similar to the effect of a true god-level god rule. With the support of seraphic speed, Lin Huang's Thunder Eclipse had instantly surpassed the original limits of its speed. A blood-colored sword gleam flashed through the air. The speed of the electric arc was now many times faster than before. Sword 10 could not help raising his brows upon seeing this. Seraphic speed. As a veteran heavenly god-level powerhouse, he had seen many divine abilities. A glance was all it took for him to identify that Lin Huang added the seraphic speed divine ability into his sword swing. Almost simultaneously as Lin Huang launched his attack, Sword 10 sliced down with his battle sword. A colorless sword gleam charged with double elemental enlightenment surged out from the sword point. The next instant, blood-colored and colorless sword gleams both collided violently in the void. As the sword gleams collided, blood-colored and colorless electric arcs sparked wildly in all directions. They looked like countless electric snakes crawling distortedly everywhere. Oddly enough, the energy impact from the electric arcs and energy waves would vanish at once whenever they came into contact with the ground or the dragon pillars. No damage was done at all. This was not because the duo's collision impact was weak. If the battlefield between the two was somewhere without rule-bending power limitations, the damage done in combat would spread as far as 10,000 kilometers. Each electric arc that sparked from this collision of sword swings could collapse mountains and evaporate seas, destroying everything it came into contact with. However, in this God Sequence Palace relic, mere true God-level power could not do anything to this place. It was even insufficient to activate the palace's defensive system. The internal construction material itself was immune to the duo's battle impact. Lin Huang was in the midst of battle and did not notice these details at all, otherwise, he would have been envious all over again. After that first clash of swords, he moved almost at the same time as Sword 10. The sword speed collision between the two was of equal power, therefore this battle of rapid speed transformed into an even more intense collision. In the void, Lin Huang transformed into a blood-red electric arc and charged. Meanwhile, Sword 10 vanished completely. With wind elemental enlightenment support, Sword 10 turned completely invisible. Meanwhile, Lin Huang had turned into a bolt of blood-red lightning. The two silhouettes collided wildly over and over again in the void. If one was to observe with the naked eye, they would only be able to see a blood-red lightning bolt flickering non-stop. It would pause for a moment each time as if it had collided with an invisible wall. Right after that, dazzling blood-red lightning would explode in all directions. This happened again and again, repeating almost several thousand times per second. It was like an intense battle between a raging blood-red thunder god and an invisible deity. Within a short 4 to 5 seconds, these high-powered collisions happened over 50,000 times. In reality, Lin Huang's speed was subpar in comparison with Sword 10. After all, Sword 10 had the effect of double elemental enlightenment in his sword swing. Not only that, but he had also mastered this technique for many years. Meanwhile, Lin Huang's seraphic speed divine ability was not a real god rule or enlightenment power. He was still breaking in his divine ability and sword skills and had yet to reach perfection. The single collision earlier might not have been enough to identify any disparity. However, as the duo charged at each other using rapid speed, even if a sword swing was just a little slower, the cumulative attacks finally exposed the gap between Lin Huang's rapid speed and that of Sword 10. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Huang's forehead as an invisible electric arc charged past his left hand and sliced through a little bit of his sleeve. The battle that had lasted less than 5 seconds paused all of a sudden. Suddenly, Sword 10 retreated hundreds of meters away and stood there after sheathing his sword. I could have severed your left hand with that attack earlier. It would end this way, your speed would drop further and you would be entirely dominated by my rapid speed. You would have lost your chance of turning the tables completely. Sword 10 had no intention of going after Lin Huang. Instead, he began chatting with Lin Huang, entirely at ease. There's a lot of room for improvement in your rapid speed. First of all, you don't have a thorough understanding of your seraphic speed divine ability or how to use it effectively. You're just using it to boost your speed. However, the seraphic speed divine ability can actually be a rogue element if you truly know how to use it. Not only it can accelerate, but it can also decelerate, change speed, enable explosive speed, enable rapid change of direction as well as space flickering. You haven't broken in your sword skills and divine ability properly either. You're completely at a beginner's level. In reality, as long as you familiarize yourself with how to fully utilize seraphic speed, you can absolutely offset the rapid speed gap between us. However, you'll be at a dead end when you encounter Sword 2 later on. There are only two ways for you to pass him. You can either elevate your seraphic speed divine ability to a god rule or gain understanding of a type of speed elemental enlightenment. Otherwise, you won't even be able to counter one attack from him. Lin Huang had an epiphany at this point. He had finally discovered Sword 10's approach. Hurriedly, he asked, "You must be in the succession sect, am I right? Seems like you know about the succession sect and the regression sect." Sword 10 nodded slightly. "Sword 12 told me about this," Lin Huang explained. "That's great, it saves me wasting words to explain." Sword 10 glanced at Lin Huang and continued, "Our rapid speed sparring will end here. I already know what level you're at, so we'll move on to the next round." Chapter 1347. Force Type Attack. Force Type Attack is different from the extreme sword speed and agility required for rapid speed in that it aims for the ultimate charge in an attack. You would need extreme strength and force, even extreme usage of divine power. Lin Huang was completely focused as he listened to Sword 10's explanation. Previously, he had never given these matters much thought. Although he knew that there was force-type cultivation direction in Sword Dao, his understanding of force meant fighting his opponent in the most unyielding manner. He thought that a force-type attack was swinging his sword with all his might and not holding anything back. Sword 10 seemed to know what was going through Lin Huang's mind. He continued, "Many people think that force-type attack means fighting without thinking. The assumption isn't exactly wrong, but real force-type attack isn't merely mindless combat. To me, a real force-type attack should have extreme strength, extreme explosive ability, extreme physical capabilities, and extreme usage of divine power. It's a combination of all these extreme elements. There should be no shortcomings whatsoever. If only a single aspect reaches its peak, or there's a clear flaw, that would not be considered a genuine force-type attack. At most that could be called a strength-type, explosive type or divine power-type attack." After Sword 10 finished this earnest explanation, he looked at Lin Huang across the distance. "Next, let's see what sort of level you're at for your force-type attack." As soon as he was done speaking, Sword 10 withdrew the silver battle sword he held from its scabbard once more. Divine power slowly spread from the sword hilt to the very tip of the blade. As divine power enveloped the blade of the sword completely, a layer of red flame surged up around it as well. At the same time, wispy blood-red sparks appeared. Lin Huang only needed a glance to tell that Sword 10 had not only added fire elemental enlightenment to his weapon, but he had also endowed it with lightning elemental enlightenment. The red lightning elemental enlightenment seems to be different from the previous purple lightning elemental enlightenment. The same type of elemental enlightenment probably has subdivisions of different functions and effects. He was using the purple lightning elemental enlightenment earlier for rapid speed, which resulted in a boost to his sword speed. Now that he's using red lightning elemental enlightenment for a force-type attack, the effect might be different. Lin Huang did not have a detailed understanding of lightning elemental enlightenment. However, he knew that Sword 10's sword power would certainly be terrifying with the addition of both fire and lightning elemental enlightenments. In an instant, the battle sword in Lin Huang's hand was also enveloped in blood-red divine power. With the addition of Sword Dao true meaning and god-slaying power, the blood-red glow on the blade was even more intense than before. The blood-red glow very soon transformed into a state resembling flame and enveloped the entire blade. This layer of red flame was naturally not a real flame like that of fire elemental enlightenment. Instead, Lin Huang used charcoal's dragon flame as a model and simulated the flame with divine power. "I definitely can't fight his double elemental enlightenment attack with my god-slaying power alone." In his mind, Lin Huang was rapidly searching for skills and divine abilities that could be added to his force-type attack. He soon found the answer. The superhuman strength divine ability. The superhuman strength was a natural talent originally from Gong Sunying, who was born with this innate ability. However, when Tyrant elevated to virtual god level and his immense strength skill evolved into superhuman strength, the superhuman strength natural talent integrated automatically with his monster skill to become a new superhuman strength divine ability. Tyrant had the celestial giant bloodline, which meant that superhuman strength his core skill was no less powerful than god rule power itself. The effect of superhuman strength on Lin Huang's attack was very obvious. One could say that both combatants held nothing back in this attack. In the void, two red gleams lit up half the sky. One was rather dim, while the other was as bright as a flame. they lit up the palace so brightly that there were no shadows anywhere. The next instant, both red gleams transformed into two meteors and shot through the air, colliding with each other. The second the dim and the bright red gleams collided, dazzling red light was released. At that moment, the red gleam was even faintly tinged with white. Endless bursts of red light surged in all directions like flowing water, completely blanketing all the spaces within the palace in the blink of an eye, turning it into a blood-red edifice. If there were other living beings in this place, the residual red gleams of light emanating from the sword swings would instantly turn anyone below true god level into dust. The collision of these two similar red gleams came to an end in no more than 10 seconds. However, a glaringly bright red afterglow remained where the point of impact had been. Suddenly, a black silhouette shot out from the afterglow, landing hard onto the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Let's continue. The silhouette slowly clambered up from the dust and stood up. All of a sudden, it moved again, stepping out of the dust-covered area. A figure in a black robe emerged. It was Lin Huang. Lin Huang did not seem to mind being defeated in this first round of combat. He drew himself up without hesitation and initiated battle again. Sword 10 raised his brows slightly but did not say anything. He transformed into a stream of light again and charged at Lin Huang. In the void, the dim and the bright gleams collided over and over. As a result of the tremendous impact, dazzling red star-like sparks illuminated the air continuously. However, Lin Huang was repeatedly forced to retreat due to his opponent's attacks. The first dozen or so times, Lin Huang was immediately sent flying. However, he was gradually starting to retreat less and less far away. By the time Sword 10 sheathed his sword and exited the battlefield, Lin Huang had reduced the distance of his retreat to within 10 meters. Although I'm a Protoss with a naturally powerful physique that gives me a natural advantage in Force-type attacks, if I compare myself to a genuine Force-type powerhouse, there's still significant room for improvement. Of all those under the Swordmaster, Sword 3 is the person who has gone the furthest in Force-type ability. Out of the 10 of us bodyguards, he's also the one with the most in-depth comprehension of Force-type attacks. He has the Celestial Giant bloodline, which means his strength, explosive ability and physique have surpassed even the Protoss. Given that he was able to cultivate using the Celestial Giant's methods, he's much more powerful in divine power usage compared to ordinary Protoss. You could say that he's reached the peak in all aspects of Force-type ability. If he used no other technique except Force-type Sword Dao to fight, at my ability level 1 would probably only be able to sustain 3 sword attacks from him at most. Even if I brought out all of my techniques, he would only need around 10 sword attacks to kill me. Going by your current Force-type level, you might be able to take 1 sword attack from him. If you'd like to take steps for a breakthrough in this area, overall, there are only 2 ways to go about it. You either achieve a breakthrough with your superhuman strength divine ability so it becomes a rule, or you can master another god rule power or elemental enlightenment that can be used in Force-type attacks. An example would be the Fire Elemental Enlightenment. It would be quite effective if combined with simulated Dragon Flame. Of course, everything I've mentioned is based on my personal understanding. They're just some suggestions, they're not necessarily correct. If you have ideas of your own, you can try them out and find a suitable breakthrough method that best suits you. Chapter 1348. Lin Huang's Ridiculous Request. The 3 main cultivation directions for Sword Dao are Rapid Speed, Force Type, and Ultimate Dao Type. Rapid Speed requires ultimate attack speed, Force Type requires the ultimate output, while the Ultimate Dao Type requires the ultimate Sword Dao. Cultivators who go for the Ultimate Dao Type tend to elevate the level of their Sword Dao True Meaning as much as they can. While they are still at the same rank of Sword Dao True Meaning, they pursue the mastery of more sword skills and sword skills of a higher grade. Some even learn a great many effects and other divine ability skills that are helpful for Sword Dao. However, Ultimate Dao Type isn't an easy path to master. Talent and hard work are essential, you can't have one without the other. If you have insufficient talent, you might be several dozen or even 100 times slower in cultivating sword skills compared to people with innate talent. Even if you've spent a great amount of time cultivating many sword skills, it's difficult to actively use them all in actual battle. That's why taking this particular path is a difficult journey for anyone who doesn't have the talent. On the other hand, if one doesn't work hard enough, having talent alone is just futile. No matter how prodigious one's talent is, as long as one's foundation in Sword Dao isn't strong enough or one hasn't accumulated enough sword skills, it's almost impossible to build something out of nothing and become a genuine Sword Dao powerhouse. Since you've managed to get to the final trial of the Great Heaven Inheritance, this is sufficient proof that you have stunning talent and sword Dao potential. However, I would only be able to judge where you're at in sword Dao through actual combat. Sword 10 spun the battle sword in his hand as he finished speaking, tracing a sword arc in the void. Let's spar with pure sword skills this round. We won't use any god rule powers, elemental enlightenments, or any other skills. We'll spare only with pure sword skills containing sword Dao true meaning and the lowest level of divine power. What do you think? Lin Huang agreed right away to what Sword 10 suggested. He did so because this rule was beneficial to him. Although he had ample divine power in his body and divine fire to replenish it, he still had to face 10 sword servants after all, not just Sword 10 alone. Naturally, the less he needed to exhaust divine power the better. After agreeing on the rules of engagement, the duo soon went into battle mode. Naturally, this round of combat was not as colorful as the previous two. There was no ultimate speed, no clash of ultimate force, and no dazzling sparks coming from intense divine power collisions. There were merely battle swords imbued with sword Dao that were swung with the lowest possible level of divine power. In the void, two silhouettes collided over and over again. Lin Huang attacked repeatedly in earnest. Likewise, Sword 10 did not dare to delay. Although this battle was less visually interesting than the two previous ones, if one were to talk about sword Dao skill, then this was the climax of all three battles. If there had been other sword cultivators present, this third battle would definitely be the one that they would most willingly watch because they would be able to see the clash of tens of thousands of sword skills. Even if they only managed to assimilate 1% out of everything in the entire battle, that in itself was a significant amount of knowledge reaped. Lin Huang delivered blow after blow with all of the sword skills that he had ever learned. Meanwhile on the other side, Sword 10 would always find ways to counter Lin Huang's attacks. In the void, the two silhouettes leapt continuously, battle swords clashing again and again. However, over 2 hours later, Lin Huang had utilized all of the sword skills that he had ever learned in his life but had not even managed to graze the corner of Sword 10's shirt. Upon observing that Lin Huang had exhausted his sword skills, only then did Sword 10 sheath his sword back in its scabbard and initiate a retreat from battle. Lin Huang did not insist on continuing the fight after that. He knew very well that Sword 10 had obviously mastered way more sword skills than he had. There are two main issues in your ultimate Dao type attack. One is that you've mastered too few sword skills, another is that you're lacking in the mastery of high-grade sword skills. Both these problems are why your sword Dao true meaning is constrained by limits. Going by your talent and potential, once you've mastered sword skills in sufficient number and at a high enough grade, it might be possible for you to break through to sword Dao true meaning from sword Dao and straight away achieve peak true martial level. However, your sword Dao true meaning is only average at present. However, the good news is that you're the participant in this trial round. Therefore, the sword Dao true meaning of the Guardians in this round will be capped to the same level as when you were when you entered the final trial. Even with that, however, your lack of accumulated sword skills is also your biggest flaw. I can even say without exaggeration that this might be the biggest obstacle for you in obtaining the Swordmaster's inheritance. Each of the Swordmaster's bodyguards has mastered at least 300,000 sword skills. Some of them have even mastered over 1 million skills. If you can conclude a battle within a short period of time, you'd naturally have no issues later on. However, as soon as you enter the exhaustion stage of the battle, it would take 2 hours at most for your combat style to be seen through completely. However, the biggest issue now is that this flaw of yours can't be fixed within a short period of time. Sword 10 frowned hard. So from your perspective, the chances of me obtaining the Swordmaster's inheritance are extremely low. Lin Huang asked after a moment of consideration. It's not extremely low, it's basically zero, Sword 10 said honestly. There's no need to even talk about other people. You definitely won't be able to pass the battle against Sword 1, the most powerful bodyguard under the Swordmaster. Of all the ultimate Dao-type powerhouses under the Swordmaster, Sword 1 is the most powerful of them all. He's mastered at least 1 million sword skills. Not only that, but he's also integrated all of the sword skills that he has mastered. Any kind of sword skill in this world he can counter immediately the next round, after engaging in battle just once. Sword 1 looks down the most on sword Dao cultivators with insufficient sword skills because to him, it's proof that one's sword Dao foundation isn't solid. As far as you're concerned, there's another worse piece of news. Sword 1 is a loyal member of the regression sect. As a regression sect member, he'll judge all candidates by the strictest and most difficult assessments. Even if you're lucky enough to overcome all the other 9 palaces, you absolutely won't be able to get through the last one. You really have such low confidence in me, Lin Huang said with a smile while scratching his nose. It's not that I don't have confidence in you, I'm just telling you the facts that I'm absolutely certain of. Sword 10 sighed rather helplessly. In reality, as a succession sect member, I, more than anyone else, hope that you can pass this and obtain the Swordmaster's inheritance. I hope that the Swordmaster's mantle can be passed down to his heir. I also hope that these 300,000 years of waiting can finally end. However, it's a pity, but I don't see the possibility of you obtaining the Swordmaster's inheritance. Is there a time limit for this final trial? Lin Huang asked suddenly. There's no time limit. Moreover, since Golden Crow Mountain is within the boundaries of Great Heaven Palace and the Swordmaster predicted that the final trial might take a long time, the time flow is 1,000 times faster than the outside world. Since it's been 300,000 years in the outside world, have all of you actually been guardians in here for 300,000 million years? Lin Huang asked, eyes wide. Theoretically, you could say that. However, we're in hibernation most of the time. In the beginning, we'd still observe the trials in the Swordfiend Abyss. We would wake up to watch every time someone participated. However, we stopped checking as time went by. If you hadn't managed to make it all the way to the final trial, the 10 of us wouldn't have woken up at all. Since there's no time limit, I have a ridiculous request to ask of you, Senior, Lin Huang said with a smile before uttering his request. I hope that Senior Sword 10 will be my sparring partner. Huh, Sword 10 was dumbfounded. Chapter 1349. 300 Days of Diligent Cultivation. After some gentle persuasion, Sword 10 could not help but agree to Lin Huang's ridiculous request. The main reason was that he knew very well that if he waited for the next candidate to show up, it might be another 300,000 years or even 3 million years. As a member of the succession sect, since 300,000 years ago he had been hoping for someone worthy to come and take over the Swordmaster's inheritance. Now that 300,000 years had passed, his hopes regarding the arrival of the Swordmaster's heir had become even more pressing. He really did not want to wait any further. Another reason was that he had been incredibly bored over these 300,000 years. It would not matter even if he spent time training Lin Huang and the lad failed to obtain the Swordmaster's inheritance in the end. At least Sword 10 would have something to occupy his time for a while. If Lin Huang was ridiculously lucky and really did manage to obtain the Swordmaster's inheritance at the end of it all, then he and his old comrades could finally end their mission as guardians once and for all. After a brief moment of consideration, Sword 10 agreed to Lin Huang's request without much hesitation. Senior, earlier on in battle you already brought up the issues I had. First would be rapid speed. The main direction of improvement that you suggested would be mastering speed type God rule power or elemental enlightenment. At this moment, apart from possessing the seraphic speed divine ability, I have the light attribute skill divine purification and the lightning attribute skill lightning lord. Therefore, my main cultivation direction in rapid speed should be the exploration and usage of the seraphic speed divine ability. Ideally I would be able to elevate it to a God rule power. Another direction would be going in depth into the light and lightning attribute skills. It would be best if I could elevate them to elemental enlightenments. Next would be the force type attack. You mentioned that advancement in this direction would still take the form of God rule power or elemental enlightenment. I have the superhuman strength divine ability and the lightning attribute skill lightning lord. There's potential for elevating the superhuman strength divine ability into a God rule power. There's also the possibility of elevating the lightning attribute skill to elemental enlightenment. Lastly would be the ultimate Dao type attack. I definitely have mastered too few sword skills and I'm severely lacking in high-grade sword skills. In reality, however, I've obtained many sword skill inheritances, quite a few of them in the previous trial, but I haven't had the chance to assimilate them yet. Now that I have you to practice actual combat with, I should be able to accumulate many more sword skills very rapidly. At the moment, I think as long as I'm given enough time, I should be able to improve these flaws that Senior Sword 10 mentioned. Lin Huang felt fully confident in himself. At least he had cheat codes for the learning of skills. Tell me how you want me to spar with you. Sword 10 did not have confidence in Lin Huang, but he did not crush his enthusiasm. I'll cultivate the ultimate Dao type attack first to remedy my unstable foundation. Lin Huang wanted to seize the opportunity of having a sparring partner to digest all of the sword Dao inheritances that he had obtained so far. He had actually prepared his plans very thoroughly in advance. Even if his cultivation in rapid speed and the force-type attack failed later on, causing him to lose out on Great Heaven's inheritance, at least he would have some solid improvement in his Sword Dao ability. Sword 10 had no objections to that. After all, the main factor in elevating divine abilities to God rule power or elevating elemental skills to elemental enlightenment was a thorough understanding of divine abilities and elements. Compared to other methods, one would see results faster by cultivating sword skills. He was not surprised that Lin Huang chose to do this first. After discussing the general direction of cultivation, Sword 10 did not say much more but immediately went into sparring mode. Meanwhile, one by one, Lin Huang began to utilize the sword skills that he was unfamiliar with. The next few days had Sword 10 completely in shock. He was a genuine Sword Dao genius as well, but Lin Huang's speed in cultivating sword skills stunned him. The lad was clearly a beginner in almost all sword skills when he utilized them for the first time. However, he would basically master them on the second try and use them in a familiar manner by the third try, as if he had been training in those sword skills for dozens of years, even up to a century. Even Lin Huang himself was shocked. His sword training progress with Sword 10 was much more efficient and effective than when he was training on his own. The improvement in his sword skills would skyrocket with each sparring session. For context, of all the sword skills that he was practicing currently, the lowest grade was legendary level. There were also many pseudo-mythical level and mythical level sword skills. He would basically master legendary level sword skills entirely after training with them just once. He only needed to practice pseudo-mythical level sword skills 3 times. For mythical level sword skills, at most, he needed only 5 practices to fully master them. In the first 24 hours of his training, he had mastered a total of 358 new sword skills. Over the next 2 days, this number settled to a steady 350 sword skills per day. Given how fast Lin Huang was picking up, Sword 10 could find nothing to complain about at all. Although he knew that Sword 1 could also perform similar feats of learning, Sword 1's combat strength was already at peak heavenly god level by the time he was able to do that. Moreover, he had accumulated terrifying ultimate Dao type attacks which were sufficient for him to deconstruct the nature of most sword skills. However, Lin Huang was currently only a beginner in Sword Dao true meaning, while his Sword Dao accumulation was nothing in comparison with any of the sword servants under the Swordmaster. By managing to achieve such results, he had proved that he had terrifying talent and potential. Sword 10 had initially not placed any great hope in Lin Huang. After witnessing how fast Lin Huang picked up sword skills, however, his dead hopes ignited once more and he became increasingly enthusiastic as a sparring partner. As time passed, the number of sword skills Lin Huang mastered increased rapidly. By the time 200 days had passed, Lin Huang had finally mastered 100,000 sword skills. That was almost 10 times more than what he possessed before he entered the Great Heaven Trial. Not only had he entirely assimilated all of the sword skills that he had obtained in the Great Heaven Trial, but he had also assimilated many of the inheritances from the Golden Sword. Lin Huang could even clearly sense that his current Sword Dao was much more powerful than before. Previously I kept putting off cultivating true god level sword skills. Now it's almost time to assimilate all of my true god level sword skill inheritances. Throughout around 250 days of cultivation, Lin Huang had been putting off the cultivation of true god level sword skills. Now he finally decided to assimilate all of those inheritances. In this next stage of true god level sword skill cultivation, Lin Huang's progress slowed down significantly. Previously, for mythical level sword skills, he usually only needed to practice them 5 times, he would master them after 6 or 7 practices at most. However, for true god level sword skills, he could basically only master each one after practicing up to 100 times. Not only that, but his practice speed was also much slower than before. On the first day of his next stage of training, Lin Huang only managed to master 2 true god level sword skills. Upon observing this, Sword 10 made him rest for a day to relax his tense nerves. On the 3rd day, Lin Huang began practicing true god level sword skills once more. He finally completed cultivating 3 sword skills within a day. Since then, Lin Huang maintained a steady cultivation speed of 3 sword skills per day. Not only was there a significant elevation in Sword Dao true meaning through practicing true god level sword skills, but Lin Huang could also clearly sense that his Sword Dao true meaning was advancing every day. After close to 2 months, Lin Huang had assimilated all of his true god-level sword inheritances. By then, his sword Dao true meaning had elevated to full true martial level. Over 300 days cultivating with practically no rest had completely remedied Lin Huang's flaw of his lack of mastered sword skills. Apart from that, he had also elevated his sword Dao to full true martial level. After witnessing Lin Huang's rapid advancement, Sword 10 began to think that the lad really might have the qualifications to inherit the swordmaster's position after all. Chapter 1350. Making it past the 10th palace. My sword Dao true meaning is at peak true martial level. My shortcoming in ultimate Dao type has basically been remedied. It's rather meaningless to continue cultivating sword skills any further because, at such short notice, it's quite impossible for me to break through from sword Dao true meaning to the second level, which is the true meaning level. In that case, let's begin the cultivation of rapid speed next. We'll begin with the utilization of the seraphic speed divine ability. After a full day of sleep, Lin Huang got Sword 10 to cultivate with him first thing in the morning for this next round of his training. Since he had such powerful innate ability and his pet monsters carried out many things for him, apart from Sword Dao, Lin Huang did not often utilize many of these skills at all. This was even more so for speed skills such as seraphic speed. As a result, Lin Huang was miles away from Kylie and the rest, as far as the usage of various monster skills and divine abilities were concerned. However, to force himself to explore the usage of rapid speed techniques such as seraphic speed, Lin Huang trained his rapid speed attack by having Sword 10 use elemental enlightenment without holding back. Time passed by. Under Sword 10's repeated suppression, Lin Huang spent merely 3 days to get his seraphic speed divine ability to its peak. For a week or more after that, he trained his lightning and light elemental skills to their peak through rapid speed attacks. After this, Lin Huang spent some 10 days perfecting the integration of his lightning and light attribute elemental skills with seraphic speed divine ability and thunder eclipse. Although he had yet to elevate his seraphic speed divine ability to a god rule power and his lightning and light attribute elemental skills had yet to evolve into elemental enlightenment, Lin Huang's current rapid speed level had surpassed that of Sword 10. To advance his breakthrough, Lin Huang initially began using seraphic speed or thunder eclipse with a single attribute elemental skill added on. However, he did not achieve a breakthrough even after trying for close to half a month. Feeling helpless, Lin Huang had no choice but to temporarily set aside his cultivation in rapid speed. He began to elevate his ability in force-type attack. It had to be said that Sword 10 was indeed an excellent sparring partner. His abilities in all aspects were very balanced. Lin Huang's cultivation in force-type attack went on for over half a month. At the end of this time, he had at last perfectly integrated his use of superhuman strength divine ability with lightning elemental skill and sword skills. However, just like his cultivation in rapid speed, his superhuman strength divine ability had yet to evolve into a god rule power. Meanwhile, his lightning elemental skill had not yet elevated to elemental enlightenment either. Sword 10 was astonished as Lin Huang had only spent less than 400 days to surpass him in all aspects. Whether it was rapid speed, force type, or ultimate Dao type, Lin Huang currently completely dominated him. With the elevation of his sword Dao true meaning, Lin Huang's overall ability was over several times more powerful than when he had just entered the final trial. Your overall ability has already completely surpassed me now. You've spent less than 400 days to achieve this. To be honest, this is completely beyond my expectations. Sword 10 sheathed his sword in its scabbard. He knew that he was no longer of much use as a sparring partner now. Your seraphic speed, superhuman strength, and light and lightning elemental skills haven't had any breakthroughs in their nature. However, your overall abilities have been elevated so completely, it's as if you're a brand new person compared to before. With your current ability, anyone below Sword 3's level shouldn't be an obstacle for you. However, the trial will get more and more difficult for you from Sword 3 onward. My job as a sparring partner has ended, I can't elevate you any further. However, your cultivation isn't done just yet. Sword 10's eyes gleamed faintly from his sloppy face. Even the dark circles under his eyes seemed to be less obvious than before. Next, I'll give you one last trial mission. Lin Huang looked at Sword 10 in confusion. He had no idea at all what kind of mission Sword 10 would give him. Your mission is to make every guardian in the remaining rounds your sparring partner. Try your best to suppress them to learn from them. Also, before meeting Sword 1, you must complete your breakthrough in rapid speed and force-type attack. Otherwise, you'll have no chance of winning at all. I'll definitely remember that. Lin Huang nodded and agreed earnestly after he heard that. Lastly, I'd like to give you a gift. As soon as Sword 10 was done speaking, in a flash, he suddenly appeared in front of Lin Huang. Lin Huang instinctively wanted to draw his sword, but he firmly suppressed this impulse. Sword 10 extended his index finger and touched it to his own forehead. The next instant, a sea of sword skill inheritances flooded Lin Huang's mind. This was a heavy load of inheritances. It even made Lin Huang briefly blank out for 3 seconds. When he snapped back to his senses, Sword 10 had turned around and was walking back into the depths of the palace. He waved without even turning around. I've lost this trial, send him out. Before Lin Huang could respond, the palace disintegrated immediately. It transformed into countless mosaic-like pieces, vanishing while flying into the sky. Lin Huang only felt a faint sense of melancholy at that moment. The next instant, his surroundings had reverted to dense jungle just like before. Everywhere there was lush greenery. There was no trace at all of the Black Palace. It was as if the palace and Sword 10 had never been there. Congratulations to the participant for making it past the 10th palace. A notification box popped up, snapping Lin Huang out of his reverie. He did a scan with divine telekinesis but did not sense any living beings. Lin Huang did not proceed further after that. Instead, he stood where he was and spread his consciousness within him to see what inheritances Sword 10 had left for him. He was shocked by what he found. Damn, there are over 800,000 sword skills. Sword 10 left behind over 800,000 sword skills of all sorts. Moreover, the lowest grade was pseudo-mythical level. There were over 8,000 true god-level sword skills alone while there were over 70 heavenly god-level sword skills. Only now did Lin Huang truly understand that none of the sword servants under Great Heaven were weak in their abilities. Judging by Sword 10's terrifying Sword Dao background, he could almost imagine that Sword 10's combined abilities would definitely be in the top ranks of the heavenly god-level powerhouses. Powerhouses with such rich accumulation of skills would grow even more powerful as time went by. However, they might not have Lin Huang's immense talent and potential, to begin with. Therefore, under the restriction of rules, it was not surprising that Sword 10 lost to Lin Huang. Judging from my previous cultivation speed, I'd need a few years to completely digest this inheritance of his. Lin Huang shook his head while forcing a smile. He would never forget Sword 10's generosity to him, however. Without these last 400 days of practice day and night with Sword 10, the chances of him obtaining Great Heaven's inheritance would be very slim. Even though he had greatly improved in his abilities now, he still did not have an absolute guarantee of obtaining the Great Heaven inheritance. Oh, that's right, I forgot to ask earlier which of the bodyguards under the Swordmaster are in the Succession sect and which of them are in the Regression sect. Lin Huang mumbled softly in the direction of where the 10th palace had appeared earlier. It's alright though, I'll just treat everyone as a sparring partner. Chapter 1351. To me, you read just a sparring partner. As Lin Huang remained where he was to rest and regroup after exiting the 10th palace, the god servants from the 9th palace had already quietly arrived. In less than half a minute, the 10 of them formed a circle around him. Prior to entering the 10th palace, Lin Huang might have needed to expend some effort to deal with 10 virtual god rank 9 god servants. Now, however, he did not even bother to give opponents of this level more than a glance. Seeing that the 10 god servants had formed a battle formation from which a phantom giant beast 1,000 feet tall had swiftly materialized, Lin Huang made no move to stop them at all. He gripped his sword by the hilt and swung it in a circular attack the instant the giant beast materialized fully. A ring of blood-red sword gleam spread like a ripple on the surface of water. It charged through the phantom giant beast in the circle of 10 silhouettes. The next second, the giant beast on the verge of attacking stopped completely in its tracks, while the expressions of the 10 god servants in the circle utterly froze. 1 to 2 seconds later, the giant beast's head fell onto the ground. The physical form that had just materialized disintegrated completely into fragments that filled the sky. On the other side, a thread of blood appeared on the necks of the 10 god servants in a circle. Their heads slowly toppled from their necks. The headless bodies fell onto the ground one after the other, completely losing their life force. From the beginning until the end, Lin Huang had not unsheathed his sword. His previous slash had been delivered with the sword still in its scabbard. Lin Huang could not help muttering softly as he watched the 10 bodies rapidly fade into nothingness. It's unfortunate that they hadn't materialized into physical bodies. Otherwise, I might still be able to plunder some loot. After killing the 10 god servants, Lin Huang waited where he was for less than 10 seconds before a dazzling golden palace slowly descended from midair. This palace was completely golden in color and its exterior was magnificent beyond measure. At a glance, it gave the impression of being much more luxurious than Sword Ten's palace. A moment later, the palace door, which was carved with dragon relief sculptures, opened slowly. Lin Huang had very little hesitation when he saw that. He hurried in immediately. This time, he was not attacked upon entry. After stepping through the door, the entire palace hall was displayed before his eyes. Compared to the magnificence outside, the interior of the palace was decorated even more exquisitely. Not only it was dazzling, but the ceiling and windows were also adorned with countless precious stones of various colors. There was a giant chandelier hanging from the domed ceiling. A glance was all Lin Huang needed to tell that this giant chandelier, which weighed at least several hundred pounds, was completely created from divine crystals. He even had the urge to cut it down and put it away in his storage space. This chandelier of mine isn't too shabby. It weighs a total of 833 pounds. The lampshade is completely forged from divine crystals. The lamp wicks are made from the fire elemental truth core left behind by a fire attribute heavenly god level powerhouse after his death. I put in a lot of work to gather these 9 wicks. A youthful silhouette walked slowly toward Lin Huang. It was a young man in a white suit. He appeared to be in his early 20s and his looks were such that no one could nitpick about them. His charisma was extraordinary. He was the kind of fellow who would be instantly noticed even if he were standing in a group of good-looking men. He was a wealthy young master, not one born into a rich second generation, but one from an ancient family who had passed through many generations and still remained strong. The expression on his face and in his eyes when he looked at others contained a lingering, faint superiority. Deep in his bones, he was sure that he was more distinguished than the rest. At the same time as Lin Huang was checking him out, he was checking Lin Huang out too. Only mastered one type of god rule power and no elemental enlightenment at all, Sword 9 was clearly unsatisfied with Lin Huang after giving him a once-over. Was Sword 10 so desperate that he had to cheat to this extent? Why don't you try me and find out whether Sword 10 cheated or not? Lin Huang did not take what Sword 9 said seriously. If the circumstances called for action, he preferred not to talk. I'm just describing the facts I've observed. The energy waves on your body have already told me a great deal. Sword 9 glanced at Lin Huang. I've no idea what Sword 10 told you in the last round or how much he bent the rules for you to be this confident. What I want to tell you is that I'm different from Sword 10, who is in the succession sect. I'm in the regression sect. I definitely won't allow any participants to cheat in my round. There are only 2 ways to pass me. One is to defeat me. The other is to display talent and potential that astonishes me, as well as abilities that I approve of. To be honest, I don't expect much from you, but I hope that you don't perform too terribly later on, otherwise, I'd look down on Sword 10. After all, you're someone that he chose. For Sword 10's sake then, you'd better give it your all. Try your best not to lose too disgracefully. You're just a sparring partner, why do you spout so much rubbish? Lin Huang could no longer hold back what he had been thinking. Sword 9 was stunned when he heard that. When he snapped back to his senses, a faint smirk of mockery played about his lips. So that's what Sword 10 told you, no wonder that you're so confident. He had clearly misunderstood. He was under the impression that to give Lin Huang confidence, Sword 10 had told Lin Huang that everyone else was merely a sparring partner. Hearing that, Lin Huang immediately realized that Sword 9 had misunderstood. However, he did not bother to explain. He drew his battle sword from its scabbard and attacked, using god-slaying power and lightning elemental power within divine power as well as the rapid speed thunder eclipse. Although he had not added on seraphic speed divine ability and light elemental power, the attack was already at peak speed. In the blink of an eye, Sword 9 saw a blood-red electric arc charging straight through the air toward his face. Lin Huang's sword speed gave him quite a shock. The rapid speed of the attack made him revise his opinion of Lin Huang's abilities in a flash. You're showing off rapid speed with me. Sword 9 scoffed and immediately launched a counterattack. His main cultivation direction was rapid speed, so his attainments in rapid speed were several times more powerful than Sword 10. When he swung his battle sword, a perfect integration of wind elemental enlightenment and wind attribute sword skills cut through the air together with the blade. A colorless sword gleam collided with the blood-red sword gleam instantly in the void, resulting in an explosion of dazzling scarlet sparks. Such a quick strike. This fellow's comprehension in Wind Elemental Enlightenment is obviously a cut above Sword 10. Sword 9's ability was more powerful than Lin Huang had expected. However, that did not make him want to quit. Instead, he became more excited now. Perhaps I can use him to complete my breakthrough in rapid speed. At that moment, Sword 9's voice drifted over from opposite him. That attack wasn't too shabby, but it was just about on par with Sword 10's level. If you want to pass my round, this sort of attack is far from adequate. You really spout a lot of nonsense. Lin Huang ignored Sword 9 and swung his sword for another attack. However, he added Seraphic Speed Divine Ability to the initial foundation. The sword swing was at least 3 times faster than before. Even Sword 9's eyes lit up upon seeing this attack. He hesitated no more and countered Lin Huang by swinging his sword again. Chapter 1352, I do not consent to the pass that you have announced. Of the 10 bodyguards under Great Heaven, Sword 10 was the one who had learned everything but not specialized in any particular direction. Meanwhile, Sword 9 had trained exclusively in rapid speed. Apart from Wind Elemental Enlightenment, he was also an expert in a speed-type god rule. Not only that, but the direction of his sword Dao cultivation was also more focused on rapid speed. Over 70% of the sword skills he had mastered were of the speed variety. Despite Lin Huang giving it everything he had using Seraphic Speed Divine Ability, Lightning and Light attribute skills as well as rapid speed sword skill Thunder Eclipse, he was barely able to follow Sword 9's speed. As Sword 9 had his body imbued with Wind Elemental Enlightenment, he was physically invisible to the naked eye in the battle. In the void, all that could be seen was a dark red electric arc that flashed continuously as if it were fighting something invisible. With every impact, the blood-red electric arc surged everywhere along with countless colorless sword gleams that shot in all directions. Although Lin Huang was being suppressed to a small degree, he was just barely able to catch up to Sword 9's level by using the Seraphic Speed Divine Ability in various versatile ways. Initially, Sword 9 thought that Lin Huang's rapid speed would be similar to that of Sword 10. However, he soon found out that Lin Huang's rapid speed level was almost on par with his. Time and again he switched the rapid speed sword skills that he was using in an attempt to disqualify Lin Huang as the heir by defeating him. However, he discovered that Lin Huang was extremely familiar with the use of the Seraphic Speed Divine Ability and is slippery as an eel. From the beginning until the end, he was not able to so much as graze the corner of Lin Huang's clothes with his attacks. In a mere flash, a day passed by. Sword 9 felt the entire day was unbearable. Lin Huang's rapid speed was certainly not up to Sword 9's own level, but his doggedly determined effort and slippery tactics meant that Sword 9 was not able to take advantage of him at all. Although Sword 9 felt rather reluctant, Lin Huang's performance had actually achieved the passing standard. After all, for the whole day, as guardian of this round of the trial, Sword 9 had not been able to do an iota of damage to Lin Huang. Abruptly he retreated rapidly. Just as he was about to retire from the battlefield, sheath his sword in its scabbard, and announce that Lin Huang had passed the round, he saw that Lin Huang had put on a burst of speed to close the distance and was now swinging his sword for an attack. What the? Sword 9 was furious. His original intention of letting Lin Huang pass this round of the trial completely dissipated. You ungrateful brat, I initially wanted to pass you, but since you yourself don't want to leave this level, don't blame me. Sword 9 cursed silently and charged into battle again with fire in his eyes. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a battle of speed versus speed. Both fighters displayed their rapid speed abilities to the full. After 3 days had passed, Sword 9 was feeling more and more aggrieved as he had not even managed to so much as graze Lin Huang at all. Although Lin Huang had not managed to attack him either, he was still extremely aggravated. However, Lin Huang obviously felt differently. By the 4th day, he felt that he was getting more and more familiar with the usage of the Seraphic Speed Divine Ability. He even had a vague feeling that his Seraphic Speed Divine Ability might break through any time to become a god rule. After 4 continuous days of fighting and not being able to do anything to Lin Huang still, Sword 9 felt this impasse was a complete waste of time. He had initially been triggered by Lin Huang, but after 3 days of venting his rage, the entire battle had become meaningless. However, he did not try to retreat directly from the battle this time. Instead, he addressed Lin Huang. The battle between us has already lasted for 4 days, stop talking nonsense, keep on fighting. Lin Huang already knew what Sword 9 was going to say, so he interrupted him right away. After all, it had not been easy for him to find a suitable opponent for rapid speed. Moreover, his own rapid speed was on the verge of a breakthrough. It was only natural that he was unwilling to halt the fighting. The veins on Sword 9's forehead twitched in his fury. He calmed himself down by taking a few deep breaths before continuing. I already have a rough understanding of your abilities over these 4 days of observation. Although you're still lacking in many ways, you're not too bad in terms of talent and potential. On this point, I am at least grudgingly satisfied. Therefore, I've decided to acknowledge your ability and let you pass the 9th palace. Initially, Sword 9 thought Lin Huang would cease attacking after hearing that. He certainly had not expected Lin Huang to continue swing after swing with his sword, giving Sword 9 no chance at all to retreat from combat. I don't consent to pass this level. The next second, Sword 9 heard Lin Huang say something that utterly shocked him. What the hell? This little brat was declining the opportunity to pass the level. Sword 9 was stunned for a while. He could not understand the workings of Lin Huang's brain at all. Senior, you said that I'm lacking in many ways. I think so too. Therefore, I've decided to learn and train here with you. I'll only go to the next palace when I've completely remedied my shortcomings. Lin Huang looked at Sword 9 with a smirk. I don't want to lose in the next palace because of what I still lack. Sword 9 had not expected Lin Huang to use his own words to silence him. Please don't be miserly with your teaching, senior. I'll do my best to learn and correct my flaws. Lin Huang's words caused Sword 9's refusal to die on his lips before he could even open his mouth. The actual underlying meaning of what Lin Huang said was, just accept the fact and be my sparring partner. You have no say in when the sparring session will end. I'm calling the shots. Lin Huang had already laid out the situation verbally. Sword 9 no longer had the strength to rebel. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue being Lin Huang's sparring partner. Time passed in a flash. A week sped past rapidly. Throughout the week, Sword 9 had become completely numb. He had more or less guessed why Lin Huang had been unwilling to pass this level. He also knew that the lad was treating him as merely a sparring partner. However, there was nothing that he could do about it. There was no way he could eject the participant by force if the participant was unwilling to leave. He had no choice but to be an emotionless sparring machine. On that day, Lin Huang was practicing his sword skills with Sword 9 as usual. Suddenly, in his mind, he felt as if something had pierced through a paper window. An instant later, a massive volume of information regarding seraphic speed divine ability automatically surged into his brain. All of this information took Lin Huang only an instant to comprehend. The next second, his seraphic speed divine ability had automatically elevated into a seraphic speed god rule. Lin Huang sent his sword swinging. The speed of this attack surpassed the original limit of his speed. He was more than a few times faster than before, if not more. Sword 9's danger senses screamed a warning at him suddenly, but by then it was too late for him to counter the attack. He could only watch the sword coming straight at his neck. However, the sword gleam deviated suddenly the next second. Before Sword 9 could track the new trajectory of the sword swing, a small piece of the collar on the left side of his neck had been nicked off. Sword 9 only snapped back to his senses after seeing Lin Huang sheath his sword back into its scabbard. He also noticed the piece of white cloth that Lin Huang was holding between the 2 fingers of his left hand. You've lost. Lin Huang grinned at Sword 9. Sword 9 sheathed his sword expressionlessly and retreated hundreds of meters away. Congratulations, you've passed the 9th palace. Thanks. Lin Huang clasped his fists together while smiling at Sword 9. He put away his battle sword and strode out of the palace. Chapter 1353. You are such a nice person coming out of the 9th palace. Lin Huang was in a joyful mood. It had taken less than half a month for him to successfully elevate his seraphic speed divine ability to a seraphic speed god rule. He had not expected this kind of progress. He originally thought that it would possibly take him at least 2 or 3 months to finish it. Lin Huang also knew that the main reason for his quick breakthrough was the extra effort from Sword 9. Sword 9 had put a lot of pressure on him for Lin Huang's rapid speed sword skill. Before the breakthrough of his seraphic speed divine ability, he had been continuously suppressed by Sword 9. It was only through the use of various seraphic speed divine ability techniques that Lin Huang had been able to remain undefeated. Moreover, even after Sword 9 had discovered Lin Huang's objective, he had not quit but had continued to play the role of a sparring partner. That was why when Lin Huang finally left the ninth palace, he had thanked Sword 9. Less than half a minute after exiting the ninth palace, the god servants of the eighth palace arrived very quickly. There were only 2 god servants in this wave. Both were humanoid monsters and female. Lin Huang originally thought that he would have encountered more and more god servants, but after this round, he realized that the number of god servants had nothing to do with the palace number, it was related to the personality of the palace guardian. There were not many god servants serving Sword 10 because his personality was indolent and he did not really like others to do his work for him, whereas there were 10 god servants serving Sword 9 because he liked the feeling of dominating others from a high position of superiority. The number of god servants for Sword 8 was even less than that of Sword 10. Lin Huang guessed that it was highly probable that Sword 8's personality was one that did not really enjoy ordering others around. Lin Huang dispatched the 2 god servants with a single blow. He did not need to wait too long before the 8th palace descended. This palace looked as if it were constructed from bronze. Its style was rather quaint and unadorned, it even looked a bit old. Lin Huang did not pay too much attention to all of this. After the door opened, he drew himself up and rushed in. After he stepped across the threshold of the palace door, a big empty hall came into view. The big hall seemed to be at least thousands of square meters in size and was completely bare of adornment or furnishing. Lin Huang looked over his surroundings and silently wondered whether or not Sword 8 would be an iron-fisted no-nonsense man without a shred of humor. Very quickly, however, his eyes widened as he noticed a figure that suddenly appeared not too far away. It was a petite girl who looked to be half a head shorter than his sister Lin Xin. She was also thinner than Lin Xin by quite a bit. The iron-fisted tyrant of his imagination turned out to be a cute young girl, which left Lin Huang slightly dumbfounded. "You're Sword 8. Even though he knew that there could be no guardian other than Sword 8 in this palace, Lin Huang could not help asking all the same. The petite girl nodded faintly and a blush rapidly spread over her face. Even her breathing rate increased slightly. Is she really that shy, or is it just for show? Lin Huang felt some slight suspicion stirring in his heart. Although he had met a variety of people in recent years, this was the first time he had seen a young girl as shy as Sword 8. Moreover, among the 300 over sword servants serving under Great Heaven, she was ranked 8th, which was a sufficient indicator that her ability was outstanding even within heavenly god level ranks. Lin Huang felt that a person as shy as this could not possibly be for real. As if she sensed a doubt in Lin Huang's tone, the young girl added weakly, I'm strong, I believe that. After all, you're ranked as Sword 8. Lin Huang nodded with a smile, but could not help asking after that, can I ask what your Sword Dao specialization is? I mainly cultivate Ultimate Dao type. Sword 8 had nothing to hide. After all, Lin Huang would find out later on when they fought, there was no need to be secretive. I also know a bit of Force type and Rapid Speed sword skill. Ultimate Dao type. Lin Huang raised his brows when he heard that. His Ultimate Dao type was actually the strongest of his 3 cultivation directions. My level isn't hard. As long as the person attempting to pass can hold out for an hour, they'll pass this level. Seeing that Lin Huang had not spoken for a long time, Sword 8 hurriedly informed him of the rules for passing the 8th palace. Could we start now? Seeing that his opponent did not seem to have any intention of fighting and also that she was a little girl, Lin Huang did not really want to launch a surprise attack first. As a result, he had no choice but to ask a question like this to give the other party time to prepare before battle. Sword 8 hesitated for a moment. She looked torn for an instant before asking softly, you don't want to chat for a while more to delay things? Lin Huang shook his head, unable to stop from chuckling, so that was how this girl was going to throw the game. Are you from the Succession sect? What sect? Sword 8 looked blank. Don't you have a Succession sect and a Regression sect within the ranks of the Sword Servants? Don't tell me you're in the Regression sect. Lin Huang was a little surprised. Regression sect? The expression on Sword 8's face showed that she was completely at a loss. After thinking for a while and coming to no conclusions, she looked up at Lin Huang and asked, do Sword Servants have to join a sect? Which sect do I belong to? Lin Huang was left speechless. The girl seemed completely unaware of the existence of the sects within the Sword Servants' ranks. However, based on her reaction, Lin Huang could hazard 2 quick guesses. Either the girl had superb acting skills, enough that he could not see any traces of subterfuge, or she was so innocent that other Sword Servants did not have the heart to drag her into either faction. As a result, she had no idea about the warring factions within the ranks of the Sword Servants. For the time being, Lin Huang was still unable to judge whether the girl was the former or the latter. "I'm just kidding, you don't have to take it seriously." Lin Huang did not want to continue going round and round on this topic with Sword 8 and chose to gloss over it instead. "Oh, you were only joking, it scared me." Only then did Sword 8 feel relieved. "I think we've had enough time to chat. If we continue any more, it will be too obvious that you're throwing the game." Lin Huang reminded his opponent that this was a trial. "I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. If it's too obvious that I'm throwing the game, Sword 1 will scold me." Sword 8 smacked her head hard, finally seeming to remember what she was here to do. "Thank you for your reminder, you're such a nice person." Lin Huang was speechless for a moment. He certainly had not expected that he would be given a nice guy label during the trial. "Are you ready?" Sword 8 asked Lin Huang. "If you're not ready, I can wait for you a little bit longer." Lin Huang was rendered completely speechless by this little girl. "I'm ready, go ahead and attack." As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, he saw that Sword 8 was suddenly wielding a battle sword. What surprised Lin Huang was that it had a broken blade. The original length of the long sword should have been at least 1.5 meters long, but the blade had broken off about a third of the way down. The fracture mark was clearly visible. What was left of the blade measured only about 40 centimeters, give or take. "You don't need to be surprised. My original weapon was a broken sword. I'm used to that, so now that I'm a guardian here, I set my weapon to be a similar broken sword." Lin Huang felt his heart sink a little when he heard that. If his opponent could get to the position of Sword 8 using a broken sword, it was more than enough to indicate her real abilities were much higher than her current position. This was because a broken blade could not possibly have a complete sequence rule. Under normal circumstances, sword servants serving under Great Heaven were unlikely to use God sequence relics with incomplete sequence rules. This meant that Sword 8 might have achieved her position under the circumstances during which her weapon lost its sequence rule power. These thoughts flashed through Lin Huang's mind. The next moment he saw that Sword 8 had gripped her battle sword horizontally in one hand. She suddenly exerted a burst of power with both legs and her figure vanished right away. Chapter 1354, Terrifying ability unrelated to appearance, so fast. Lin Huang's pupils narrowed slightly. Sword 8's attack was no slower than Sword 9 in terms of speed, and Sword 9 had specialized in rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, Sword 8's figure was already in front of Lin Huang. Just as Lin Huang swung his sword to intercept the attack, he saw blue veins suddenly bulge out aggressively on Sword 8's sword-wielding right hand and her muscles rapidly swelled up. Her arm, originally only about 50 centimeters in length, expanded to over a meter long in the blink of an eye. Her arm and its knotted muscles were as thick as tyrants, if not even more so. Even more bizarre, however, was that her sword's speed did not increase. In fact, rather strangely, it seemed to slow down slightly. The instant he saw this unusual change, Lin Huang seemed to sense something. He had initially readied his sword for a thunder eclipse attack against his opponent, but he abruptly switched from attack mode to defense instead. The blood-red sword gleam in front of Lin Huang condensed into a looming mountain over 100 feet high. Mirror Unmovable Mountain. Like the thunder touch from the rapid speed sword skill, Mirror was the general designation for Lin Huang's defensive-type sword skills. The name came from the Dark Mirror monster skill. This series of defensive-type sword skills were purely Sword Dao skills, however, and had nothing to do with Dark Mirror. The truth was that from the moment he entered the trial until now, aside from skills that could directly assist in his sword skills, Lin Huang had not utilized any of his other monster skills at all. For one, his main purpose in entering the trial was to improve his Sword Dao ability, so he had avoided the use of abilities that had nothing to do with Sword Dao. For another, he had not yet encountered an opponent strong enough to force him to use skills unrelated to Sword Dao. Much earlier during the competitive trial, when he first encountered Sword 23 and Sword 29, Lin Huang had been defeated, escaping from the room guarded by the two of them. Even then he had maintained the attitude that this was a Sword Dao battle, and had not used any divine abilities and skills unrelated to Sword Dao. Right as Lin Huang changed his tactics, the gleam from the battle sword in Sword 8's hand had already reached him. The next moment, with a loud noise, the black gleam that extended from the broken sword collided with the huge red mountain in front of Lin Huang. The point of impact where the black sword gleam and the red mountain had collided instantly turned deepest black. At the same time, Lin Huang also saw cobweb-like fissures on the surface of the unmovable mountain. Less than half a second later, the unmovable mountain that Lin Huang had expended such massive amounts of divine power to build collapsed completely under the assault of the black sword gleam. At the same time, Lin Huang felt a terrifying wave of titanic force traveling through his sword blade. The next instant he was sent flying like an uncontrollable artillery shell. In one move she instantly switched from rapid speed to force type, so the force type has the momentum and attack power that's close to that of her rapid speed. Lin Huang immediately discerned his opponent's attack methods. He had not expected that Sword 8's a little bit of force type would turn out to be such a terrifying level of skill. Sword 8's rapid speed was almost at Sword 9's level, but what one had to remember was that Sword 9 specialized in rapid speed. In this force type attack, Sword 8's strength and attack power had completely exceeded Sword 10's by way more than a level and had exceeded Lin Huang's current attainments in force type by more than a hair. This lass's overall skill level is clearly much higher than Sword 10. If she isn't lying, her rapid speed sword skills should be higher than mine. For Lin Huang, this was not good news. Oh no, I've used too much strength. Sword 8 gave a sudden shocked exclamation from the other side upon seeing Lin Huang flying backward. Lin Huang did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. He was not sure if his opponent's words were sincere or if they were intended as mockery. He flew back a distance of several dozen kilometers before he felt the force of impact decreasing. Only then did Lin Huang use his feet in the air to break his momentum. After sliding several dozen meters through the void, he finally stabilized himself. "Hey, are you okay?" At that moment, Sword 8's voice was heard suddenly and her figure appeared less than 100 meters in front of Lin Huang. Lin Huang looked at her, fully alert. "I'm okay, I'll use a little less strength, otherwise you won't be able to last for an hour," Sword 8 suggested. "No need. You can use the normal level that you used just now." Lin Huang shook his head and rejected the proposal. "But I only used 70% of my strength, which is not my normal level." Sword 8's voice was a little faint. "So should I use 70% or 100%? 100%. Lin Huang was slightly stunned for only a moment before he answered, "I need enough pressure so I can find an opportunity to break through." "Okay, you mustn't die." Sword 8 was worried. "Don't worry, I won't," Lin Huang responded, expression blank. After a brief conversation, the two resumed fighting. Despite being fully psychologically prepared, the ensuing battle was much more difficult than Lin Huang had expected. As Sword 8 said, she had not used her full strength earlier. She had held back, not only in force type but also in her rapid speed. In reality, her rapid speed sword skill level was higher than that of Sword 9. Lin Huang could not gain an advantage with his rapid speed either. What dumbfounded Lin Huang the most was not his opponent's overwhelming skill in force type, but her overwhelming rapid speed sword skill. Sword 8 had mentioned previously that her main cultivation direction was rapid speed. She was not lying at all. Lin Huang's rapid speed was the strongest of his 3 Dao sword paths, but Sword 8's rapid speed was more than a level above his own. She was skilled in at least 1 million types of sword skills. In terms of usage and depth of various sword skills, she was even better than Sword 10. Originally Sword 10 had mentioned that if he ever encountered Sword 1, Sword 1 would find a way to counter all of his sword skills. Lin Huang felt the exact same way now that he had met Sword 8. No matter what sword skills he used, his opponent countered them easily. If Lin Huang's Sword Dao had not elevated to ultimate true martial level and Sword 8's Sword Dao had been capped at early stage martial level according to the trial rules, he would have been defeated long ago. In the battle with Sword 8, Lin Huang was overwhelmed by her in almost every way. He only managed to get through it by virtue of his slightly stronger rapid speed and even stronger Sword Dao. The battle continued for countless rounds to the point Lin Huang could not even tell how much time had passed. Suddenly, Sword 8 sheathed her weapon and retreated from the battlefield. "It's been an hour, you've qualified." Sword 8 beamed at Lin Huang happily. The impression she gave was as if she had been the one who passed the level. "Thank you." On the contrary, Lin Huang's face showed no trace of jubilation. He merely nodded and asked Sword 8, "Can you be my sparring partner for a few more days?" Okay. No one has played with me for a long time." Sword 8 did not hesitate. With a very happy expression, she agreed. "Then let's continue." Chapter 1355. I like the number 8. While fighting against Sword 8, Lin Huang was almost continuously dominated by her in battle. Sword 8 seemed small and harmless, but once she was in battle mode, it was as if she were a whole other person. She transformed into someone extremely ferocious, focused, and even intelligent. Indeed, she was not only very skilled at using brute force but in battle mode, she was also very good at analysis. She could decipher most of Lin Huang's moves. Even the few rare moves that she was unable to crack, she could always find a way to counter them when Lin Huang used them for the second or third time. Lin Huang was practically certain that of all the sword cultivators he had encountered in so many years, Sword 8 was the most terrifying in terms of natural talent and potential. As for why she was ranked 8th, Lin Huang speculated there might be two reasons. One possibility was because she used a broken sword, and the weapon had no advantage compared to Great Heaven's other bodyguards. The other possibility might be related to her mentality. To a certain extent, Sword 8's mentality was still immature, and her mind seemed to have stayed at the developmental level of a small child. Great Heaven's bodyguards were ranked on their overall abilities, and mentality was one part of the whole package. Sword 8 was very much not up to par on this particular point, which might have also contributed to why her overall abilities were only ranked in 8th place. Previously, when Lin Huang and Sword 10's practice had ended, Sword 10 had also mentioned that Lin Huang's overall abilities should be sufficient to get him past all the stages below Sword 3. After encountering Sword 9, Lin Huang had made a breakthrough in his seraphic speed divine ability, and his rapid speed sword skill had skyrocketed, improving his overall strength. Logically speaking, it was unlikely that he would encounter any great obstacles for the stages below Sword 3. However, Sword 8's performance really surprised Lin Huang right from the start because he was overwhelmed in practically all aspects. Except for his slight advantage in rapid speed, Sword 8 was stronger than Lin Huang in almost all other aspects of Sword Dao. After regaining his equilibrium though, Lin Huang had worked out why Sword 10 had not mentioned anything about Sword 8. Although Sword 8 was extremely powerful, her temperament was such that it was very likely she would have suppressed her true abilities and let all the participants pass her level. Lin Huang, however, had now encountered a Sword 8 who had unleashed her full abilities at his request. She was also a powerhouse whose abilities might even exceed Sword 4. Lin Huang and Sword 8's practice sessions passed by day after day. Under the tremendous pressure exerted by Sword 8, Lin Huang's use and expansion of the different Sword Dao paths such as Rapid Speed, Force Type, and Ultimate Dao Type improved daily. It took him less than a week to complete in-depth integration of different Sword Dao types. His Rapid Speed sword skill was no longer purely Rapid Speed, and his Force Type was no longer merely Force Type. He could now command a combination of various types at will. Lin Huang could now use Ultimate Dao Type sword skills with Force Type and could also perfectly switch between Force Type and Rapid Speed. He had also learned how to perfectly integrate Rapid Speed sword moves with Force Type and Ultimate Dao Type. In reality, the different approaches in the cultivation of various Sword Dao paths were not completely independent. On the 14th day of practice with Sword 8, Lin Huang finally elevated his grasp of the Lightning Elemental attribute, and he mastered a Force-type Lightning Elemental Enlightenment Heaven's Punishment. Then again, perhaps there might just have been too much pressure exerted on his Force-type. On the 33rd day, Lin Huang's superhuman strength divine ability finally transformed into the superhuman strength God Rule. At this point, Lin Huang's Force-type abilities had finally advanced to the same level as Sword 8. His Force-type was on par with Sword 8, and his rapid speed was slightly stronger than hers. This elevated Lin Huang's overall ability to Sword 8's standard. Although Sword 8 still held a strong advantage in Ultimate Dao Type, Lin Huang's Sword Dao was more powerful, which made up for his disparity in that path. Lin Huang, who had been relying on the Seraphic Speed God Rule to contend with Sword 8, finally had the ability to confront her head-on. Lin Huang had initially thought he would make up for his shortcomings in Ultimate Dao Type by utilizing the pressure brought about by Sword 8's Ultimate Dao Type. He did not expect that she would walk out on him after less than a day of practice. "I don't want to play anymore. It's no fun now." All this while Sword 8 had been happy to serve as a sparring partner because battles with Lin Huang were very comfortable. At first, she had completely dominated Lin Huang in combat. Later on, his abilities had improved but the pleasure of battle was still there. Now, however, Lin Huang wanted to practice his new sword skills with her, and his initial lack of proficiency with many of these new skills had led to a decline in the overall smoothness of battle. Sword 8 did not think that there was any fun in this sort of fight, so she abandoned her role right away. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. He did not say much. After all, This girl had practiced with him for more than 30 days and had even helped him to gain 2 breakthroughs in force type that upgraded his overall ability by an entire level. This sparring partner had definitely filled the role very satisfactorily. There was no need to demand anything further. Then we'll stop playing, Lin Huang said as he sheathed his sword. His gaze softened as he looked at Sword 8. Thank you, lass. What are you thanking me for? I should be the one thanking you. Sword 8 also put her sword away and smiled at Lin Huang. Thank you for playing with me. I haven't had such a good time in ages. I have a question. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Before he left, Lin Huang suddenly remembered one of his doubts. With your abilities, you should be ranked higher among Great Heaven's bodyguards, shouldn't you? Why are you ranked 8th? Because I like the number 8. I told Lord Swordmaster that I wanted the name Sword 8 and no one was allowed to try and take it from me. Lord Swordmaster agreed. Sword 8's expression was entirely matter of fact and she did not seem to see anything wrong with her approach. Oh, so that's what it is. Only then did Lin Huang realize he had been overthinking things previously. What about your abilities then? Which rank should you actually be? Lin Huang asked again. I can't defeat Big Brother Sword 1, and I can't defeat Bunny. I've beaten Big Nose a few times, but I know he deliberately let me win. The rest can't beat me. Sword 8 thought about it and gave her answer. Who is Bunny? Is that Sword 2? Big Nose is Sword 3. Lin Huang asked curiously. Oh no, I'm done for now. I promised Bunny that I wouldn't say their nicknames in front of outsiders. After Sword 8 heard Lin Huang's inquiry, she realized she had said something that she should not have, and hastily covered her mouth. What nicknames? I didn't hear anything. Lin Huang smiled. Yes, you can tell them that you didn't hear anything. Sword 8 nodded quickly. Lass, you take good care. I'll go on to the next stage now. Lin Huang called to Sword 8 and turned to leave, but he stopped in his tracks when he heard Sword 8's shout. Wait a minute, is there anything else? Lin Huang asked, rather surprised. Your overall abilities are okay, but your ultimate Dao type is still a little weak. I'll give you some sword skills as a present, Sword 8 said and skipped in front of Lin Huang. She then stood on tiptoe, reaching toward his forehead to tap the tip of her finger against it. A massive amount of Sword Dao inheritances instantly flooded Lin Huang's brain. After Sword 8 pulled her hand back, Lin Huang briefly probed the information that she had transmitted and immediately widened his eyes. Sword 8 had transmitted had more than 1.6 million sword skills, which was twice the inheritance of Sword 10. The key thing was that she had not only mastered a large number of sword skills, but she had also honed her use and expansion of sword skills far beyond Sword 10. No wonder this girl was terrifyingly powerful in Ultimate Dao type. Thank you. Lin Huang thanked her again. You're welcome. If you have a chance in the future, just come and play with me. Sword 8, who had retreated over 10 meters away, waved at Lin Huang. If there is a chance, I definitely will. Lin Huang nodded slightly. Only then did he turn and walk in the direction of the palace door. Chapter 1356. Sword 3. After exiting the 8th palace, Lin Huang had originally thought to practice with Sword 7 and the others for some time before meeting Sword 3. He was striving to elevate his overall abilities to yet another level. As it turned out, he could not help taking just a single day to pass all the stages from Sword 7 to Sword 4. There was no reason other than Sword 7 to Sword 4. The 4 guardians he had encountered one after the other had not been able to pressure him at all. He had not even needed to use his full power to easily defeat the 4 of them. Less than 24 hours after leaving the 8th palace, Lin Huang welcomed the arrival of the 3rd palace. Lin Huang knew from Sword 10 that the abilities of Sword 1 to Sword 3 were not at the same level as the Swordmaster's bodyguards from the previous stages. Therefore, Lin Huang was excited but slightly nervous about his upcoming opponent. However, when he saw the 3rd palace slowly materializing in the void, Lin Huang was so stunned he took a while to regain his senses. This is obviously not a palace, is it? The shape and style of the 3rd place were a far cry from Lin Huang's expectations because what was forming in the void was not a palace, but a huge green sphere. To be precise, it was a planet full of lush green vegetation. Lin Huang visually inspected the planet for a moment. Its size looked similar to Earth. As he was wondering where the trial would take place, a giant bronze gate suddenly appeared near him. The gate was hundreds of meters high and covered with mysterious patterns. The moment Lin Huang looked toward the gate, it opened as if pulled by some invisible force. Lin Huang knew that this was probably an invitation from Sword 3. He did not hesitate and stepped through. The next moment, as if he had passed through a portal, a lush, dense forest met Lin Huang's gaze. Lin Huang looked around. The vegetation here was abnormally large, at least dozens of times more so than the vegetation on Earth. Each of the trees was terrifyingly thick and strong, growing to over hundreds of meters in height. Even the weeds on the side of the road were slightly taller than Lin Huang, who was 1.8 meters tall. Has my body shrunk, or are the plants here just giant-sized? Lin Huang could not help wondering. Just then, a majestic figure appeared not far in front of him. Sensing the figure's appearance, Lin Huang immediately collected his thoughts and looked toward the other party. Upon seeing how the newcomer looked, Lin Huang could not help being more than a little stunned. The newcomer was a one-armed man. He only had a left arm, his right had been severed at the shoulder. What caught Lin Huang's attention, however, was not the severed arm, but the man's head. Although the newcomer's body seemed completely humanoid, the head above the neck was that of a sinister elephant. To be precise, this head was 70% similar to that of a mammoth. The man seemed sinister because he had a long scar on his face that ran from his forehead down through his left eye and all the way to the left corner of his mouth. The man's left eye was silvery white, without pupil or iris. Since his scar connected to the corner of his mouth, his entire mouth seemed skewed to the left. As for the man's remaining right eye, although it was not very large, anyone could tell from his gaze that he was a true powerhouse. As for the copiously scarred elephant's trunk, it helped Lin Huang officially connect Sword 8's Big Nose with a real person. Big Nose is Sword 3, so Bunny should be Sword 2. Participant, if you've made it to this stage, it means that your abilities aren't too bad. Sword 3's voice sounded hoarse and oppressive. To Lin Huang, the sound seemed to be of the same frequency as rumbling thunder. I don't think they're good enough. Lin Huang shook his head as he evaluated himself. Sword 3 was stunned for a moment. Why are you stealing my lines? I pulled Sword 8 into helping me with a period of special training. What I gathered from her is that my overall abilities aren't as powerful as yours, much less those of Sword 2 and Sword 1. At my current level, my chances of obtaining the Great Heaven inheritance aren't high, Lin Huang continued. It seems you have a clear perception of yourself. Sword 3 nodded slightly. At this level, I may have to trespass on your hospitality for a while, sir, Lin Huang said frankly. You're planning to use me to achieve a further breakthrough? Sword 3 was still expressionless, his attitude unreadable. It depends on whether you have the ability to achieve a breakthrough. Sir, all you have to do is to make a move and I will try my best. Lin Huang smiled faintly. Sword 3 did not continue talking. By nature a taciturn person, even if he met the Swordmaster's other bodyguards, he would not say much. His attitude toward strangers was cold. For him to speak 2 sentences to Lin Huang was already difficult. A battle sword slowly coalesced in Sword 3's left hand, inky black with a straight, narrow blade. The sword was nothing eye-catching, but Lin Huang immediately sensed the extreme menace emanating from it in Sword 3's grasp. His opponent's sword Dao might not be as strong as his own due to trial restrictions, but Lin Huang felt an extreme sense of danger as Sword 3 wielded his weapon. This sense of danger usually only manifested under one specific circumstance when his opponent was powerful enough to kill him. It took only an instant for Lin Huang to determine that Sword 3's overall abilities were at least one level higher than his own. If he was even just slightly careless in this trial, it was likely that he would be killed right away by his opponent. So powerful, Lin Huang felt himself starting to breathe hard, but he quickly adjusted his state of mind and grasped his battle sword. His sword Dao rose sharply. Just as Lin Huang's sword Dao reached maximum capacity, the violent aura surrounding Sword 3 also rose to its peak. In the dense jungle, both figures disappeared on the spot almost at the same time. The next instant, a soaring blood-red gleam and a gray gleam collided in the void. A second later, the blood-red gleam shattered in full momentum, and a black figure shot backward like a cannonball. It crashed into the ground dozens of kilometers away, smashing a deep crater into the earth several kilometers in diameter. The damage was minimal because the space rule and the stability of materials on this planet were much higher than in the gravel world. Lin Huang slowly clambered up from within the deep crater. His right forearm and 3 of his 5 fingers had all been fractured after his opponent's attack. Fortunately, his possession of the divine regeneration skill meant that these small injuries were healed instantly. He examined his arm and found that it had been completely mended. Lin Huang then looked up at the void in the direction where Sword 3 was standing and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Huang had already seen the combination of rapid speed sword skill and force type in his opponent's attack earlier. Sword 3's rapid speed was slightly weaker than Lin Huang and almost on par with Sword 8. In force type, however, Sword 3 was more than a level stronger than himself. Based on the information Sword 8 provided, this fellow is stronger than her, but not so strong to the point where she has no chance of winning. So basically, of the 3 Sword Dao paths, it's highly probable that Sword 3 is only stronger than Sword 8 in one of them. At present, he seems to be more than a level stronger than Sword 8 in force type, which means he shouldn't be that much better than Sword 8 in the other 2 aspects. Otherwise, even if he decided to go easy on her, if one were to compare notes, it's unlikely that Sword 8 could beat him. Having determined that his opponent's main cultivation direction was in force type, Lin Huang felt slightly more relieved. If Sword 3's main cultivation direction was in ultimate Dao type, and his force type more than a level stronger than Lin Huang was merely secondary, then Lin Huang would be utterly overwhelmed. Lin Huang maintained a serious expression even as several million inferences flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. Even if his main cultivation path isn't ultimate Dao type, Sword 3's abilities in that aspect shouldn't be too much weaker than Sword 8. That is to say, he's stronger than me in both force type and ultimate Dao type. This stage of the trial can't be taken lightly at all. Chapter 1357. Making it past the third palace. The battle with Sword 3 was Lin Huang's most stressful one so far. Not only was Sword 3 overwhelmingly strong in force type, but even his ultimate Dao type was at the same level as Sword 8. Lin Huang was completely crushed. If not for his rapid speed advantage in addition to his Sword Dao true meaning being stronger than his opponent, Lin Huang would probably not have had any leeway to retaliate at all. After being defeated in their first head-on exchange, Lin Huang chose to use either rapid speed to dodge or ultimate Dao type to counter Sword 3's attacks as much as possible, instead of going head-to-head or being on the defensive. Most of the time, it was Sword 3 who scored hits on Lin Huang. Occasionally, when Lin Huang managed to find a lapse in the tempo of his opponent's attack, he would use rapid speed sword skill to counterattack. However, due to the strength of Sword 3's ultimate Dao type, even if his speed was not as good as Lin Huang's, his defensive sword skills were such that Lin Huang could get nowhere. On Lin Huang's part, occasionally he was unable to dodge in time, and even if he tried to parry, he would suffer some minor injuries. Fortunately, these small injuries healed almost instantly as a result of divine regeneration, so they had not affected Lin Huang's abilities at all. As time went by, Lin Huang searched every day among the inheritances he had obtained for sword skills that might help him deal with Sword 3. He also tested them out one by one. Under the pressure that Sword 3 brought to bear, the number of sword skills that Lin Huang accumulated every day continued to expand. His learning speed was also a little faster than when he had been fighting against Sword 10. It took only around 200 days for the total number of sword skills that Lin Huang had mastered to soar from over 100,000 to 200,000. Lin Huang originally thought that when the number of sword skills that he mastered had reached 200,000, his Sword Dao would have a breakthrough again. However, his Sword Dao true meaning was now at the upper limits of true martial level and he could not achieve any further breakthrough. Even if there had been an increase in the number of sword skills that he had mastered, without a breakthrough in Sword Dao true meaning, Lin Huang could not achieve a transformative upgrade in his overall abilities. Sword 3 seemed to sense Lin Huang's condition. Seeing that Lin Huang continued to use him to practice his sword skills, Sword 3 finally could not help commenting. Your inability to achieve a breakthrough in Sword Dao is no longer a matter of skill accumulation but the lack of opportunity for a breakthrough. That's why it has remained at true martial level. It won't do you much good to continue wasting your time learning more sword skills. I suggest you temporarily set aside your ultimate Dao type and seek breakthroughs in the other paths. Sword 3 merely reminded Lin Huang of this and did not elaborate further. To be honest, Lin Huang knew why his Sword Dao true meaning had not achieved a breakthrough. He originally thought that he would just bank on Sword 3's abilities to accumulate more sword skills, and when the accumulation far exceeded what was demanded for a breakthrough, he would be able to forcefully break the Sword Dao barrier. It's like a river blocked by a dam. If the dam doesn't collapse, I'll let the river water accumulate until it's higher than the dam so it will naturally overflow. Accumulating skills to that sort of level might not be something that can be achieved within the next 200 days though. Lin Huang, who originally wanted to fight a protracted battle, felt that Sword 3's reminder made some sense. In actual combat, mere brute force was not the solution to the problem, it was necessary to use brainpower as well. This time I might be able to charge through recklessly, but what will I do if I encounter something that I can't charge through in future? After considering this, Lin Huang began to think about other countermeasures. I'm facing a temporary block in elevating my ultimate Dao type, so I'll set that aside first. I want to make further breakthroughs, so I should start with my rapid speed sword skill and force type. But Sword 3 isn't able to put pressure on me any longer in rapid speed. So for now, I can only start with force type, Lin Huang murmured silently in his heart. The first thing that flashed through his mind was an image of roaring thunder and crackling flames, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Among all the various elemental powers, it's relatively easy to use lightning and fire element skills to produce force type effects. Currently, the only force type rules that I have mastered are the superhuman strength God rule and heaven's enlightenment from the lightning element. If I want to elevate further, I can start with other lightning or fire element skills. My initial lightning lord skill came from Kylie. Among my summoning beasts, however, aside from Kylie who has mastered lightning element skills, there's also thunder. Those with fire element skills include Charcoal, Bloody Robe, and Inferior Imp. Lin Huang glanced at his character panel again. The monster skill slot page listed all their main skills. There were only 23 in total. Divine Telekinesis, Holy Power, Divine Regeneration, Divine Strength, Divine Defense, Divine Disguise, Divine Witchcraft, Elemental Immunity, Leech Pods, Absolute Control, Divine Purification Light, Revival, Immortal Warrior Body, Vampire Particles, Lightning Lord, Dark Mirror, Doll Forbidden Skill, Punishment, Night, Integration, Mechanical Building, Mechanical Recovery, Evil Blood Substitute. In his early immortal level stages, Lin Huang had 30 monster skill spaces. After he elevated to Imperial level, his monster skill spaces had already been increased to 50, but he had not filled in the blank skill grid. This was mainly because Lin Huang was strong enough, and there were no monster skills that he particularly wanted to acquire, so he simply left the skill grid blank. When he really needed to use a specific skill, it was still not too late to extract it. Xiao, I want to specifically extract Charcoal's Demon Flame, Bloody Robe's Hellish Fire, Inferior Imp's Abyssal Black Fire, and Thunder's Lightning God. Are you sure you want to use a grade 3 card for a card draw chance x80? Under normal circumstances, the card draw chance used to redeem a skill extraction card should have been 10 times. However, because the function of the skill extraction card was randomly selected, when Lin Huang required a specific extraction, the expenditure of card draw chances also doubled. For 4 specific draws, he needed to expend 80 card draw chances. Lin Huang was no stranger to these rules and nodded right away. Confirmation. The next moment, Xiao Hei's notifications came very quickly, one after the other. Successful extraction. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the monster skill Demon Flame. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the monster skill Hellish Fire. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the monster skill Abyssal Black Fire. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the monster skill Lightning God. After glancing at his 4 newly acquired monster skills, Lin Huang's sword skills suddenly changed, and he quickly began to integrate these 4 monster skills into fire and lightning element sword skills. Days passed. Perhaps because he had previously mastered lightning elemental enlightenment, Lin Huang only took 13 days to advance Lightning God to Lightning Elemental Enlightenment Lightning God. After that, it took him another 28 days to finally transform the fire element skill Demon Flame into Fire Elemental Enlightenment Demon Flame. At that point, Lin Huang's force type finally elevated to the same level as Sword 3. As soon as the disparity in force type was lessened, Lin Huang's overall ability was no longer weaker than Sword 3. Although Sword 3 still had a great advantage in Ultimate Dao type, Lin Huang's Sword Dao made up for this part of the disparity. Moreover, the elevation of his force type changed Lin Huang's combat mode from retreating and parrying to going head-to-head. Since Lin Huang's overall ability had advanced to the same level, the pressure that Sword 3 put him was also much less. Lin Huang chose to go head-to-head with Sword 3 repeatedly for further breakthroughs. Sword 3 also continued to cooperate, playing the role of a sparring partner. Because the pressure was much lower, Lin Huang's breakthrough progress was also much slower. 31 days passed, and he finally elevated his monster skill, Hellish Fire, to Fire Elemental. Enlightenment Hell. The moment that fire elemental enlightenment hell coalesced, Lin Huang's battle sword had just clashed with the dark blade in Sword 3's hand. This time, however, they were no longer evenly matched. In the void, the strong blood red and gray gleams collided violently. The gray gleam only resisted for a moment before retreating and was finally ripped apart by the blood red gleam. Almost at the same time, Sword 3's elephant-headed figure was sent flying backward from the gray gleam. This was the first time in nearly 300 days that Lin Huang had made him retreat. Sword 3's figure smashed uncontrollably into a deep crater more than 20 kilometers away, sending up a cloud of dust from the ground. He did not suffer much damage, however. The physique of a wild beast's bloodline was far more fearsome than a true god's body. Sword 3 shook his head, slightly dizzy, and climbed up from the crater. After he levitated into the air, he had no intention of fighting with Lin Huang any further. Instead, he put away the sword he was wielding and said to Lin Huang, "You've passed my level." "Thank you, sir." Lin Huang clasped his hands together lightly and also sheathed his sword. As he was looking around to find the portal so he could leave, a bronze gate appeared less than 10 meters in front of him and slowly opened on its own. Lin Huang did not hesitate and walked straight toward the door. Chapter 1358. Bunny. Looking at the second palace that was rapidly materializing before his eyes, Lin Huang could not help raising his brows. The second palace also looked nothing like a palace. It was a shabby little log cabin. From the outside, it was about 70 to 80 square meters at most and looked like it had been abandoned for at least 2 or 3 decades. It's supposed to be a palace, why make it look like that? Lin Huang was convinced that the second palace had not looked this way originally, otherwise, the seller would not have been able to find a purchaser at all. As Lin Huang continued his silent criticism, a squeaky noise suddenly sounded. He immediately looked toward the source of the sound, and the small wooden door of the cabin slowly opened. Although the house is different, the formula is rather familiar. Lin Huang smiled and walked straight toward the cabin as naturally as if he were visiting an old neighbor. Without any hesitation, he crossed the threshold of the small wooden door. Lin Huang was not surprised to see a vast expanse of grassland inside the door. After all, this was a trial arena. If it was really a small log cabin that had less than 80 square meters of space, the two of them would not be able to unleash their abilities at all once they began fighting. The world behind the small wooden door had cloudless blue skies and lush grass extending as far as the eye could see. Lin Huang took a deep breath. The scent of flowers and grasses filled his lungs, putting him in a joyful mood. Almost simultaneously, however, Lin Huang sensed a figure gradually materializing not far away. He lifted his head and stared straight ahead. Someone was standing there on a big stone that was about half a meter high. To be precise, it was a man with a rabbit's head. He was not tall. The impression he gave was that of a teenager wearing a bunny mask. Lin Huang knew that the man's head was real, however. This was a rabbit-headed man with clean white fur. He looked to be only about 1.6 meters tall, not including his ears, which were furry and very long, more than 40 centimeters or so. Taken together, from the soles of his feet to the tips of his ears, he was almost 2 meters in height. Because his ears were so long, however, he appeared shorter. Not only did he look short, but he also seemed thin and frail. On the surface, this fellow did not seem threatening at all. As he stood on that half-meter-high rock surveying Lin Huang from high ground, his 2 scarlet eyes showed not the slightest emotion. This fellow should be the bunny that Sword 8 mentioned. Lin Huang was not surprised by Sword 2's physical appearance. When Sword 8 had let slip the nickname, Bunny, previously, he had already guessed. Moreover, he had also seen the elephant-headed Sword 3 earlier. Being able to pass long noses level means that you probably possess some solid capabilities. He's not the sort of character who goes easy on participants, the rabbit-headed man said with a smile after weighing Lin Huang up thoroughly. Senior Sword 3 is indeed the strongest opponent that I have ever encountered. Lin Huang nodded with a smile. That's a bit of a premature declaration. I'm stronger than him. Sword 2 shook his ears. Lin Huang then remembered that this man in front of him was a powerhouse who was ranked higher than Sword 3. I mainly cultivate rapid speed sword skill. Sword 2's battle sword slowly coalesced in his hand. It was a thorn-like blade that looked like a tree branch, and the point of the blade was almost as thin as the tip of a needle. A hint of playfulness showed in his scarlet eyes. If you can get through one day with me, I'll consider you to have passed this stage. Lin Huang did not respond to Sword 2's remarks. From the moment he entered the second palace, His intent had not only been to pass this level but also to find a sparring partner to enhance his abilities. Sword 2 grasped the hilt of his weapon in his right hand, bent his knees and leaned forward, already in attack stance. Before he made his move, he grinned at Lin Huang, revealing 2 gleaming white front teeth. "Are you ready? Bring it on." The silver blade in Lin Huang's hands had also coalesced into being. His aura began to rise sharply, and in barely a breath, it reached its peak. The moment Lin Huang answered, Sword 2 suddenly disappeared on the spot. The stone under Bunny's feet slowly crumbled and turned into powder, the entire half-meter's worth of it. So fast. Lin Huang's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyesight and divine telekinesis had yet to capture his opponent's movements, let alone his opponent's movement trajectory. Almost at the same time Sword 2 disappeared, Lin Huang suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger to one side of him. Without any hesitation, he immediately initiated the seraphic speed god rule and moved like a flash. His figure instantly appeared hundreds of meters away. Even so, as he planted his legs firmly, he still found a slash about 20 centimeters long on the left waist of his robe. "You're still a little too slow." Sword 2 stood where Lin Huang had originally been standing, grinning and showing his 2 front teeth before suddenly disappeared once more. Lin Huang quickly dodged again. In just half an hour, Lin Huang's black robe had more than 10 slashes on it. In terms of rapid speed sword skill, his abilities were far below that of his opponent. Under this extreme pressure, however, Lin Huang began striving for a breakthrough once more. He was no longer relying solely on seraphic speed to dodge but was merging lightning element skills with his ultimate Dao-type Thunder Eclipse, trying to achieve a breakthrough in elemental enlightenment. In the next half hour, the number of sword slashes on his black robe increased from 16 to 107. Fortunately, he possessed sufficient divine power and god rule as well as divine regeneration skills, so he did not suffer substantial damage. The next day was arguably the worst for Lin Huang in terms of being thoroughly schooled. Throughout the day, he was constantly taking a beating. Sword 2 managed to slash Lin Huang's black robe more than 2,000 times, but Lin Huang barely found an opportunity to attack. All day he delivered less than 10 slashes in total, but could not even brush the cuffs of Sword 2's sleeves at all. As soon as the 24 hours were up, Sword 2 cheerfully sheathed his sword and moved to the side. "It's been 24 hours. According to the conditions that I mentioned earlier for passing this stage, you've qualified. Congratulations, you've successfully made it past the second palace." As usual, Lin Huang did not accept this result. "Senior Sword 2, I hope that I can stay and practice for a while." After hearing this, Sword 2 was silent for a moment. "You must consider this carefully. If you give up your chance to exit this level now, you must beat me or be strong enough to make me admit defeat before you can pass." "I know the rules." Lin Huang nodded with a smile. "Let's continue." Seeing that Lin Huang had made up his mind, Sword 2 said nothing further. The thorn-like blade coalesced in his hand again, and he vanished once more. Chapter 1359. Making it past the second palace. Lin Huang's battle with Sword 2 could be described as extremely difficult, to the point where he felt he should completely retract what he said about Sword 3 being the strongest opponent that he had ever encountered. Sword 2 was much more difficult to deal with than Sword 3. Sword 2 completely overwhelmed Lin Huang with rapid speed sword skill alone. Although Lin Huang knew that his opponent's force type was not as good as his, he had no chance to unleash his capabilities every day. His robes were slashed to rags by Sword 2 and he bled copiously. If not for divine regeneration, Lin Huang reckoned he would not be able to last even a day. The amount of blood he shed daily was enough for him to die 2 or 3 times. Under this kind of pressure though, his rapid speed sword Dao was taxed to the limit. It only took 6 days for him to complete a breakthrough in lightning elemental skill and successfully master lightning elemental enlightenment instant flash. Even so, Lin Huang was still outclassed in rapid speed sword skill. Sword 2's speed was like the speed of light and his rapid speed sword skill had been cultivated to the ultimate peak. He was so swift that all his opponents gave up hope. Even though he had achieved another breakthrough in rapid speed, Lin Huang still could not track Sword 2's movements or the trajectory of his attacks. It certainly did not feel any easier than before. Fortunately, after his breakthrough in rapid speed sword skill, Lin Huang's speed of movement markedly increased. This reduced his daily injuries considerably and the number of new blade scars on his body was reduced by about 80% every day. Just like that, the days passed by. Even though he still could not track Sword 2's movements, Lin Huang chose to fight to the death nonetheless. After another 12 days, Lin Huang was finally able to elevate the Divine Purification Light skill obtained from Kylie to Light Elemental Enlightenment Sun Shadow. The moment he mastered Sun Shadow Enlightenment, Lin Huang suddenly found that he could track Sword 2's movements, albeit with great difficulty. This made him ecstatic. Sword 2's approaching attack came in the form of a white gleam shooting toward Lin Huang like an arrow of light. Lin Huang's Sun Shadow Enlightenment suddenly activated and his whole body transformed into little specks of blood-red particles that dissipated to one side and then reformed hundreds of meters away. Sun Shadow. Sword 2 was shocked when he saw that. As a powerhouse who had practiced several kinds of light elemental enlightenment, he recognized at a glance the enlightenment that Lin Huang had used. It seems you've made another breakthrough. I can finally somewhat follow senior's movements. Lin Huang grinned. Really? Sword 2's ears moved slightly and the smile on his face bore a hint of playfulness. The next moment, he vanished again. This time, however, his movements were no longer a straight line as before, instead they were erratic. His voice also seemed to come randomly from all directions. Can you still follow my movements now? Lin Huang was more than a little speechless. His opponent only needed to add in ultimate Dao-type movement skills and Lin Huang was once again unable to track him. Soon though, he came up with a countermeasure in his mind. Xiao He, extract Thunder's skill Phoenix. When Thunder advanced to legendary level, it awakened its bloodline powers in the dual attributes of wind and fire. In addition to having mastered lightning attributes, it had also mastered many wind attribute skills. Host, you have extracted the skills of the Thunder card twice, this is the third time. The third skill extraction requires expending twice the number of card draws of the second extraction, and the expenditure of the designated draw is also twice that of the second designated draw. In other words, to extract the skill, Phoenix, it will require the expenditure of 80 card draw chances. Are you sure you want to use 80 card draw chances? Earlier when he extracted his 4 previous skills, Lin Huang had only used 80 card draw chances. Now, the extraction of a single skill required the expenditure of 80 card draw chances. This caused Lin Huang untold amounts of pain. Although Goldfinger's asking price was exorbitant, Lin Huang nodded without much hesitation. Confirmed. After mastering the Phoenix skills, Lin Huang began a new round of advanced practice. Another 18 days passed by in no time at all and Lin Huang's advanced skill bar kept skyrocketing. Under the fearsome pressure brought on by Sword 2, his Phoenix monster skill had finally advanced to become Wind Elemental Enlightenment Heavenly Rock. With another breakthrough achieved in rapid speed, Lin Huang was finally able to keep up with Sword 2. Although he was slightly inferior to Sword 2 in terms of movement speed and blade speed, Lin Huang was now at least on the same level. He was also already able to track Sword 2's movements and trajectory of attack. Without the absolute advantage in speed, Sword 2 was slightly stronger than Sword 8 in Force type but far inferior to Sword 3 who specialized in Force type. In Ultimate Dao type, although Sword 2 was much stronger than Lin Huang, he could not do anything to Lin Huang anymore. This trial will end now. After Lin Huang had mastered Heavenly Rock, his fierce battle with Sword 2 lasted for less than an hour before Sword 2 voluntarily retreated from combat and sheathed his weapon. The battle had entered a stage of true stalemate. Sword 2 could not do anything to Lin Huang, and Lin Huang could not do anything to him. There was no sense in continuing. Moreover, his duty as a sparring partner was now complete, so naturally, there was no need to continue wasting time. Thank you, Senior. Lin Huang also sheathed his sword in its scabbard and thanked Sword 2. No need to thank me. As a member of the Succession sect, it's my good fortune to encounter a participant like you. Sword 2 finally expressed his stand. Senior, you praise me too highly. I have to say, you have the most terrifying talent and potential of all the Sword Dao cultivators I have ever seen. Even when the Swordmaster was at the same level as your combat ability, he was far inferior to you in terms of comprehension speed. Never have I ever seen anyone who could master elemental enlightenment so quickly. Sword 2's words made Lin Huang blush slightly. It was not because his mastery of elemental enlightenment was fast, rather, it was because he had a conduit. To quickly master the various elemental enlightenments, he had secretly used the Epiphany card. Under the extreme pressure of Sword 2's rapid speed sword skill, the cultivation effects that the Epiphany card brought were doubled. 3 consecutive Epiphany cards allowed him to achieve 3 elemental enlightenments in succession in just over a month. This was the reason that he could grasp God rule power and elemental enlightenment so quickly when he faced Sword 3 and Sword 8 previously. In the early stages of his encounter with Sword 10, Lin Huang had realized that his own abilities were not enough to obtain the Great Heaven inheritance. To maximize the benefits of this trial, he had chosen to use the Epiphany card to enhance his ability as much as possible. Even if he failed to obtain the inheritance in the end, at least the gains from the Epiphany card were very tangible. Moreover, to be precise, the Epiphany card did not interfere with the fairness of the trial. The improvement of Lin Huang's abilities was through the strength of his own unremitting efforts. It was not a bonus from any external factors. Even Lin Huang had not expected to reach Sword 2's level, much less pass this stage. With the talent and potential that you've displayed, if the Swordmaster were still alive, I think there would be a high probability of you being accepted as a disciple. Sword 2's comment was already highly positive, but after that, his ears suddenly drooped. The Swordmaster has fallen, however, and if you want to obtain his inheritance, you have to follow the rules. According to the rules, only those who have passed the assessment of all 10 palaces can obtain the inheritance of the Swordmaster. You've passed through 9 of the 10 palaces, and it seems like you're just a step away. The truth is, the last step is the most critical and the most difficult. As a diehard loyalist of the regression sect, Sword 1 will not allow participants to obtain the Swordmaster's inheritance so easily. Chapter 1360. You and the Swordmaster are of the same kind. You should have noticed by now that all the guardians below Sword 3, except for Sword 8, used at most only one type of rule power during the trial. When Sword 2 mentioned this, Lin Huang immediately realized something. You mean, their powers were restricted? Naturally. The 10 bodyguards under the Swordmaster are all 9th rank powerhouses. All of them have mastered 9 complete God sequence chains. If those sequences are subdivided into God rule powers or elemental enlightenment, there would be at least 10 or more of them. However, the highest level of combat strength that the Swordmaster's chosen heir can have is only Virtual God rank -9. At Virtual God level, those who have mastered God rule power or elemental enlightenment in advance are few and far between. That's why certain restrictions have been imposed for the final trial of the 10 palaces. Those under Sword 3 are only allowed to use one kind of rule power. Of all the guardians, Sword 8 was the Swordmaster's most beloved bodyguard, so he lifted the restrictions on the multiplier effect of ultimate Dao type on rule power for her. She was also allowed to become a minor boss below Sword 3. Of course, this is also because the Swordmaster understood her personality and knew that she would not hinder the participants. As for myself and Sword 2, we are the 2 difficult stages in the trial. Under the restrictions on rule power, we can only use 3 kinds of rule power at most. Also, the multiplier effect of our ultimate Dao type on rule power is completely unrestricted. So in reality you only used level 3 rule power. Lin Huang was shocked when he heard that. But the speed of your rapid speed sword skill is much faster than my rapid speed sword skill amplified with level 4 rule power. That's the multiplier effect of ultimate Dao type sword skills. The effect is almost the same as the multiplier of level 2 rule power, Sword 2 explained with a smile. Isn't the speed multiplier of your ultimate Dao type close to the effects of level -1 rule power? When Sword 3 fought me, he also only used level 3 rule power. Lin Huang quickly followed up with another question. Sword 2 nodded slightly. What about Sword 1? Are there fewer restrictions on his authority than for all of you? Yes. As the final guardian of the 10 palaces, Sword 1 is authorized to use level 6 rule power. But the good news is that his level 6 rule power is limited to 3 of each power for rapid speed sword skill and force type respectively. From this perspective, he is not as good as you currently, whether it be in rapid speed sword skill or force type. The problem is that Sword 1 mainly cultivates ultimate Dao type. Even under circumstances where his sword Dao is restricted, his sword skills are extremely terrifying under the multiplier effects of rapid speed sword skill and force type. Not only that, but he is also a die-hard regression sect member. He won't go easy on anyone for this last level. There are only 2 ways to go for you to obtain the Swordmaster's inheritance. One is to defeat Sword 1. The other is not to admit defeat no matter how much you've been beaten up, continue until he approves of you. The second option sounded truly awful. Lin Huang was secretly cursing in his heart. Finally, regardless of whether you can successfully obtain the Swordmaster's inheritance or not, you'd better receive my inheritances first. As he finished speaking, Sword 2 hopped and appeared in front of Lin Huang. He did not pay attention to Lin Huang's objections but put his finger on Lin Huang's forehead and transmitted all his sword Dao inheritances into Lin Huang's brain. Even if you fail the final palace, if you can get out alive and pass on my inheritances, that would be a good thing too. After transmitting his inheritances, Sword 2 withdrew his finger. Although the relevant memories of the trial will be erased if you fail, the memory inheritances given voluntarily will not be erased. Thank you, Senior. Lin Huang thanked Sword 2 while he bowed slightly. After saying farewell to Sword 2, Lin Huang quickly reappeared in the dense forest of Golden Crow Mountain. He remained where he was and immediately began to probe his memory. Sword 2 had mastered more than 2.1 million sword skills, above pseudo-mythical level, far exceeding even Sword 8. Just as Lin Huang finished checking his new inheritances, there was a sudden violent dimensional fluctuation from the void. In front of Lin Huang's astonished gaze, a blood-red palace quickly formed in the void and slowly descended onto the ground. What's going on? Shouldn't I be fighting God's servants first? Why the sudden jump in the normal flow of things? From the 10th palace to the 2nd palace, every time before Lin Huang had seen the actual palace itself, there would be God's servants attacking first. Regardless of the number, there would always be a wave of them. Every time a God palace appeared, it would be after he had defeated the God servants. When he came out of the 2nd palace though, Lin Huang did not see a single God servant. The God palace automatically appeared. Aside from being completely blood-red, this God palace seemed to be nothing special. As the blood-red palace touched the ground, Lin Huang's nose twitched slightly. He smelled a very faint scent of blood. Just as he was doubting himself, the doors of the blood-red palace suddenly opened slowly. Without any hesitation, Lin Huang grinned and strode right through. After he entered the palace, Lin Huang began looking around and evaluating his surroundings. The interior decorations of the palace were not extravagant, they were normal. The unique thing was that most of the items were red. No matter if it was the walls, the load-bearing columns, the dome, or the chandelier, the main color was red, differing only in the various shades of it. Even if there were some other colors, they were only embellishments. He really must love red, Lin Huang could not help muttering to himself quietly. It was at that moment that a voice came from not far away. I am a blood demon and I naturally like the color red. However, the interior of this palace is decorated this way not because I like it, but to restrain my desires. Lin Huang lifted his head and looked toward the source of the voice. It was a very handsome man who looked to be only 25 years old or so. His facial features were as perfect as if they had been sculpted. Just by height and appearance alone, this was a man who would rate full marks by most people's standards of attractiveness. Since coming to the gravel world, Lin Huang had seen many handsome men and beautiful women in recent years. This fellow before him, however, had an absolutely flawless face. This was also the first time that Lin Huang willingly admitted there were men more handsome than himself. This is the method given to me by the swordmaster. Being in contact with red for a long time will raise my threshold of sensitivity to the color. Sword 1 did not immediately make a move to attack when he appeared. Instead, he talked about mundane things with Lin Huang. While Sword 1 was talking, his eyes stayed on Lin Huang, weighing up the latter carefully. Your name is Lin Huang? Yes. Lin Huang nodded slightly. The other party was in no rush to attack, so he was not in a hurry either. I've watched your battles. Your performance has indeed been amazing. Sword 1 gave him a good evaluation. You've seen it all. Lin Huang was a little surprised. Yes, from the moment you entered the Swordfiend Abyss to you making it past the 2nd palace just now, I have watched every battle. Sword 1 nodded slightly. All the trial sites of the Swordmaster are under surveillance. As the guardian of the last level, I have the authority to allocate and monitor the surveillance. But the other gatekeepers do not know about this. Lin Huang was speechless for a while. He had not expected that he would be spied on by the other party throughout his trial. To be honest, it initially surprised me, the way you achieved insight after insight, mastering new rule-bending powers again and again in such a short time, because it is something that even the Swordmaster could not do. Then I suddenly realized that you and the Swordmaster are of the same kind. Hearing that, Lin Huang groaned in his heart. Did he notice that I cheated with an epiphany card? What did it mean when Sword 1 said that he was of the same kind as the Swordmaster? Was Great Heaven also a traveler? I don't quite understand what you mean. That I'm of the same kind as the Swordmaster. Lin Huang maintained his composure. Is that a compliment? I mean it literally. Sword 2 smiled faintly, and stared keenly into Lin Huang's eyes. Are you also a traveler? Chapter 1361. Sword One's questioning, you are also a traveler. Sword One's words made Lin Huang quake inside. So this fellow noticed the anomaly. However, Lin Huang only dwelled on it for an instant before he regained his calm. He looked at Sword One in silence without acknowledging or denying his identity. They glanced at each other and it did not seem that Sword One was going to probe any further. Let me experience for myself how strong a legendary traveler is. As Sword One spoke, a long, narrow white blade slowly formed in his hand and his aura began to rise frighteningly. Lin Huang grasped his sword hilt tightly and unleashed his soaring sword Dao without holding back. He was now facing Great Heaven's strongest sword cultivator. He did not dare to be reckless. Sword One patiently waited for Lin Huang's sword Dao to rise to its peak. The moment it did so, Sword One tapped his toes on the ground and he vanished from his place. So fast, Lin Huang's pupils narrowed slightly. Including seraphic speed, he had mastered a total of 4 types of rapid speed rule powers. Including the multiplier on ultimate Dao type, it was almost equivalent to the effects of 5 types of rule multipliers. Even though Sword 2 specialized in rapid speed sword skill, his ultimate speed was only slightly stronger than Lin Huang. However, although Sword 1 in front of him had clearly specialized in cultivating ultimate Dao type, he was still 1 level faster than Sword 2 in rapid speed sword skill. He was so fast that Lin Huang's divine telekinesis could only catch traces of his afterimages. Almost at the same time that Sword 1's figure disappeared, Lin Huang vaguely saw a residual image approaching him and his body instinctively initiated 4 types of God rule power, including seraphic speed, to evade it. Even so, he was still a bit too slow. A white sword gleam skimmed across his left shoulder, and sliced not only the sleeve of his robe but also left a sword cut his left shoulder. With just 1 attack, Lin Huang had been injured. His ultimate Dao type would have amplified his rapid speed sword skill to at least the effect of a level 3 rule. Lin Huang knew from Sword 2 that Sword 1's rapid speed and force type were restricted to level 3 rule power at most. However, even in the current situation where Sword 1's rapid speed sword skill was restricted by the trial rules, it still gave his rapid speed sword skill an amplification of a level 3 rule effect. If all goes as expected, his force type will most likely receive the same level of multipliers. Lin Huang instantly understood the kind of opponent that he would be facing. Not only was Sword 1's rapid speed sword skill and force type amplified to a level 6 rule, but he was also head and shoulders above Lin Huang in ultimate Dao type. Right now I'm only slightly stronger than Sword 1 in force type. I've mastered level 6 rule power for force type, on top of the multiplier on ultimate Dao type, which is almost equivalent to level 7 rule power. So if we go head to head, he is not as good as me. Lin Huang quickly analyzed his situation. In rapid speed sword skill, I've only mastered level 4 rule power. Even if I include the multiplier on ultimate Dao type, that's only equivalent to level 5 rule power, which is 1 level below his. The biggest disparity between us though is not in rapid speed sword skill but in ultimate Dao type. For now, I think there are only 2 ways to counter this situation. One is to master another rapid speed rule to completely eliminate his advantage in rapid speed sword skill, then force him into a direct confrontation and use my advantage in force type to make up for my shortcomings in ultimate Dao type. Another way is to achieve another breakthrough in sword Dao. If I can just elevate my sword Dao from true martial level to true meaning level, even if Sword 1 has a substantial background in ultimate Dao type, I'll be able to pressure him. Although theoretical there were 2 ways to counter the current situation, Lin Huang also knew that he could only rely on luck for the second method. He himself had no idea when his sword Dao might have another breakthrough. From the looks of things, I can only work from rapid speed sword skill. After considering this, Lin Huang directed some of his attention to his skill panel. Previously, Kylie's Lightning Lord skill had enabled Lin Huang to gain 2 types of rule power. One was Instant Flash in rapid speed, and the other was Heaven's Punishment in force type. Thunder's Lightning God skill, however, only enabled Lin Huang to gain insight in Lightning Enlightenment. Lightning God in force type Lin Huang only gave it a moment's thought and silently crushed an Epiphany card. In the next few days, Lin Huang kept using the Lightning God skill in rapid speed. Sword 1 also noticed Lin Huang's attempts. Having monitored his battles, it was very clear to Sword 1 that Lin Huang was trying to comprehend new rule powers. He was also curious about how long would it take for Lin Huang to master a new rule power this time. In the blink of an eye, 11 days had passed. A push notification suddenly popped up in front of Lin Huang. Congratulations to the host on mastering the new Elemental Enlightenment Traceless. The moment Elemental Enlightenment Traceless came into being, Lin Huang suddenly noticed that Sword 1's speed had slowed down. Initially, a second ago, he could only vaguely track the residual images of Sword 1's movement. Now, however, he could clearly see Sword 1's movement path and his sword trajectory. Within these 11 days, he had been slashed by Sword 1 at least 1,000 times and could only evade with difficulty when his opponent attacked. This time though, he could finally wield his sword and block Sword 1's white blade. Huh, Sword 1 raised a brow, not only because Lin Huang had managed to block his attack, but also because he sensed the change in Lin Huang's aura. It only took you 11 days to master a new elemental enlightenment. To be honest, although I spied on all of your previous battles and even re-watched some of them dozens of times, I still feel that your speed in comprehending rule powers is completely unreal. Sword 1 suddenly retreated and sheathed his sword. He appeared to have no intention of continuing the fight. If I hadn't seen this happening right before my eyes at present, I might not believe that it was true. You've sheathed your sword. Does this mean that I've passed the assessment for this last level? Lin Huang still held on to his sword. He felt that this level would not end so easily. I have no way of giving you an answer to your question right now. Sword 1 shook his head slightly. I do have a question though. If you can answer it, I can immediately let you pass this level. Lin Huang was puzzled when he heard that. Just when he thought Sword 1 would test his knowledge about Sword Dao and he began to feel anxious, Sword 1's voice came slowly. Have you heard of a group called the Raiders? Lin Huang was stunned when he heard the question. He then narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Sword 1. Usually, only travelers were aware of the existence of the Raiders. He did not really want to admit that he was a traveler in front of Sword 1. After all, this kind of thing was a great secret and so far, he still did not know what Sword 1's purpose was in probing his identity. Even if the other party was already very sure of his identity as a traveler, as long as he did not admit it himself, there was no way for the other party to be 100% sure. However, in the current situation, if he denied his identity as a traveler and said that he had never heard of the Raiders, how would the other party react? Would it affect him in his quest to obtain Great Heaven's inheritance? After much thought, Lin Huang looked up at Sword 1 with a blank expression. This question that you're asking now, I don't think the Swordmaster would have allowed you to ask such a thing, right? This question is something that I want to know. Sword 1 glanced at Lin Huang with keen eyes. If you know anything, please do share whatever information you have about the Raiders. Lin Huang was silent for a moment. After careful consideration, he nodded. I don't know much about the Raiders, I've only heard some rumors. Chapter 1362. We must find the murderer. The Raiders are a group of extremists formed by travelers. The purpose of this group is very simple, which is to rob other travelers' goldfingers to strengthen themselves. Of course, apart from other travelers, there are some in their midst who also target certain geniuses who have not fully grown up, using special means to plunder their divine abilities, skills, talents, and qualifications. The most terrifying thing about this group is that almost every member has unbelievable abilities and there is nothing they won't stoop to in order to achieve their goals. I'm very confident in my own abilities already, but if I were to encounter a raider who is of the same rank in combat power as myself, I would not dare say for certain that I would have a 100% chance of winning. As far as I know, even though the raiders are few in number, there are just a handful of them in the great world that we are in. However, there are many more even stronger raiders outside the great world, and some of them may even have abilities that are above lords. Lin Huang shared the information that he had learned about the raiders with Sword 1. That's all I know about the raiders. Thank you. The information you've provided already includes many things that I wanted to know. Sword 1 nodded slightly, the expression on his face displaying little emotion. Lin Huang had initially felt that it was not a good idea to invade the privacy of others, but he still could not help asking curiously, are you asking about the raiders because it has something to do with Senior Great Heaven? He had already discovered from Sword 1 that Great Heaven was a traveler like himself, so it was highly probable that the other party's inquiry about the raiders was related to Great Heaven. Sword 1 was silent for a moment. He seemed to be hesitating over whether or not to tell Lin Huang about this matter, but he soon made a decision. You have already passed the inheritance trial. Although you have not officially accepted the inheritance, you are already considered the Swordmaster's heir. There's no harm in telling you about this matter. After Sword 1 finished speaking, He paused for a moment as if he were thinking about how to word his next words before he continued. The Swordmaster's death is most likely related to the raiders. Sword One's words immediately puzzled Lin Huang. Wasn't Senior Great Heaven's death because of a failure in Dao unification? The Dao unification failure is true. But this happened because a Lord-level powerhouse launched a surprise attack at him during Dao unification and severely injured him, which led to the failed Dao unification. Sword One frowned slightly and explained. You mentioned just now that it's most likely related to the raiders, so none of you know who the assassin was? Lin Huang asked again. We don't know. Sword One shook his head helplessly. The other party attacked from the void, and immediately severed space-time and cause and effect after the attack. They even blocked the pursuit of the Dao unification raptor. Under normal circumstances, even lords would never dare to interfere during Dao unification because contaminating cause and effect will produce karma. It may cause karmic fire to engulf the body, and while the disintegration of the Dao tattoo is a trivial matter, in serious cases it may even lead to death. However, the person who attacked was able to sever cause and effect, so you all suspect that the raiders did it? Lin Huang nodded slightly and asked. After a slight pause, Senior Great Heaven had crossed paths with the raiders before when he was still alive. Yes, when the Swordmaster was newly elevated to true god level, he met a woman. The two were together for more than 3 years. According to the Swordmaster, those days were like an alliance made in heaven. One day, out of the blue, the woman said that she had in her possession a key to a ruin, which was a legacy from a deceased heavenly god. She invited the Swordmaster to explore it with her, and he agreed without hesitation. Unexpectedly, on the second day after entering the ruin, the woman revealed her malevolent true face and assembled several true gods to assassinate the Swordmaster. She said that she was a raider and her purpose for getting close to the Swordmaster was to plunder the Goldfinger within him. To gain the Swordmaster's trust, she spent more than 3 years laying her plans to kill him. She had prepared the ruin for killing the Swordmaster way beforehand. It was a closed ruin that could only be entered by those below heavenly god level and could only be accessed within 24 hours of the first day it was opened. The ruin would be closed automatically afterward, and no one could get in or out until a month later, when it reopened and teleported all the participants out together. To kill the Sword Master, the woman paid a huge sum of money to hire 5 high-ranked true gods. One of them was even a 9th-ranked true god. According to the Sword Master, it was the hardest month of his entire life. He was pursued by this group of people every single day. While he fled, he cultivated and waited for the opportunity to fight back. It took almost a month of utilizing the power of his Goldfinger to kill all the assassins. However, he discovered that the woman had used some special means to escape before the ruin opened again. 2 days later, he came out of the ruin and tried to find the woman, but discovered that all information related to her seemed to have been erased by someone. Later, after he achieved heavenly god level, the Swordmaster assembled a large number of sword servants. He did not give up searching for information about the woman, but he never found anything. 3 years before the Swordmaster's Dao unification, the woman suddenly appeared outside the Great Heaven Palace and said that she wanted to see the Swordmaster. I recognized her and was about to capture her alive, but the Swordmaster stopped me. He met her alone, but she walked out of the Great Heaven Palace in less than 10 minutes. I asked the Swordmaster whether or not to kill her, and he answered that it was just a clone, so it was not necessary. On that day itself, the Swordmaster asked me to abandon the mission of looking for this woman. After a few months, without meaning to, the Swordmaster and I ended up talking about this woman. I asked him what was her intention when she initiated the visit. The Swordmaster said that she wanted to pull him into the raiders, but he refused. I wanted to ask more about them, but the Swordmaster kept silent. He also warned me not to look for any more information about the raiders. Although I did not continue to search for information about the raiders, the moment the Swordmaster was attacked during Dao unification, the first word that came to mind was raider. The first face that flashed into my head after that was the woman who came to visit that day. My instinct tells me that the attack on the Swordmaster is tied to her. After he listened to Sword One's story, Lin Huang was silent for a moment before he spoke again. Senior Great Heaven asked all of you to not continue searching for the raiders to protect all of you. If his death is truly related to the raiders, the more you seek the truth, the closer you will be to danger. This is probably why he arranged for you to be guardians of the last stage of the trial, so that all of you wouldn't be able to leave this trial space. Sword One fell silent as well. He had not expected that the Swordmaster's arrangements for himself and the rest to act as guardians would have another layer of meaning to it. After a long silence, he still said insistently, "We must find the murderer and make her pay the price." Chapter 1363. Obtaining the inheritance. After being teleported out from the first palace, Lin Huang still had not yet recovered from the fact that he had passed the Great Heaven trial when he discovered that where he stood was now a mountaintop. Lifting his head to look into the distance, he could even gaze down on the stretch of endless mountains far away. Just as Lin Huang prepared to spread his divine telekinesis to see how big the area was, a golden palace slowly emerged in front of him. This palace did not emerge like how the 10 palaces had appeared previously, where they coalesced from nothing into something solid. It was more like the palace had already been there, but was masked by some formation or barrier. Now that formation and barrier had been lifted, the palace's true facade was gradually revealed. The Great Heaven Palace. Lin Huang's attention was immediately captured. He recognized the legendary palace at a glance. The entire palace was golden in color. It shone brightly under the sunlight and looked resplendent and magnificent. Unlike the ostentatious surface details of Sword 9's Golden Palace, the various details of the Great Heaven Palace were of unequaled exquisiteness, which gave it a much more dignified atmosphere. The stairs of the palace had a total of 108 steps. Below each side of the stairs, there stood the sculpture of a golden bird beast. The bird beast seemed to be covered in flames. Even stranger, it also had 3 legs and 9 long feathers on its tail, which simulated 9 fire pythons with their heads raised. When he looked at the 2 gold sculptures, Lin Huang could not help looking at it a few more times. A golden crow. If this thing were alive, it would be comparable to a 5th-ranked supreme god. The 2 golden crow sculptures were based on the 3-legged golden crow, which was originally a vestigial fire attribute bird of prey from the great world with an archaic bloodline. This beast was comparable to a current supreme god. Born with the combat power of a true god, it would automatically be elevated to a heavenly god in its growth period, and reach peak heavenly god level in maturity. There were a few with outstanding qualifications that could also be elevated to lord level through successful Dao unification. Lin Huang passed the 2 sculptures and walked up the white jade stairs. After going up all 108 steps, he finally reached the doors of the Great Hall and stood before them. The whole palace was built in the Chinese style, somewhat similar to the Taihei Hall in the Forbidden City, but its height and area were more than 100 times that of the Taihei Hall. A blue board with Great Heaven Palace inscribed on it in gold letters hung on the eaves of the first floor. The golden doors were more than 100 meters high, and each had a golden dragon carved into it. The bodies of the 2 dragons seemed to be made from flames. Is this an archaic fire dragon? Lin Huang was a little uncertain. He has seen the description of the archaic fire dragon in the Great World's Monster Guide, but there was no relevant image. However, the carving on this door matched the description almost perfectly. The archaic fire dragon, like the 3-legged golden crow, was an ancient vestigial beast. Even until now, its powers remained at supreme god level and were in no way less than the 3-legged golden crow. Before this huge palace, Lin Huang was as small as an ant. He only stared at the carving for a little while, however, then reached toward the doors with his palm. The doors were cold to the touch and not that different from ordinary metal. Lin Huang was just about to push open the doors when the eyes of the 2 carved archaic fire dragons suddenly lit up. He could clearly sense a vast, ancient aura gradually rising. The whole palace resembled a living creature waking up. A moment later, the door opened slowly on its own without Lin Huang needing to do anything. Lin Huang glanced at the relief carvings on the door. The 2 archaic fire dragons seemed to have come to life and their eyes fell on him, sizing him up. These are weapon spirits. Lin Huang was startled. To use archaic fire dragons as weapon spirits, 2 of them even, was quite a shocking spectacle. After calming himself, Lin Huang nodded slightly at the 2 weapon spirits. He then shifted his gaze and stepped toward the doors. As he passed through the guarded doors, Lin Huang sensed only darkness in front of him. He could not see anything. He stood where he was without hastily venturing into the depths of the palace, but soon heard the thud of the closing doors behind him. The moment the door was completely closed, the whole world seemed to light up. The moment he saw the scene in front of him, however, Lin Huang was stunned. This was a room decorated in the modern style, which was completely different from the houses where the Protoss of the Great World lived. It was also a little different from the house where Lin Huang lived in the Gravel World, but Lin Huang was very familiar with it. These were Earth-style interior decorations. Not only were there common items from the Gravel World such as sofas, coffee tables, and paintings on the wall, but there were also items not available in the gravel world, such as wall-to-wall TVs, and TV remotes. It really is like home on Earth. Lin Huang was very convinced that the other party was from Earth. Although Lin Huang did not know whether or not Great Heaven was from the same Earth, he could be regarded as a fellow Earth dweller. This TV should be just for display, right? Lin Huang murmured as he looked at the TV remote control on the coffee table. He had just finished speaking when the TV suddenly turned on. This feeling of being haunted scared him. "No, it isn't." A pleasant female voice suddenly sounded, and the lines of static on the TV set quickly formed into a human figure. It was a pretty young lady who looked like she was 15 or 16 years old. She had two long blue ponytails and was wearing the school uniform of a female middle school student. "Hatsune Miku." Lin Huang could not help blurting out. "This is plagiarism. Did you pay someone for the copyright fee?" Lin Huang was cursing silently for a little. "My name is Yin Yin," Miss Ponytail introduced herself. Lin Huang also gave his name, but he was a little puzzled about the identity of the other party. "Are you a weapon spirit of the Great Heaven Palace?" "No," Yin Yin smiled, denying Lin Huang's guess. Just as Lin Huang was becoming even more puzzled, he suddenly heard the voice of the stone tablet within him. "She is a Goldfinger, a very high-grade sort, but there seems to be very serious damage. Yin Yin is the Goldfinger of Great Heaven, but Yin Yin's body has been destroyed and only the spirit is left," Yin Yin explained with a smile, "so I can only exist as a parasite in the Great Heaven Palace." Great Heaven said if someone enters the Great Heaven Palace, Yin Yin can go with him. Yin Yin waited, and Lin Huang finally came. "In your current state, how would you leave with me?" Lin Huang just raised his doubts when he saw a hand extending from the TV. Right after this, Yin Yin worked her way out of the TV and appeared physically in front of Lin Huang. "If I do it like this, it will be possible," Yin Yin said as she reached out and held Lin Huang's hand. The next moment, her body transformed into little dots of golden light and flowed into Lin Huang right between his eyes. Lin Huang only felt a large amount of information beginning to surge into his mind. Most of the visuals that poured into his mind, however, had nothing to do with Yin Yin. The protagonist in all of these mental pictures was a handsome blonde man. Lin Huang was a little surprised at first but soon realized that this was Great Heaven. These memories that Yin Yin was transmitting to him were actually Great Heaven's inheritance. Lin Huang did not know how long it took for him to finish reading the information. He felt like hundreds of years had passed, but when he regained his senses, only a moment had passed in the outside world. Sensing the huge amount of information in his mind, Lin Huang could not help lamenting at Great Heaven's power. Just this portion of the inheritance alone surpassed all the inheritances that he had previously obtained. The sword skills contained within the memories that he had the authority to access already numbered dozens of millions. This feeling, as soon as his consciousness returned from the spiritual dimension to his body, Lin Huang noticed a slight anomaly. After a simple probe, he was stunned again. My sword Dao had a breakthrough. After the number of sword skills that he had cultivated reached 200,000, Lin Huang's sword Dao was on the verge of a breakthrough, but he still lacked the opportunity to do so. He originally planned to put pressure on himself again and again through battles with Sword 2 and Sword 1 to achieve a breakthrough. What he had not expected was that while his sword Dao could not achieve a breakthrough under the pressure of battle, after accepting the Great Heaven inheritance, he had broken through from true martial level to true meaning level. While Lin Huang was still sensing his sword Dao, Yin Yin's voice suddenly came from within him. "Lin Huang, can I live in that?" Chapter 1364. Great Heaven Palace. After he heard Yin Yin's voice, Lin Huang dived curiously into the spiritual dimension. Yin Yin was pointing to the sword soul that had grown to adult status after Lin Huang had achieved sword Dao true meaning. The sword soul looked at Yin Yin with a confused expression. "You want to live inside the sword soul?" Lin Huang was also surprised. "No." Yin Yin shook her head hastily. "His sword." Lin Huang lifted his head to look at the battle sword that the sword soul held. The battle sword in the sword soul's hands was forged entirely from his own sword heart. Considering that Yin Yin's function might be related to swords, Lin Huang could more or less understand why Yin Yin made this choice. At this moment, however, lines of golden arcane patterns began radiating gloriously from the blade of the blood-red sword, and an extremely complex imprint quickly formed on it. This is the page of the sword scripture. Lin Huang remembered then. Previously, under the guidance of the sword soul, his sword heart and sword scripture had merged. After seeing Yin Yin's brightly shining eyes as she looked at the imprint on the sword blade, only then did Lin Huang realize what she really wanted. After all, the sword heart was related to the strength of the sword Dao that he had mastered. His sword Dao at true meaning level looked very strong from virtual god level perspective, but as far as Yin Yin was concerned, for a Goldfinger it was insufficient. Moreover, she used to be Great Heaven's. Goldfinger and Great Heaven's sword heart was many levels stronger than Lin Huang. The only reasonable explanation was that Yin Yin had taken a fancy, not to the sword heart, but the object within the sword heart. Moreover, it seemed that the imprint formed by the sword scripture was also responding to her. Lin Huang was even more curious about what this page of the sword scripture was all about. Yin Yin, what you mean is that you want to live in this imprint? Lin Huang wanted to confirm this. Yes. Yin Yin nodded quickly. Do you know what this imprint is? Lin Huang quickly asked after confirming that Yin Yin had indeed set her eye on the sword scripture. Yin Yin stood where she was and thought about it for a while before shaking her head at Lin Huang. I can't remember. Lin Huang's inheritance memories had related content regarding Yin Yin's amnesia as well. In Great Heaven's memory, Yin Yin had always been a saucy little princess as a Goldfinger and very acerbic in her manner of speech. Great Heaven had not been spared from her sharp tongue. The reason why she had become like she was now was mainly that her soul had been severely injured and suffered partial amnesia. As for her change in character, there was nothing about it in Great Heaven's memories. Lin Huang speculated that it might be because Great Heaven's death had severely affected her psychologically, and she had started to become the ideal Goldfinger that Great Heaven had told her about many times. Don't worry if you can't remember anything. Lin Huang rubbed Yin Yin's head. If you want to live in it, go ahead. Can I really? Yin Yin raised her head and her two bright eyes looked at Lin Huang. Of course, I can feel that the sword scripture seems to like you too. Lin Huang nodded with a smile. Lin Huang, thank you. Yin Yin thanked him. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of the sword soul. Before the sword soul could make a move, she pressed her hand against the glowing golden imprint. Her body turned into little golden sparks of fire and entered the imprint. After a while, the golden imprint on the sword heart began to die down. The blood-colored battle sword in the sword soul's hand seemed no different than before. Yin Yin, is it comfortable for you? Lin Huang waited for the battle sword to be completely back to normal before asking this. It's wonderful. Yin Yin's response came quickly. After a while, Yin Yin emerged from the sword blade and appeared in front of Lin Huang in a flash. Yin Yin also has a gift for Lin Huang. A gift? Lin Huang raised an eyebrow. What is it? Yin Yin needs to go get it. After Yin Yin had finished speaking, she vanished from sight. Lin Huang immediately returned his consciousness to his body and saw that Yin Yin was standing in the living room of the Great Heaven Palace. Yin Yin will go get it. Yin Yin skipped toward another room. Lin Huang quickly followed and soon saw that Yin Yin had walked into the study. She took something from a shelf on the bookcase. Upon seeing this object, Lin Huang's pupil contracted slightly. He could vaguely recognize it from its appearance. It was a scabbard. He immediately thought of the two missions the club had given him before he came to the Great Heaven territory. One of these missions was to obtain the heavenly sword scabbard. Yin Yin walked to stand in front of Lin Huang and handed the scabbard to him. However, the scabbard before him seemed to have been scorched black by flames. One could say it was almost completely carbonized and had broken into two pieces in the middle. This is Yin Yin's previous body, which is now useless. Great Heaven said that if Yin Yin likes the next person, this body can be given to them. Yin Yin will now give it to Lin Huang. Lin Huang more or less understood why Great Heaven had said this. Although this scabbard's Goldfinger had been completely destroyed and the weapon spirit had been set adrift, it could still be consumed as material by other Goldfingers. After finding out the scabbard was Yin Yin's body, Lin Huang could not help narrowing his eyes slightly. As the club wanted this scabbard, it was highly probable that they knew that this was a Goldfinger. The inference was that the club was likely to be an organization formed by travelers. Thinking about it, Lin Huang's brows furrowed slightly and he began to worry a little about whether or not the club would turn out to be another organization of raiders. Lin Huang, here you go. Seeing that Lin Huang had not taken the scabbard yet, Yin Yin pushed it into his hands. All right, thank you. Lin Huang came back to his senses and took hold of both pieces of the blackened scabbard. After Lin Huang had stared at the scabbard for a moment, suddenly an image of Great Heaven's Dao unification failure flashed into his mind. The gigantic Tao Unification Raptor spewed out fire without end and completely swallowed Great Heaven up. Lin Huang's mind received a shock and he immediately detached himself from the memory, but he was already completely soaked in sweat. He used one cycle of divine power and the sweat evaporated. When he lifted his head to look around, Yin Yin had vanished once more. At that moment, an aged voice sounded from above his head. Since you have accepted the Master's inheritance and have been recognized by Her Royal Highness Yin Yin, from today onwards, you are the master of this aged servant. As the voice finished speaking, a golden beam of light shone down from above Lin Huang's head, enveloping him fully in no time. It took Lin Huang a moment before he realized who the speaker was. Great Heaven Palace. This aged servant has set the young master's authority over the Great Heaven Palace according to the instructions of Master Great Heaven. It will automatically be unlocked gradually as the young master's combat power increases. This aged servant has suffered severe damage. I fear I will be asleep for a long time. From the information sent by the Great Heaven Palace, Lin Huang could see that the damage had exceeded 80% and many of the palace features were no longer functional. The Great Heaven Palace spirit had been in a state of slumber for more than 300,000 years and had only been awakened by Lin Huang's successful trial. In its current condition, it was not easy for it to take the initiative to make a contract with Lin Huang. After these few sentences, the Great Heaven Palace spirit fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Huang understood completely. Since he had Great Heaven's inheritance memories, the features of the Great Heaven Palace should be easily understood if he embarked on a little bit of exploration. After putting away the scabbard that he held, Lin Huang directed his consciousness to explore the message transmitted by the Great Heaven Palace. Chapter 1365, The Swordmaster's Authority. The damage to the Great Heaven Palace is that serious. After briefly going through the information transmitted from the Great Heaven Palace, Lin Huang was left somewhat speechless. Less than 20% of the Great Heaven Palace was intact. Except for the main hall and the attached space which were not greatly affected, other halls with various functions were almost completely damaged. Lin Huang had originally thought that there would still be a lot of cultivation resources left in the Great Heaven Palace. However, after going through the information sent by the Great Heaven Palace, only then did he realize that almost all of the palace resources had been destroyed, except for a part that Great Heaven had depleted during his Tao unification. Even the god relics that remained had been crushed by the palace and used as materials to repair itself. Now all that was left of the Great Heaven Palace was one main hall, one inheritance dimension, two archaic fire dragon gates, and two three-legged golden crow sculptures which remained intact. What surprised Lin Huang, however, was that the two archaic fire dragons and the two three-legged golden crows were all living beast souls that possessed peak heavenly god level abilities and that they were the guardians of the Great Heaven Palace. Great Heaven had discovered the four beast souls in two different ancient ruins and brought them out. However, Great Heaven was worried that his successor would rest on their laurels, so he allowed the Great Heaven Palace to restrict his successor's authority. At Lin Huang's current authorization level, it was impossible for him to order these four beast souls around. Noticing that the information given by the palace mentioned limits of authority, Lin Huang took a closer look at his current authorization. At present, there were only 6 main authorizations available to him. Authorization 1. The Swordmaster can return to the Great Heaven Palace at any time. The Swordmaster cannot lock anything below Lord level. Until the Swordmaster achieves Heavenly God level, the Great Heaven Palace cannot be taken away or even moved from its place. Authorization 2. As the Swordmaster's combat level has not reached Virtual God level, the Swordmaster may bring Sword Servant's Sword 301 to Sword 368 out of the Great Heaven territory. However, the Sword Servant's combat strength is limited by the Swordmaster's own strength, and can only be higher than the Swordmaster by 1 level at most. When the Swordmaster elevates to Virtual God level, he will be authorized to have control over Sword Servant's Sword 101 to Sword 300. When the Swordmaster elevates to True God level, he will be authorized to have control over Sword Servant's Sword 11 to Sword 100. When the Swordmaster elevates to Heavenly God level, he will be authorized to control the Swordmaster's bodyguards from Sword 1 to Sword 10. Prior to obtaining the necessary authorizations, the Swordmaster cannot bring the Sword Servants out of the Great Heaven Palace's associated space, the trial space. Authorization 3. As the new domain master of Great Heaven territory, the Swordmaster may leave the Great Heaven territory with any creature of the Great Heaven territory with combat abilities 1 level higher than himself. There are no restrictions on numbers. Before ascertaining the loyalty of the other party, it is best not to bring the other party out of the Great Heaven territory without careful consideration, otherwise, the existence of the Great Heaven territory could be exposed. Authorization 4. The Swordmaster may utilize the Great Heaven Palace to teleport himself to any area of the Great Heaven territory. Until the Swordmaster elevates to Heavenly God level, he will not be able to integrate with the Great Heaven territory. The Swordmaster can only use the Great Heaven Palace to manage the Great Heaven territory. Authority 5. In the Great Heaven territory, within the tolerance range of the body and soul, the Swordmaster can utilize a small amount of the Great Heaven territory's world strength for simple applications. Because there is no formal integration with the Great Heaven territory, once the Swordmaster leaves the Great Heaven territory, the Swordmaster will not be able to utilize any world strength outside of the Great Heaven territory. Authority 6. Within the Great Heaven Palace's associated space, the trial space, the Swordmaster has absolute control over the sword servants and the Swordmaster's bodyguards. Only within the Great Heaven Palace's associated space does the Swordmaster have absolute authority. Upon entering the Great Heaven territory, this absolute authority will be weakened. Therefore, the Swordmaster must elevate his combat strength as soon as possible to obtain full control and authority over the sword servants. Authorization 1 means I can return to the Great Heaven Palace at any time, which is equivalent to an extra survival measure. Authorization 2 At my current authorization level, I only have control of the sword servants with numbers above sword 300. My combat strength is still too low. Authorization 3 means I can bring the people of Great Heaven territory to the Great World, but the people of Great Heaven territory may not be loyal to me, the new domain master. It's even possible that some of them were not loyal to the previous domain master, Great Heaven. Therefore, this function should be used with caution. Authorization 4 This teleportation is a good thing. Unfortunately, it can only be used within the Great Heaven territory. Authorization 5 means I can use world strength. This is not a bad level of authorization at all. Unfortunately, it can't be used outside of the Great Heaven territory. Authorization 6 means I only have absolute control over the sword servants and the bodyguards within the trial space. It's also specifically emphasized that after leaving the trial space my authority will be weakened. This indicates that these sword servants are not absolutely loyal either, otherwise it wouldn't be necessary to set controls in place. Great Heaven very likely used this authority to restrict these people, so, it's still necessary to increase my combat strength as soon as possible to obtain more control over the sword servants. After reading the authorizations, Lin Huang interpreted them one by one. Initially, he was not very satisfied with the fact that he could only control the sword servants with numbers higher than sword 300, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that even the sword servants who ranked after sword 300 were actually quite terrifying. One had to know that in the competitive trial, the sword servants were not just restricted in their combat levels. They were even more restricted in their ability to use their rule-bending powers, and their sword Dao strength was limited to peak level -6. Even under such dismal circumstances, the ability of an unbelievable genius like Unrivaled God in the competitive trial was equivalent to sword servants ranked 200 or so. The sword servants controlled by Lin Huang had all unsealed other aspects of their abilities to a certain degree except their combat strength. Not only were their sword Dao levels unsealed up to true martial level, but they even had access to 9 types of rule-bending power. They could almost be said to be at their peak. If it came down to a fight, the accumulation of 9 types of God rule power and elemental enlightenment in addition to true martial level sword Dao meant that even Lin Huang, whose sword Dao had elevated to true meaning level, would have had some difficulty taking them on one by one and winning. Although these sword servants are ranked after 300, with this level of authorization at present, their abilities would be no worse than sword 1 in the final trial. Lin Huang briefly glanced over the available authorizations for the sword servants. He then realized that he might have an additional 68 people whose abilities were comparable to sword 1. The Great Heaven inheritance has been obtained. I already have the scabbard on hand, and I have also obtained authority over the Great Heaven Palace. Lin Huang glanced out the window. I have basically achieved my purpose in participating in the Great Heaven trial, which means it's time for me to leave the trial space. After murmuring to himself, Lin Huang suddenly spoke again. Everyone, assemble in front of the Great Heaven Palace. All the sword servants in the inheritance dimension heard his order clearly. It was no surprise to all the sword servants, because a few minutes ago when Yin Yin transmitted the Great Heaven inheritance to Lin Huang, the Great Heaven Palace had already informed them that the new swordmaster had taken office. Everyone had been waiting for the new swordmaster's summons for the last few minutes. Most of them already knew who the new swordmaster was. Earlier, when the competitive trial had ended, the news that Lin Huang successfully initiated the final trial had spread to all the sword servants. Moreover, more than 2/3 of the sword servants had fought against Lin Huang in the competitive trial and knew what he looked like. As for the swordmaster's 10 bodyguards, Lin Huang had passed by through each of their stages one by one. After hearing the new swordmaster's order, more than 360 sword servants all set off at the very first instant and hurried to the Great Heaven Palace. Chapter 1366, Lin Huang's plan. Upon Lin Huang's order, in less than 3 minutes, more than 360 sword servants were all present and lined up in the square in front of the Great Heaven Palace. The 10 bodyguards, sword 1 to sword 10, stood in the first row while the remaining sword servants were arranged in the order of their serial number. Lin Huang noticed that sword 11's position behind sword 1 was vacant. Sword 1 obviously also noticed it, and his expression was rather sour. Fortunately, except for the position of sword 11, there were no empty spaces for the other positions. After everyone had arrived, the sword servants silently waited for the arrival of the new swordmaster. Except for a few who were distracted by sword 11's empty position, most of them turned their attention to the doors of the Great Heaven Palace. After all, as far as they were concerned, these doors had not been opened for more than 300,000 years. Everyone originally thought that the new swordmaster would have had to take some time to dress up, so they would have to wait. However, after the arrival of the last sword servant, in less than 10 seconds, the doors of the Great Heaven Palace opened on their own. When the sword servants heard the sound of the palace doors opening, all eyes were drawn to that direction and they stared intently at the great doors. Lin Huang had not even changed his clothes. He wore his original black robe and slowly walked out of the palace. After he came to a halt, he glanced around the assembly. Only then did he uncover his hood, take off his mask, and reveal his true face. With a faint smile on his face, Lin Huang introduced himself calmly to the group of sword servants. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Huang." In reality, before he came out of the Great Heaven Palace, Lin Huang was a little nervous. After all, the 300 over sword servants in front of him were all high-level heavenly gods, and there were even quite a few who were peak 9th rank heavenly god powerhouses. After he found a place to stand, however, he saw a lot of familiar faces and the feeling of nervousness left him. He had fought against the vast majority of sword servants in the crowd, they were no strangers to him. "Hail Lord Swordmaster!" All of the sword servants shouted in unison. Many sword servants in the formation had battled Lin Huang. At that time their feelings were very complicated. Most of them had doubts about Lin Huang during the competitive trial and felt that his chances of successfully passing the final assessments were slim. Lin Huang's abilities at the time were indeed far from sufficient to obtain the Great Heaven inheritance. At best he was equivalent to a weaker version of Sword 10. However, at this present moment, the numerous sword servants who no longer had any restrictions on their combat strength could clearly sense that Lin Huang had mastered a variety of rule-bending powers and his sword Dao had been elevated to the second level of sword Dao true meaning level. His ability now could not be compared to his ability then. It was no surprise that he had been able to pass sword 1's level. Just as Lin Huang smiled, not knowing what to say, sword 1 spoke. "Lord Swordmaster, except for sword 11, all the sword servants are present. Sword 11 violated Swordmaster Great Heaven's prohibition and defected without permission out of the Great Heaven Palace's trial space. As your subordinate, I will capture him personally and punish him according to the regulations. I know about Sword 11, I don't consider him a defector." Lin Huang looked at Sword 1, and his words surprised most of the people that were present. Because Sword 11 had not been in the trial space, Lin Huang, as a participant, could not have possibly seen him there. "I met Sword 11 in the Great Heaven territory. For many years, he has been in the Great Heaven territory gathering information about various sword cultivators. He chose sword Dao cultivators whom he thought were able to stand a chance in obtaining the Great Heaven inheritance and allowed them to participate in the Great Heaven trial. The information that I got from him allowed me to enter the Swordfiend abyss. To a certain extent, my current position as the Swordmaster owes a great deal to him." Sword 1 was silent for a moment, then spoke to Lin Huang again. "According to what my lord has said, Sword 11 cannot be considered a defector, he can only be regarded as fleeing. But even if he did flee, it still violated the prohibition issued by Swordmaster Great Heaven and he should still be punished. I'll catch him alive and let my Lord Swordmaster deal with him personally. Lin Huang pondered this for a long while and considered his words carefully before he spoke again. I will deal with Sword 11 personally. By the way, because my combat strength is too low, Teacher Great Heaven has limited my authority. At present, I can only take sword servants with numbers higher than Sword 300 out of the Great Heaven Palace's associated space. Here, Lin Huang told a small lie and changed the original, Great Heaven Territory, to Great Heaven Palace. It was mentioned in the rules that once the sword servants whom he had yet to have control over entered the Great Heaven Territory, they could break away from his absolute dominance. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lin Huang had decided not to allow this group of sword servants into the Great Heaven Territory for the time being to avoid unnecessary problems. After all, this group of people had waited for more than 300,000 years. They could wait for another several dozen or 100 years more. It would not too late to let them out when he elevated to heavenly god level. By then, even if he let them out to the great world, they would not cause any trouble, much less in the Great Heaven Territory. Only those with numbers higher than Sword 300. Sword 8 was a little unhappy. At present, it can only be those with numbers higher than Sword 300, but this authority will increase as my combat strength increases. Lin Huang nodded and explained, when I elevate to virtual god level, the authorization to take numbers Sword 100 and higher will be unlocked. After elevation to true god level, the authorization for numbers Sword 10 and higher will be unlocked. However, the authorization for the few bodyguards may have to wait a little longer. I won't be able to unlock that until I reach heavenly god level. Sword 8 suddenly had a very sour expression on her face. Someone from the back could not help asking, Lord Swordmaster, did you just mention elevation to virtual god level? Your current combat strength is not at virtual god rank 9. No, my cultivation method is not quite the same as ordinary people. At present, internally I do not yet have a consolidated godhead. It's just that the intensity of my aura is similar to that of a virtual god rank 9. Lin Huang nodded and explained, however, elevating to virtual god level should be fairly quick. His words stunned a great many people present. Many of them had thought that Lin Huang's combat strength was at virtual god rank -9. They had not expected that he had not even elevated to virtual god level. As for a few people such as Sword 1, they had long since noticed the abnormality of Lin Huang's combat strength and also guessed at this in advance, so they were not surprised. However, Lin Huang's low combat strength did not cause dissatisfaction among the sword servants. Instead, it caused many of their eyes to shine. They began to look forward to the changes that Lin Huang would make after he came to power. After some exchanges, Lin Huang divulged his follow-up plans to the assembly. After today's meeting, I will take swords 301 to 368 and leave the inheritance dimension for the Great Heaven Territory. After dealing with Sword 11, I will bring them back to the Great World. Because I have insufficient authorization, I can't leave with the Great Heaven Palace for a while yet. After I leave, the inheritance dimension of the Great Heaven Palace will be closed to the outside world. Things here will be managed by the 10 bodyguards together. In the coming year or two, I still have one personal matter that I have to deal with, and I might not be able to return to the Great Heaven Palace for the time being. To avoid a long waiting period for everyone, I will adjust the speed of time of the trial space back to 1 with the Great World. After I have finished dealing with my personal affairs, I will formally establish a brand new organization in the Great World with everyone. Chapter 1367. Sword 1's request. The meeting between Lin Huang and the sword servants lasted for less than half an hour, after which the sword servants dispersed. In the square, only swords 301 to 368 and the bodyguard's sword 1 to 10 were left. Although the 68 of you can go to the Great World with me, your combat strength will be limited by my own combat strength. It can only be one level higher than mine. I am now at grade 9 Imperial level, so after you leave here, your combat strength will be restricted to virtual god rank -9. Once my own combat strength achieves a breakthrough, then your combat strength will be further unlocked. However, it is a little better than the previous competitive trial in the sense that your sword Dao will be unsealed to true martial level. In addition, your rule-bending powers are also unsealed but limited to a maximum number of 9 types. Based on my previous understanding of your abilities, under these restrictions, you should have no problem in dealing with low-ranked true gods. Even if you encounter rank 3 true gods, you should still be able to fight them. Lord Swordmaster, I still have some concerns about your safety. Sword 1 frowned slightly and seemed to be unsatisfied with the abilities of the sword servants. Can't you make an exception and bring along 1 or 2 bodyguards? Even if it's just Sword 8, it's better than nothing. My authorization is genuinely limited. Lin Huang shook his head and patted Sword 1's shoulder. If it wasn't for the matter of authorization, I would certainly bring all of you back to the Great World in one go. I can also understand the reason why Teacher Great Heaven set this restriction. He was afraid that I would get used to relying on outside help and not pay attention to improving my own abilities. If I were him, I might set these kinds of limitations on my future heirs as well. Lin Huang referred to Great Heaven as his teacher because he had taken over the Great Heaven inheritance. No matter if it was in name or in essence, Lin Huang was considered Great Heaven's apprentice. Even though Great Heaven had died, Lin Huang felt it was a necessary mark of respect to honor Great Heaven as his teacher. Sword 1, Sword 2, and the few of them were wily old foxes who knew what Lin Huang was up to. Lin Huang did have authority restrictions, but the restriction was that he could not take everyone out of the Great Heaven territory, not the trial space of the Great Heaven Palace. However, Sword 1 and the rest of them did not expose his lie, as they probably guessed the reason why Lin Huang did not want to let their group leave the Great Heaven territory. They raised no objections as though they had not heard anything untoward. I am clear about my situation. I am estimating that my elevation to virtual god level would take a month or 2. If it is true god level, the slowest it would take to break through would be around 3 to 5 years. Heavenly god level may take a little more time, however. So for the immediate future, I must temporarily inconvenience all of you, Lin Huang consoled them. Lord Swordmaster's cultivating speed is fast enough. It's not that easy to be elevated to heavenly god level, we all know this. Sword 10 spoke first. We have been waiting for more than 300,000 years, and it won't make a big difference for us to wait for a few more years. Moreover, the ratio of the speed of time has been changed now. Maybe after a good night's sleep, Lord Swordmaster will achieve a breakthrough. Sword 1 and the rest also nodded. We have waited for so many years, it doesn't matter if we wait for a few more. As soon as Sword 1 was finished, he looked at Sword 301 and the other sword servants. When you all leave this place, listen to the Swordmaster's instructions in everything. Don't forget what your responsibilities are when you see the fascinating new world outside, and don't cause any problems for Lord Swordmaster. Also, we bodyguards will not be with the Swordmaster, so your core responsibility is to ensure Lord Swordmaster's safety. At least 4 people are required to stand guard over the Swordmaster. Under special circumstances, make sure at least 2 of you assume guardian responsibilities. After Sword 1's detailed instructions, he turned around and looked at Lin Huang. Before Lord Swordmaster leaves, I have one more thing I would like to discuss with you privately. Lin Huang nodded slightly and turned his head to look at the group of sword servants. Please wait here for a short while. He then looked at Sword 2 and the rest. If all of you have nothing else in mind, you're free to leave now. 9 of them, including Sword 2, bowed one after the other, said their farewells, and went their separate ways. Only then did Lin Huang walk toward the Great Heaven Palace with Sword 1. Sword 1 was on his left, half a position behind his new master. He immediately followed Lin Huang. After entering the Great Heaven Palace, Lin Huang sat down on the sofa. Sword 1 glanced around unobtrusively and found that the interior of Great Heaven Palace was still the same as before. Nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Just when Lin Huang was about to ask Sword 1 what matter it was that required a private discussion, Sword 1 suddenly knelt on the ground with a solemn face. What are you doing? Lin Huang stood up. Lord Swordmaster, your subordinate has a presumptuous request, but it may not be something Lord Swordmaster wants to hear. Please stand up and tell me. After he heard what Sword 1 had said, Lin Huang guessed that his request would be related to the raiders. Sword 1 still refused to stand up. Instead, he continued, this humble servant hopes that after authorization has been unlocked, Lord Swordmaster will allow me to go to the Great World to investigate the murderer who killed Swordmaster Great Heaven, as well as look into the raider organization. Lin Huang was silent for a moment and sat back on the sofa. Please stand up. Seeing that Sword 1 still refused to get up, he continued, it's not that I forbid you to investigate the murderer of Teacher Great Heaven, but if it's related to the raiders, it is far too dangerous. How about this? I will allow you to investigate this matter, but you must not act alone. When the time comes, I'll bring others in to help. The investigation will be under my control and all of you must listen to my orders. If I perceive any danger and request that the investigation be suspended, you must also obey my order. You must not act without authorization. But in this case, once the matter is exposed, Lord Swordmaster will also be a target for the raiders. Sword 1 shook his head right away, rejecting Lin Huang's proposal. I don't agree to your participation. Have you ever thought that if you investigated alone, it would involve me the minute your cover is blown? Lin Huang had actually thought this through very thoroughly already. The methods of the raiders are beyond your imagination. Let's not even talk about them capturing you alive. Even if they only have your corpse, or maybe even just a remnant of your soul, they would have a very high chance of tracing the matter back to me. Once you're exposed, I can't escape being involved. The other sword servants and bodyguards will also be implicated. No one will be able to avoid it. Rather than letting you act alone, it's better that we plan this together. If we all come up with ideas, there'll at least be more ways to proceed than if you act on your own. This will also reduce the risk of exposing the identities of the investigators. Besides, Great Heaven is my teacher. I took over his inheritance. From a karmic perspective, I can't leave this matter alone. As for the raiders, even if you hadn't mentioned them today, I'm sure to be at odds with them sooner or later. It's only a matter of time before my identity as a traveler is revealed. I'll become their target at some point regardless. Instead of waiting for them to come knocking at our door, why not take the initiative and investigate what's up with them? When Lin Huang first heard about the existence of the raiders from Yongling, he already knew very well that sooner or later he would be in the raiders' sights. Unless he was willing to join them and plunder the goldfingers of other travelers, his opposition to the raiders could not be reconciled. He had been putting aside this potential threat because, on one hand, the raiders were still very far from him, and on the other, his own abilities were insufficient to fight against them. Now, seizing the opportunity afforded by the issue that Sword 1 had brought up, he had finally made a preliminary plan to confront the raiders. All you want is to get revenge on the raider who killed Teacher Great Heaven, but in the long run, what I want is to destroy the entire raider organization, or at least to destroy their branch in our great world. Lin Huang outlined his great ambition. Sword 1 is willing to fulfill this dream with Lord Swordmaster. Sword 1's eyes lit up like fire. Chapter 1368. Meeting Sword 11 again. After he had sent Sword 1 away, Lin Huang returned to the square in front of the palace. He looked at the group of sword servants who were still standing in formation and nodded with satisfaction. I will head to the Great Heaven territory first and deal with the Sword 11 issue. The reason why Lin Huang had taken over the matter with Sword 11 was partly that he had obtained the Great Heaven inheritance mostly due to the information provided by Sword 11. He felt that it was necessary for him to at least let Sword 11 know that his mission was over, and there was no need to continue to search for sword cultivators to take over the Great Heaven inheritance. Another reason was that his other mission from the club was to find a child named Jin Wu. Lin Huang intended to make use of Sword 11's connections to sort that out. After all, Sword 11 had a good reputation among humans and should have some networks. It was certainly better than Lin Huang running around like a headless chicken. However, Lin Huang did not hold out much hope for this. He only knew the child's name, Jin Wu, and had no other information. On top of that, he was down to the last 12 days of the 30-day trial period in the Great Heaven territory, and the chances of finding someone in such a short time were even slimmer. Although Lin Huang had now obtained the Great Heaven inheritance so he could enter and leave the Great Heaven territory at will regardless of the trial time limit, he did not intend to stay there longer. One had to know that the Great Heaven territory had developed an independent ecosystem, and there were tens of thousands of sapient tribes. Even if one visited one tribe for one day, it would take at least a few decades to complete the investigation. Lin Huang obviously did not have the time to investigate them one by one. He just felt that since he was going to the human settlement, he could ask Sword 11 to help him investigate at the same time. He would not force the issue if he really could not find the child. The two missions assigned by the club had only been touched on briefly with a mention that the rewards were generous. There were no demands made at all. The club was aware that these two tasks were unlikely to be completed regardless of who they were handed to. Lin Huang's trust in the club was very limited. He was still considering whether or not to use Yin Yin's scabbard to trade for items in the club after returning to the Great World. Although Yin Yin had said that the scabbard was completely useless to her, for now, Lin Huang was still not sure if the club had anything to do with the raiders. Even if he did find the child named Jin Wu, Lin Huang was still considering whether to hand the child over to the club or not. After some consideration, Bringing too many people with me might cause some inconvenience of movement, therefore I will only bring Sword 301 and Sword 302 to the Great Heaven territory this time. The rest of you can disperse now and wait for my orders. Lin Huang glanced around. If there is a need for it while I'm in the Great Heaven territory, I will call upon all of you again. If I don't need your help, wait for me to settle the matter regarding Sword 11, and then I will take all of you to the Great World. Upon Lin Huang's orders, the sword servants soon dispersed, leaving only Sword 301 and Sword 302. The main reason he chose these two people was that aside from them being the strongest among this group of sword servants, they were also both protoss with full human forms. Sword 301's human body was that of a 27-year-old with a build similar to Lin Huang, but slightly stronger. He kept a buzz cut and had a scar on his face, which made him look quite tough. In addition, he was enveloped by fierce sword Tao which emanated faintly from his entire being, which made his aura even more daunting. Sword 302 was a woman with short black hair tied into a short ponytail. She was very tall. At full height, she was no shorter than Lin Huang. In high heels, she would be more than 2 meters tall. Her weapon was sheathed across her waist. It was a sword in a golden scabbard. Including the hilt, its estimated length was more than 1.5 meters. Let's go. Lin Huang waved his hands and a black whirlpool formed out of thin air. Both Sword 301 and Sword 302 walked into it without any hesitation and disappeared. Only after Lin Huang had made sure that both of them had entered did he step into the whirlpool. A short while later, the three of them appeared in the room of an unlicensed hotel in Golden City. Lin Huang had the authority to teleport anywhere in the Great Heaven territory, but he did not know much about the places there. For their safety, he chose the unlicensed hotel for the teleportation coordinates, using the room that he used to live in. Fortunately, there was no occupant in the room, and the awkwardness that Lin Huang had worried about before teleportation did not happen. We will live here for the next few days. Like Lin Huang, the two sword servants were also unregistered residents in the Great Heaven territory and could only live in an unlicensed hotel. Fortunately, the room itself was a deluxe one and there were 3 bedrooms, so they could occupy 1 room each. Both of you, wait a little while in the room, while I go down and pay for it. After Lin Huang finished speaking, he left the 2 sword servants and hurried to the front desk on the first floor. Boss, I want to book room 501 for 12 days. Upon hearing that Lin Huang wanted to make a reservation, the middle-aged boss, who was nibbling on melon seeds, quickly got up and smiled. Great, let me know if you need any help. After the reservation was sorted out, Lin Huang returned to the room. The 2 sword servants were still standing in the same spot as if they had not even moved. You don't need to be so formal in front of me. You can do whatever you want. Just don't fail me when you're carrying out my orders, Lin Huang said, pointing in the direction of the master bedroom when he was done speaking. I will stay in the master bedroom with the bathtub. You can decide between yourselves about the 2 remaining rooms. We may need to stay here for 10 to 12 days. Please take it easy. If you're so formal I don't think I could stand it, Lin Huang teased them, laughing. The 2 nodded, looked at the remaining 2 rooms together, and quickly reached a consensus. While both of the sword servants were looking at the rooms, Lin Huang sent a message to Sword 11. I'm out of the inheritance dimension, let's set up a time to meet. You managed to get the inheritance. Sword 11 replied within seconds. The reason for Sword 11's conclusion was that anyone who had entered the Swordfiend Abyss would have had any relevant memories erased. However, the message sent by Lin Huang showed that he remembered what had happened in the Swordfiend Abyss. I got it. Lin Huang pondered for a moment and decided to be honest. He had also considered that Sword 11's active search for Great Heaven's heir might have other purposes behind it. However, after thinking about it carefully, he decided to temporarily put his trust in Sword 11. Where are you? I'll come over right away. Sword 11 replied within seconds again. The hotel that I previously stayed in room 501. Less than 5 seconds after Lin Huang had sent the message, a series of knocks came from the entrance of the hotel. Lin Huang got up and opened the door. Red-haired Sword 11 had already appeared in the doorway. When he first saw Lin Huang, Sword 11 had some doubts about Lin Huang's identity because Lin Huang had taken off the thousand-face mask to reveal his true face. However, after looking over Lin Huang's shoulder and seeing Sword 301 and Sword 302 standing behind him, Sword 11 burst into tears and fell to his knees. His voice choked. This humble subordinate hails Lord Swordmaster, come in and talk. Lin Huang quickly drew Sword 11 up and pulled him into the room. Sword 11 could not stop his tears from flowing. He could not believe that his dream of so many years had finally been fulfilled. He broke down completely. Lin Huang pulled him over to the sofa to sit down and handed him one tissue after another without being urged. After a while, Sword 11's emotions finally calmed down. My apologies, this humble subordinate forgot his manners. I can understand, for so many years, you've been running around for the Great Heaven inheritance. You've worked hard. Lin Huang patted Sword 11's shoulder and comforted him. This humble subordinate violated the prohibition of Swordmaster Great Heaven and secretly left. This humble subordinate is guilty, please punish me, Lord Swordmaster. Sword 11 knelt on the ground again, storing away any defensive god relics on his body in the form of clothes and leaving only one piece of personal clothing. He also dispersed the divine power that enveloped his body, leaving himself defenseless. The expression on his face was determined as if he were ready to accept any punishment. Punishment is necessary. Teacher Great Heaven's prohibition did not allow the sword servants and bodyguards to leave the inheritance dimension, and you broke this rule. Lin Huang nodded. However, your intention in violating his prohibition was good. Also, if it were not for you breaking that rule, I would have not been able to go to the Swordfiend Abyss, nor would I have been able to obtain the inheritance of Teacher Great Heaven. So, I've decided that your punishment will be light, Lin Huang finished, staring into Sword 11's eyes, before continuing. However, this violation of the Swordmaster's orders is confined to this one instance and is not to be taken as a precedent. Next time if something like this happens again, you will be severely punished. This humble subordinate understands. Chapter 1369. The Shabby Swordmaster. Apart from this matter of yours, my intention in coming back to the Great Heaven territory is also because of something else. After they had settled the issue of Sword 11, Lin Huang finally switched topics to his secondary purpose. I need you to help me find someone. Sword 11 agreed without any hesitation. Please go ahead, Lord Swordmaster. I still have some contacts in the human tribe, it should not be difficult to find somebody. Lin Huang smiled and shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. I only know that this person whom I'm looking for is named Jin Wu. Other than that, I don't know anything else. What they look like, whether they're a man or a woman, whether they're human or not, or even whether they are in human territory, I don't know at all. I only know that Jin Wu is probably young. In that case, I'm afraid it might be a little hard to find them. After he heard what Lin Huang had to say, Sword 11 looked slightly embarrassed. I just want to try my luck. It doesn't matter if I can't find Jin Wu. This brat may not necessarily even be in the human tribe. I'm telling you this because I know that you have a fair reputation in the human tribe, and using your contacts to find Jin Wu would be more efficient than me running around like a headless chicken, Lin Huang explained, nodding. I will do my best. Although Sword 11 knew that chances were slim, he still took the matter to heart. Is the Bug tribe still at war? Lin Huang asked again. When he entered the Great Heaven territory previously, he had encountered the war between the Bug tribe and the human tribe. After that, he had entered the Swordfiend Abyss and stayed in the Great Heaven inheritance dimension for half a month. Now that he was back in the Great Heaven territory again, he inquired about the situation as Sword 11 was around. It's still ongoing, but the war is coming to an end soon. We have reached an alliance with several of the surrounding tribes. In the next few days, the heavenly gods from several tribes will join forces to put pressure on the higher ranks of the Bug tribe. Sword 11 revealed this secret news to Lin Huang. You can stay in the Great Heaven territory for now, you don't need to return to the inheritance dimension for the time being, Lin Huang said, then continued, as for your punishment, I haven't thought about it yet. But you don't have to worry, you will only be punished lightly. Thank you, Lord Swordmaster, for your generosity. Sword 11 bowed deeply. After a moment of pondering, Sword 11 continued talking. Lord Swordmaster, this unlicensed hotel is simple and crude. You all may as well move to my place. I live in an independent courtyard. Without my consent, not many people can walk in and out on a normal day. Lin Huang refused immediately. No need, we would be easily noticed if we stayed there, and it's more convenient for us to be here. All right, after all, this is not my territory, there are many eyes around. After the war with the Bug tribe is over, Lord Swordmaster can come to this humble servant's heavenly sword planet as a guest. Sword 11 issued a new invitation. If we have the time, we'll go. Lin Huang nodded and agreed. The two talked for a little while more, then Sword 11 said his farewells and left. After he had sent Sword 11 off, Lin Huang projected the star map that he had bought from the black market. After a while, he zoomed in on an area and checked the coordinates. This is a ruin. Sword 301 could not help asking. Yes, the owner of the ruin is a demon god named Imi. After he was beheaded by Teacher Great Heaven, the ruins he owned and most of what remained within them were placed in the Great Heaven territory. It was considered an exploration site for the Great Heaven territory residents. Lin Huang nodded and explained, all of this information came from Great Heaven's memory. After he had elevated to heavenly god level, Great Heaven killed many heavenly gods from various tribes. To nurture the residents of the Great Heaven territory, he plundered only the core resources and left the ruins and remaining artifacts of these heavenly gods in the Great Heaven territory. Such ruins were most plentiful in number around the area inhabited by the Protoss, followed by the areas surrounding the human settlement. The ruins of this demon god named Imi were on human territory. Under normal circumstances, the ruins were only opened every 30,000 years, and could only be entered by those below heavenly god level. However, for Lin Huang, who had just obtained authority over the Great Heaven territory, the time limit was meaningless to him. The methods that Great Heaven had set up to prohibit access were all in his memory. He was clear on how to unlock them using a backdoor method as well. Is there anything special about this demon god's ruins? Sword 302 could not help asking. Lin Huang glanced at the girl with the ponytail and said in full honesty, there is nothing special about them, but I want to go in and plunder some resources. After returning to the Great World, there will be a lot of places that require expenses. We need to take whatever we can get. After Lin Huang had finished, he continued, rest assured, I won't plunder everything. After all, these are the things that Teacher Great Heaven left for the locals. The two sword servants were speechless. For a while, they had not expected that the new swordmaster would act in such a shabby fashion. After they thought about it carefully, however, they realized it was normal. After all, Lin Huang's combat strength had yet to reach virtual god level. At his level of ability, it was difficult to obtain any benefits from a high-ranked secret ruin. After Lin Huang brought it up, the two sword servants could not help but consider plundering as well. After spending so many years in the trial space, almost all the cultivating resources of the other sword servants had been used up, not just theirs. They desperately needed to replenish their resources. When they considered this, both of them immediately had no objections to Lin Huang's plan for plundering resources. In their hearts, the two sword servants silently comforted themselves with Lin Huang's identity. The new swordmaster was to some extent the heir of Swordmaster Great Heaven. The legacies that Great Heaven had left behind were his. It was not just the inheritance in the Great Heaven territory but the entire Great Heaven territory that belonged to the new swordmaster now. If he took things from the ruins, those were also things that belonged to him and could not be considered plundering. Lin Huang quickly delineated the location of the 7 ruins on the star map and nodded in satisfaction. Pointing at the 7 areas he had circled with divine power, he instructed the two sword servants. Our main task for the next few days is to explore these 7 sites to the best of our abilities. After all, these were heavenly god ruins. It was possible that there were some powerful local monsters or guardians, and there might even be some areas hiding things that could kill a heavenly god. Although Lin Huang was able to enter these ruins, Great Heaven's memory also gave him a general understanding of their condition, but his ability limitations prevented him from a more in-depth exploration of the ruins. I will make a list of all the things that we need to use in exploring the ruins. We will prepare these things today. If we can't get them, then we'll reach out to Sword 11 for help. We'll make a move first thing tomorrow morning. It took more than half an hour for Lin Huang to carefully recall the internal condition of these ruins before he finally finished listing all the items needed. After that, he took both sword servants straight to the black market. It took the 3 of them more than 2 hours to visit more than 20 stores before they managed to buy everything on the list. The afternoon went by. The 3 had lunch before returning to the hotel. You can move around freely in the afternoon, just don't cause any trouble. Even though Lin Huang had said they could do so, the 2 still did not leave the hotel room that afternoon. For the sword servants, the job of protecting the swordmaster was far more important than enjoying themselves. As for Lin Huang, to recuperate and recharge, he went to bed early in the afternoon and slept until the next day. Early the next morning, he and the 2 sword servants had an unhurried breakfast and then returned to the hotel room. We've eaten and slept our fill, it's time for us to start work. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Huang gestured with his hand and a black whirlpool quickly formed in the living room. The three of them stepped in one by one and disappeared. After a while, the black whirlpool slowly dissipated, leaving the entire room empty. Chapter 1370. You are not the person I am looking for. The demon god Ami was a heavenly god-level powerhouse of the abyssal tribe who controlled a variety of fire element sequences. The dimension that he left behind containing the ruins was a fiery world. Large and small volcanoes could be seen everywhere. More than 70% of the ground was covered by magma, and occasionally, fire tornadoes could be seen swirling around. Lin Huang took out a transparent crystal gem and mounted it on the helm of his god rule relic armor. The two sword servants immediately followed suit and mounted similar crystal gems onto their own armor. These crystal gems were called energy absorption gems. They had the ability to absorb all kinds of free-floating anomalous energies in the air. Generally, in an area where energy fluctuations were more violent, implanting energy absorption gems onto the body could prevent the intrusion of these violent energies. Lin Huang did not actually need the energy absorption gems. He had divine fire within him that could automatically purify all energies entering the body. However, the two sword servants were restricted to virtual god level. Under such restrictions, their divine fire would be affected by the violent energies contained within the ruin. To avoid giving too many explanations, Lin Huang also used energy absorption gems alongside them. Only after prior preparations had been made did Lin Huang bring in both the sword servants. They began their explorations based on the route within his memory. The explorations into this first set of ruins suffered from lack of experience. Even though they had great heavens recollections of the ruins, it was also a memory from millions of years ago, and there had definitely been some changes within the ruins themselves. Lin Huang and the two sword servants nearly walked into danger twice and took 2 full days to complete their preliminary explorations. Fortunately, the first round of loot that the three of them managed to plunder was quite substantial. After leaving Ami's ruin, without further ado Lin Huang and two sword servants left for the second set of ruins, the Shidi ruins. Shidi, like Ami, was also a demon god of the abyssal tribe. According to legend, this demon god was hermaphrodite and very attractive. However, within Shidi's ruins, the native creatures were all extremely ugly. Fortunately, the environment was much better compared with the environment of Ami's ruins. It took only 1 day for the three of them to partially complete their looting of the resources there. With the experience gained from the previous 2 ruins, the exploration of the next few ruins became much smoother, taking them only a day or so to complete. For the 7 ruins near the human territories, Lin Huang and the 2 sword servants completed their looting in less than 9 days. Lin Huang finally stopped plundering on the remaining 3 days. It was not that he did not wish to continue, but news came 2 days ago from Sword 11 that the war was over. Under the combined pressure of several heavenly gods, the Bug tribe had finally chosen to withdraw its troops. Sword 11 had specifically come to look for Lin Huang 2 days ago regarding this matter, but Lin Huang and the 2 sword servants were not present. He waited for 2 days in Golden City before the 3 finally returned. The minute they arrived in Golden City, Lin Huang sent a message to Sword 11. Less than 10 seconds later, Sword 11 appeared again in the unlicensed hotel room. Lord Swordmaster, I have some preliminary findings for what you asked me to investigate. Among the humans, there are 4 people with the name, Jing Wu, under the age of 16. If the scope is widened to include those under the age of 20, there are 6 people. If that's expanded further to include those under the age of 30, then there are 9 people. Sword 11 projected the information on the 9 people mentioned. However, we could only locate those with registered identities. We're unable to locate illegal residents who have no identity registration. Lin Huang nodded and looked through the projected information on each of the 9 people. The more he studied what was in front of him, the more his brow furrowed. From what he could see, there was nothing special about these 9 people. Of the 4 under the age of 16, only one had cultivation potential, and that potential was very common. Of the 2 between the ages of 16 and 20, one of them also had cultivation potential, but that was also very ordinary. Out of the 3 people in the 20 to 30 age group, 2 of them had cultivation potential. One of them was slightly better, with a combat strength at holy fire level, but it was still far from the level of a genius. Could you get hold of them in person? Lin Huang thought about this for a long while before turning his head to ask Sword 11. I asked my subordinates to send them to Heavenly Sword Planet for a free tour with the excuse that they won a lucky draw. They've been having a lot of fun on Heavenly Sword Planet these past few days. Let's go to Heavenly Sword Planet and meet them then. Lin Huang nodded slightly. He wanted to see if there was anything special about these 9 individuals in person. Are we leaving now, or? Sword 11 asked quickly. We'll leave now. At this, Sword 11 immediately brought out a dimensional portal. Lin Huang glanced at it and guessed that the craftsmanship of the dimensional portal was likely to be of human origin from the Great World, so the Great Heaven Territory and the Gravel World would both have such a device. After a brief moment for Sword 11 to set the coordinates, all 4 of them stepped in one after another. Upon stepping out of the portal, Lin Huang found himself in a tall building. He looked out of the window wall and noticed that there were many dense low-rise apartments, but there were not many high-rise buildings. The height and density of the buildings were similar to those of the Grade C foothold in the Gravel World. The Great Heaven Territory was much less advanced than the Gravel World in terms of infrastructure. Lord Swordmaster, please wait for a moment. I will ask someone to go get them. After Sword 11 finished speaking, he dialed a number and hung up after a few simple instructions. We may have to wait a short while. Why don't we sit for a little and have some tea? I'm not in a hurry. Lin Huang nodded slightly, then turned and walked to the sofa to sit down. Only then did Sword 11 and the 2 sword servants seat themselves. The 4 of them drank tea and engaged in small talk. The main conversationalists were Lin Huang and Sword 11, Sword 301 and Sword 302 mostly listened. About half an hour later, a woman stood at the door and knocked. Teacher, everyone has arrived. Let them come in. Sword 11 nodded slightly. 9 people entered the room one after another. When they saw Sword 11, their eyes filled with adoration. Lin Huang did a quick divine telekinesis scan through the bodies of the 9 individuals but found nothing out of the ordinary. He turned his head and gave Sword 11 a look. Sword 11 understood what Lin Huang meant. He then smiled and greeted the 9 individuals. Welcome everyone. Sword 11, sir. All 9 people looked overwhelmed and flattered. One should know that Sword 11 was the number 1 sword Dao genius among humans, and he was already a 9th rank true god level powerhouse. If his combat strength achieved yet another breakthrough, it would be at the level of a heavenly god, which was considered the pinnacle of human combat strength. All 9 individuals had grown up listening to the legends told about Sword 11. Now that they were seeing him in person, it was very hard for them not to be excited. All of you are very lucky this time. Not only did you win the lucky draw for participating in the free tour, but today, my senior brother just happened to pass by Heavenly Sword Planet. We were just talking about finding him an apprentice, and all of you arrived. Let my senior brother take a look and see if there's anyone among the 9 of you who is suitable. However, don't be discouraged if you are not selected. My senior brother's standards are very high. Once Sword 11 finished speaking, the 9 individuals looked at Lin Huang with shining eyes. From their point of view, Sword 11 was very strong, so his senior brother would not be far behind abilities-wise. Once selected, even if their master was not good at teaching, they would still have a relationship with Sword 11. It went without saying that they could occasionally ask Sword 11, the junior uncle, to give them some instruction. As they thought about these things, all 9 people began looking forward even more to being selected. Lin Huang waited for Sword 11 to finish and glanced at the 9 individuals. I mainly want to check your sword Dao potential. As he finished speaking, he walked over to the first boy and said mildly, extend your hand. The teenager immediately put his hand out. Lin Huang extended 2 fingers and placed it on the teenager's wrist. A ray of divine power endowed with a thread of awareness slowly seeped into the teenager's body. Once the divine power had circulated fully within the other party's body, Lin Huang's consciousness finished probing within the teenager's body as well. As per the result of the previous divine telekinesis, this teenager was nothing special. At least, Lin Huang did not detect anything out of the ordinary. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Huang turned to the second person. This second person was a young girl of 15 years old. She was the only one with cultivation potential among the 4 people under the age of 16. After a round of inspection, Lin Huang still found nothing. After that, he went to the third person. By the time he had finished scanning the bodies of all 9 individuals, less than 2 minutes had passed. These 9 people named Jin Wu seemed to be nothing special. After silently pondering for a while, Lin Huang made contact with Yin Yin, who resided within him. Yin Yin, do you think there's anything special about these 9 people? Yin Yin doesn't think so. Yin Yin's answer came quickly. Lin Huang had asked Yin Yin because the two missions given by the club could only be carried out in the Great Heaven territory. The mission to find Jing Wu was most likely related to Great Heaven. Since Yin Yin had said that she did not sense anything, then these 9 people were probably not the ones that he was looking for. After all, there were a lot of people named Jing Wu, and the one whom the club was looking for might not necessarily be among humans. After checking the bodies of the 9 individuals in question, Lin Huang retreated to Sword 11's side and shook his head slightly at Sword 11. When Sword 11 saw, he immediately spoke again. Unfortunately, none of you have been selected. But this is not a problem to do with any of you. The main reason is that my senior brother is too picky. It doesn't matter though. As compensation, I will give each of you a set of swords, all of which are my own creation. Although the 9 individuals were a bit disappointed, after they had calmed down and considered things, they felt it was to be expected. After they heard Sword 11's consoling words, they immediately felt that it was not because their potential was deficient. Besides, there was also the gift of Sword 11's handmade swords, so their original feelings of annoyance were instantly swept away. After happily receiving the swords from Sword 11, all 9 individuals quickly followed Sword 11's apprentices and left. When the 9 of them were far away, Lin Huang spoke again. According to my inspection, none of these people seem to be anything out of the ordinary. It's highly probable that they are not the people I am looking for, but I can't completely rule out that there is something hidden within them that I have not been able to identify. In the meantime, please help me keep a close eye on what happens with these 9 individuals. Lin Huang thought for a while and added on. I'll find someone to keep watch on them secretly. Sword 11 nodded immediately. Does Lord Swordmaster have any other needs? No. Lin Huang shook his head. We will leave the Great Heaven territory in 3 days. We don't feel like running around for the next few days, so we'll just stay here on Heavenly Sword Planet. Then let me take you around. Sword 11 offered to be their tour guide. No need for that, you can tend to your own affairs. Lin Huang refused right away. With you there, we would be too easily noticed. We can just stroll around by ourselves. If there is anything that we really need, I'll let you know. Very well then, I'll ask someone to draw up a travel and food guide and I will send it to you later. Actually, it would be good for you to go exploring on your own. If there is anything that you need, please do contact me. Chapter 1371. Carved Heart Pavilion. In the next few days, Lin Huang did not continue going to the ruins and secret zones in the Great Heaven territory. Instead, he decided to relax, act like a tourist, and stroll around Heavenly Sword Planet. Although he had not found Jing Wu, he had completely expected that. Very quickly he put the matter behind him. The travel itinerary sent by Great Heaven 1 was very detailed. Both big and small tourist spots on Heavenly Sword Planet were clearly listed, including the recommendation ratings of 3 to 5 stars. There were also various food and specialty shops on the planet that were also marked with recommendation star ratings and detailed addresses for authentic local goods, as well as the normal price of items. Lin Huang walked around with the 2 sword servants for a whole day, and they only managed to visit only 1/5 of the places on the itinerary. The next morning, Lin Huang and the 2 sword servants came to a handicraft shop. This shop was a 5-star one recommended by Sword 11. It was a place that sold sculptures. All of the sculptures had been hand-carved by the proprietor and they were exquisitely beautiful. According to the information provided by Sword 11, the owner of the shop was just an ordinary person who did not have cultivation potential, but who gained insight into the meaning of sword Dao through carving. Although it was only the most rudimentary entry-level stage of level -1 sword Dao, it was also quite remarkable. One had to know that many sword cultivators who had elevated to transcendent level might not necessarily even understand level -1 sword Dao. Based on that alone, Lin Huang became interested in both the shop and the shop owner. As soon as he arrived at the door of the shop, Lin Huang saw a wooden signboard. The 3 words, Carved Heart Pavilion, on the signboard were obviously carved by the shop owner. From afar, Lin Huang had already felt that there was a faint inner meaning to it. Although it was very shallow and light, it was indeed a character that could only be sculpted by a person who had grasped the meaning of sword Dao. Carved heart, this shop owner's manner of expression is certainly not small. Lin Huang smiled faintly and entered the shop with the 2 sword servants. The store area was not large, it was an estimated 30 to 40 ping won. Several large cabinets against the wall extended from the floor to the roof. The shelves inside were all full of palm-sized sculptures. Most of these sculptures were a variety of monsters, a few were human beings, but none of the sculptures were repeats. In addition to the cabinet against the wall, 2 large tables had been placed in the room, covered with black cloth, and used as display stands. The sculptures on the tables were densely arranged, and they were no longer sized like the standard ones in the cabinet. Here, there were sculptures both big and small. The big ones were about half a meter high and the small ones were just the size of a thumb. Lin Huang glanced at the sculptures on the tables with their varying heights and could not help raising his eyebrows. "Boss, there are some pieces on these tables that you didn't carve, am I right?" Lin Huang said this because he felt that most of the sculptures on the table did not have a sense of inner meaning like the shop owner's own carvings. "Some of these are my early failures, some I collected from various places, and a small number of them were carved by several of my apprentices." The shop owner glanced up at Lin Huang, seemingly surprised by Lin Huang's perception. Lin Huang glanced over the tables. Suddenly a sculpture caught his attention. It was a 3-legged golden crow with a height of almost 30 centimeters. The material used for the carving was ordinary ebony. The carving on the golden crow was average. The main problem was that the lines were too rigid. It looked a bit like a novice's work, but what caused Lin Huang to feel puzzled was the faintest traces of inner meaning hidden within the sculpture. If he had not mastered Sword Dao true meaning, it would have been difficult for him to even have sensed this inner meaning. What puzzled Lin Huang even more was that the inner meaning was different from that of the shop owner. He picked up the golden crow sculpture and examined it carefully. He then noticed that the base of the sculpture was inscribed with 2 words, Jin Wu. When he saw these 2 words, Lin Huang's mind received a mild shock. He immediately initiated his divine telekinesis and scanned the sculpture carefully. Under a divine telekinesis scan, the issues with this sculpture became more apparent. There were problems in the detailing. It gave off the feeling of a novice who had not learned to sculpt. Other than that, however, Lin Huang did not sense anything. Just as Lin Huang was about to question the shop owner, Yin Yin's voice suddenly came. "The aura of this sculpture, Yin Yin feels that it is slightly familiar. Is it related to Teacher Great Heaven?" Lin Huang asked quickly. Yin Yin doesn't know, she can't remember. Yin Yin still did not give a definite answer. Although he did not get the desired answer from Yin Yin, Lin Huang speculated that even if this object was not directly related to Great Heaven, it might be related to the Jin Wu, whom the club was looking for. He glanced at the other wood carvings, then searched carefully again with divine telekinesis. There were no other sculptures similar to this one. He then walked towards the shop owner with the golden crow sculpture. "Boss, how much is this?" The proprietor lifted his head to eye the golden crow that Lin Huang was holding, then glanced back to Lin Huang again. "If you want it, I'll give it to you for free." "Why, isn't it worth anything?" Lin Huang asked deliberately for the sake of getting more information. "This was carved by a child 2 months ago when he was sitting in on my free class." For a novice to have carved something like in his first class shows he has quite a bit of natural talent. Unfortunately, after that free class he hasn't been here again, the store owner explained. "If you like it, take it." "Can I ask for the child's particulars?" Lin Huang asked again. "Why are you asking about this?" The shop owner looked at Lin Huang rather warily. "I am a cultivator and I have been looking for an apprentice. After seeing this sculpture today, I think that this child may be the one I am looking for." Lin Huang used Sword 11's pretext. When he had finished speaking, his figure slowly levitated from the ground, indicating his identity as a cultivator. When the shop owner saw that Lin Huang's feet were floating off the ground, he was stunned for a while. It took a moment for him to gather his senses and ask rather diffidently, "You just need one look to know if there is cultivation potential." "One look is enough for me." Lin Huang nodded with a smile as he slowly descended to land on the floor. "Then could you help me look?" The shop owner asked with some embarrassment. He was in his 50s but still dreamed of becoming a cultivator. "You have chosen very well with your path of sculpting. Don't worry about cultivating," Lin Huang replied with a smile. Although he did not get a clear answer, the shop owner understood the meaning behind Lin Huang's words. His face turned red and he did not dare pursue the matter further. "I'll ask my apprentice. Those who attended the free class should have had their details recorded." When he finished speaking, the shop owner quickly contacted his apprentice and asked for personal information Lin Huang had requested. The child's name is Wu Hao. He is 16 years old. His address is Meteor Street. When he read out the address, the proprietor's face changed slightly. What's wrong? Lin Huang noticed this and asked immediately. Meteor Street is a slum and it is very chaotic there, the shop owner muttered softly after he finished. No wonder he only came for the free class, thanks. Lin Huang tossed the owner a divine stone and disappeared with the two sword servants. Stunned, the proprietor stared in the direction where the three of them had stood before they disappeared. A moment later, he came out of his daze. When he saw the black divine stone in his hands, his eyes widened suddenly and his words became incoherent. This is a divine stone. Chapter 1372. Meteor Street. Meteor Street sounded like a street name, but it was actually the general designation for all the streets in Heavenly Sword Planet's slum. This area was named Meteor Street because many of the people living here had a lifespan as short as meteors gone just like that. Those who lived in Meteor Street were basically the lowest social strata of the planet. Organized crime syndicates, gangsters, thieves, red light districts, and shady underground businesses were the mainstays of this area. Sword 11 had thought of cleaning up the area previously but later discovered that these darker elements could not be completely eliminated. Even if he cleared the present Meteor Street, in a few years, another Meteor Street would spring up. Even if he led strike after strike against the area and punished the criminals with strict laws, at most it would just splinter the whole of Meteor Street into countless smaller Meteor Streets. No matter how bright the sun, there would always be places where its light could not reach. In the end, Sword 11 had come around. As long as Meteor Street was within his control, there was no need for him to go all out. The various crime bosses of Meteor Street were also smart people. They understood the present state of affairs and had caught on to Sword 11's line of thinking. They actively gave in and never dared to do anything too overtly outrageous. In this way, the state of affairs in Meteor Street was preserved. After they left the Carved Heart Pavilion, Lin Huang appeared on Meteor Street with the two sword servants. Lin Huang could not help frowning at the putrid smell that permeated the air. At a glance, there were at least 20 or 30 pieces of garbage simply tossed onto the narrow streets. Leftover lunch boxes, bloody toilet paper, used condoms, thick green sputum that stuck to the ground. Lin Huang even saw urine stains on several walls. Judging by the height, they were clearly not left by dogs. On the side of the road, men gathered in small clusters of 2s and 3s eyed the tall Sword 302 with unrestrained lasciviousness. Some did not even bother to conceal their arousal and even deliberately stroked their crotches with their hands while they smiled at Sword 302 in the most creepy fashion. Sword 302 was not fazed by the situation. With a faint smile, her long legs in their high heels moved forward a step. The next moment, the faintest aura of wind elemental enlightenment stirred. An instant later, a violent wind sprang up over the whole street, blowing so violently that countless houses tottered on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the wind died down after a short 3 to 5 seconds. After the wind stopped, all the rubbish on the ground, including the trash bins overflowing with filthy water and the men by the roadside, had disappeared. Trash should be cleaned up, Sword 302 said indifferently as she returned to Lin Huang's side. Of course, Lin Huang could see that Sword 302 had not killed anyone. She had merely used wind elemental enlightenment to blow the men away with the garbage. After that violent gust of wind earlier, he could clearly sense that the air of this narrow street was much fresher and cleaner. Ignoring the hastily closing doors and windows on both sides of the road, Lin Huang led the two sword servants forward and they continued walking. After they had passed 5 or 6 streets, Lin Huang finally found the house where the boy named Wu Hao lived. It was in the deepest part of a small alley that measured less than a meter in width. This dark, damp alley was sunless for almost 24 hours a day. Wu Hao's house was the innermost partitioned space. The area was about 10 square meters based on Lin Huang's visual inspection. The small window was crisscrossed with line upon line of rusty bars, none of the glass was intact. The door of Wu Hao's room faced out and was wide open. The door was also rotten and broken. There was a fist-sized hole on it about the height of a man's shin, which seemed to be from someone's kick. However, Lin Huang also noticed that the front of the house was clean and almost spotless, as if someone had just tidied it up not long ago. Based on his initial understanding of the child's situation, Lin Huang thought about it for a moment, left the two sword servants where they were, and walked toward the room alone. In the open room, as Lin Huang had expected, there was only one bed and one table. A teenager was sitting on the edge of the bed. He held a small knife and was quietly carving a piece of wood. The wood chips were scattered over a piece of newspaper on his desk. Lin Huang recognized the prototype the boy had carved with just a glance. It was a dragon beast. Although there were not enough details yet, he could roughly tell that it was an archaic fire dragon. The teenager did not notice Lin Huang's arrival as he was focused on his carving. Lin Huang did not speak up to disturb him either. He stood quietly outside the door and watched the teenager carve the archaic fire dragon into being. It was almost noon by the time the teenager finally had the basic shape carved for the archaic fire dragon he was holding. He appeared to be a little tired. He put down the wood carving and stretched. When he looked up, he saw Lin Huang at his door. The teenager was startled when he saw Lin Huang. However, he quickly calmed down, moved his fingers unobtrusively, and transferred the carving knife in his right hand into his palm to hide it. At the same time, he was on high alert and asked Lin Huang with a hint of warning in his voice, "Who are you looking for?" Lin Huang noticed the teenager's slight movement. He smiled and took out the wood carving that he had obtained from the carved heart pavilion. "Is this three-legged golden crow your work?" The teenager's eyes narrowed slightly, not because he saw his wood carving, but because he noticed that the wood carving in Lin Huang's hand appeared out of thin air. "You're a cultivator and I'm just an ordinary person. Just tell me what you want, don't beat around the bush." The teenager glanced in the direction of the window. He had already begun to plan an escape route in his head. "Don't worry, I don't have any malicious intentions. It's just that when I visited the carved heart pavilion earlier today, I saw your work by accident and thought it wasn't too bad, so I came to visit. Do you think I'm going to believe you? The lines of the sculpture are so ugly and the details are full of mistakes. A cultivator like you thinks that it's not too bad." Based on the expression on the teenager's face, it was not clear whether he was questioning Lin Huang's aesthetics, or what Lin Huang had said. "I didn't say that you carved well. What I thought was not too bad was the inner meaning left in the sculpture," Lin Huang explained somewhat helplessly. He had not expected Wu Hao to be so suspicious. However, if one considered the environment the boy lived in, it was understandable. "Don't coax me like I'm a kid." Wu Hao obviously did not believe in Lin Huang's statement. Meteor Street's rules don't allow cultivators to do anything to ordinary people who aren't cultivators. Whatever your purpose is in looking for me, you've already broken the rules. If anything happens to me, Lord Sword 11 will most definitely send someone to investigate it thoroughly. Although there was such a rule in Meteor Street, deaths happened in this area every day. There were at least hundreds of ordinary people who died for various reasons every year. Sword 11 did not have the time to investigate each of these cases. "Well, it seems that you won't believe whatever I have to say." Lin Huang was speechless for a while. "In that case, I'll find someone who can talk to you." Wu Hao's muscles tightened as he stared at Lin Huang with a wary face. Just when he thought Lin Huang had other associates, Lin Huang dialed a number in front of him. Within seconds the call was picked up and a figure projected itself in front of Wu Hao. Wu Hao was stunned when he saw who the figure was. Sword 11. Chapter 1373, Would you like to be my apprentice? Are you truly Sword 11's senior brother? After listening to Sword 11's explanation, Wu Hao was 80% convinced of Lin Huang's identity, but he still had 20% worth of doubts left. "If I really had wanted to do something to you, I would have done it already. I wouldn't need to waste my time standing by the door just to explain things to you, much less request Sword 11 to make an appearance. Also, you don't need to wonder whether the Sword 11 in the video projection was real or fake. In a moment I'll take you to Heavenly Sword Palace to see him personally." At Lin Huang's words, Wu Hao was finally able to completely dispel of all his doubts. Wu Hao also knew that the person before him was a cultivator. Wu Hao would not have been able to fight him nor escape from him. If Lin Huang genuinely harbored any ill intentions toward Wu Hao, he could have achieved them directly with a show of force. There would have been no need at all for so much explanation. Even if Lin Huang had forcibly kidnapped Wu Hao, not many people would have noticed. As to whether the Sword 11 he had seen was the genuine article or not, Wu Hao had also experienced a moment of uncertainty. However, when he considered it, no matter what the other party's intentions were, there was no need to set up such an elaborate deception for an ordinary slum dweller like himself, much less find someone to impersonate Sword 11. There was one more detail that made Wu Hao absolutely certain that Lin Huang meant him no harm, namely, Lin Huang had stood outside the threshold of the door and had not tried to come in. Growing up in a place like Meteor Street, Wu Hao had developed an extremely high level of vigilance since childhood. From his point of view, a person who approached himself for no reason must be plotting something. That was why he had been fully on his guard when he first saw Lin Huang. Now he was sure that Lin Huang meant him no harm. He finally put down the carving knife hidden in his palm. "Come in and sit down." Wu Hao only remembered that he did not have a stool in his house after he finished speaking. This did not bother Lin Huang at all. When he came into the house, he saw a row of sculptures by the window sill. He picked one up at random and studied it. The sculpture that he had picked up was a fire ape. This sculpture was only palm-sized, but the details were much more defined than the previous three-legged golden crow. The overall lines of the carving were also much more aesthetically pleasing. There were almost no significant faults that could be picked out. Even the inner meaning contained within the sculpture was considerably stronger than what had been in the golden crow. Lin Huang also noticed that the base of the sculpture was also engraved with two large words, Jing Wu. He used divine telekinesis to scan the rest of the sculptures and found that the words, Jing Wu, had been inscribed underneath all the bases. He then smiled and turned towards Wu Hao. "You gave yourself a pseudonym. Using my real name might get me into trouble," Wu Hao explained. "It's not a bad thing to be overly cautious." Lin Huang wanted to say, "You are way too cautious," but refrained. After he had confirmed that Jing Wu was Wu Hao's pseudonym, Lin Huang was almost 90% certain that this was the child named Jing Wu, whom the club was looking for. When he first saw Wu Hao from the door earlier, he realized that this boy's sword Dao had broken through to level 3 illumination. However, there was no trace at all of a cultivator's aura within him. This meant that this young man named Wu Hao had leveled himself up to level 3 sword Dao in just over 2 months, merely through his carving. Lin Huang himself knew how difficult it was to elevate his sword Dao. It had taken him more than a year to elevate to level 3 sword Dao through conduits, daily sword practice, and frequent combat. This child named Wu Hao was undoubtedly an ultimate genius in sword Dao. After he had confirmed Wu Hao's sword Dao talent, Lin Huang could not help but be tempted by a thought. "Would you like to be my apprentice and learn sword skills from me?" Initially, the plan to take Wu Hao on as an apprentice was just an excuse. Lin Huang had wanted to see what kind of person the club was searching for and what was so special about him. However, after seeing Wu Hao's sword Dao talent, what was the club's mission anyway? Did it matter whether he carried it out or not? "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Huang," Lin Huang added. Wu Hao was surprised for a moment. Immediately after, however, he appeared to be troubled. "If you have anything that you want to say, just say it." Lin Huang noticed Wu Hao's hesitation. Wu Hao did indeed hesitate for a while but finally could not help speaking up. "If you're Sword 11's senior brother, why haven't I heard your name before?" Lin Huang thought for a while. This question was not one that he could easily answer. "I'll explain it in detail after I bring you to meet Sword 11. If you're not yet prepared to apprentice with me right now, you can wait until you meet Sword 11 before making a decision." Wu Hao thought about it for a moment before he spoke again. "Then let me change my question. Between you and Sword 11, who is stronger? His combat strength is higher than mine, but I should be able to beat him if we're at the same combat strength." Lin Huang was telling the truth. With his current ability, even if he had met Great Heaven under circumstances where both of them had the same combat strength, he would definitely have been able to beat him. What more Sword 11? "I have another question." Wu Hao stared at Lin Huang keenly. "I don't have cultivation potential. Are you sure you want to take me as your apprentice?" "No cultivation potential." Lin Huang used divine telekinesis immediately to scan Wu Hao's body, only to find that the child's soul was so severely damaged he could not sense the existence of various energies. To some extent, this was more serious than an ordinary person with no potential. In this case, however, it was not completely impossible for Wu Hao to be able to cultivate. Lin Huang quickly found a cultivation method suitable for Wu Hao from within Great Heaven's memory. "You don't have to worry about not having cultivation potential. I have a way that will allow you to be able to cultivate." Wu Hao's eyes lit up when he heard what Lin Huang had to say. He quickly got up, walked to Lin Huang, and bowed to the ground. "This apprentice hails his master. From today on, you are my first official disciple." Lin Huang nodded slightly and helped Wu Hao up. The reason Lin Huang said, "official disciple," was mainly because he used to be an instructor at Martial Hunter College and had many other students. "There are some issues with your body that normally would make it impossible for you to cultivate. However, I know of a method that will allow you to embark on the path of cultivation." This method is called sword use divinity. Simply put, you do not cultivate the body or the soul, you only cultivate the sword. Once your sword Dao achieves sword Dao true meaning, you can use directly sword use divinity to consolidate your godhead. For ordinary people, it's impossible to achieve sword Dao just by cultivation of the sword. But for you though, it is possible. After a brief explanation, Lin Huang placed the tip of one finger on Wu Hao's forehead and transmitted an assortment of sword skills he had picked into Wu Hao's body. After all, the boy was just an ordinary person and the amount of information that his brain could hold was limited. Lin Huang only entered 10,000 sets of sword skills, ranging from ordinary to legendary. You can assimilate these sword skills slowly when you have the time. Lin Huang finished speaking and glanced around the room. Now you can pack your things and follow me. Where are we going? Wu Hao immediately responded. Sword 11's Heavenly Sword Palace. Chapter 1374. The trial is over. When Wu Hao saw Sword 11 standing before him in person in Heavenly Sword Palace, he was so excited that he was virtually speechless. One had to be aware that he grew up listening to legends about Sword 11. Naturally, as a young man who yearned to cultivate Sword Dao, he found it hard to remain calm when he saw Sword 11, the number 1 Sword Dao cultivator of the Great Heaven territory, alive and well and standing before him. Lord Swordmaster, this young man, Sword 11 was a little puzzled when he saw that Lin Huang had brought along the youth from the video call just now. Wu Hao, my apprentice, Lin Huang introduced Wu Hao with a grin. Apprentice. Sword 11 was stunned for a moment when he heard that. He had not expected that his swordmaster would have found an apprentice just by walking around town. Xiao Hao, say hello. Lin Huang patted Wu Hao's shoulder. Lord Sword 11, Wu Hao's face turned slightly red and he did not dare to look at Sword 11 directly. I remember you, you're the teenager in the video just now. Your name is Wu Hao. Although Sword 11 had many doubts, he still took the initiative to smile and greet Wu Hao. Wu Hao nodded quickly. All thanks to you. If you hadn't appeared on the video call with him earlier, he might not necessarily have been willing to become my apprentice, Lin Huang laughed. Lord Swordmaster praises me too much. Only now did Wu Hao notice how Sword 11 addressed Lin Huang and a faint trace of uncertainty arose in his heart. He stole a glance at Lin Huang and directed a question at Sword 11. Lord Sword 11, are you and my master really fellow disciples? Sword 11 looked at Lin Huang after hearing that. You can tell him the truth. Lin Huang nodded. Only then did Sword 11 nod and explain the situation to Wu Hao. Lord Swordmaster and I are not fellow disciples. I am Lord Swordmaster's sword servant. Even though he had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, Wu Hao still understood what sword servant meant. Despite experiencing a sense of unreality after hearing Sword 11 admit that he was merely a sword servant, he could also see that Sword 11's respect for his master was no pretense. Then my master really is very powerful. Wu Hao thought for a moment and asked again. He succeeded in obtaining the inheritance of Swordmaster Great Heaven and has taken his position as the new Swordmaster. At the very least, in terms of Sword Dao, he is unparalleled. How about compared to you? Wu Hao quickly followed up. If we were at the same level, I certainly would not be any sort of opponent for Lord Swordmaster. Sword 11 knew how difficult the final trial assessment was. Even though he had not fought Lin Huang, he could roughly estimate what Lin Huang's abilities were like. After hearing this personal evaluation from Sword 11, Wu Hao finally looked at Lin Huang with the beginnings of hero worship in his eyes. Now will you believe me? Lin Huang asked, slightly disgruntled. Yes, I do believe you now. I know Master's Sword Dao is unparalleled. Wu Hao quickly laughed apologetically, held up his fists, and started pummeling Lin Huang's back diligently by way of massage. You little devil, in future put these thoughts of yours into your cultivation, that would be better than anything. Lin Huang shook his head helplessly. Disregarding Wu Hao's diligence, Lin Huang started chatting with Sword 11 again. Tomorrow is the last day of the Great Heaven trial. It's not safe for me to bring this young devil with me, so I'm going to leave him with you first to supervise his cultivation. I'll come back to the Great Heaven territory for him in half a year at the earliest. If I'm slow it will be around 2 to 3 years. Master, are you leaving? Wu Hao asked hurriedly. I still have some matters to deal with in the Great World and my home, the Gravel World. Lin Huang glanced behind at Wu Hao. I'll sort out what I want to teach you and pass it to Sword 11 in the next 2 days. When the time comes, he will help me to teach you. When he had finished speaking, Lin Huang looked at Sword 11 again. Wu Hao's situation is rather unique. His constitution doesn't allow him to cultivate directly, so he can only take the path of Sword Dao Divinity, Sword Dao Divinity. Sword 11 stared at Lin Huang with wide eyes, as if he wanted to confirm whether or not Lin Huang was pulling his leg. He is very talented in Sword Dao. Lin Huang said only this and did not elaborate further. When Sword 11 caught Lin Huang's gaze, he knew that Lin Huang was not joking. As for what Lin Huang mentioned about Wu Hao being very talented, Sword 11 knew that there was more to it than mere talent after he considered the matter carefully. After all, Wu Hao had caught the eye of the new swordmaster and had been accepted as a disciple immediately. Given that Lin Huang had also confirmed that the boy could take the path of Sword Dao Divinity, it was sufficient to indicate that the little devil in front of him was something truly special. Sword 11 did not pursue the matter further. Lin Huang had not explained in detail, but he had already indicated his attitude. Sword 11 was in no hurry after all. Wu Hao was going to stay with him. Whatever that was so special about him would be apparent sooner or later. In the next 2 days, I'll go through the sword skills from all the inheritances that I have obtained, sort them out, and transmit them to you. Then you'll be able to pass these sword skills on to him. His body only has the strength of an ordinary person, and the amount of information that can be processed by his brain at any given time is limited. You'll need to pay attention to the amount of information that you pass on to him each time. Don't overload his mind. Also, in addition to sword skills, various kinds of theoretical knowledge should also be taught. I'll organize a set of teaching templates. Fill in the content according to the template I will give you and teach him a variety of theoretical knowledge. Remember to carry out a theoretical knowledge examination every month. If he fails the examination, let him retake it. Learning is learning. Why do we need tests? Wu Hao muttered in a low voice. Lin Huang ignored the boy's grumbling and continued, there is also actual combat. You'll need to make arrangements for him accordingly. Although he can't cultivate and his body is weak, as long as he doesn't die, you can arrange whatever you want for him within those limits. Since the medicine of the cultivation world can easily fix the physical bodies of ordinary people, it's not a big problem if he happens to break an arm or a leg. Broken arm and broken leg. Wu Hao looked as if he were about to cry. Master, am I still your flesh and blood? Even Sword 11 began to look at Wu Hao sympathetically at the expression in his eyes. These are the 3 approaches I can think of at the moment. As for the rest, if you think that there is a need to add on, feel free to do so on your own. Very well, then I will do as you say. Sword 11 readily agreed. Since he had already found a successor for the Swordmaster, Sword 11's ultimate goal in coming to the Great Heaven territory had been achieved. Seeing that he had nothing much on his plate at present, assisting the Swordmaster in teaching his apprentice could be regarded as something to do. Ah yes, there is one more thing. He also carves as a hobby. As long as it does not interfere with his study of Sword Dao, you don't have to worry about it, Lin Huang specifically reminded Sword 11 again. After settling the matters to do with Wu Hao, Lin Huang chatted with Sword 11 for about half an hour more before he returned to the hotel with the 2 sword servants. As for Wu Hao, he remained in Heavenly Sword Palace. Early the next morning, Lin Huang transmitted the all-sword skills that he had sorted out to Sword 11. There were a total of 180,000 sword skills and the highest was only pseudo-mythical level. He even specifically mentioned that the pseudo-mythical level sword skills were to be taught last. It was not that Lin Huang did not want to teach mythical level sword skills to Wu Hao, he merely wanted the boy to establish a solid foundation first and avoid running before he could walk. As for the basic teaching template, Lin Huang had created it from summarizing his previous teaching experiences at Martial Hunter College. He focused on Wu Hao's traits to optimize the template. After seeing to Wu Hao's affairs, Lin Huang returned to the Great Heaven Palace early in the morning with the 2 sword servants. This was already the last day of the opening of the Great Heaven territory. Under the authorization of the Great Heaven Palace, Lin Huang checked the status of the participants. Following Lin Huang's instructions, the Great Heaven Palace quickly projected the participants' details. Of the 300 participants who entered the Great Heaven territory a month ago, only 63 were left. The survival rate was over 20%. Lin Huang was glad that the few from Death Sickle were still around. Lin Huang also saw a few familiar faces: Unrivaled God, Forbidden Lamella, and the others were still alive. However, Lin Huang had expected this. After all, the group with Unrivaled God and Forbidden Lamella were super geniuses cultivated by Grade 7 organizations. In terms of overall ability, they almost certainly would have life-preserving techniques if they could remain stable in the top 5 positions of the virtual god leaderboard. When he saw the familiar faces in the surveillance footage, Lin Huang could not help frowning slightly. Unrivaled God, Forbidden Lamella and the others all know that I won the competitive trial. When they return to the great world, I'm afraid that the first thing they'll do is to inform the grade 7 organizations behind them about this matter. Even if they can't be sure whether or not I managed to obtain the Great Heaven inheritance, I will still be included on several grade 7 organizations' lists of people who should be closely observed. In addition to attracting the attention of the grade 7 organizations, this news may also lead to the raiders targeting me. After all, I took over the inheritance of Great Heaven, and the Lord who attacked Great Heaven previously would definitely be interested in me. From the looks of things, Xie Lin's identity can't be used any longer. The best way to make this identity disappear is to vanish after the closing of the Great Heaven territory and let everyone think that Xie Lin died there. As long as Xie Lin died in the Great Heaven territory, naturally, there won't be any such thing as Xie Lin obtaining the Great Heaven inheritance. After careful consideration, Lin Huang completely dismissed the idea of returning to the Great World with the other participants. He did not return to the Great Heaven territory at all until the next day. However, through the surveillance carried out by the Great Heaven Palace, he watched the 63 participants being teleported out one by one. Chapter 1375, Returning to the Great World God Territory, Blood Sickle Shelter, Death Sickle Headquarters. A white-haired young man sat in the main seat of the conference room, brows tightly knit. He had preserved an attitude of silence for a while. 3 people including Fallen Star stood before the conference table. They did not dare make a sound. The 3 of them had just returned from the Great Heaven territory, bringing with them the news that Lin Huang had failed to return from there. I think that boss Xie Lin might not necessarily have died in the Great Heaven territory. He may be still participating in the Great Heaven trial, so he might not be teleported out at the same time as us. Destiny was Lin Huang's die-hard fan. He firmly believed that Xie Lin would not just die like that. Seeing that the young man sitting in the main seat had not spoken for a long time, he mustered up his courage and spoke his mind. The white-haired young man looked up and glanced at the 3 people. All right, the 3 of you may go back first. I know everything that I need to know. Yes, Sir Buried Heaven. The 3 of them responded and quickly left one after the other. Buried Heaven did not leave the conference room but looked down at a name in his address book: Xie Lin. He initiated the competitive trial, defeated the joint forces of Unrivaled God and a few others, took first place in the trial, obtained the trial qualifications for the Great Heaven inheritance that no one has activated for more than 300,000 years. You, someone who's produced miracles time and time again, would you really die just like that in the Great Heaven territory? Buried Heaven was not certain whether he was murmuring to himself or Lin Huang. Half a month passed by quickly. Everyone in Death Sickle had no doubts that Xie Lin had died in the Great Heaven territory. Even Destiny, who had always believed that Lin Huang had not died, no longer brought up the Xie Lin might still be participating in the inheritance trial excuse. Buried Heaven, who had his suspicions about whether Lin Huang was still alive or not, also did not hold out any hopes for Xie Lin's survival. However, early in the morning of this particular day, Buried Heaven was having a meeting with several gold sickles when he suddenly received a message from a strange number. Iron Fist Shelter, 120 meters from the entrance of the Death Sickle branch, Storage Cabinet 0613, password 9527. Something that you want is in it. Buried Heaven just glanced at it briefly, and then his gaze immediately seemed to be glued to the message. Although this message was not signed and was from an unfamiliar number, Buried Heaven noticed the words, Iron Fist Shelter, immediately. That was the shelter where Xie Lin accepted the mission involving the Bug Tribe Queen Mother. In Buried Heaven's mind, his first instinct was that this had been sent by Lin Huang. This was because not many people had his personal number, aside from a few blood sickles and a few gold sickles with whom he had good relations, as well as a handful of extremely outstanding juniors such as Xie Lin and Fallen Star. The rest of you carry on, I have to deal with something that came up last minute. After he had confirmed that the sender of the message was most probably Xie Lin, Buried Heaven acknowledged the several gold sickles that were present before standing up immediately. He summoned a small green snake and teleported away. In the meeting room, the several gold sickles present looked at each other. This was the first time they had seen Buried Heaven leaving halfway through a meeting. After a few minutes, Buried Heaven appeared at the front door of the Iron Fist Shelter's Death Sickle branch. He glanced around and quickly located a locker not very far away. In a flash, he appeared in front of the locker, his gaze swiftly identifying locker 0613. Without hesitation, he entered the password provided in the short message. Once the password was entered, he heard a click and the locker door sprang open automatically. Inside was a small palm-sized package. Buried Heaven reached in to retrieve the package, opening it on the spot. Inside was a small thumb-sized sheet of metal. When he saw the object, Buried Heaven's eyes lit up suddenly. "You're still alive." He had given Lin Huang this piece of metal before the Great Heaven territory opened. It was meant for recording information about the inheritance. Buried Heaven stowed the sheet of metal in his storage space. Without hesitation, he summoned the green snake again and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the Death Sickle headquarters. Instead of going back to the conference room, however, he went directly to his palace. Buried Heaven made sure the gates of the God Sequence Relic Palace were securely fastened and all the multiple layers of locks were fully disarmed. Only then did he take out the sheet of black metal he had retrieved earlier and carefully enter divine telekinesis into it. After a brief moment where his eyes were dazzled, he found himself in an unfamiliar starry sky. He saw an imposing man wielding a sword in one hand. With just one effortless swing of the man's blade, before Buried Heaven's very eyes, the entire galaxy and its myriad stars shook violently. An instant later, the entire galaxy fractured and disintegrated into two halves, as if someone had sliced a sheet of white paper in half with a sword. Buried Heaven looked down at himself. Somehow he did not know when he had been sliced apart at the waist without realizing it. As soon as the world went dark in front of his eyes, his consciousness returned to his body. When his consciousness returned, he was soaked through with cold sweat, gasping laboredly for breath. Can this really be achieved at heavenly god level? Even though Buried Heaven knew that Great Heaven, an unprecedented genius who dominated an entire era, would be stronger than him, he never expected the gap in their abilities to be so astoundingly great. If he had really encountered Great Heaven, he would have been killed instantly. Buried Heaven gave a helpless, bitter smile. Just a casual sweep of the other's blade had rendered him completely defenseless. It took him quite a while before he calmed down from the shock of the attack earlier. "You're even able to take over the inheritance of a fellow like this. What kind of monster are you, Xie Lin?" Lin Huang had long since departed the Iron Fist Shelter. To avoid being remembered, he had stayed in the Great Heaven territory for more than half a month and had only just arrived a day ago in the God territory with 68 sword servants. Since the identity of Xie Lin could no longer be used, he wore the thousand-face mask and altered his face again for this visit. He went to the Iron Fist Shelter first thing while the sword servants scattered and hid in the other Grade 3 or Grade 4 shelters around the Iron Fist Shelter. Lin Huang contacted Yongling once more the minute he arrived at the Iron Fist Shelter. This time he was making a large order. Not only did he need to create a new identity for himself, but he also had to create a fake identity for each of the 68 sword servants. Yongling was speechless at suddenly receiving such a big order. After resting in the Iron Fist Shelter for a night, Lin Huang took Sword 301 and Sword 302 to a Grade 4 shelter and prepared to carry out the next phase of the plan. Including his time in the Great Heaven territory, he had been away from the gravel world for almost half a year. Improving his abilities was becoming a much more pressing matter. Lin Huang's combat strength had been stagnant at Grade 9 Imperial level. He did not feel that he had reached the critical point even after so long. Initially, he had no idea what to do. However, after accepting the Great Heaven inheritance, Lin Huang had finally found a solution to the problem. It was not that Great Heaven's inheritance memories contained a similar situation, it was the way Great Heaven dealt with problems that allowed Lin Huang to find an answer. Since he had not arrived at the critical point for a breakthrough after so long, he would continue to refine more godheads until the critical point could be sensed. Chapter 1376, The Mysterious Club. 3 days later, Lin Huang got a brand new fake identity. He was not the only one, all the 68 sword servants also had new identities in the God territory. Since the sword servants had long since exhausted their various cultivation resources, Lin Huang let them register as reserve members at different branches of Death Sickle. The main reason for him choosing Death Sickle was that among the major organizations, they were the most accommodating and had the least rules. As far as generosity in promotion channels and resource rewards went, they were also one of the top choices. Another important reason was that the secret zones and ruins in the Great World with slightly more abundant resources were basically all occupied by major organizations. There were also many high-level secret zones and ruins that were jointly monopolized by the top organizations. If they did not join any of the organizations and ran about the Great World as independent adventurers instead, Lin Huang and the Sword Servants would not be eligible to enter 90% of the secret zones and ruins. Once they had joined an organization, they would also be eligible to participate in its internal transactions. If they wanted to buy something, the price would be much cheaper compared to the prices in the black market. It was precisely for these reasons that the first formal command Lin Huang gave to the numerous sword servants was to join Death Sickle and obtain as many resources as possible without exposing their true abilities. After all, if a lot of virtual god-level newcomers appeared whose strength was comparable to unrivaled god, it would surely attract the attention of Death Sickle's upper levels. As for how to keep their true abilities hidden, Lin Huang advised them not to accept tasks that were too difficult. As for Lin Huang himself, he had not been idle for these 3 days. He had collected a lot of information about secret zones and ruins. Apart from preparing for his hunt for godheads, he was also preparing to hunt for true gods after his elevation to virtual god level. 3 days passed by. Lin Huang's new identity was named Huang Lin, which was a homophonic of his name in reverse. However, less than 3 minutes after he put on his new identity ring, a message prompt suddenly sounded. Lin Huang had not had the time to enter the number of any of his contacts. Nobody except Yang Ling could possibly know this new identity's number. Thinking that the message might have been sent by Yang Ling, Lin Huang quickly opened the message to check it. However, one glance at the message contents and his eyebrows knit together in a frown. Congratulations on your success in obtaining the Great Heaven inheritance. By the way, how are you doing with the 2 missions in Great Heaven territory? The message came from a sender named The Club. Looking at the message, Lin Huang's first reaction was that his fake identity had been betrayed by Yang Ling. Yang Ling was likely to be a member of the club. However, when Lin Huang thought about it carefully, Yang Ling was considered his friend. Based on his character, if he were really a member of the club, Yang Ling would have at least greeted Lin Huang if he wanted to reveal his identity. After a moment of thought, Lin Huang sent a message to Yang Ling. Do you know about the club? After a moment, Yang Ling replied within seconds. Their people contacted me some time ago and invited me to join them, but I refused. Why? They're in contact with you. They just sent a message to my new number. It's been less than 3 minutes since I put on the communication ring. After Lin Huang had sent this message, Yang Ling was quiet for a while. After some time, a video call came through. Lin Huang noticed that this video call was a little special. It had the words, encrypted communication, written on it in red capital letters. He pressed the answer button without any hesitation. In the video call, Yang Ling wore a white shirt on his upper torso, which made him look very neat. Although he was still thin, his face was a lot more ruddy, and he looked much healthier than when he had been in the gravel world. How much do you know about the club? Lin Huang asked immediately when Yang Ling appeared on the call. I don't have much information about this organization. It should be a fairly new one. I haven't heard of it before. It's highly likely that it was established after I went to the gravel world. A few days after I returned to the Great World, they approached me and wanted to invite me to join them, but I refused. I started investigating them. It took almost a month, but there was not much progress. I only found the bare minimum of information. At present, the only thing that I know is that this is an organization formed by various super geniuses. In this organization, there are not only travelers but also reincarnated beings and reborn beings, reincarnated beings. The kind in Infinite World style novels like God Room. Lin Huang's eyes widened. TN, Infinite Worlds, is a genre in which one must experience multiple worlds one after the other in order to achieve a goal. This genre originated with the Chinese web novel, Infinite Horror, which was introduced in 2007. Its popularity triggered a large number of follow-up novels, one of which is God Room. Something like that. Yang Ling nodded. Regenerated beings, as in reincarnation? Lin Huang asked again. Yes. Yang Ling nodded again. Do these people truly exist? Lin Huang had some doubts. They do. I used to know several regenerated beings in the past. Being regenerated isn't that difficult in and of itself either. As for reincarnated beings, I've encountered them once. It's just that their God Room has a different name, and its function is more powerful than in the novel. They're really reincarnated beings. Lin Huang had not expected this at all. I thought that was only something novels made up. We can all reasonably exist as travelers, why should their existence be a surprise? Yongling's expression looked as if that made all the sense in the world. Well, what you said makes sense. Lin Huang could find no way to refute this statement. Even if these people do exist though, how did the club find them? Lin Huang wondered about this. He did not really understand how it worked. I don't know the specifics, but my guess is that their founder, or one of the founders, has the ability to identify our abilities or our treasures. They may not even need to be in contact with us or see us. As long as we fulfill a specific triggering circumstance they've set, they will be able to discern our identity over a long distance and ignore any disguises. Yongling's speculations caused Lin Huang to fall silent for some time. He thought about it for a while and finally had to admit that Yongling's theories were most likely correct. As for how they obtained your new number, I suspect it may also be related to their ability to identify us. Yongling continued, I would never disclose any of my customers' information. You ought to be very clear about this by now. That's all the information I've managed to find on the club. I wasn't able to achieve a breakthrough in the follow-up investigation later, plus, I had things that needed to get done, so I didn't continue wasting further time on it, Yongling explained, spreading out his hands. Lin Huang was silent for a moment. He was wondering whether or not to tell Yongling that he had joined the club, but in the end, he decided to keep that information to himself. After he ended the call with Yongling, Lin Huang stared at the strange number on the communication page for some time before he replied to the message. I've retrieved the scabbard of the heavenly sword, but I'd like to know what do you intend to do with it? Lin Huang did not deny that he found the child named Jin Wu. He simply did not mention it at all. If we can repair it, then we'll repair it. If we can't repair it, we will absorb it, the other party replied within seconds. They did not seem to treat this as a secret. Upon seeing this answer, Lin Huang knit his brows together in a frown. They sounded a bit like the raiders. I have another question. What is the relationship between the club and the raiders? Lin Huang asked directly. After this message was sent, it took about 3 or 4 seconds before the other party replied. In a nutshell, it can be considered a hostile relationship. At this reply, Lin Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1377. Transaction. The enemy of the enemy was considered a friend. After ascertaining the relationship between the club and the raiders, Lin Huang decided to trade the heavenly sword scabbard with the club. The scabbard had been completely destroyed. Yin Yin had also said that it was already of no use to her and Lin Huang was free to dispose of it at will. For Lin Huang, this object served only 2 purposes: it could be traded or Xiao He could absorb it as material. Considering the degree of damage to the scabbard, even if it were given to Xiao He to absorb, it would not make much of a difference. Therefore, the course of action which would yield the most benefits was naturally to trade it in at the club in exchange for other useful resources. Early the next morning, Lin Huang put on thousand face and ate breakfast with his new identity, after which he took sword 301 and sword 302 and appeared in a cafe. This kind of coffee shop in the god territory was quite obviously copied from the human world. This was a coffee shop in name, but in reality, there were all kinds of drinks, most of them sweet. There were very few who came here for the coffee, most people ordered sweet drinks. When he heard Lin Huang ordering a cup of black coffee in addition to 2 cups of sweet drinks, the proprietor looked at him rather oddly. He also specifically made a point of emphasizing to Lin Huang, "Sir, there is no sugar added." When some of the nearby customers heard this, they could not help glancing at Lin Huang. Lin Huang and the 2 sword servants sat under an umbrella in the open air for a while. By the time Lin Huang had finished his drink, it was already almost 9 o'clock. A figure suddenly appeared by the table where the 3 of them sat. "Do you mind if I sit here?" At the voice, all 3 people, including Lin Huang, were stunned for a moment. None of them had sensed the other party's approach at all. Lin Huang immediately looked up at the newcomer. The individual in question was a young man who looked like he was about 27 or 28 years old. He was tall and thin, clad in a black suit and a fedora, and had a dark red walking stick in his right hand. Lin Huang's senses did not pick up any energy fluctuation emanating from within the man. It was as if this stranger were just an ordinary person. The expressions of the 2 sword servants were also rather odd as they studied the man in the suit. One had to be aware that the 2 sword servants had both been heavenly god level powerhouses previously. Even though their combat strength was now restricted to the level of virtual god rank 9, if they happened to meet another powerhouse who was also at heavenly god level, it was not difficult for them to determine their opponent's approximate combat strength even if the other person's aura remained concealed. However, the person standing in front of them was no different from an ordinary person. Even so, neither Lin Huang nor the two sword servants regarded the other party as just an ordinary person. This stranger had appeared without warning at just the right time, and he had requested to sit with them when there was an empty table beside theirs. This confirmed that he was the one they would be conducting this transaction with. "Please sit down." After seating himself with a smile, the man in the suit glanced at the two sword servants. He took off his hat, revealing a head of short black hair, and smiled at Lin Huang. "Huang Lin, right, you can call me Solid Ebony." This was obviously not the other party's real name. However, he had also addressed Lin Huang by the pseudonym he had acquired just recently. "Hello," Lin Huang nodded and greeted him. "May I see the condition of the goods first?" After briefly introducing himself, Solid Ebony got straight down to business without any additional small talk. "Here." Lin Huang raised an eyebrow and looked at the other party with an odd expression. Solid Ebony smiled and nodded. "Relax, other people can't see or listen in on what's going on here." Only after the other party mentioned this did Lin Huang notice that he could no longer sense the aura of the two sword servants. Both of them were sitting next to him at the table, so close that he could have reached out and touched them. However, they seemed to be just two illusory projections. He sent a mental transmission to the two of them, neither responded. "What did you do to them?" Lin Huang's brows furrowed slightly. "I didn't do anything, it's just simple space-time isolation," Solid Ebony finished and added, "We are the ones who are isolated, they are okay. Can we carry out our transaction now, with peace of mind?" Solid Ebony managing to do this without Lin Huang being aware of it was something completely beyond Lin Huang's comprehension. However, once he had ascertained how powerful the other was, Lin Huang actually felt relieved. Without further hesitation, he brought out the scabbard. When he saw the completely charred and broken scabbard, the expression on Solid Ebony's face finally displayed emotions other than a smile. Lin Huang recognized the look on the other's face. The man was stunned and speechless. "It's been destroyed to this extent," Solid Ebony sighed helplessly. He only needed a glance to confirm the object was genuine, but the degree of damage was far beyond anything he had expected. "I can't do anything about that, it was already like this when I got it." Lin Huang shrugged helplessly. "That raptor really went all in," Solid Ebony muttered in a low voice. "Maybe take a closer look." Lin Huang handed the scabbard over to Solid Ebony. He was not worried that the other would grab it and run off. Solid Ebony hesitated for a moment, but he did finally take the two broken chunks of carbonized material. After a careful inspection, he sighed, "It's totally destroyed, it can only be used as material now." Putting the scabbard on the table, Solid Ebony looked up at Lin Huang. "This scabbard definitely can't be repaired, even its spirit has dissipated. Apart from absorbing it as material, I can't think of any further uses for it. What's your selling price? What is Senior willing to pay?" Lin Huang was reluctant to give an initial offer as he had no idea of the current market rates for goldfingers. Solid Ebony thought about it for a moment. "You're a newcomer and I wouldn't feel good about taking advantage of you. I'll bear the loss and trade it for a god weapon." "A god weapon?" Lin Huang looked puzzled. Solid Ebony noticed Lin Huang's uncertainty. A god weapon is a type of tool which possesses the quality of being able to develop alongside its users. If one is a sword cultivator, one could visualize it as a sword. When its sword form is fully matured and settled, it can sustain the user's power entirely without any losses, operating as an extension of your body like a bone that has grown within you since childhood. In addition to this symbiotic nature, the god weapon also has development potential. It will be affected by the energy intensity within the host's body. When the host body's energy intensity increases, the power of the god weapon and its sustaining capacity will elevate as well. You can start using it now all the way up to Lord level or even longer, without changing weapons. Based on just value alone, a god weapon is no less powerful than a Dao weapon used by a Lord. What about in terms of price? Lin Huang brought the discussion back to the main point. It takes a certain amount of time to nurture, so in terms of price, a god weapon will be cheaper than a Dao weapon. Solid Ebony froze for a moment, but he answered honestly regardless. Apart from ordinary weapons, what else can be visualized? Can a god weapon be used as armor? How about as a telekinetic weapon? Lin Huang asked again. Battle armor and telekinetic weapons are possible. But if you're thinking about equipment with complex structures such as warships or palaces, then that won't be possible. Since this is the case, 10 god weapons, Lin Huang bluntly quoted the price that he wanted. This is daylight robbery. You're also a traveler. You should know that even if this scabbard is used as material, it's also only of limited use to a Goldfinger's advancement. Solid Ebony rejected Lin Huang's offer outright. 3 weapons, that's my bottom line. 8 weapons. Lin Huang negotiated. 5. That's the highest price that I'll tolerate. Solid Ebony amended his highest offer from earlier. 6 weapons. Lin Huang negotiated once more. Deal. Solid Ebony slammed his hand on the table happily. Huh. Lin Huang was stunned for a moment at this. Why do I feel like I'm losing money on this? If I didn't take pity on you because you're a newcomer, no one would barter 6 god weapons in exchange for such material, Solid Ebony said brusquely. It was uncertain whether he was happy or figuratively bleeding at the moment. Chapter 1378. God Weapon. Before the official transaction, please take a look at this information on god weapons. If you find it acceptable, we will trade. If it's unacceptable to you, I will see if there are any other suitable items for the transaction. Solid Ebony projected a set of complete information about god weapons which described in detail their advantages and disadvantages, as well as how to activate them and the skills required to use them. Lin Huang used divine telekinesis and scanned the information. He read through it quickly and finally obtained a general understanding of god weapons. Theoretically, as Solid Ebony had mentioned, a god weapon could indeed be upgraded to a Dao weapon or an even higher level. However, this item had a considerable flaw. If it was nurtured under normal circumstances, it would develop very slowly. However, it had a characteristic that could make up for this defect to some extent. This was its symbiotic nature. A god weapon's symbiotic nature allowed it to develop with its host as if it were part of the host's body. An increase in the host's combat strength would cause the god weapon to synchronously transform as well. Therefore, the best time to activate a god weapon was at virtual god level. Any earlier would be no use anyway because only divine power could activate it. However, if the host elevated to higher than virtual god level, then the god weapon would stay in a restricted state after being activated, losing its ability to synchronously transform. It could only be slowly nurtured within the body until it had fully adapted to the host. Only then would it be fully activated and have its symbiotic nature restored. The higher the combat strength, the longer the nurturing period for the god weapon. That was why this sort of item was completely useless for powerhouses at heavenly god level or lord level. It was better to earn more money to buy equipment rather than taking the time to nurture a god weapon. As for the god weapon's 2 advantages, its development potential and the ability to sustain energy within the body without loss, most people ignored them after seeing how long the nurturing period was. Another reason why many people gave up on god weapons was that the development of the god weapon depended entirely on the development of the host. If the host could not elevate to the level of a lord, then the god weapon within them could only be used at heavenly god level as a god sequence relic. If the host could not even break through to heavenly god level, then the god weapon could only be used at true god level as a god rule relic. Although the market price for god weapons was not as high as the Dao weapons used by lords, it was still comparable to the most expensive god sequence relics. Not many people could afford to spend that kind of money, and even if they could, they would still weigh the options on whether it was worth spending such an amount on their juniors at home. Aside from that, the symbiotic nature of the god weapon also had a small flaw: bonding. Once the god weapon was activated, only the host could use it. It could not be traded or inherited. Even if one wanted to sell it for resources, unfortunately, it could not be done. The god weapon would neither recognize an owner nor accept any energy input other than that of the host. Moreover, it could be recalled by the host anytime, anywhere. Even if the host did not actively recall it, beyond a certain distance, the god weapon would automatically return to the host's body. In a nutshell, if one had spent money to buy a god weapon, it was equivalent to throwing water away. The money spent would never come back. Even if the host wanted to pass the god weapon down to their own flesh and blood heir after death, that would be impossible because after the host died, the god weapon would automatically die as well. After reading through all the advantages and disadvantages, Lin Huang bowed his head and thought about it for only 3 to 5 seconds before he made a decision. Let's trade. In his view, the god weapon's shortcomings would not affect him. He was very certain that as someone who owned a Goldfinger, it was only a matter of time before he elevated to lord level. Therefore, this was the equivalent of pre-ordering several Lord-level Dao weapons in advance. Moreover, he could activate the God weapons perfectly on his own without having to spend much time to nurture it. His combat strength had yet to reach virtual God level, but he had divine power within him and could directly activate the God weapons at any time. As for the bonding, Lin Huang had no intention of selling equipment with development potential like this. He merely felt some slight regret that it could not be inherited. If it were someone else, it would be hard to say, but this transaction is definitely profitable for you. Solid Ebony laughed and said, you can activate them immediately after bringing it home. You don't need to spend time nurturing them at all. Just let the God weapons follow you as you advance in combat strength. Moreover, you've obtained the Great Heaven inheritance, which is enough to show that you have the qualifications to elevate to Lord level. By then all 6 God weapons will have advanced to become Dao weapons and their value will no longer less than that of a complete Goldfinger. Senior, you think too highly of me. Right now I just want to elevate to virtual God level as soon as possible. Lin Huang smiled modestly, being praised by a possible Lord level senior who said that Lin Huang had the potential to advance to Lord level made Lin Huang very happy in his heart, although he also knew that the compliment from the other party was based on the desire to facilitate a transaction. The two chatted a little more and Solid Ebony finally took out the 6 God weapons. The inactive God weapons looked like silver liquid metal spheres about as big as a thumb. The 6 metal balls were suspended above Solid Ebony's palm, just like 6 silver drops of water, each quietly and slowly rotating without interfering with the others. Lin Huang did not waste time in any more niceties and immediately passed the 2 blackened pieces of carbonized scabbard to Solid Ebony. Solid Ebony flicked his fingers and the 6 God weapon metal spheres lined themselves up in orderly fashion as if they were alive, slowly floating until they were in front of Lin Huang. They formed a circle and began slowly rotating around, using the center point of the circle as an axis. When Lin Huang reached out to receive the silver metal spheres, both broken pieces of the charred, carbonized scabbard also flew up on their own and into Solid Ebony's hands. He did not check them further but put them away. Lin Huang checked the God weapons in his hand and confirmed that there was nothing wrong before putting them away. Solid Ebony waited patiently on one side and said nothing. After the transaction was completed, the two chatted for a while. Solid Ebony took the initiative to ask for Lin Huang's contact information. Leave me a way to get in touch with you. You can contact me in the future if you have any Goldfingers that you don't want. Also, if you run into any trouble, I can help you if I have the time. It's not free, however, you will have to pay for it. Lin Huang did not refuse. Accumulating more contacts was never a bad thing. After exchanging contact information, Solid Ebony did not linger on and disappeared immediately after saying goodbye. Just as Lin Huang watched him vanish, he sensed the auras of the 2 sword servants. Quickly, he looked toward Sword 301 and Sword 302. Lord Swordmaster, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Sword 302 asked, baffled. Just now after the man in the suit arrived, both of you felt nothing out of the ordinary. Lin Huang asked, what man in a suit? Sword 302 looked puzzled. Beside her, Sword 301 also looked puzzled. Just now a man in a black suit came over here. Before Lin Huang finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and quickly dived into his space storage to check. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. 6 small silver spheres floated quietly within the space storage. Fortunately, the God weapons were not fake. A man in a black suit. I didn't see him. Sword 301 shook his head. Forget about it. Lin Huang waved his hand. Both the sword servants' memories of Solid Ebony seemed to have been erased. There was no point in saying anything more. He glanced at the time, preparing to get up and leave, but he was stunned after seeing what time it was. 9 o'clock sharp. He remembered very clearly that his transaction with Solid Ebony took at least 20 minutes, but it was still 9 o'clock, fixed at the point in time when he had just met the other man. That was to say, during the 20-plus minute transaction between the two of them, there had been no time flow in the outside world, at least for the 20 minutes that Lin Huang had been able to sense. Is this the effect of space-time isolation? Lin Huang suddenly remembered the phrase Solid Ebony had used, it's just simple space-time isolation, we are the ones who are isolated. In other words, not only did the 2 sword servants not remember Solid Ebony's arrival, they did not even realize that Lin Huang had been missing for more than 20 minutes. Chapter 1379. Senior, You are such a nice person. Lin Huang had already thought about how he would distribute the 6 god weapons. One would be molded into a war sword, one into battle armor, and one into a set of telekinetic weapons. The 3 remaining weapons he would leave to Lin Xin. As to how far Lin Xin could nurture the god weapons, he did not harbor any great expectations. Anyway, these were the 3 extras that he had. Even if they were only cultivated to the level of god rule relics, he would not be distressed. As long as his own 3 weapons were nurtured into Dao weapons, he would have profited considerably from his deal with solid ebony. In the room, Lin Huang took out 3 god weapon metal spheres and placed them in front of him. Activating a god weapon was actually very simple. The host only needed to infuse it with a certain amount of divine power and the weapon would go into a state of semi-activation. It would then tap into the source of divine power on its own and actively absorb the divine power within the host. This process usually lasted 2 or 3 days. After the god weapon had completely absorbed divine power to the point of saturation, the host could then begin to mold the god weapon. One only had to use one's mind to communicate with the god weapon to mold it into the required form, which was simpler than molding clay figures. Molding clay figurines still required the use of one's hands. Molding a god weapon only required mental communication for it to transform into whatever its host wanted. Only after successful molding would the god weapon be considered as having become an actual concrete object. Once the god weapon possessed a concrete form, the final step was to establish a deep connection between itself and the host. The host needed to give certain authorizations to the god weapon so that the host and the god weapon could be linked in divine ability, divine skills, and other skill sets. For example, after a sword cultivator obtained a god weapon in the form of a sword, they would link their god weapon with their sword Dao as well as various sword skills along with any rule-bending powers related to said skills, with elemental enlightenment, and so on. Lin Huang was clear about this. The first object that he was going to activate was a battle sword. He took a god weapon and put it in his palm, quickly beginning to infuse divine power into it. The dark red divine power flowed continuously into the silver metal sphere in Lin Huang's palm, connected to the sphere by hundreds upon thousands of gaseous strands. This process lasted for less than 3 minutes and the silver metal sphere gradually became the same dark red as the divine power within Lin Huang's body. The moment the color of the metal sphere became the same color as Lin Huang's infusion of divine power, the god weapon suddenly lifted away from Lin Huang's palm, turned into a dark red stream of light, and flowed into Lin Huang's chest. Lin Huang immediately sent his consciousness into his body. He wanted to see what happened during the process of god weapon activation. After the dark red stream of light entered Lin Huang's body, it quickly made its way into the imperial palace of his inner world. After it flew around the imperial palace, it collided with one of the life wheels. Lin Huang waited for a while and realized that the aura of the god weapon was becoming weaker and weaker until finally, it became still. The whole process took only 10 seconds. What's going on? Why has it suddenly gone inert? Shouldn't it be automatically absorbing divine power like crazy? The situation happening within Lin Huang's body was obviously different from what had been described in the information he had been given. If it were not for the fact that he could sense the god weapon was still there, Lin Huang would have wondered if the divine fire in the life wheel had burned it up. After he had waited for a while and confirmed that the god weapon had become inert, Lin Huang had no choice but to withdraw his consciousness from his inner world. What happened? Did I make a mistake? With this uncertainty in mind, Lin Huang picked up the second god weapon metal sphere. He was going to try again. This time, he was even more careful. He became very cautious about even the infusion of divine power. After a few minutes, the second metal sphere also turned into a dark red stream of light and went straight into his inner world. Then, it also picked a life wheel and burrowed into it. After a while, exactly like the previous one, all movement ceased. Lin Huang was speechless. Did Solid Ebony sell me fake goods? He was beginning to suspect that there was a problem with the god weapons that Solid Ebony had sold to him. With this skeptical attitude, he decided to try one last time. After confirming once again that he had done nothing wrong in the previous 2 steps, Lin Huang picked up the third god weapon metal sphere. He repeated the same steps and did exactly what he did before. After a while, he still got the same results. The third metal ball also went inert in the third life wheel. After he failed to activate the god weapons 3 times in a row, Lin Huang could not help but send a message to Solid Ebony. Senior Solid Ebony, I just tried to activate the god weapons. I tried 3 times and failed. As soon as he sent his message, Solid Ebony sent through a video call request. After the call connected, Solid Ebony said immediately, logically speaking, at your level of combat strength, it's impossible for the god weapons not to activate. Tell me about your activation process in detail and let me see if I can identify what the problem is. I infused divine power into the god weapon and in about 3 minutes or so, it automatically went into my body as a stream of light. After that, Lin Huang described the whole process in detail. There's no problem in the initial stages, it's normal for god weapons to enter life wheels. After all, your life wheel is the source of the divine power within the body. But based on what you've described, the state of the god weapon after it entered the life wheel is actually its restricted state. This sort of stillness means it's in a restricted state. Upon hearing what Solid Ebony had to say, Lin Huang suddenly realized something. The information says that if the host's combat strength is at true god level or above true god level, the god weapon will be restricted. If there's divine fire within the body, does that mean activation won't work either? Of course it won't work. If there is divine fire in your body, then the divine power in your body will naturally be filtered by the divine fire. It is different from the divine power of a virtual god. This is given in the information because when ordinary people ignite divine fire, their combat strength will naturally elevate to true god level. The person who wrote the material may not have expected a situation in which someone has ignited divine fire but has not yet elevated to true god level. To be precise, the god weapon cannot directly detect the level of the host's combat strength. It senses this through the progress of energy within the host's body. Regardless of whether it is rank -1 or rank 9, as long as there is no divine fire within the body, the divine power of a virtual god will not be filtered and transformed by the divine fire. It is classified as the most basic divine power. The primitive form of a god weapon can only directly absorb this sort of basic divine power. If we classify it according to divine power ranking, this basic divine power is also known as primary divine power. After being filtered by the divine fire within a true god's body, however, the divine power undergoes a fundamental change. According to divine power ranking, it is classified as a mid-level divine power. Although you are not a true god, you have divine fire in your body which also filters your divine power. This means that your divine power is also mid-level divine power. Divine power that is mid-level and above cannot directly be absorbed by the god weapon. So for now I can only nurture my god weapons and wait for them to adapt to the mid-level divine power within my body. Lin Huang looked helpless. He had not expected that he would make such a mistake. He had initially quite happily thought that he could directly activate the god weapons. There really is no other way. Solid Ebony shook his head after a moment. However, you can ask around the club, maybe someone's Goldfinger might have the ability to aid in advancing god weapons, then you can directly elevate your god weapons to the second stage. If you can find someone who has this ability, I can come forward to help you negotiate the price. After all, I also have a certain responsibility in this matter. The suggestion that Solid Ebony put forward made Lin Huang's eyes light up. A single item advancement card could solve his problem. Let me compensate you with another god weapon. Although it was unintentional, I still inadvertently cheated you. But I only have this last one on hand, I don't have any more. After a moment of silence, Solid Ebony took the initiative to offer Lin Huang some compensation. Lin Huang was stunned when he heard that. He then nodded hurriedly. Senior, you are such a nice person. Chapter 1380, come, let's go for supper. After he ended his video call with Solid Ebony and confirmed that the problem was not with the god weapons but himself, Lin Huang once again sent his consciousness into his inner world. He sent a probing thread of telekinesis into the life wheel and retrieved a god weapon metal sphere. He realized that although the sphere had turned a dark red color, it had lost all of the previous liveliness and fallen into an inert state. There is no way a primitive god weapon can absorb a true god's mid-level divine power. If I elevate you to rank 2, that should work, Lin Huang murmured to himself as he held the dark red metal sphere between two fingers. Xiao He, redeem an item advancement card. Lin Huang did not hesitate at all. Once he had an idea, he acted on it. Let's try one first and see if it works. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden card materialized in his hand. After Lin Huang crumbled the card between his fingers, the item advancement card transformed into a golden stream of light that flowed into the thumb-sized god weapon. After a while, the initially inert dark red metal sphere suddenly lit up as if it were being heated to a higher temperature, and began to shine as red as magma. Its aura, which had hitherto been dormant to the point of almost dying out entirely, began to rise sharply at a rate visible to the naked eye. Time ticked past. Lin Huang stared mesmerized at the transformations occurring in the metal sphere. In the beginning, the sphere changed from dark red to bright red. Its color became more and more dazzlingly bright until finally, it was almost like a small sun and difficult to look at directly. The whole process lasted for about 3 hours, and the color of the little sun hanging in the air finally began to gradually fade. It took about 10 more minutes before the red glow completely dissipated, revealing the form of the god weapon. The god weapon, now elevated to rank 2, was no longer in its previous sphere form. It looked more like a dark red cloud. To be precise, it looked like a living cloud. It was in the void, its shape changing randomly like a thick mist. Lin Huang carefully used his consciousness to touch it and found that its shape was completely malleable. There were no obstacles at all, as if the object were part of his palm. By controlling the cloud, he changed it into several different forms one after the other. After he had familiarized himself with how to manipulate it, Lin Huang began the phase of carefully controlling and molding the cloud into the shape he desired. The sword that I want needs to be able to utilize rapid speed, force type, and ultimate Dao types simultaneously, so the form must be able to alter itself. Also, it needs to be able to withstand the force from sword Dao true meaning, various types of God rule power, and any influx of elemental enlightenment. One by one, the requirements for the blueprint were added. The dark red cloud elongated under constant turbulence. It took more than half an hour before the cloud ceased its roiling, having finally formed a concrete object. Lin Huang was dumbfounded when he saw the final result. What materialized in front of his eyes was merely a dark red sword hilt. There was absolutely no blade to be seen. What happened? Did I ask for too much and cause the actualization to fail? Nursing some doubts, Lin Huang reached out and took hold of the sword hilt. Amid the uncertainty in his mind, the front half of the hilt began altering rapidly, forming a narrow silver blade. This is, Lin Huang made a random swing with the weapon. A faint sword gleam flashed out at extreme, almost ultimate speed. As he observed this, he vaguely sensed something. The next moment, the blade suddenly transformed again, this time, into a massive sword. Lin Huang made yet another swing with the blade. The sword gleam was unparalleled to where Lin Huang vaguely felt that his power had slightly increased. So that's what it is. Lin Huang had finally figured out how to use this weapon. It's not that there's no blade, it's that the blade can change according to what I want. I only need to have a rough outline in mind, then it will automatically complete my idea and form the most suitable blade according to the energy pathways. Lin Huang had not expected that the final god weapon would turn out like this. He had originally thought that having 2 or 3 changes of form were enough, but it had never occurred to him that the god weapon would surprise him in such an unexpected but good way. After taking some time to wield his new sword and play around with it, Lin Huang nodded in satisfaction. Every time the blade materializes, it looks like a turbulent cloud. I'll name you Nebula then. After he had named his god weapon War Sword, Lin Huang thought for a moment, then transformed it into a more commonly seen war sword. In future, I'll just keep it in this initial form, no need to let others know I have a sword that can change its form arbitrarily. Anyway, even if the form changes in battle, others can only see 2 or 3 different forms at most. After returning the sword to the life wheel, Lin Huang retrieved the 2 remaining god weapon metal spheres. After considering for a moment, he took out one of his 3 remaining god weapons. The god weapon that Solid Ebony gave me as compensation should be available in 2 days. If I leave 3 for Lin Xin, I can use another one to build a piece of soul equipment. After infusing divine power into the god weapon that he had just brought out, the 4th god weapon quickly fell into an inert state like the previous 3. Lin Huang crushed 3 item advancement cards and 3 golden streams of light flowed into the 3 metal spheres in front of him. More than 3 hours passed by very quickly. The 3 god weapons completed their advancement at almost the same time. Lin Huang divided his consciousness into 3 parts, taking hold of each of the god weapons separately and started a new round of molding. For his battle armor, Lin Huang mainly needed physical defenses, but he still added a soul defense function as well. As for the telekinetic weapon, Lin Huang's requirements were variable because the number of his telekinetic threads was constantly increasing. He also had specific requirements for the various combinations of telekinetic weapons. There was also the newly added last piece of soul equipment. Lin Huang's idea was to craft it into an item with multiple functions which increased soul strength, possessed soul defenses, and could disguise soul aura. The battle armor took less than 20 minutes to form and was the first to take concrete shape. After that, it took almost an hour for the soul equipment to be ready. The telekinetic weapon took the longest. Lin Huang needed about 2 hours to form it into a concrete object. By the time the last piece of God weapon was finally formed, it was already dark outside. After staring at God weapons almost all day, Lin Huang felt weary in both body and soul. At least it's all done. Although he was very tired, Lin Huang was very happy. The 4 God weapons had not only been successfully activated, but they had also been elevated to rank 2 right away as a result of the item advancement cards. A rank 2 God weapon was not only capable of absorbing a true God's mid-level divine power, it could also carry within it and utilize God rule power, elemental enlightenment, and sword Dao true meaning. It was already the equivalent of a God rule weapon. Moreover, it was a God rule weapon tailored for himself. The full set of equipment is ready. I can bring these God weapons with me for practice today when I go out to hunt for Godheads. Lin Huang could not wait to try out his God weapons. However, as soon as he looked up, he saw that the sky outside the window was completely dark. He glanced at the time. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Only then did he realize that he had been busy all day. Hearing a growl from his stomach, Lin Huang immediately put aside his plans to test the equipment and called the 2 sword servants. Ku Hao, Ran Sha, come. Let's go for supper. Chapter 1381. Spending money that you made. Ice Blue Shelter was a grade 4 shelter. The guardian here was a female ice dragon, whose combat strength had been maintained at 9th rank true god level for many years. Although Ace Star, the headquarters of the shelter, was covered in ice all year round, it was much more prosperous compared to ordinary shelters. There was no reason other than within the jurisdiction of the shelter lay an ancient battlefield ruined frost territory. In fact, most of the planets within jurisdiction of the Ice Blue Shelter were covered by ice and snow, which was mainly an effect of the frost aura that emanated from this ruin. Although Ace Star experienced winter all year round, the largest market on the planet was bustling almost every day. Light snow was falling from the sky, the market was gaily decorated, pedestrians wearing thick clothes stood shoulder to shoulder, and the vendor cries from various shops were endless. Looking at the lively scene before him, Lin Huang felt like he had returned to Winter City in the gravel world for Chinese New Year. I wonder how Shen'er is now, he could not help murmuring, and Xiao Zhan. Lin Huang walked through the streets of the market with the 2 sword servants. The 3 of them also did what the locals did and wore thick padded jackets, not because they were cold, but to avoid unnecessary attention. Because a large number of residents in Ice Blue Shelter were non-cultivators, they had to wear thick clothing to keep themselves warm in such severe cold weather. Although cultivators were not afraid of the cold, if they did not wear winter clothing they would easily attract the attention of ordinary residents. Therefore, most cultivators who came here dressed like the locals. Of course, there were also some cultivators who did not care if they were noticed by the ordinary people living in the shelter and still chose to wear thin clothes. Lin Huang glanced around the market and noticed 3 individuals in unlined garments. One of them was a female cultivator in a short skirt. Cultivators naturally did not see anything wrong with this, but a few ordinary residents in the market murmured in undertones. It's so cold out, isn't that girl cold, wearing stockings? She's a woman for the sake of beauty, what's the cold to them? Why do I feel that she really isn't cold? Sword 302 heard that and could not help glancing at Sword 301 beside her. This girl had originally also been reluctant to change her clothes when she arrived. She had only done so after Lin Huang had brought it up. When she noticed the direction of Sword 301's gaze, Sword 302 turned her head and glared at him. To ease his embarrassment, Sword 301 cleared his throat and turned to Lin Huang to ask, Lord Swordmaster, are there any special places in this market? Nothing special, it's just a regular market, Lin Huang explained with a smile. The frost territory will only be officially opened in 2 days, we can take a short break during this time. Frost City, the name of this ruin seems rather familiar. Sword 302 seemed to have remembered something. I know this ruin. This is a fragment left over from an ancient battlefield. It's said to be the debris remaining from a battle between 2 Lord-level powerhouses who specialized in frost attributes. There are a large number of frost spirits in it. I've been there before 1 million years ago or so, but I don't remember seeing a shelter nearby. When I entered this ruin previously, its surroundings were desolate with no planets capable of sustaining life at all. Ice Blue Shelter was established only 30,000 years ago. Ace Star within the shelter and several other planets around it were all transformed into livable planets by the sky dragon named Ice Blue, explained Lin Huang, who had read up on the information about Ice Blue Shelter. Ah, so that's what happened, Sword 301 understood then. Do you have any other memories of this ruin? Lin Huang asked Sword 301 quickly. Although he had already done his homework in advance and purchased information about the Frost territory in the black market, Lin Huang still wanted to hear whether Sword 301 had any noteworthy information. I don't remember much about this ruin. I just remember that it was completely accessible at that time, and it could be entered by anyone below Lord level. I was a heavenly god at the time. Before my turn, many heavenly god level powerhouses had already gone in. From what I can remember, there does not seem to be anything particularly valuable in there. I only remember that there were heavenly god level frost spirits. I even hunted down 2 of them. Sword 301 thought about it and gave his answer. Sword 302's reply had little reference value for Lin Huang. He was too lazy to continue asking. This ruin is now exclusively occupied by the Combat God Temple. To prevent the depletion of resources, the Lord of the Combat God Temple probably set some prohibitions in place. Now entry is restricted to those at Heavenly God level. Every 60 years, the Combat God Temple is opened internally for 2 months at a time. It is open to the public once every 120 years, and only for 1 month at a time. During this period of accessibility, all organization members above grade 5 can use their identity tokens to enter or exit. Organization members grade 5 and below must submit an application to the Combat God Temple. They are only allowed to enter once their application has been approved. That's why I urge the 2 of you to complete the reserve missions from Death Sickle over the last few days and get the Black Sickle identity tokens. Because the Combat God Temple only recognizes official identity tokens, it makes no difference if it is grade 6 or grade 7 organizations. Even for those who are Combat God Temple members, they will not be able to enter this ruin with the identity token of a reserve. Lord Swordmaster, do you have any missions for us when we enter the ruins? Sword 301 asked again. Both your missions are very simple. You will hunt monsters and obtain resources. Lin Huang glanced at the 2 of them. Although you are both under a state of restriction and your combat strength is affected by me, you don't need resources to cultivate, but you do need money for your daily expenses. In the future, you will be responsible for your own expenses when you are back in the great world. You don't need to tell me how many monsters you've hunted and how much money you sold them for. You can spend as much as you earn. Lin Huang's position on the sword servants was to let them fend for themselves. After all, it was unrealistic for him to support hundreds of heavenly gods on his own. If you really want to talk about specific missions, during your hunt, please observe whether there are virtual god rank9level4 monsters. If there are, don't kill them, just let me know. You mean, you want to hunt alone? Sword 302 asked immediately. That won't do. At least one of us must follow you to ensure your safety, Sword 301 protested immediately. It's not that you aren't aware of my capabilities. In your current state, you won't be of any use to me for enemies that I can't cope with. It's better that we hunt on our own so that everyone can get the maximum benefits from any resources. Seeing the 2 sword servants had more to say, Lin Huang continued. You 2 can follow me if you wish. But I need to set a rule: after the 2 of you exit the ruin this time, I won't pay a single penny for either of you. You have to pay for meals and hotels. Whoever earns the money can spend it. You are not allowed to borrow from anyone. If I find out anyone is borrowing money, I will send them back to the Great Heaven territory. Then let's hunt separately. Sword 302 immediately changed her attitude after hearing what Lin Huang had to say. Alright, after all, we have increased the financial burden on Lord Swordmaster these past few days. Sword 301 also gave up the fight. Relax, we don't need to stay a full month in the ruins this time. I only need to hunt for a few godheads. If it happens quickly, 3 or 2 days will be enough. If it's slow, 1 week should be sufficient too. When I'm done, I'll contact you both and we'll leave together. Lin Huang smiled and patted Sword 301 on the shoulder. Chapter 1382, The Frost Territory. 2 days later, a large number of participants gathered at the entrance of the Frost Territory first thing in the morning. Because it was only open to the public once every 120 years, even if the trial quota was 8,000 people, the number of applicants always exceeded the quota considerably. Of the 8,000 places available, excluding members of the Combat God Temple and other members of the Grade 6 and Grade 7 organizations, usually, about 5,000 of the remaining application slots would be left. Of the remaining 5,000 application slots, more than 80% were occupied by Grade 4 and Grade 5 organizations, with very limited places left for organizations of Grade 3 and below. Lin Huang and the two sword servants were members of the top Grade 6 organization, Death Sickle, and had the privilege of directly entering the Frost territory. They did not need to line up to apply. Despite arriving early at around 8 o'clock in the morning, the entrance area to the Frost territory was already full of people. Lin Huang even saw quite a few familiar faces. Divine Clapnet's Forbidden Lamella, Zeno's Frontier, Precious Treasure Pavilion's Departed Feather, and Death Sickle's Fallen Star, Destiny and Twin were not there to represent Death Sickle. However, someone in a black robe standing beside Fallen Star caught his attention. The individual was slender and Lin Huang could not tell whether they were a man or a woman. All he could vaguely see was a masked face under the brim of a hat. When he looked at the person in the black robe, the individual in question also looked right back at him, and the blood-red lips on the mask pulled up slightly in an upturned arc. There smiling, Lin Huang could clearly sense that the other party's eyes were on him. What was even stranger was that the other party was obviously wearing a mask to fully hide their facial features, but he could see that they were smiling. As that fellow Virtuoso, Lin Huang took a rough guess based on some of the rumors he had heard before in Death Sickle. Virtuoso was the first name on Death Sickle's White Sickle leaderboard. He had participated in more than 700 assassinations and never failed a single one. Death Sickle guarded his personal information extremely well and there were practically no leaks to the public. Lin Huang even suspected that in the eyes of Death Sickle's 7 blood sickles, Virtuoso's value ranked higher than that of Buried Heaven. There was also a rumor within Death Sickle that Virtuoso might be the Grade 5 genius of legend. Before he entered the Great Heaven territory, Lin Huang would have envied anyone who might be a Grade 5 genius of legend. Right now, however, he felt nothing whatsoever. Currently, under his command, he had Sword 1 to Sword 12 who were all Grade 5 geniuses, fully 12 people in all. Ignoring Virtuoso's stare, Lin Huang walked towards the Death Sickle camp with the two sword servants. His identity was now Huang Lin. He looked completely different thanks to Thousand Faces' disguising ability. With so many black sickles from Death Sickle present, he was not worried that an acquaintance might recognize him. The Gold Sickle leader merely glanced at the tokens that the three held and let them pass. All three of them stood at the end of the camp and waited patiently for the ruins to be opened. A large number of Grade 6 and Grade 7 organizations had come this time. There were around 100 people or so from Death Sickle alone. Of the several Grade 7 organizations, the Combat God Temple had sent the least people, less than 200. The biggest number of participants from the remaining Grade 7 organizations was 300 people. It was not that the Combat God Temple had set a quota restriction for them, but the organizations themselves had set a limit of 300 members to curb bad behavior. After all, these organizations also had access to many exclusive ruins and secret realms. It was not that they absolutely had to enter the Frost territory. If they did not leave something for the organizations under Grade 6, that would undoubtedly lead to a public outcry. The members of the Grade 6 and Grade 7 organizations were all very calm. The camp of the organizations under Grade 5 was much more lively after all. They rarely participated in such events. The girl who walked over to the Death Sickle team just now has really long legs, looks like. They'd be about 2 meters, right? What's the use of her long legs? Is she as good looking as Miss Fallen Star? Is she as capable as Miss Fallen Star? Our Miss Fallen Star is the 4th ranked super genius on the Virtual God leaderboard. She's a rare woman with beauty and brains. If you're talking about looks, I still think the angel lady from the Precious Treasure Pavilion is good looking. Look at all the pairs of small wings on her back, they look so cute. I wonder how they would feel to the touch. At around 8:30 in the morning, the number of participants at the entrance to the Frost territory had exceeded 10,000 people. The total quota was only 8,000 places, but every time the ruin was opened, it was never certain how many people would show up from the Grade 6 and Grade 7 organizations. Therefore, the Combat God Temple would always reserve 1,000 places each time, and the remaining 7,000 were reserved for the Grade -1 to Grade 5 organizations. If the total number of participating individuals from the grade 6 and grade 7 organizations was less than 1,000 or exactly 1,000, then the 7,000 people who successfully registered could enter the site. However, this situation had never happened. Generally speaking, the number of participants from the grade 6 and grade 7 organizations usually added up to about 3,000 people. Therefore, out of the 7,000 application slots, usually, only about 5,000 people were eligible to participate in the trial. At close to 9 o'clock, the person in charge from the Combat God Temple finally arrived. It was a majestic, well-built man in golden armor. Many people on the scene recognized him as soon as he arrived. To Lin Huang, this person was no stranger. Previously, when he was putting together information on the God territory, he also had a simple collection of data on the several top organizations. This person in charge from the Combat God Temple was named Gao Shang. He was a pure-blood Protoss. His combat strength had reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank Heavenly God level. His ability ranked 4th among the Heavenly Gods in the God territory, almost on par with Buried Heaven. It could be said that in the Great World, this fellow was one of the strongest people below Lord level. In terms of ability, how does he rank among the Sword Servants? Lin Huang asked the 2 Sword Servants beside him with some curiosity. For his inquiry, he utilized the message transmission system used between Swordmaster and Sword Servant. It was not possible for anyone to eavesdrop. A lot stronger than the both of us, but not as good as the seniors above Sword 12, Sword 302 spoke first. Sword 301 next to her added, if you only judge in terms of aura, it's similar to the strength of Sword 25's aura. This person's ability is estimated to be between that of Sword 20 and Sword 30. After hearing this, Lin Huang nodded silently. To him, Gao Shang's ability being ranked under Sword 12's was a given. After all, Sword 12 was a grade 5 genius, which was comparable to the Bug Tribe Queen Mother. His real intention in asking the 2 Sword Servants this question was not to find out Gao Shang's true ability but to find out how strong his Sword Servants had been in their heyday. Gao Shang was merely a reference point. Now he could confirm that as long as he had full control over the Great Heaven territory, the abilities of the Sword Servants under his command would return to their peak state. It was enough to build a top grade 6 organization. Gao Shang of the Combat God Temple was also an impatient person. As soon as he arrived, he delivered a few simple sentences, then opened the entrance to the site. The first round of entrants from the 5 major GRADE 7 organizations: God Capital, Divine Clapnet, Xeno, Precious Treasure Pavilion, and the Combat God Temple took up almost 1,000 or so slots. After that, it was the turn of the grade 6 organizations such as Death Sickle. A total of 12 grade 6 organizations made up the second round of entrants, occupying more than 2,000 places. The remaining organizations grade 5, grade 4, grade 3 and below entered in order, and used up the remaining 5,000 places. After closing the entrance to the ruin, Gao Shang closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He did not even look at the remaining 2,000 people. After a group of staff in the Combat God Temple comforted some young people who failed to enter the trial, the heads of the organizations quickly dispersed, taking their members with them. Chapter 1383, What's the Condition for Advancement? After he passed through the dimensional portal, Lin Huang was briefly dazzled, but his senses quickly returned to normal. Lifting his eyes to look around, all he could see was a pure white world. An endless field of snow stretched as far as the eye could see. No one knew how many years this place had been covered with frost. The sky above was gray and misty. A light snow drifted toward the ground. With a cold wind blowing at him directly, Lin Huang felt chilly even though he possessed divine fire within him. The temperature in this place is already close to absolute zero. Looking around, Lin Huang did not notice other participants. It was clear that he was the only one who had been teleported to this area. Using divine telekinesis to probe his surroundings, Lin Huang frowned slightly after a while. This particular set of ruins severely limited the probing abilities of divine telekinesis. Even though the power of his divine telekinesis was comparable to that of a true god, the probing radius had been restricted to about 100 kilometers. Since my divine telekinesis perception has been restricted, it looks like I'll have to employ other methods to find prey. As he thought about it, Lin Huang had already retrieved a monster card. Once the card had been crumbled, a bald humanoid robotic man more than 3 meters tall quickly materialized in front of Lin Huang. This time, the object of Lin Huang's summons was the mechanical type warlord. First, check if there are any high-rank virtual god level monsters nearby. After Bloody's departure, Lin Huang had handed over any exploration work to Warlord. As it turned out, Warlord was very competent at these jobs. Warlord received the command and quickly released many snowflake-like mechanical bugs that mingled with the real snow and drifted away in all directions. The mechanical bugs that Warlord released could disguise themselves in any form necessary and did not give off any life fluctuations. They could easily deceive most cultivators in the Great World who were one level higher. At Warlord's current virtual god rank 8 combat strength, the mechanical bugs could escape being detected by the divine telekinesis of most individuals below 8th rank true god level. Of course, it was still possible for a small number of cultivators with remarkable divine telekinesis abilities or extraordinary perception in other areas to uncover these mechanical bugs. Almost an hour later, the mechanical bugs sent feedback on the preliminary results of the exploration. Warlord automatically generated a small-scale map and projected it. This map covered almost 3,000 kilometers of the surrounding area. The white dots are beginner stage and intermediate stage virtual god level monsters. The yellow dots are high-level virtual gods, and the virtual god rank 9s are the blinking yellow dots. The red dots are true god level monsters. The darker the color, the stronger the aura. What about these green dots? Lin Huang asked as he pointed at a green dot on the map. These are the participants. Alright, plan the best hunting route then. Lin Huang had barely finished speaking before a white line quickly connected a large number of yellow dots on the map. If we take this route, we can kill 76% of the high-level virtual gods on this map without doubling back, Warlord explained. Then let's follow this route. Lin Huang nodded slightly. After they had determined the hunting route, the two of them set off without any hesitation, hurrying in the direction of the first target. After about 3 minutes, the two found the first target, a frost fox. The frost fox looked like a snow-white fox, but it was much larger than the foxes on Earth. Not including its 3 long furry tails, it was usually about 3 meters in length. This kind of mutated monster cultivated frost element divine abilities. Cold places were their favorite habitat. Not only did they possess terrifying speed, but the strength of their claws and fangs was no less than that of a god relic. They could also form ice armor over their bodies and had amazing defensive abilities. In addition to using melee strategies, they also utilized frost element techniques that allowed them to engage in long-range attacks and assist in combat. It could be said that frost foxes were very well-rounded opponents. The combat strength of this particular frost fox was only at virtual god rank 7, but in terms of overall ability, it would take a lot of effort even if an ordinary virtual god rank 9 wanted to hunt it. However, the frost fox was unfortunate enough to encounter Lin Huang. The creature had barely growled a warning before its head was instantly penetrated by a silver gleam. Almost in the next second, the silver gleam shot backward, circled Lin Huang, and fell into his palm. It was a silver flying dagger thick as 2 fingers. Lin Huang played with the weapon in his hand for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. This was unexpectedly handy. The flying dagger was one of the telekinetic weapons that Lin Huang had formed from his god weapons. This was the first time he had tried it out in actual combat. It was much easier to use than he had expected. Lin Huang walked over to the corpse of the frost fox, skillfully retrieved an ice crystal-like white godhead, and easily stored the beast's corpse into his space storage. After tossing the godhead into the divine fire of his inner world, Lin Huang frowned. It's still unable to absorb anything. Just like on previous occasions, the Life Palace refused to absorb the energy from the godhead. In the beginning, Lin Huang had thought that this refusal to absorb energy was because his combat strength had improved too rapidly and he lacked a solid foundation. However, it had been a few months since he had advanced to grade 9 imperial level, but his Life Palace was still in a saturated state, refusing to absorb the godhead's energy. Although the Life Palace seemed to be completely saturated, Lin Huang could clearly sense that his Life Palace was not yet complete. Lin Huang had also considered that perhaps the Life Palace refused to absorb the godhead's energy because there were special advancement conditions that had to be fulfilled before it could be fully completed. This time he had deliberately taken things into his own hands instead of directly purchasing the godhead refinement, just to see if the advancement condition was that he had to kill the monster himself and obtain the godhead. However, it seemed that this was not one of the conditions for advancement. He stood where he was for a while and thought about it before turning his head toward Warlord and saying, "Modify the route, virtual god rank 7s can be removed from the hunting targets." Although Warlord did not know what happened, he still immediately did as he was asked. The yellow dots on the map instantly reduced by more than half. The new route was also plotted in the next second. After 5 to 6 minutes, Lin Huang and Warlord arrived at the location of the second hunting target. This virtual god rank 8 monster was an ox devil. With a height of more than 5 meters, it was covered with fur that was several times thicker than that of an ordinary ox devil. The 4 magma-like scarlet eyes on its head stared at Lin Huang, who had intruded into its territory. A second later, however, a silver gleam flashed through the void. Before the ox devil could react, the silver gleam penetrated its forehead. The light in the 4 scarlet eyes of the ox devil faded quickly as if there was no electricity. Its huge body crashed to the ground. It was another instant kill. Lin Huang possessed divine telekinesis that was as powerful as that of a true god, plus a telekinetic flying dagger that was comparable to a god sequence relic. Even without the addition of god rule power and elemental enlightenment, this was enough for him to easily kill all cultivators below true god level. After spending a few seconds to retrieve the godhead from the ox devil, Lin Huang once again tossed the new godhead into his inner world. After a while, he frowned once more. It's still not working. Warlord, modify the route again. Remove the virtual god rank 8s and only keep the virtual god rank 9s. Warlord projected the map again a moment later. The route had changed again, but now, out of the initial several dozen yellow dots, only 4 were left. Chapter 1384. Lin Huang's guess. Looking at the 4 flashing yellow dots left on the map, Lin Huang's expression was not relaxed at all. He still had no clue what the conditions for advancing his life palace might be. Let's go, we'll head to the nearest dot first. Although he had absolutely no clue, he still intended to continue with his line of thought, screening and excluding each of the possibilities. This time, his target was further away. It took Lin Huang and Warlord more than 10 minutes before they finally reached its location. This third intended target was a humanoid frost zombie. This monster looked a little like a very hairy savage with a height of 7 or 8 meters. What it might have been in its previous life, Lin Huang could not tell. However, he was able to verify that this frost zombie was undead. To be exact, it was a virtual god rank 9 undead. Sensing the intruder's aura, the frost zombie lifted its head to stare in Lin Huang and Warlord's direction. It roared furiously and its aura blazed up like ferocious flames. Its aura was obviously much more powerful than that of an ordinary virtual god rank -9. The strength of this aura, mythical level. Lin Huang could not help but raise his eyebrows upon sensing the frost zombie's aura. He was barely surprised after all, he had seen far too many mythical level creatures. The blazing flames of the frost zombie's aura quickly peaked. Bending its knees slightly, it leapt high into the air toward Lin Huang. The next moment, however, Lin Huang shook the cuff of his sleeve slightly and another silver gleam flew toward the sky. The gleam shot toward the frost zombie's forehead at an even higher speed, penetrating it without any observable resistance. The frost zombie did not have time to dodge at all as the telekinetic flying dagger pierced through its brain and out its skull again. Its leaping figure quickly smashed onto the ice, raising a cloud of mist. Lin Huang stared at the mist-obscured area, however, and frowned. It's not dead. The vital points of some types of undead were not the same as those of ordinary monsters. Normally, the head was a vital organ for most monsters. However, despite its head having been shattered, the frost zombie in front of Lin Huang showed no signs of its aura weakening. Obviously, its head was not one of its vital points. From within the cloud of mist, the frost zombie howled in fury, sounding even more aggressive than before. Clearly, Lin Huang's earlier attack had angered it. It doesn't seem to be very clever. As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, the divine telekinesis-controlled flying dagger that had penetrated through Frost Zombie's head circled around, flew backward, and shot through the cloud of mist. Almost at the same time, the Frost Zombie's roaring abruptly ceased. After a while, Lin Huang's figure slowly descended to the ground. Within the mist-covered area, he quickly saw the corpse of the Frost Zombie where it had tumbled to the ground. There was a clear wound on the left side of its chest cavity where its heart was. This was the result of the second attack. The creature's life force was rapidly fading. Lin Huang was expressionless. After he withdrew the flying dagger, he quickly retrieved the godhead from the Frost Zombie. As he tossed the godhead into his inner world, Lin Huang also sent his consciousness into his body simultaneously. This ice-blue godhead took a long time to melt within the flames of the divine fire. However, Lin Huang did not need to wait for it to be completely refined. He merely had to wait for a wisp of Godhead energy to be extracted, which he then infused into his life palace. This time, the life palace did not reject the infusion of Godhead energy, accepting it instead. Lin Huang, who had not expected anything to happen, was rather ecstatic after seeing this. However, he quickly calmed down. So the life palace can only absorb rank 9 godheads, or is there something special about this particular one? A few months ago, when he had first elevated to grade 9 imperial level, he had felt that his imperial level was not yet complete. At that time, he tried one by one with rank -1 to rank 9 godheads, but the life palace refused to absorb any of them. Right now the life palace was willing to absorb this rank 9 godhead. He was still uncertain what screening criteria the life palace used, however. After a moment of thought, Lin Huang returned his consciousness to his body. Let's go find the next one. After he had stowed the frost zombie in his storage space, Lin Huang and Warlord headed straight in the direction of the second virtual god rank 9 monster. After about 6 or 7 minutes, the two of them located their fourth target. This time, the object of their attention was a snow raven. This was a species of white corvidae, diminutive in size and only slightly larger than the palm of an adult. Although it was not large, the combat strength of these creatures was by no means weak. Their speed was greater than 90% of monsters of the same rank. They were also proficient in psychic attack esoteric arts and were highly skilled at combined psychic attack techniques with ice elements. If they encountered weak opponents, they could even freeze their opponents' souls directly with their gaze. Sensing Lin Huang and Warlord's arrival, the snow raven immediately uttered a loud cry. A torrent of psychic shock waves rippled swiftly outward like an invisible wave of water, engulfing Lin Huang and Warlord. Both of them allowed the psychic shock waves to penetrate through their bodies as if nothing had happened. For Lin Huang, he was able to completely resist a move like this. His soul strength was comparable to that of a true god, and he was almost completely immune to all forms of psychic attacks at virtual god level, not to mention this was only a legendary level snow raven. As for Warlord, he was a mechanical type. He did not even have a soul in the conventional sense, so he was naturally immune to all forms of psychic attacks. Lin Huang did not make any large gestures either. A silver gleam shot out from his coffin into the open beak of the snow raven, exiting the creature's skull with no obstacles at all. After killing the snow raven, Lin Huang quickly retrieved its godhead and tossed it into his inner world. After a while, he frowned again. It's not absorbing now. The snow raven's godhead was also a virtual god rank 9 godhead, but the life palace rejected it entirely. However, the energy from the frost zombie's godhead was accepted by the life palace. They are all rank 9 godheads. One was absorbed, but the other was not. Lin Huang stood where he was and carefully analyzed the possible reasons. Is it because the frost zombie godhead is class 4, and the snow raven godhead is class -3? He thought back carefully. After he had elevated to grade 9 imperial level, he had tried to continue refining godheads. In the end, he had tried godheads from rank -1 to rank 9 one by one, and the life palace had still refused to absorb the godhead energy. However, he seemed to recall that all the godheads he had used at that time were from class 3 legendary level monsters. None of the godheads were from class 4 legendary level monsters. So the life palace didn't accept the godhead energy previously because the class of the godhead was insufficiently advanced. Lin Huang's eyes gradually brightened. He felt that he might have hit upon the truth. Warlord, are there any class 4 legendary level monsters in the remaining 2 hunting targets? He immediately turned his head and asked Warlord. There is a frost spirit that should be class -4. Let's go. We'll hunt for that ice spirit right away. Lin Huang could not wait to verify his guess. Chapter 1385, Grade 10 Imperial Level. Frost giants were a race of frost spirits birthed from ice and snow. As newborns, they were already at virtual god level with white crystalline bodies. When they reached maturity, they could reach over 100 meters in height and would be elevated to true god level. Their bodies also would turn ice blue in color. This type of monster was an innate class 4 mythical level elemental demon. Its defensive capabilities were extremely powerful. If placed among mythical level creatures of the same class, it would still manage to be in the top ranks. Strength-wise, it was not weak either. Among the same class of mythical level beings, it was considered to be of a superior level. Apart from this, it also possessed extremely strong healing abilities and was able to draw moisture from the air to regenerate its own body. Another difficult issue was that this particular creature did not have any vital parts. To be precise, its vital part was an object called the Heart of Ice, concealed deep within its body. However, this object was not an actual heart, nor was it hidden within the chest cavity like a human heart. A frost giant's heart of ice could be located in any part of their bodies, and every frost giant might have a different location for it. The heart of ice might grow on the sole of the foot, or even at the back of the head. Lin Huang's hunting target this time around was a frost giant on the cusp of maturity whose combat strength was only at the level of a virtual god rank -9. Once he was close to the vicinity of his intended target, Lin Huang could already see the monster from a distance. It was almost 100 meters tall. The frost giant's torso seemed to be forged from chunks of rock that were clear as ice crystals. One look at the creature's head and the state of its physical body, and Lin Huang already knew that virtual god-level cultivators of the same level as this monster would not dare to provoke it. If one did not have a god rule relic to hand, it might be difficult to breach the monster's defenses, what more when it possessed such extremely strong regenerative powers. However, for Lin Huang, hunting this fellow was not a difficult task. Before the frost giant could cause trouble, Lin Huang had already initiated his attack from far away. This time, he was a little more careful. Around 100 telekinetic flying daggers shot forth from his sleeve, each of them boosted with the fire elemental god rule power tattooed demon. Tattooed demon's black flame enveloped every single one of the flying daggers. They looked like comets blazing black fire across the heavens. In just 1 second, these daggers practically turned the mythical level frost giant's massive, nigh indestructible body into a sieve. Blazing with black fire, each of the flying daggers cut easily through the monster's defenses as if slicing through a thin sheet of paper. They pierced through its front, exiting from its back as if its indestructible protective measures were mere decoration. It seemed easy enough for Lin Huang to penetrate the frost giant's defenses, but only he knew that if this previous attack had not been boosted by god rule power, there would be practically no way for him to pierce through this frost giant's body. However, even though Lin Huang's attack had punctured the frost giant into what amounted to a sieve, it still showed no signs of giving up the ghost. In fact, its life force did not weaken in the slightest. The attack didn't hit the heart of ice. Lin Huang did a quick divine telekinesis sweep and discovered the problem immediately. The next instant, the 100 telekinetic flying daggers circled back for a return attack, once more piercing straight through the frost giant's body. Without giving the creature a chance to regenerate, the daggers stabbed through it yet again and the puncture wounds on its body doubled in the blink of an eye. I still haven't managed to hit its vital part yet. Lin Huang's brow lifted as he sensed that the frost giant's aura was still not weakening. Once more, the 100 daggers shot forth and penetrated the frost giant's body. Only on this third round did Lin Huang sense that one of the flying daggers had hit something. Seizing the advantage, he used a thread of divine telekinesis to tug the object out from within the frost giant. The minute the object detached itself from the frost giant's body, Lin Huang very clearly sensed that the monster's aura was rapidly getting weaker. It was only after Lin Huang had used divine telekinesis to drag the object in front of him that he realized that it was a white crystal about the size of a normal person's fist. The entire crystal was translucent. Its surface looked as if it were wreathed in a ring of white mist that gave off an icy aura. This object was clearly the frost giant's heart of ice. Once the heart of ice had been detached, the frost giant's life force was completely extinguished in a matter of seconds. Its body thudded onto the ground, transforming into a small ice hill. Lin Huang merely gave the heart of ice in front of him a cursory glance before stowing it away in his storage space. After that, one stride brought him to the ice hill, where he retrieved the godhead from the frost giant's corpse. After tossing the godhead into the divine fire of his inner world, Lin Huang waited, full of anticipation, for the results of this round's experiment. The minute the divine fire had refined a small thread of godhead energy, Lin Huang impatiently maneuvered this wisp to the life palace and infused it in. The pale white godhead with its icy aura drifted in front of the life palace, then flowed easily into it without encountering any resistance. At the sight of this, Lin Huang's eyes shone. The life palace absorbed it. My guess was right after all. The life palace had accepted the energy from the godhead a second time, allowing Lin Huang to confirm his previous theory the life palace would only absorb energy from class 4 godheads. After months without a clue about a method of advancement, Lin Huang had finally found the way to go about it. He was utterly ecstatic. Warlord, there's no need to target any of the other virtual god level monsters anymore. Just hone in on legendary level virtual god rank 9s and that will do. Upon receiving his orders, Warlord immediately directed his mechanical bugs to begin a new round of selection. In the blink of an eye, 4 days passed by. Lin Huang used 4 full days but was only able to hunt down 9 legendary level virtual god rank 9 creatures. In actual fact, the total amount of combat time added up to less than 3 minutes. He and Warlord did not spend that long hurrying on the road either. The majority of their time was taken up by waiting. Although the number of virtual gods in these ruins was not small, there were not that many virtual god rank 9s. As for legendary level 1s, there were even fewer of them. Within those 4 days, Warlord's several 100,000 mechanical bugs could only find 9 legendary level virtual god rank 9 monsters. However, Lin Huang was not idle either while waiting. He was constantly stoking the divine fire to expedite the refining of the godheads. After 4 days, the first rank 9 godhead was fully refined at last. Once the life palace had completely absorbed the energy from the first godhead, Lin Huang sensed a slight boost in his combat strength, which had been stagnant for months. Seeing that waiting for Warlord's reports every day was really too boring, Lin Huang went into complete seclusion and invested himself body and soul into the refining of the godheads. Warlord remained by Lin Huang, guarding him while still directing the mechanical bugs to continue searching for legendary level virtual god rank 9 monsters. 24 days passed by just like that. On the last 2 days that the ruins were pen, Lin Huang gradually opened his eyes. In these 24 days, he had refined 8 godheads. After using all of his might to expedite the divine fire's progress, it took only around 3 days or so to refine a single godhead. So far all 9 godheads within his body had been completely refined. Lin Huang could also finally sense very clearly that his life palace was now satiated. Not only that, but his own combat strength had once more been boosted up a rank. His original grade 9 imperial level was now elevated to an unheard of grade 10 imperial level. Finally it's complete. After this, I'll elevate to virtual god level. Lin Huang's eyes sparkled. He already knew how to go about facilitating his breakthrough to virtual god level. Warlord, you can stop searching for virtual god rank 9s now, it's not necessary anymore. The ruins will be accessible for 2 more days. Within these 2 days, concentrate entirely on locating coordinates for beginner stage true gods. We'll go on a final round of hunting. Chapter 1386, Hunting True Gods. To be considered a true god, one had to have ignited divine fire and also have achieved an understanding of the existence of god rule power or elemental enlightenment. Because divine power within the body was refined by the divine fire, the quality of divine power possessed by true god level powerhouses far outstripped that of virtual gods. Once that was combined with god rule power and elemental enlightenment, it became an irrefutable universal truth. Therefore, a virtual god challenging a true god would be as hard as scaling the heavens. Apart from a very few peak virtual god level, genius powerhouses who had mastered god rule powers or elemental enlightenment and could, therefore, challenge true gods, other virtual gods would not stand a chance of winning an encounter with a true god. Lin Huang dared to challenge true gods for a very simple reason. He also had divine fire within him. Once his divine power had been refined by the divine fire, it was comparable in quality to that of a first-rank true god. Besides, he had also mastered many god rule powers and elemental enlightenments, and he was adept in sword Dao true meaning. Even though his combat strength was only at grade 10 imperial level, in every other aspect, he was by no means inferior to a low-rank true god. After elevating to grade 10 imperial level, the first thing Lin Huang did was to begin hunting for true gods. There were still 2 days left for both the trial and for the period of accessibility to the Frost territory. He wanted to take advantage of these final 2 days to elevate to virtual god level as soon as possible. It was a good thing that Warlord had listed down true god level monsters as well during his search for virtual god level ones. At the time, the reason for this was to avoid those areas as much as possible who knew that the information would turn out to be so useful right now. In less than a second Warlord had plotted out the best hunting route based on the low-ranked true gods on the list. After less than 10 minutes, Lin Huang located his first true god level prey. This was a portly snowman, which looked utterly adorable and even rather cute. However, the truth was that it was a true god level frost spirit, and its powers were not to be taken lightly. It stood around 5 meters tall. In appearance, it was like the snowmen that children would build on snowy days, except that it had 2 legs and was considerably larger. Portly snowmen were adept in the use of frost elemental enlightenment, particularly arcane attacks. Because they were frost spirits, they were able to utilize a great many frost elemental techniques at will without the need for a cool-down period. However, while they were experts in offensive techniques were not the only thing they were extremely proficient in. The truth was, all portly snowmen were equipped with terrifying defenses. These defenses were not like rigid those of the frost giants, rather, the snowmen's bodies were capable of absorbing a substantial amount of physical and energy attacks, thereby minimizing the actual damage to themselves as much as possible. Besides this, portly snowmen were like the frost giants also equipped with considerable strength. Among monsters of the same level, the portly snowmen's strength was considered to be of a superior standard. If any poor soul naively assumed that the snowmen were only expert in offensive techniques and not in close-quarter combat, they would die very horribly indeed. Looking down at the portly snowman below from high up in the sky, Lin Huang knew that the other had been aware of his presence from early on. Portly snowmen might not have aggressive tendencies, but it did not mean that they were not territorial. This particular portly snowman had not immediately attacked Lin Huang and Warlord when they had encroached into its territory, partly because it sensed that both the intruders were not yet at true god level and they did not present a very great threat. Another reason was that the snowman had determined both the newcomers were merely passing through and had not come specifically to hunt it down. This also had to do with the fact that Lin Huang had not immediately displayed any violent intentions. However, the intruders had now closed the distance to the point where they appeared directly in the snowman's line of sight. This proximity immediately stirred the portly snowman's territorial guarding instincts. It reassessed the 2 newcomers' intentions and confirmed that the pair were heading straight for it. Once it had ascertained that Lin Huang and Warlord were intruders, the portly snowman's initial adorable demeanor suddenly underwent a change. Its eyes turned blood red as if scarlet ink had been dripped onto them. Its smiling lips lifted high, its wide mouth dominating half its face and opening to reveal a maw full of sharp crystalline teeth. The snowman's body expanded considerably as well. In less than the time it took for a breath, it had grown to over 10 meters tall. Although he had seen the descriptions of portly snowmen quite some time ago in the Monster Guide, Lin Huang was still rather shocked now that he was personally witnessing the snowman's transformation up close. I wonder if those people on the internet who keep fussing every day about wanting to have a portly snowman as a pet would still want to do so after seeing this, he muttered with a tinge of dark humor. The minute he finished speaking, he discovered that a pale white mist was starting to coalesce around his body and he could clearly feel that the temperature of the air was plummeting rapidly. Not even a greeting and it's already making a move. Lin Huang spat out a curse, but his hands did not slow down their movements in the least. A dark red sword hilt appeared in Lin Huang's palm out of thin air. A second later, a thick, wide silver blade rapidly materialized into being. The blade sliced through the air. Gale force winds howled continuously and the mist surrounding Lin Huang's body dispelled in an instant. The temperature of the air which had plummeted so rapidly earlier quickly rose again. In fact, the white mist that the portly snowman had generated just now was a type of frost elemental enlightenment divine skill frost wave. This particular divine skill appeared in the form of a mist that could rapidly lower the temperature of an entire area to slow down an enemy's movements. If the enemy lingered within the frost wave for too long, they might even be frozen into an ice statue. However, this recent attack of Lin Huang's had been imbued with wind elemental enlightenment. It immediately dispelled the frost wave and got him out of his predicament. Upon seeing its attack being dispelled so easily, the portly snowman was stunned for a moment. From what it had sensed previously, the auras of these 2 tiny things were not yet at true god level and were no match for its power. It had originally thought that the frost wave would finish off both the intruders and turn them into ice statues. It had certainly not expected that in one move they would dispel an attack imbued with frost elemental enlightenment. The portly snowman's brief moment of being stunned gave Lin Huang an opening, however. As this was his first encounter with a true god-level opponent, Lin Huang did not dare to act recklessly. Now that he had found a weak point in his opponent's defenses, naturally, he would not let this chance slip by so easily. In an instant the shape of his sword blade changed, becoming long and narrow. The next second, a sword gleam streaked across the heavens like a blood-red electric arc. The portly snowman several hundred meters away did not even have time to react before it was decapitated by the blade. Lin Huang had not held back anything in this attack. He had combined Sword Dao True Meaning with Lightning Element Instant Flash, the Fire Elemental God Rule Power Tattooed Demon, and God Slaying Power. With the amplification effect of 4 rule bending powers combined, one attack was sufficient to snuff out the portly snowman's life. Before the snowman's head could tumble to the ground, the monster's aura had already completely dissipated. Its massive corpse rapidly crumbled into a gigantic pile of snow. Lin Huang had not expected to be able to kill a first-rank true god. This caused him inexplicable delight. This was the first time that he had killed a true god on his own. It was also the first time that he sensed just how powerful he was at present. I was able to kill a first-rank true god so easily. I don't know whether the upper limit of my abilities is at 2nd rank or 3rd rank. After spending a few minutes to retrieve the divine fire from within the portly snowman's corpse, Lin Huang tossed it into his inner world. Once the white divine fire entered Lin Huang's inner world, it transformed into a stream of light that flowed into one of the life wheels. To be more precise, it flowed into one of the life lamps and began slowly integrating with the dark red divine fire within the lamp. Given this current speed, it will take almost a month to fully integrate. Based on what he sensed of the divine fire's integration speed, Lin Huang could roughly determine how long a full integration would take. He swept a glance over the 9 life wheels. It became increasingly clear what steps he should take next. Chapter 1387. 10 Divine Fires. After successfully hunting down the portly snowman, the second true god level prey that Lin Huang selected was a 2nd-ranked storm eagle. The storm eagle was a monster that cultivated wind elemental enlightenment as its main specialization, with supplemental cultivation in frost and lightning elemental enlightenment. This sort of monster possessed speed that was considered top tier even among other monsters of the same level. Besides that, its attack method was also quite swift and fierce. It used wind elemental enlightenment to create a wind blade that was reinforced with frost elemental enlightenment. Then, it boosted the blade with lightning elemental enlightenment rapid speed. With 3 enlightenments compounded like this, even a 3rd-rank true god would do well to dodge the blade's cutting edge. For this fight, Lin Huang fully relied on telekinetic weapons to face his enemy. He used his telekinetic flying daggers to counter the storm eagle's wind blade. The telekinetic flying daggers clashed repeatedly against the storm eagle's incessant wind blade, which was supported by its 3 elemental enlightenments. This face-off, torrential as a storm, lasted for more than half an hour before Lin Huang ended the fight with some reluctance. Even though the storm eagle was strong, it had only mastered 3 types of elemental enlightenments, which made it far inferior to Lin Huang. Lin Huang had engaged in a fierce battle with the storm eagle for half an hour only because he saw it creating the wind blade and he itched to go up against it. He also wanted to test out his newly acquired telekinetic flying daggers, therefore, he had dragged things out for a little longer. After killing the storm eagle, Lin Huang immediately extracted the divine fire from its body. However, when he placed the divine fire in his inner world, he realized that this divine fire did not flow into any of his life wheels. It just went into a corner of his inner world, slowly withdrew its flames, stopped releasing energy, and turned into a lump of tinder. What's going on? When he saw what happened, Lin Huang was surprised. Previously, the divine fire of the portly snowman had not only flowed into the life wheel of its own accord once it entered his inner world, but it had also been easily accepted by the life wheel. However, the storm eagle's divine fire became inert once it entered his inner world. Puzzled, Lin Huang took control of the lump of divine fire tinder and tried throwing it into a life wheel. However, once the tinder got near the life wheel's blood-red flames started acting up, repelling the tinder. Lin Huang tried this with all 10 life wheels, one by one, but all 10 reacted in the same way. What sort of devilish tricks are you trying to pull here? Lin Huang was left speechless. Nonetheless, after he thought about it again, he had a vague guess as to why the Life Palace might have rejected the divine fire. Warlord, make a slight alteration to the route. Let's find another first-rank true god. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Lin Huang and Warlord found their 3rd true god level hunting target. The target this time was a white lynx. It was a mutated monster, and its combat strength was only at the level of a first-rank true god. This monster possessed high explosive power and agility, as well as being skilled in covert kills and sneak attacks. Nevertheless, it had no chance of displaying its skills in front of Lin Huang, as the telekinetic flying daggers shot through the air and took it down from a distance. After killing the white lynx with ease, Lin Huang once again extracted the divine fire from within its body and put it inside his own inner world. After entering his inner world, the divine fire transformed into a stream of light and promptly flowed into the second life wheel without any difficulties. When he saw that, Lin Huang basically had his speculations confirmed. So it only accepts the divine fire of a first-rank true god. Warlord, find the third-rank true god nearest to us right now. To verify his speculations, Lin Huang was prepared to continue testing through trial and error. After a few minutes, both of them found their fourth true god level prey, which was also the strongest opponent Lin Huang had ever encountered in his life. This third-rank true god monster was a golden ursine. The golden ursine was considered top level even among monsters of the same rank in terms of strength or defense, and its close combat strength was enough to directly challenge a third-rank true god level combat cultivator powerhouse. Lin Huang itched to have a go. This time, instead of using his telekinetic flying daggers, he raised his battle sword for a close combat confrontation. Without holding back any of his power, he unleashed force type completely. 6 rule-bending powers compounded together: superhuman strength, god-slaying power, lightning enlightenment lightning god, heaven's punishment, fire enlightenment tattooed demon, and fire enlightenment hell. Even after boosting all of this with sword Dao true meaning, it still took him a full hour before he finally took down the golden ursine. Killing a third-rank true god is pretty much the limit of my abilities. This fight allowed Lin Huang to make a rough assessment of the upper limit of his own abilities. After extracting the divine fire from within the golden ursine's body, Lin Huang once again tossed it into his inner world. As with the divine fire of the storm eagle from before, this divine fire also soon fell still and regressed into tinder form. All 10 life wheels refused to absorb this divine fire, just like before. After stowing the corpse of the golden ursine into his storage space, Lin Huang turned around to face Warlord. Warlord, help me find another first-rank monster again. A few minutes later, both of them quickly found their fourth true god level prey, Tien. This appears to be a typo on the author's part. It should be the 5th one, but we have opted to translate it as it is. This time, it was another first-rank true god. After killing it, Lin Huang retrieved its divine fire. As Lin Huang watched, the divine fire was accepted by the third life wheel without a hitch. Lin Huang was, therefore, able to confirm his speculation from before by 100%. His life wheels only accepted first-rank divine fires. Warlord, let's change our route. We'll hunt down first-rank monsters first. For the next hour, using Warlord's route as a guide, Lin Huang hunted down his prey 7 first-rank true god level monsters. Without exception, all 7 divine fires were accepted by the 7 remaining life wheels with no difficulty at all. When the 10th life wheel accepted the 10th divine fire, Lin Huang distinctly felt as if there were a minuscule change in the grade 10 imperial level within him. He even had a vague feeling that as long as the 10 first-rank divine fires in his body could integrate fully with the divine fires in his life lamps, he might advance to virtual god level. Looks like all I can do is wait patiently for around a month. Lin Huang sensed the integration speed of the divine fires in his body and made a rough estimation. Shooting a glance at the time projected, he got ready to continue his race against the clock. Warlord, help me plan a new route. Exclude all first-rank monsters from our hunting targets. From now on, we're only hunting second and third ranks. Warlord immediately nodded and went to work. As a mechanical type, he did not possess human emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Therefore, he did not have any complaints about Lin Huang constantly changing their route. Over the next day and a half, Lin Huang kept running between second and third rank true god targets according to the route that Warlord had marked out, killing them one after another. When he encountered a second rank, he had no problem killing them in an instant. However, when he met a third rank, a fierce battle would unfold that usually lasted anywhere between half an hour to 2 hours. A low-level true god would generally have mastered more than 10 types of rule-bending powers. Based solely on the number of rule-bending powers one had mastered, Lin Huang would surpass an average third-rank true god, but only to a certain extent. The disparity in their overall strength was actually not that great. This was why he was especially willing to use these third-rank monsters as practice for his combat skills. If he encountered a power type, he would directly confront them using force type. When he encountered a speed type, he would use rapid speed sword skill against his opponent. The last 2 days in the Frost territory went by in a flash. Within these last 2 days, Lin Huang had hunted down a total of more than 60 low-level true gods. Among them were 10 first ranks, 28 second ranks, and 23 third ranks. Apart from the first-rank divine fires that had all been absorbed, the other divine fires inside his inner world regressed to tinder, waiting to be rekindled. Chapter 1388, Elevation to Virtual God Level. Once they had been teleported out from the Frost territory, all the participants gathered at the entrance to the dimensional portal once again. Out of 8,000 participants, more than 7,000 had returned. The survival rate had exceeded 90%, which was already very high. Lin Huang glanced over. Once again he saw many familiar faces. He also saw the 2 sword servants. When Sword 301 and Sword 302 saw Lin Huang, they immediately approached him and used the telepathic bond between Swordmaster and Sword Servants to communicate. Lord Swordmaster, the 2 of you don't look too bad, it seems you've profited a lot from this ruin. Lin Huang laughed and teased them. We teamed up and hunted for some true god-level monsters. We had a better haul than expected. Sword 302 finished and asked Lin Huang somewhat uncertainly, Lord Swordmaster's aura seems to have gotten stronger, but your combat strength hasn't broken through to virtual god level yet, has it? The reason she asked this was because if Lin Huang had broken through to virtual god level, as his sword servants, their combat strength would have been elevated to true god level. However, as of now their combat strength remained fixed at virtual god rank 9 without any change. I did improve a little. It shouldn't take long to advance to virtual god level. Lin Huang nodded slightly and did not explain in any further detail. As they were chatting, a figure glided over to them noiselessly. Lin Huang turned his head and looked at the newcomer, who was wearing a black robe and a white mask on their face. It was obviously Virtuoso, who was ranked first on Death Sickle's White Sickle leaderboard. I'm Virtuoso, might I make your acquaintance? Virtuoso initiated the conversation, addressing his words to Lin Huang. Their voice sounded gender-neutral, which made it impossible to distinguish whether the speaker was male or female. Only now at such close range did Lin Huang notice that the mask Virtuoso wore was a simple white one made of some unknown material. Except for 2 red smears where the mouth was located, there were no eye holes even. Through the mask, it was impossible to make out any expression on the other's face. Lin Huang even suspected that it might have been an illusion when he saw the red lips curve up on the mask a month ago. Hello, I'm Huang Lin. Although he was somewhat doubtful about the other's purpose in striking up a conversation first, Lin Huang still gave his pseudonym with a smile. We are all fellow members of Death Sickle. I noticed that the 3 of you looked relatively unfamiliar, so I wanted to come over and get acquainted, Virtuoso explained. Despite saying this, Virtuoso seemed to have no intention of conversing with the 2 sword servants at all. He just glanced at them briefly. We just joined recently, Lin Huang said with a smile. Good luck. I'm optimistic about you guys. After Virtuoso finished speaking, they clapped Lin Huang on the shoulder and turned away. What does Virtuoso want? Just to come over and say hello? Lin Huang could not understand what the other was trying to do. Before, he had registered with Death Sickle as Xie Lin and had never had any interaction with Virtuoso beyond seeing their name on the White Sickle leaderboard. Lin Huang had made his appearance using the identity of Huang Lin, a cultivator who had come into contact with Death Sickle for the first time. Even Fallen Star and the rest could not recognize him. Therefore, Virtuoso taking the initiative to come by and say hello puzzled him greatly. He naturally knew that the other party had not come over because the 3 of them looked unfamiliar. The Black Sickle members in Death Sickle numbered at least 1 million and the estimated number of those Virtuoso knew were very few. If he approached every member that he was unfamiliar with, he would have been exhausted. Moreover, Fallen Star and the rest had accidentally revealed at one point that Virtuoso was an aloof, reticent person who basically ignored all the other members in Death Sickle. Virtuoso's move to initiate a conversation was also inconsistent with his image in Death Sickle. Virtuoso's behavior puzzled not only Lin Huang but Fallen Star and the others as well, who had noticed and could not help but glance in Lin Huang's direction. After this small incident, the participants of the major organizations quickly dispersed. Lin Huang also returned to the Iron Fist shelter with both the sword servants. The instant he got to the hotel, Lin Huang took out a storage ring and tossed it to Sword 301. This is my haul from the Frost territory. In addition to the beast corpses, there is also loot from the monsters, private possessions. Please help me sort it out. Sword 301 took a look at the ring and was stunned for a moment. Lord Swordmaster, You hunted down these third-rank true gods yourself. Yes, is there a problem? No, nothing, Sword 301 quickly shook his head. As of now, he and Sword 302 had access to 9 types of rule-bending power, but since the strength of their divine power was only at the level of a virtual god, their overall ability was only equivalent to that of second-rank true gods. The monsters that both of them hunted together were basically second-rank true god level prey. When they encountered third-rank monsters, they had no choice but to detour around them. However, Lin Huang had hunted over 23rd-rank true god level monsters on his own. After he had handed the corpses and the rest of his loot to the 2 sword servants for sorting out, Lin Huang rented a top-tier cultivating room in the hotel and entered closed-door cultivation to begin integrating divine fire in earnest. As time passed, the 10 first-rank divine fires and the dark red divine fire within Lin Huang's body slowly integrated day by day. The color of the divine fire also changed daily. As he watched the progress bar for the integration process going up every day, Lin Huang looked forward all the more to the transformation of his ability after he elevated to virtual god level. 28 days passed just like that. In all 10 golden life wheels, the integration of divine fire was completed in less than 10 minutes. The initial dark red divine fire became fiery red, like a blazing piece of coal. The very second the divine fire completed integrating, the 10 life wheels moved at almost the same time and flew out of the life palace right away. After leaving the life palace, all 10 life wheels surrounded the life palace and began spinning wildly. Red divine fire surged out from them like a river and spurted toward the life palace. In the blink of an eye, the entire life palace was engulfed by an endless sea of flame. No trace of it could be seen. As this, condensing the godhead, the scene in front of him had occurred entirely on its own once the integration of divine fire was completed. Lin Huang had no control over it at all, he could only observe from the sidelines as it happened. The process of condensing the godhead had begun. Lin Huang patiently waited to one side. This time, the surge of divine fire lasted for 10 days. Lin Huang's life palace finally collapsed completely, transforming into points of starlight. Another 10 days later, after being immersed in divine fire, these countless points of starlight gradually condensed into a black crystal the size of a thumb. A mysterious blood-red divine pattern was faintly visible on the crystal's surface. It was not until the godhead was completely condensed that the life wheels stopped spurting divine fire. They turned into 10 streams of light that submerged themselves into the godhead. Once the godhead had been established, rings of divine power immediately spread out in all directions and into every corner of Lin Huang's body. At this moment, Lin Huang felt every cell in his body undergoing a violent metamorphosis, even down to the particles of his soul. This transformation took 3 days and 3 nights to be fully completed. When Lin Huang opened his eyes again, he felt as if he had been reborn. Finally, I have advanced to virtual god level. Chapter 1389. Consecutive Advancement. Host, Lin Huang. Gender, male. Age, 20 inches. Combat strength, virtual god level. Rank -1. Title, Godslayer. Goldfinger, Xiao He. Stone Tablet, Eternity Fire. Yin Yin. Integration Item, Origin God's Heart. 1-page sword scripture. Galactic Hive, God Weapon, Great Heaven Palace. Initial integration. Life Palace, Monster Paradise. Inheritance, Great Heaven. Sword 2, Sword 8, Sword 10, Sorcerer Goddess, Divine Ability, Substitute, Golden Cicada, God Rule, Superhuman Strength, Seraphic Speed, God Slaying Power, Elemental Enlightenment, Instant Flash, Sun Shadow, Heavenly Rock, Traceless, Lightning God, Heaven's Punishment, Tattooed Demon, Hell, Sword Tao. True Meaning Level. Possesses Sword Heart, Sword Spirit. Sword Skills, 200,000 Types, Minor, The Twisted Fate Scripture, Seamless, Monster Skills, Divine Telekinesis, Divine Regeneration, Holy Power, Elemental Immunity, Leech Pods, Absolute Control, Divine Purification Light, Revival, Immortal Warrior Body, Vampire Particles, Divine Strength, Divine Defense, Lightning Lord, Dark Mirror, Doll. Forbidden Skill, Punishment, Divine Witchcraft, Night, Integration, Mechanical Building, Mechanical Recovery, Evil Blood Substitute, Divine Disguise, Demon Flame, Hellish Fire, Abyssal Fire, Lightning God, Phoenix. Summon Authority. Activated. Supreme God Level. Available number of summons, 50 inches. Remarks, not too bad. Upon checking his personal panel, Lin Huang was fairly satisfied. After elevating to virtual god level, Not only had the upper limits of the mythical level Imperial monsters' combat strength been unlocked to true god level, the Imperial monsters' combat strength was not directly advanced to true god level, but the available number of summons had also increased from the original 30 to 50. This meant that as soon as Bai and the rest were able to elevate their combat strength to true god level, he could summon 50 true god level Imperial monsters at the same time to fight for him. This was not even including the quota for the hive limit. In addition to the increase in the upper limit of the Imperial monsters' combat strength, the upper limit of the Sword Servants' combat strength had also been unsealed. The 68 Sword Servants, including Sword 301, had their combat power unsealed right away to first-rank True God level. The changes in the Imperial monsters and Sword Servants were all within Lin Huang's expectations. What surprised him more were the changes brought about after the Monster Paradise territory had officially evolved into God territory. God territory, Monster Paradise, God territory's territorial range, radius of 10,000 kilometers from the God territory possessor, potential to grow. God territory ability 1. Within the God territory's territorial range, the dead summoning beast's soul will return to the God territory with its body reconstructed with divine power and revived. Those that have broken soul will have their broken soul pieces recalled and recovered. Ability restriction 1. Each summoning beast can only be revived 100 times within 24 hours. Their soul will disintegrate when it surpasses 100 times and they won't be able to return to the God territory. Potential to grow. Ability restriction 2. Each summoning beast can only have their soul recovered 12 times within 24 hours. Their soul will disintegrate if it surpasses 12 times and they won't be able to return to the God territory. Potential to grow. Derivative ability. If the God territory possessor is dead within the coverage range, he can choose to use a summoning beast to substitute death. The summoning beast that is chosen as the substitute won't be able to be summoned within 24 hours. Potential to grow. Remarks. The God territory possessor can only be substituted for death 12 times within 24 hours. He can only be substitute 5 times if his soul disintegrated. Potential to grow. God territory ability 2. Within the God territory's territorial range, the God territory possessor and his summoning beasts would have a 12-fold boost on their strength, speed, and spirit. The other summoning beasts would have a 50% drop on their strength, speed, and spirit. Potential to grow. Remark 1. The God territory possessor can turn off the boost and undermining effect as he wishes. Remark 2. The weakening ability of the God territory is not effective for life entities that exceed the God territory possessor's level by 1 level or more. God territory ability 3. Within the effective range of the God territory, the God territory possessor can freely borrow any skills from all monsters within the effective range of the God territory. Remark 1. The borrowing of monster skills already possessed by the God territory possessor is invalid and will not result in a compound effect. Remark 2. Within 24 hours, the God territory possessor's number of monster skill spaces will temporarily double and the maximum number of borrowed skills must not exceed the God territory possessor's number of monster skill authorities. If he originally has 50 skill spaces, he can borrow up to 50 more skills. The territorial range of the God territory was much larger than the previous territorial range of the Life Palace. The number of revivals of the summoned beasts, the number of soul repairs, the number of substitutions, and the increase in the ability of the summoned beasts had all been significantly elevated. After checking his personal information, Lin Huang sensed the changes in his body again. He could clearly feel his physical strength, his spirit strength, and his divine telekinesis strength. Even the divine fire had transformed in its nature. Before it was only comparable to the level of a first-rank true god, but now it had almost elevated to the level of a third-rank true god. He carefully checked his body and took another look at the date. Lin Huang did not plan on ending his closed-door cultivation. Instead, he turned his attention to the pile of second-rank tinder in his inner world. My foundation has been securely laid. It shouldn't be a problem to advance to Virtual God Rank 3 in no time at all. According to the current speed of my Divine Fire integration, it will take me about 80 days to advance to Virtual God Rank -3. There are only 3.5 months left of the year before I have to return to the gravel world. After that, it won't be possible to continue to improve my combat strength for the short term. I can use this time to strengthen my cultivation. After he had confirmed that there would be no problems in continuing to advance, Lin Huang did not hesitate. Taking out 10 lumps of second-rank Divine Fire tinder, he inserted them into 10 life wheels respectively. This time, the life wheels did not refuse the tinder but accepted them right away. The 10 lumps of tinder sank into the 10 life lamps. Under the stimulation of the divine fire, they quickly activated and began to burn again in just a few seconds. Lin Huang closed his eyes to focus and started a new round of divine fire integration. Another month passed by in a flash. By the end of it, the 10 lumps of second-rank tinder had been completely integrated. This time, the shape and color of the divine fire in Lin Huang's body did not change much, but the divine power it released was obviously much stronger than before. Once the integration of divine fire was complete, the 10 life wheels oscillated again and detached themselves from the Godhead. The life wheels formed a circle on the periphery of the Godhead. Once again they spurted out divine fire and started a new round of refining. Time went by and another 10 days passed. The life wheels stopped spurting divine fire and the Godhead had also completed a new cycle of refining. Lin Huang was now officially elevated to virtual god rank 2. He checked his physical condition and looked at the date, before once more turning his attention to the lumps of third-rank divine fire tinder in his inner world. Very soon he began a new round of cultivation. After 40 days, Lin Huang had successfully advanced to virtual god rank -3. This closed-door cultivation lasted more than 4 months. Lin Huang broke through 3 minor levels one after the other from grade 10 imperial level and successfully advanced to virtual god rank -3. At this time, there was only less than a month left before the end of the 1-year period that had been agreed upon. Chapter 1390. The young princess of the Nephilic Judge tribe. The next time Lin Huang stepped out of the cultivation room and saw Sword 301 and Sword 302 again, the two of them were already third-rank true gods. When the Swordmaster's combat strength increased, it would in turn automatically unlock their Sword Servant's combat power. The two Sword Servants were overjoyed when they saw Lin Huang coming out of the room. Congratulations, Lord Swordmaster, for advancing 3 levels in just 4 short months. When Lin Huang previously obtained the Great Heaven Inheritance, he had already proven his Sword Dao potential and convinced many Sword Servants. Now, his terrifying cultivation speed had made the Sword Servants hold even more reverence for Lin Huang as a Swordmaster. You've both worked hard these past few months. Lin Huang nodded slightly. The two of them had waited for Lin Huang for more than 4 months, and they had to constantly keep an eye out for movement around the cultivation room to prevent Lin Huang from being disturbed. It was indeed a very boring job. Has there been any news lately? Nothing major. There've only been 2 pieces of news that have become hot topics in the past few months. The first is that the Nephilic Judge tribe has publicly re-acknowledged a young princess who had previously been estranged. The second is that this young princess of the Nephilic Judge tribe has leveled up to true god level. Sword 302 said as he pursed his lips. The Nephilic Judge tribe has a very low fertility rate and has had difficulty in producing a pure-blooded descendant even after thousands of years. This young princess is probably someone's secret illegitimate child, a young princess of the Nephilic Judge tribe. The first thought that came to Lin Huang's mind was Kylie. Are there any pictures of this young princess? Sword 302 was stunned at Lin Huang's words, then projected the news information with a playful look in her eyes. Lin Huang was speechless once he saw the projection. It really was Kylie. In the projection, Kylie radiated sheer heroic spirit in her armor of interwoven purple and gold. The mask on her face had also been removed, revealing her beautiful face. Seeing that Lin Huang was stunned for a long time, the playful expression on Sword 302's face deepened. If Lord Swordmaster is interested in this princess, then once our influence has been established, we can directly visit them to propose marriage. However, ever since this young princess's true face was revealed, many pure-blood Protoss tribes have been flocking to the doors of the Nephilic Judge tribe over the last few months. From what I've heard, there are more than 20 fine pure-blooded young men from the Angel tribe who are on the suitors' list to ask for her hand in marriage. I thought the people of the Angel tribe were genderless. Lin Huang raised an eyebrow. They don't have a fixed gender, but they can modify their gender to suit their needs. Sword 301 could not help interjecting when he heard this. The competition is fierce, Lord Swordmaster. Sword 302 laughed as she teased. Kylie is actually my partner. She's just temporarily separated from me due to certain reasons. Lin Huang nonchalantly shot a glance towards Sword 302. Huh, Sword 302 was shocked. However, Lin Huang was unwilling to explain any further. Instead, he continued to search for information and news about Kylie. It had taken Kylie more than half a year to finally be recognized by the Nephilic judges. Apart from the time required for identity verification, the majority of her time was actually spent on the road. For one thing, this was because the core zone was extremely far away and the journey was very long. For another, the core zone was not accessible to just anyone. Bloody and Kylie must have spent a lot of time trying to obtain permission to enter. There were not many descriptions of Bloody within the available data. Lin Huang saw several articles mentioning that young Princess Kylie had a beautiful close female friend, but that was all. There were no recorded images of Bloody, nor was there any information about her. That's very like Bloody. Bloody had always been low-key and cautious. Although there was no information on her, Lin Huang was almost certain that this mysterious best friend of Kylie's had to be Bloody. It was about 4 months ago that Kylie had retraced her origins, which was just a few days after Lin Huang went into closed-door cultivation. In the past few months, Bloody and Kylie had probably been borrowing resources from the God Territory core zone to investigate the route for returning to the gravel world. Although the God Territory was a vast land, several months should have been enough time to find the star map in Qi Mushang's memory if they compared the star maps one by one. Since there was still no news from Bloody and Kylie, it was very likely that the star map in Qi Mushang's memory that contained the route back to the gravel world was not in the God Territory. I hope we can find that star zone quickly, though. There's only less than a month left till the end of the appointed one-year period. Lin Huang was a little anxious, but there was nothing else he could do other than being restless. With Kylie's current status, it was definitely easier for her to obtain resources for star maps compared to him. In this regard, he could not be of much help. Shaking his head to rid his mind of distracting thoughts, Lin Huang summoned Warlord. Seeing Warlord appear out of nowhere, the two sword servants were so shocked they immediately fell into their fighting stances. "This is Warlord, he's my imperial monster, as well as my partner," Lin Huang quickly explained to avoid any accidental injuries. The two sword servants were taken aback when they heard that and immediately relaxed from their fighting stance. Sword 302 seemed to have thought of something, and could not help asking, "So, the young princess of the Nephilic Judge tribe?" Lin Huang nodded slightly, saying nothing more. The two sword servants glanced at each other, and both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. "Warlord, help me check if there are any open ruins or secret zones in the God Territory, the kind we can easily go in and out of. It would be best if the monsters there are at true God-level combat strength." Warlord began to search on the internet immediately. "Lord Swordmaster, will we be entering ruins again?" Sword 301 asked. "It's mainly for them to enter." Lin Huang pointed at Warlord. "We're just going for a round of hunting." After Lin Huang's combat strength was elevated, Warlord and the other Imperial monsters were still stuck at Virtual God rank -9. To further advance to True God level, they had to rely on themselves to hunt for Divine Fire Tinder and ignite the Divine Fires within their own bodies. Kylie's elevation to True God level was due in part to her advancement to Virtual God level because of Lin Huang. Then, after increasing the upper limit of her combat strength, she had hunted for Divine Fire Tinder and ignited her Divine Fires. Lin Huang's current plan was to release all the Imperial monsters, let them hunt freely, and have them advance to True God level as soon as possible. As for himself, he was preparing to hunt down a great deal of Divine Fire Tinder that was above 3rd rank, then wait until he returned to the gravel world before slowly refining them. The reason he chose a secret zone ruin that he could easily get in and out of was that he wanted to be able to leave immediately before the end of the appointed one-year period. In less than 3 seconds, Warlord had found a ruin that met Lin Huang's requirements. "There is a ruin that specifically meets your requirements, but there is a small problem. The Ruins of Lust are a pre-existing set of ruins located on the border between the God Territory and the Abyss. In these ruins, there are a large number of abyssal creatures as well as dark creatures that have been tainted by abyssal energy. Usually, only Virtual God level and True God level monsters roam around on the land within the outer perimeter, while Heavenly God level monsters are to be found within the inner perimeter. So, what's this small problem?" Lin Huang raised an eyebrow. "Not many people from the God Territory go to these ruins to train. More than 90% of those who train there are members of the Abyssal Tribe." Warlord finished speaking and looked up at Lin Huang. "We'll go to this one. If we encounter any members of the Abyssal Tribe, kill the ones that you can defeat, and just run away from those that you can't." Lin Huang made the final call without any hesitation. Chapter 1391. Something's about to happen. I've taken Bai and the others into the Ruins of Lust, and we will return to the God Territory in about roughly 3 days before the one-year period is up. As for the star map, leave a message if there is any news. I'll reply as soon as I see it. After leaving this message for both Bloody and Kylie respectively, Lin Huang took the two sword servants and went straight to the site of the Ruins of Lust. The Ruins of Lust were completely accessible to the public. To prevent the invasion of abyssal creatures, a lord of the god territory had set a barrier at the entrance and exit to prevent all cultivators with the aura of an abyssal from entering or leaving. The entrance and exit of the ruins were also guarded by two 9th-rank true gods. The two guardians of this place were alternately appointed by the Grade 6 and Grade 7 organizations. Each time, two different organizations would arrange for one person from each respective organization to serve as a guardian, and each guardian would be on duty for 10 years. Of course, this job came with high remuneration, so many cultivators would take the initiative to apply to be guardians. After Lin Huang and the two sword servants registered outside the entrance, they stepped through into the ruins. I don't know where this junior is from. He's only a virtual god rank 3, and still has the audacity to come to the Ruins of Lust. One of the guardians said as he saw the three of them entering the ruins. He even brought two true god-level bodyguards with him. He must be the descendant of a pure blood clan. The other guardian discerned the relationship between the three with just a glance. It's no wonder the pure blood clans haven't produced a decent junior for so many years. Every one of them brings along bodyguards when they come to train. If they encounter any danger, the bodyguards protect them. What sort of results can such training produce? I know, right? Unrivaled God, who is now the #1 on the virtual god leaderboard. Everyone knows he isn't a pure blood. Even if he isn't a pure blood though, he's still a young master in the Xeno organization. His father is a heavenly god, and his family is more powerful than most pure blood clans, but he never brings along any bodyguards. He joined the combat god temple at a young age, carried out countless conquests at virtual god level, and made a name for himself. Is there anyone in the entire god territory who doesn't know Unrivaled God's name now? Of course, Lin Huang, who had already stepped into the secret zone, could not hear the conversation between the two guardians anymore. However, even if he had overheard them, he would probably have been too lazy to argue with them. At most he would have just laughed. As far as the phrase, "I beat up Unrivaled God and plundered more than a dozen sword Dao inheritances from him," went, he probably would not have said it aloud, even though this incident really had happened. After entering the ruins, Lin Huang used divine telekinesis and quickly swept the surrounding area to confirm that there were no participants nearby. He then summoned all the mythical level Imperial monsters. Bai, who was pseudo-mythical level, was present along with Lancelot, Killer, Evil Dominator, Charcoal, Tyrant, Grimace, Thunder, Bloody Rogue, Malachian Fiend, Imp, Witch, Eclipse Boa, Death Knight, Fallen Knight, Warlord, Herculean King, Bing Wang, and Dark Crescent Snake, two of them who were all mythical level. Apart from these creatures, the Bug Tribe Queen Mothers, 4 of them multi-eyed worms, 2 of them superbrain worms, 2 of them golden bugs, 2 of them, and Bug Servant Busby from the hive were all summoned. Seeing more than 30 Imperial monsters being summoned at the same time, Sword 301 and Sword 302 were so stunned that they were speechless for a while. This was the first time that they had seen someone who could control so many Imperial monsters at once. What surprised them even more was that so many were from the Bug Tribe. Moreover, both of them could sense from the auras that almost all of the Imperial monsters summoned by Lin Huang were of mythical level rank -4. The two also sensed that Bai was different and could not help looking at him a few more times. You should have already sensed that the upper limit of your combat strength has been increased. This is because my combat strength has increased to virtual god rank -3. My purpose in summoning all of you is very simple, that is, to let all of you hunt in these ruins as much as you want and advance to true god level as fast as possible. We will be here for a maximum of 23 days. It seems like a lot of time, but these ruins greatly restrict exploration methods such as divine telekinesis. To some extent, this also increases the difficulty of everyone's hunt. However, after the 23-day deadline, I hope to see all of you successfully elevated to true god level. Next, you will form your own teams. I suggest that it's best to have 2 or 3 people per group. You can then divide combat roles and match them to your members. After a few minutes, all the Imperial monsters had divided themselves into groups. Bai and the others formed 10 teams while the remaining 4 Queen Mothers of the Bug Tribe formed a large army with the Hive and 7 mythical level bugs. Lin Huang was a little surprised at the Bug Tribe's choice, but he did not stop them. After they had received the monster distribution map and information on the ruins from Lin Huang, the 11 teams quickly chose a direction respectively and left. After he watched all the Imperial monsters leave, Lin Huang looked in the direction where the bug tribe had gone and muttered, "Something's about to happen." He stood there for a while, then turned around and hurried away from the bug tribe's direction, taking the 2 sword servants with him. After arriving at the distribution area of the true god level monsters, Lin Huang quickly parted ways with the 2 sword servants. Sword 301 and Sword 302 had indeed felt extremely constrained in the past few months, and this time they agreed to the individual hunting proposed by Lin Huang without any objections. Lin Huang himself quickly went deep into the hunting area and hurried towards the 4th rank true god level distribution area described on the map. The monster distribution map provided by the god territory was not very detailed, but the locations and approximate areas of monsters of different combat levels were marked. About an hour after he entered the ruins, Lin Huang finally arrived at his destination. It took him another half an hour to finally find the first prey that was suitable for him, a white-faced ghost. White-faced ghosts were a type of evil spirit. This type of monster was 3 to 5 meters tall and looked like a large and slender ghost. It wore a pure white mask and floated in the air. Lin Huang did not bother to confront the opponent head-on this time. With a flick of his cuff, hundreds of telekinetic flying daggers shot out. Boosted by seraphic speed god rule, lighting elements instant flash, traceless, light elements sun shadow, wind elements heavenly rock, and the elemental enlightenment of several rapid speed sword skills, the telekinetic flying daggers instantly penetrated the body of the white-faced ghost, practically turning it into a sieve. Although the white-faced ghost had discovered Lin Huang a while ago, it had no time to react at all before being pierced through by hundreds of telekinetic flying daggers. After killing the white-faced ghost, Lin Huang extracted its divine fire. He was so proficient in this that he was able to do it in one go. Now that the hunt for his first prey was complete, he did not linger but turned around and hurried away in search of his second target. At the same time that Lin Huang started his hunting journey, Bai and the other Imperial monsters had not been idle. Each of them entered the true god area to search for suitable hunting targets. Only the bug tribe was slightly different. The 4 queen mothers stayed in the virtual god level area along with the hive and several mythical level bugs. After that, all 4 queen mother opened the hive's entrance and released the entire bug tribe army of several 100 million fighters. Chapter 1392, The Last Day. 20 days passed by in a flash. Once he saw that the number of 6th rank divine tinder pieces stored in his inner world had finally reached 10, Lin Huang exhaled a long breath. In the past 20 days, he had not been idle for even a moment. He had been running around the true god area on the outer perimeter of the ruins, searching for prey that was suitable for him. In fact, every time he located a target, the battle did not last a long time. The handful of short battles were all straightforward with instant kills, and took less than a second, while the longest battle only lasted less than 2 hours. Most of his time was spent traveling, avoiding high-ranked true gods, and searching for suitable targets. There are still 3 days left. I wonder how Bai and the others are doing. At this point, Lin Huang finally had time to think about matters other than hunting. There are also the bug tribe queen mothers. He had a vague feeling that the 4 queen mothers with the hive might have been up to something. What Lin Huang did not know was that his premonition had been spot on. The 4 bug tribe queen mothers had quietly slaughtered all the virtual gods on the outer perimeter of the ruins of Lust 3 days ago. They had brought more than 10 bug tribe battleships and a massive new bug tribe army into the low-ranked true god territory. After the bug tribe army entered the true god area, they did not immediately make a move. Instead, they quietly assassinated a few nearby abyssal true gods, then garrisoned the hive and the battleship. In the 3 days that followed, spies were sent out to probe for detailed information about the distribution of monsters in the true god area. Just as Lin Huang was about to finish his own hunt, the bug tribe spies finally returned with a complete map of the true god area and its monster information. After the spy shared the information, a superbrain worm spoke up. The true god area is much more dangerous than the previous virtual god area. The distribution of low, medium and high-ranked true gods is also much more mixed. If we send out a large army to hunt, even if it's only to hunt low-ranked true gods, it may alarm the medium or high-ranked monsters. However, with our current strength, if we encounter a true god higher than low rank, our chances of winning are low even if we use the worm wave attack. Therefore, my suggestion is that we should divide into teams and covertly slaughter them. If we don't send out the hive army, there are only 11 of us capable of hunting true gods. We can only assemble 5 teams at most. Furthermore, now there are only 3 days left in the hunting period given by the master. Covert killing will be very ineffective. A queen mother frowned slightly. The other 3 queen mothers also nodded, agreeing with what she said. We have more than 11 people who can participate in the hunt. Those among the pseudo-mythical level bug guardians which have control and assisting capabilities can join our team. They can be responsible for restraining our prey so that we can complete the hunt more smoothly. Besides, we can also join forces with Bai and others. They have completed the task assigned by the master and successfully advanced to true god level. However, they have not stopped hunting. We can send pseudo-mythical level bug guardians with control and assisting capabilities to team up with them and hunt. They might also be able to obtain some commissions from them. The second superbrain worm quickly put forward his idea. The worm wave attack is not entirely unusable. If an area is full of low-rank prey, we can also use the worm wave attack to handle things quickly, as long as we don't alarm any powerhouses beyond 3rd rank. After it listened to what the second superbrain worm had to say, the first superbrain worm's tentacles rippled with excitement. The first 2 days must be more low-key, but on the last day, we can do something big. Alright, we'll go according to what you've suggested. Both of you spend a few minutes discussing the details, then we can proceed directly according to the plan. A queen mother nodded. The remaining 3 queen mothers also raised no objections. A few minutes later, Bai and Grimace had just joined forces to hunt a 2nd rank true god when a bug soldier flew over at great speed. A little bug is coming, do you want to kill it? Grimace grinned maliciously. Bai glanced blandly at Grimace before asked the insect soldier expressionlessly, is there any news from the hive? The probing insect soldier took one look at Grimace and shrank into its body slightly. It had to force its tone to remain calm. The 4 queen mothers hope to reach strategic cooperation with both esteemed masters. The hive will send control and assisting virtual god rank 9 bug guardians to hunt together with the esteemed masters to assist in your hunt. We have also obtained all the maps and monster information for the entire true god area, and this information can be shared with both esteemed masters. We don't mind the information, but forget about teaming up. I don't want anyone to disturb the beautiful time between me and Xiao. Bye-bye. Grimace squinted and grinned. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Bai. We can team up. Send someone to join us as soon as possible. Even with me here, you still want others along. Huh, what a heartless man. Grimace displayed a sorrowful expression. Bai ignored Grimace's talking to himself. The insect soldier did not dare not raise its head the whole time until he got Bai's confirmation. It nodded quickly, then turned, and left hurriedly. After about half an hour, Bai and his 10 teams all welcomed the bug tribe reinforcements. All the bug guardians on the team had been matched for the best combinations, based on the 2 superbrain worms, analysis of the existing structure of the 10 teams. Almost every team had different abilities and varying numbers of bug guardians. The smallest group was matched with 5 bug guardians, while the largest had 11. As for the bug tribe itself, the 11 members were also divided into 4 teams. Each of the 4 queen mothers led a team, and they also had with them several pseudo-mythical level bug guardians. A new round of hunting soon began. With the assistance of the bug guardians, the hunting efficiency of these teams was significantly higher. A few of the teams even started to try and hunt 3rd rank true gods. Right as the imperial monsters were busy hunting 2nd rank and 3rd rank true gods, Lin Huang had already started round upon round of 6th rank true god hunting. Time passed, and another 2 days went by. The queen mother and other mythical rank bugs had successively advanced to true god level, along with more than 100 pseudo-mythical level bug guardians who had participated in the hunt. Bai, Tyrant, and the others had already elevated to true god level more than 20 days ago, and now they had almost advanced to 2nd rank. The few teams that up till then had only dared to hunt 2nd rank monsters had also started hunting 3rd rank monsters one after the other. Among them all, Bai and Grimace's team was the boldest. They started to try hunting 4th rank monsters. When the last day arrived, the bug tribe went completely wild. The 4 queen mothers each carried the imprint of the hive, opened the main entrance of the hive in 4 different areas, and began to release a massive army of bugs. The bug army instantly swept through nearly 1/3 of the entire true god area. This mad hunt only lasted less than an hour before the local medium and high rank monsters began to notice anything unusual. The bug tribe spies, who had been monitoring the movement of all major areas, immediately notified the 4 Queen Mothers, who did not hesitate to order the withdrawal of their troops. In less than 5 minutes, the massive bug tribe army disappeared from the ruins and returned to the hive. Chapter 1393. Demonic Buddhist Holy Son Lin Huang was hunting a 6th-rank true god when a message suddenly came from the hive, sent through directly by the Queen Mother. He was rather surprised but did not check it immediately. Instead, he continued to fight his prey. About half an hour later, after he had killed and dealt with his target, he clicked on the message sent by the hive. Retrieve the hive and the other imperial monsters as soon as possible. Leave the ruins. Upon seeing this message, Lin Huang was first taken aback. After that, he suddenly reacted. What did you do? We launched a bug horde, activated the bug tribe battleship, and practically wiped out all the low-ranked true gods, the Queen Mother replied within seconds. Oh, Lin Huang was stunned. Other monsters in the true god area have already begun to notice this state of affairs. Now we are hiding in the hive with our massive army. However, the news has most likely spread throughout the entire true god area, and there is a possibility that large-scale uprisings will occur at the ruins. It's not just the bug tribe, but all the participants who will be affected and become targets of revenge for these local monsters. It was a superbrain worm that said this. This is still not the worst state of affairs. In the worst-case scenario, the heavenly god levels in the inner perimeter may also be alarmed and enter the outer perimeter to stop us, another superbrain worm added. The words of the 2 superbrain worms made Lin Huang realize the seriousness of the situation. He immediately contacted the 2 sword servants using their telepathic bond. A situation has come up. Give me your coordinates, both of you, I'll find a suitable meeting point. Stop hunting immediately and get there as fast as you can. After notifying the 2 sword servants, Lin Huang immediately contacted all the imperial monsters. Everyone, stop hunting immediately. Pack up all the spoils of the hunt at once. After 1 minute, I will return everyone to card status. Right after he notified the imperial monsters, Sword 301 and Sword 302 sent their coordinates over at the same time. Lin Huang glanced at their coordinates and his own, then roughly calculated a meeting point nearest to all 3 of them. He then sent the coordinates to the 2 sword servants. Stop whatever you're doing and hurry to the rendezvous. If you encounter monsters on the way that you can kill immediately, do it detour if you can't. Don't waste time tangling with them. Once you get to the meeting point, if I'm not there yet, look for a hiding place nearby and conceal yourselves so monsters can't find you. After sending the message, Lin Huang immediately turned his attention again to the imperial monsters. One by one, he returned all the imperial monsters to their cards and also retrieved the hive and the bug tribe. Once he had taken care of his worries about possible impending consequences, Lin Huang sprinted towards the coordinates he and the 2 sword servants had agreed upon. Less than 10 minutes after he had set out, he suddenly sensed that a beam of divine telekinesis was locked on his body, and an aura was approaching at rapid speed. Lin Huang ignored this, fully unleashing seraphic speed god rule and rapid speed sword skill elemental enlightenment. His figure transformed into a flash of red lightning and he accelerated out of the other's divine telekinesis sensing range. With his current combat strength in addition to the various rapid speed sword skills he had mastered, his long-distance flight speed was no lower than that of an ordinary 6th-rank true god. If it was in actual combat which required short-range bursts and shifts, his advantage was even more obvious, to the point of surpassing most 6th-rank true gods. Only after spending a few minutes to get out of the divine telekinesis lock did Lin Huang breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly 2 divine telekinesis beams swept over and locked onto him once more. From the looks of things, these abyssal monsters have already begun searching for the participants. Lin Huang immediately realized that it was not a coincidence that he had been discovered earlier. All the abyssal monsters were using divine telekinesis to search for participants. At this point, he could not help frowning slightly, not because he was being hunted, but because he knew that Sword 301 and Sword 302 were also likely to have encountered the same thing as he had. Moreover, he harbored even greater worries in mind. After he had accelerated out of range of the 2 abyssal monsters, divine telekinesis probe, Lin Huang pressed the 1000-face mask on his face with one hand. The aura of his entire body changed drastically in less than a second. And his figure turned into a human-like abyssal evil spirit type. Once he had used 1000-face to disguise himself as an abyssal creature, Lin Huang quickened his pace and hastened toward the coordinates agreed upon. For the next half an hour, Lin Huang had a smooth journey. Even if divine telekinesis swept over him every 2 or 3 minutes, it just lingered for a while before quickly moving away, apparently treating him as an abyssal. It took more than half an hour to arrive at the designated coordinates. Lin Huang sat on a boulder to wait patiently for the arrival of the 2 sword servants. He knew that both of them must have had a much harder time than himself. After about half an hour, Sword 301 and Sword 302 arrived on the heels of each other, less than 3 minutes apart. Seeing that both of them had arrived safely, Lin Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 of them were stunned when they first saw Lin Huang. At first glance, they did not recognize him. Lin Huang took the initiative to greet them, removing Thousand Face. The 2 of them then lifted the concealment they had used to hide themselves. Now that Sword 302 and Sword 301 had arrived, Lin Huang did not waste time in idle talk. He immediately summoned the dimensional portal and pulled the 2 of them into it. When he first entered the ruins, he had already used the dimensional portal to set the coordinates to the entrance and exit. The minute they stepped out of the portal, Lin Huang's hair stood on end as a dangerous aura assaulted his senses. Without even thinking about it, he dragged the 2 sword servants with him and darted away immediately. A black gleam hit the spot where the 3 of them had just stepped out from and bombarded the dimensional portal, which instantly turned into powder. Hundreds of meters away, Lin Huang looked warily at the person who had launched the assault. The other party was dressed in a snow-white monk's robe, facing Lin Huang in profile. Although he was bald, Lin Huang had never seen a person who pulled off a bald head so beautifully. The half of his face that could be seen was so perfect that one could not spot any flaws. At first glance, Lin Huang was taken aback when he saw his opponent. This was because the other party looked like a human youth, and the aura he exuded was also that of a peaceful Buddhist cultivator. Your reaction's not too bad. The corners of the lips on the visible half of the face quirked up and the figure turned around slowly. Once the other had turned fully to face him and the other side of his face became visible, Lin Huang's pupils contracted slightly. A demonic Buddhist holy sun. According to legend, the demonic Buddhist holy sun was a type of evil spirit. They were originally ancient high-level Buddhist cultivators with extremely in-depth Buddhist knowledge who had been transformed after being polluted by abyssal energy. The horror of this particular type of evil spirit was that they retained the memory and wisdom of their Buddhist cultivation, and their talent and potential were comparable to top-tier abyssal creatures. Moreover, the demonic Buddhist holy sun's innate rank was at least a 4.5 rank pseudo-supreme god level. They could even directly be at 5th rank supreme god level. The most recognizable thing about the demonic Buddhist holy sun was that half of their faces were that of the perfect monk, while the other half was rotted and deformed, contaminated by abyssal energy. The right half of the face of the white-robed monk, before Lin Huang, looked like a deformity that had been soaked and stained with black sewage. It was even surrounded by a thick black mist. At this moment, the monk was completely different from the time when only half his face was visible earlier in. His whole being exuded an extremely ominous aura. A 9th rank true god level demonic Buddhist holy sun. Lin Huang's expression was unprecedentedly weighty. Chapter 1394. Encountering a strong enemy. Seeing the demonic Buddhist holy sun guarding the way in and out of the ruins, Lin Huang's state of mind was anything but relaxed. Before this he had been worried that someone might be guarding the entrance and exit point at the ruins. The scenario that he feared the most had still come to pass. Moreover, it was worse than he had previously imagined. Among the abyssal creatures, the demonic Buddhist holy sun's abilities were at the peak of those at the same level of combat strength. If this had been just an ordinary 9th rank true god, Lin Huang would not have worried at all because he had a provisional combat strength upgrade card at hand. This would be enough to raise his ability to 9th rank true god level. However, the demonic Buddhist holy sun in front of him might be at 9th rank true god level, but his ability might not be far from that of a heavenly god. Facing a powerful enemy like never before, Lin Huang frantically went through countermeasures in his head. Right now though, the demonic Buddhist holy sun did not make a move to attack, instead asking Lin Huang and the others, "Have you seen the bug tribe in these ruins?" No, Lin Huang denied without a second thought. The demonic Buddhist holy sun quirked his lips again. "You are lying, little black-haired brother, you denied my question too quickly. Almost without thinking, you gave a negative answer. If you really haven't seen the bug tribe, when this humble monk brought up this question, you should have had some doubts and would have taken a moment before answering. You would definitely be uncertain in your mind as to why I asked such a question. You would also be curious as to why the bug tribe would appear in this abyssal ruin. However, you did not show any doubts, as if you knew that the bug tribe was here. Therefore this humble monk infers that you've either seen the bug tribe in these ruins, or you're in league with them. Lin Huang thought about it for a moment, then played along with the other's line of thought and gave a new response. Alright, I admit that we've seen the bug tribe. I denied it before because I just don't want to get involved in any matters between you and them. As for your second inference, it's complete nonsense. When have you ever seen the Protoss fraternizing with bug tribe creatures? The demonic Buddhist holy son thought about it for a moment and then spoke again. Very well, this humble monk will take it that you're telling the truth this time. Among the three of you, whoever first provides information on the bug tribe, this humble monk can let them go free. As for the other two, my humble self can only apologize. Lin Huang had initially thought to avoid conflict as best as he could, so he had lied and distanced the three of them from the bug tribe. However, the attitude of the demonic Buddhist holy son was already very obvious from his words. Whether or not the three of them had any connection to the bug tribe, he did not intend to let them go. Although he said that he would let one person leave, he was unlikely to keep his promise in the end. He was probably only saying this just to fish for useful information. Now that he had ascertained his opponent's attitude, Lin Huang knew that this particular battle was inevitable. He used the telepathic bond to stealthily communicate with the two sword servants. Both of you exit the battlefield. I'll delay him while you two find an appropriate moment to leave the ruins as fast as you can. Lord Swordmaster, I am afraid that his ability is already very near Heavenly God level. Sword 301. Was not at ease with the thought of leaving Lin Huang alone. I have the means to save my life and get away. If you don't leave, not only will that not help, but it will also encumber me. Lin Huang was not worried about whether he himself could escape, he was worried that the two sword servants would be killed. After all, there was a huge gap between the combat strength of a 3rd rank and a 9th rank, and the sword servant's abilities were restricted. In Sword 301 and Sword 302's current state, if they were to face the demonic Buddhist holy son, they would be instantly killed. There was no other way around it. Only after the pair had successfully escaped would he be able to find a way to get out of the battle without being encumbered. Although they were not comfortable leaving their sword master behind to face a powerhouse like the demonic Buddhist holy son, the two sword servants also knew that what Lin Huang said was true. The two of them would only be a burden to him. Both sword servants had no choice but to obey Lin Huang's instructions. The telepathic bond was considered a conscious level of communication. It seemed as if they had been talking for a while, but in fact, only a moment had passed. Once he had persuaded the two sword servants, Lin Huang finally turned his full attention to the enemy before him. 3 provisional combat strength upgrade cards quietly appeared in his hand. He moved 2 fingers slightly and crushed all 3 cards. They turned into 3 golden gleams invisible to bystanders and sank into his body. The next instant, his combat strength began to soar. Virtual God rank -4. Virtual God rank -5. Virtual God rank 6. Previously, when he was at Virtual God rank 3, his abilities were sufficient for hunting most 6th rank true gods. Now that his combat strength had soared again by 3 minor levels, his abilities had also elevated to the level of a 9th rank true god. The demonic Buddhist holy son could not discern Lin Huang's true combat strength beneath Thousand Faces disguise. He merely thought that Lin Huang had advanced from 3rd rank true god level to 6th rank true god level in one breath, and could faintly sense the danger emanating from Lin Huang. This sense of danger not only forestalled any desire he had to retreat, but it also excited him. You're just a mere 6th rank, but you can appear as a threat to me. Your abilities are very good indeed. I wonder how long this kind of temporarily improved combat strength can last. It'll sustain until the end of this battle. Lin Huang gripped the bladeless sword hilt in his right hand. The blade quickly condensed into form, transforming into a long, narrow blood-colored sword. That sword isn't too bad either. Looks like you have status and position in the god territory. What I like most is hunting geniuses like you, reading your minds, exploring your secrets. While the demonic Buddhist holy son was speaking, Lin Huang had already boosted the god rule power and elemental enlightenment on the blade to the maximum. He transformed into a bolt of red lightning and attacked instantly. This move was the fastest he had pulled in his entire life. Boosted by seraphic speed and various rapid speed sword skill enlightenments, the long narrow sword was as fast as actual lightning flashing across the sky. At practically the very moment the attack was made, the weapon was already in front of the demonic Buddhist holy son. Just as the point of Lin Huang's sword drew close and was about to impale his head, the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun suddenly made a sweeping gesture through the void with one hand and unleashed countless scattered shadows. Despite moving last, he pointed a finger even before Lin Huang could complete his action. The golden fingertip instantly intercepted the blood-red sword point's advance. The sensation Lin Huang felt in his hand was as if his sword point had run up against a shield of the same standard as his blade, blocking all his moves. Your speed is all right, but it's nowhere near the peak of true God level. After this evaluation, the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun flicked his finger and the tip of it tapped against the blood-red sword point. At that moment, Lin Huang felt only a massive amount of force coming from the point of his blade, and the weapon nearly flew out of his hand. The arm of his sword-wielding right hand turned numb and his entire figure was suddenly sent flying away. So strong. In this first head-on confrontation, Lin Huang was finally fully aware of the strength of his opponent. At your 6th rank combat strength, having this sort of ability is really not bad at all. With this, you can still fight when you meet an ordinary 9th rank, but it's not enough when you meet the ultimate powerhouses of the 9th rank. Your level of sword Dao true meaning, as well as the number of God rules and elemental enlightenments that you've mastered still have a lot of room for improvement. However, it's a pity you won't have a chance like this to improve further. Before he had finished speaking, the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun's figure disappeared on the spot and reappeared less than 10 meters before Lin Huang. As he waved his hands, slowly, it seemed as though he grew thousands of arms in an instant. Layer upon layer of arms transformed into waves and shot forward. Endless golden palm shadows swelled upon the wind. At first, they were just the size of a normal palm, but they expanded several times whenever they surged forward. By the time they were about to reach Lin Huang, the golden palm shadows covering the sky had already blotted out the heavens and Lin Huang's figure was completely swallowed up in an instant. Chapter 1395, What Did You Do to Me? The golden palms that blotted out the heavens instantly enveloped the entire space, cutting off all Lin Huang's avenues of retreat like a cage. This move by the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun finally made Lin Huang thoroughly aware of the actual gap between himself and true God level at its peak. Is this the ability of a peak-level true God? The demonic Buddhist Holy Sun's attack seemed to be just a simple push of the palm, but Lin Huang knew that in reality there were at least 20 God rule powers and elemental enlightenments compounded within that one move. The God rules and elemental enlightenments that he had currently mastered totaled to less than 20 kinds. This was the gap. In addition to compounding rule-bending powers, the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun's move had almost reached the ideal state of equilibrium in all aspects, such as power and speed. The way he used and matched the various rule-bending powers had reached the point of perfection. With just this one attack, Lin Huang could roughly gauge that the ability of the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun in front of him was already at heavenly God level, and it was more than just a bit stronger than his current self. Originally he had assumed that once he had elevated to Virtual God Rank 6, his ability would be comparable to a Virtual God Rank 9, so he should be able to deal with his opponent. Now it appeared that he entirely underestimated the other's ability and overestimated his own. Lin Huang frowned as he watched the giant golden palms completely enclose the entire area. A very wide range of attack with no blind spots at all, the entire area is a prison with nowhere to escape. He frantically ran through countermeasures in his head. However, an attack like this with an extensive range usually has a flaw in terms of partial energy dispersion. The next instant, the sword in his hand turned into thousands of blood-red thunderbolts, and the ends of the thunderbolts repeatedly bombarded the same point, the gap between the two golden palms. In just the blink of an eye, the blood-red sword point repeatedly assaulted the same spot thousands of times. Cobweb-like hairline fissures soon began to appear in the gap. As the number of Lin Huang's attacks increased, the number of fissures also increased, the fissures themselves becoming larger and larger. Just when the golden palms filling the sky were about to press down on Lin Huang, the point that he had been repeatedly attacking finally gave way. In an instant, a hole seemed to appear in the golden dome of the sky, the countless golden palms that blotted out the heavens crumbled like an avalanche. Before the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun could complete his attack, Lin Huang burst out from the hole in a flash. Breaking the surface with points. You've played a very good hand. The demonic Buddhist Holy Sun smiled and praised Lin Huang. I originally thought that one move would settle you, but it seems like I've underestimated you. I've also slightly underestimated you. I thought that most demonic Buddhist Holy Suns were 4.5 ranked pseudo-supreme gods, but I didn't expect to be lucky enough to run into a 5th ranked supreme god. Lin Huang remained incomparably calm. An extra card quietly appeared in his hand as they spoke. I admire your self-deprecating spirit very much. The demonic Buddhist Holy Sun looked condescendingly at Lin Huang. I'm not laughing at myself. Lin Huang smiled and shook his head. I said I was lucky because I could finally have a supreme god-level imperial monster. He had barely finished speaking when he crushed the card in his hand. The card turned into little invisible points of starlight and surged towards the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun. The demonic Buddhist Holy Sun had not sensed the starlight assault. As he was wondering what Lin Huang meant by these words, the points of starlight had already penetrated directly between his brows. The next instant, the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun suddenly realized that he could no longer move his body. At the same time, his body, strong as that of a heavenly god, began to disintegrate into a golden glow at a speed visible to the naked eye. What did you do to me? Seeing this extraordinary scenario unfolding, the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun finally panicked. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move his body at all. He could only watch his body disintegrate inch by inch. I didn't do anything, I just used a little trick to make you my imperial monster. By the time Lin Huang finished speaking, the body of the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun had disintegrated to almost nothing. A moment later, the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun disintegrated completely, turning into little golden points of light, and condensing into a golden card in Lin Huang's palm. The seal card had taken effect. After Lin Huang had elevated to virtual god level, the upper limit of Xiao Hei's card pool was also automatically elevated to 4 stars. As long as he hunted true gods, he would get a 4-star card draw chance. He had just quietly exchanged this for a 4-star seal card. The 4-star seal card could seal monsters whose rarity was supreme god level and below. Although there was a definite chance of the seal failing, this time the seal was successful. In fact, after only one exchange in combat, Lin Huang knew very well that he could not battle the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun. His opponent would crush him whether it was in terms of combat level or rule-bending powers. It was a miracle that he had escaped unscathed the first time they exchanged blows. If he continued to fight, Lin Huang did not think that he would be able to sustain that kind of luck. Given the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun's IQ, he would not have made the mistake of underestimating his opponent a second time. So, Lin Huang decisively dismissed the idea of continuing to battle him and had quietly crushed the seal card. Seeing that the golden card in his hand had completely formed, Lin Huang could not help checking its detailed information. Monster card. Unnamed, rarity. Supreme God, monster name. Demonic Buddhist Holy Sun, type of monster. Evil spirit type multi-face tribe. Combat level. 3rd rank true god 9th rank true god major. Buddhism, major skills. Two-faced demonic Buddhist, demonic Buddhists in 1, minor skill. Vajrapani Buddha body, God rule. Unlimited Buddha light, Devil's bite, elemental enlightenment. Sky flash, Vajra, summon authority, activated. Card remarks, cultivate with full force. Seeing the hundreds of skills densely packed in the skill slot of the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun, and that he was proficient in more than 30 kinds of rule-bending power, Lin Huang was a little dazzled. Just a cursory glance and he was envious of the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun's many skills. However, Lin Huang did not look at the card in detail, he just glanced over it in general, then stored it back into his inner world and contacted the 2 sword servants. Sword 301 and Sword 302 had noticed that the battle on Lin Huang's side had halted suddenly, but the 2 of them had no idea what had happened. Amid their worries about Lin Huang's safety, Lin Huang's message came through and the 2 of them immediately returned to the entrance and exit of the ruins. When she realized that the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun had vanished without a trace, Sword 302 could not help asking, where did that fellow from just now go? I've dealt with him already. Lin Huang had no intention of explaining any further than that. Although he gave no specific explanation, when the 2 sword servants heard his words, their brains filled in a great many of the gaps and their gaze toward Lin Huang became even more full of respect. Let's go. If we don't leave, there will be abyssal creatures coming to block our path. As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped out from the ruins. The 2 sword servants immediately followed him and exited the ruins together. Chapter 1396. Kylie's bad news, we found Qi Mushang's star map. The star zone is located at one of the intersections of the Protoss and Abyssal tribes. The coordinate is marked with a red aperture on the attached star map. But in regards to the specific location of the dimensional gateway, We need you to compare and find it yourself through inheritance memory. After he came out of the ruins of lust, the first instance when Lin Huang returned to the Iron Fist shelter with the two sword servants, he saw the message sent by Bloody. The message was sent a week ago, but he had spent more than 20 days in the ruins of lust where the communication signal was completely isolated. As he made his return to the God territory, the communication signal returned to normal. The messages that were unsent for a long time were also transmitted. I will wait for you in the coordinate star zone, but Kylie can't come back with us this time. After he read the contents of the message, Lin Huang could not help but frown slightly. According to Bloody's description, after Kylie became the princess of the Nephilic Judge tribe, she received almost all the attention from the entire Protoss. This was because the Nephilic Judge tribe was one of the few tribes with the greatest power in the God territory, except for a few tribes guarded by the Lord. Moreover, the number of members and the fertility rate of this tribe was extremely low. When Kylie appeared, she became the jewel of the entire tribe. Therefore, Kylie had naturally become the marriage target of many big tribes. As long as marriage was reached, it meant that the entire tribe had a relationship with the Nephilic Judge tribe. Even within the Nephilic Judge tribe, some high-level officials were tempted to marry Kylie for themselves and gain more rights to speak within the tribe. In honesty, Kylie had no intention of returning to the tribe. Her main purpose of returning to the Nephilic Judge tribe was to obtain the intelligence of the Nephilic Judge tribe and to explore the location of Qi Mushang's star map. However, now that this task was completed, she could not get away, which was also the drawback of returning to the Nephilic Judge tribe. Bloody had analyzed the pros and cons of this whole thing in the beginning, but this was the fastest and most effective way to complete the task that Lin Huang had given them. The inability to escape the tribe had also been expected by the two. After all, the number of members of the Nephilic Judge tribe was scarce. To prevent the loss of members, the Nephilic Judge tribe had a rule that members were not allowed to leave the headquarters of the tribe alone if they were not in the heavenly god level. Now, as the little princess of the Nephilic Judge tribe, Kylie had 2 9th-rank True God Limit powerhouse guards with her everywhere she went. This was why Bloody and Kylie had hardly contacted Lin Huang in the past few months. This was even true within the tribe headquarters. If Kylie dared to leave the tribe headquarters, there would definitely be heavenly gods following her. It would be then inconvenient for her to do anything at that point. Thus, Bloody simply let Kylie stay in the Nephilic Judge tribe. He planned to return to the gravel world with Lin Huang alone. After he read Bloody's message, Lin Huang thought about it for a while and replied, I am still a little uneasy about leaving Kylie alone in the Nephilic Judge tribe. After all, it is uncertain how long we will return to the gravel world this time. If it is only for a short while, the world invasion may happen in 1 or 2 months. If it takes a longer time, it may have to wait 2 or 3 years. If it is only a few months, the problem is not a big one, but based on Kylie's current situation, if we are to stay in the gravel world for a few years, there will be too many unpredictable changes in God territory. If you stay with her, you can deal with anything that comes and help her out. If you are not there, she may not be able to cope with any changes in the Nephilic Judge tribe. I think it's best if you stay with Kylie. I can go back to the gravel world by myself. When I solve the matter in the gravel world, I will contact you as soon as I return to the great world. After the message was sent, Bloody replied with another message a few seconds later. I have considered what you said, but are you sure you don't need me to go back to the gravel world with you? Lin Huang thought about it for a while and soon replied to the message again. I can take care of myself in the gravel world. If I really encounter something that I can't handle, it doesn't make much difference whether you are there or not. Kylie needs you more here. You can help her solve many problems that she can't solve herself. You can be of far more use by staying in God territory rather than going back to the gravel world with me. Okay then, I'll stay with Kylie. Bloody was clear about where he was needed more. However, inevitably, she was a little worried about whether Lin Huang could handle the upcoming crisis in the gravel world. Regarding the world invasion, we have also inquired about some news. Generally, when a high-rank world invades the gravel world, they will use special methods to suppress the world will, stabilize the space gateway, and make the true god descend. In the state where the world is suppressed, not only can the low-ranked true gods pass through the space gateway, but even some of the true gods of the medium and high rank can directly descend their true self. The ones with the strongest combat strength may even descend to the 9th-ranked true god powerhouse. If you are not confident in dealing with the high-ranked true gods, I can find a way to let the Nephilic judge tribe intervene. With Kylie's relationship with them, asking the 9th-ranked true gods for help should not be a big problem. But there are also pros and cons to the matter of asking them for help. The downside is that the coordinates of the Gravel world will be exposed to the Nephilic judge tribe and even the more powerful organizations in God territory. As the top organization of God territory, the Nephilic judge tribe's every move is under watchful eyes. Once they intervene, the news will unavoidably be out. Based on common sense, the other organizations in God territory are not likely to covet our Gravel world. However, it cannot be completely ruled out that there is something special in our Gravel world that will cause the Lord God level powerhouses to covet it. Once this low probability possibility occurs, the Nephilic judge tribe can only choose to compromise and may even give in. They will not betray a lord for a Gravel world, because it is not worth. After reading Kylie's long message, Lin Huang quickly replied. As long as I don't come across any heavenly gods, I should be able to cope. After communicating with Bloody, Lin Huang immediately clicked on the attachment of Bloody's message and checked the star map. The attachment sent by Bloody was the star map and information that she and Kylie had obtained from the Nephilic judge tribe. Lin Huang took a glance at it and confirmed the part of the star map that was circled in red. The distribution of the astrology was exactly the same as that of Qi Mushang's memory in his brain. He immediately zoomed in on the star map to check the specific location of the dimensional gateway. After a short while, he followed Qi Mushang's memory and found the corresponding area. It should be in this small galaxy. He marked the approximate location of the dimensional gateway. After finding the dimensional gateway to return to the Gravel world, Lin Huang knew that his journey to the Great World was about to end. Ku Hao, inform all the sword servants. Everyone should return to the Iron Fist shelter by the end of the day. Sword 301 nodded immediately. I will let them know. Lord Swordmaster, are we leaving the Great World? Sword 302 hurriedly asked. I have to return to the Gravel world to deal with something. Lin Huang nodded slightly. Great World, we will be back sooner or later. Chapter 1397, The Final 3 Days the Gravel World. It was early spring, and the temperature in the Emperor City had begun to warm up gradually. People took off their heavy winter clothes and began to regain their former vitality. In the early morning, the sun rose and the sky was an azure color, clear and cloudless as if it had been freshly washed. Sunlight poured onto skin, permeating with a touch of warmth. Mrs. Fatty's soup dumplings was opened early as usual. There were not that many guests at around 6 in the morning. Brother Fatty and Mrs. Fatty were busy with their respective work, but they would chat with old guests from time to time. Not long after, a short-haired young girl and a dark-skinned youth walked toward Mrs. Fatty's soup dumplings. Little Shin and Xiao Mo are here. Both of you please have a seat. The dumplings are not cooked yet. Brother Fatty will bring them to you later when they're ready. Mrs. Fatty greeted enthusiastically. She did not even ask the two of them what they wanted to eat as she had perfectly memorized the usual orders of regular customers like them. It's okay, Mrs. Fatty, we see that you're busy. We're not in a hurry, Lin Shin responded with a smile. Little Shin, why did you come so early today? Brother Fatty asked with a smile as he worked. I had a bit of insomnia yesterday. After sleeping for a little while, it was already bright, and I couldn't fall back asleep after waking up, so I dragged Brother Xiaomo with me to have breakfast, Lin Shin explained with a smile. Young people like you are always staying up late without taking care of your bodies. Listen to Mrs. Fatty, as long as you don't stay up too late and rest early, you definitely won't have insomnia. Mrs. Fatty took the initiative to give some advice based on her own experience. When I was young, your brother Fatty and I were busy until midnight. We burned the midnight oil too many times, and I couldn't sleep well later on. What do you mean that you can't sleep well? You sleep like a little pig every day once you hit the sack, Brother Fatty quietly said as he pulled the rug under Mrs. Fatty's feet. What did you say? They immediately glared at each other once Mrs. Fatty heard what he said. I said I always sleep well. I sleep like a little pig every day once I hit the sack. Brother Fatty shrunk back and immediately corrected his words. What do you mean, little pig? You're a giant hog. Your snoring can shake the whole bed. Mrs. Fatty ruthlessly causticized her husband. Okay, I'm a giant hog, and you're a little fairy. You weigh 4 tails, and you have a pair of wings. A gust of wind can make you soar into the sky, okay. Brother Fatty laughed as he ranted on. Brother Fatty, your rhymes are not bad. You can join a rapping show. Listening to the couple's daily bickering, the customers could not help but laugh. Seeing that the expression on Lin Xin's face had finally relaxed a little, Xiaomo finally opened his mouth. Don't worry, His Majesty will be fine. But there are only 3 days left until the appointed 1-year period, and there is still no news from my brother. Lin Xin furrowed her eyebrows and shook her head slightly. The 1-year period is only a general timeline. If he's being delayed by something, it's normal for him to be late by a few days, Xiaomo helped Lin Huang explain. What I'm worried about now is if he can't come back on time due to some trouble. After all, he's in the great world. Not only are there virtual gods and true gods there, but there are also heavenly god-level powerhouses. Lin Xin expressed her worries. You're thinking too much. Bloody is by His Majesty's side. If he really were to encounter any problems, Bloody will definitely help him out. I think even if they were to fail to return by the appointed 1-year period, it'll be more likely that they haven't found a way back and not because they've encountered an enemy, Xiaomo voiced his guess. The two chatted for some time. After a while, Brother Fatty carried a few trays of dumplings and brought them over with a smile. Enjoy your food. There's still more if this is not enough. Thank you, Brother Fatty. Right before 9 in the morning, the long table of the dynasty's conference room in the Emperor City was fully occupied. The good-looking young man seated in the first seat was, to everyone's surprise, Lin Huang's teacher Mr. Fu. Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyong were seated on either side of Mr. Fu. Huang Tianfu, Huang Wenan, Huang Tufu, and the other virtual god-level dukes were seated on either side of the conference table in an orderly fashion. At exactly 9 o'clock, the meeting officially began. Huang Tianfu was the first to open his mouth. There are only 3 more days left until His Majesty's promised 1-year period. Regardless of whether His Majesty can return as scheduled or not, we should still push forward with the follow-up preparations. If His Majesty returns as planned without a hitch, then all will be good. However, if His Majesty is not able to return as scheduled, then the Union Government, Hunter Association, and other similar forces will surely get some ideas. Sooner or later, they'll join forces to put pressure on us from the dynasty to gain more rights to explore the wastelands and ruins. Today's meeting, for one, is to prepare for matters related to the return of His Majesty. However, it is also necessary to work out the follow-up plans to deal with the Union Government, Hunter Association, and other forces. Before 3 in the afternoon, all 66 sword servants, except for Sword 301 and Sword 302, returned one after another. Lin Huang opened the portal to the Great Heaven Palace and sent all 68 sword servants back to the Great Heaven Palace before embarking on the journey to return alone. In the Great World, hundreds of star zones stretched across the border area between the God Territory and the Abyssal Tribe. Most of the star zone borders had been blocked by the lords of both sides to prevent members of the other tribe from entering their territory. Only 5 battlefield regions had not been completely blocked off and were regions that both sides could enter. The ruins of lust that Lin Huang had just been to were one of those. However, the space gateway in Qi Mushang's memory was located in another battlefield called the Undead Dimension. The Undead Dimension was actually a battlefield for the Protoss and the Abyssal Tribe since the beginning of time and was currently one of the oldest battlefields to exist in the God Territory. According to rumors, this battlefield was originally a prosperous area with many stars. However, the area was destroyed during a battle between 2 lords and it had since become a piece of wasteland. Besides that, there was something else that was special about the Undead Dimension. Living beings that died in the Undead Dimension would automatically turn into an undead or the undying species. They would survive in their new life forms. It is said that this attribute was also due to the influence of the remaining aura left behind by the 2 lords after their battle. Due to a lack of resources as well as the remoteness of the location, not many people from the God Territory would come here to hunt except during a war. Therefore, there were very few teleportation points that were connected to this place. Lin Huang spent a full day and a half on the road before finally arriving at this battlefield. After registering at the entrance of the battlefield, he stepped into the battlefield without hesitation. After entering, Lin Huang noticed that the scene in front of him was starting to become familiar. Many of the stars quickly overlapped with the image in Qi Mushang's memory. Lin Huang followed the route in his memory, and it took him about a day and a night to finally locate the dimensional gateway. After summoning Warlord to release a probing robot and successfully completing the exploration, Lin Huang then retrieved Warlord back into his card form and went through the Dimensional Gateway. Chapter 1398. The return. After he came out of the Dimensional Gateway, Lin Huang clearly felt the difference between the gravel world and the Great World. Perhaps it was because his own world's rules were incomplete. The sense of restraint of the various rules of the gravel world was much weaker than that of the Great World. It gave Lin Huang a faint sense of illusion that he was invincible there. He could clearly sense that the gravel world's space was more fragile. He even had a feeling that he could easily tear the space of this world as soon as he swung his sword. After he took a little time to feel the changes in the environment, he extended his divine telekinesis and probed the surrounding environment. Lin Huang could not help but raise his brows after a simple sweep of divine telekinesis. This is the third floor of the Abyss Brink. He had been to the third floor of the Abyss Brink more than once before and had collected information such as maps and monster distribution from this floor. Now that he had returned after a year, he immediately recognized what place it was after a simple probe of divine telekinesis. Just as Lin Huang recognized that this was the third floor of the Abyss Brink, suddenly, there was a wave of spatial fluctuation behind him. He turned his head and looked behind him. An arm was stretched out of the Dimensional Gateway, the one that he had just passed through. After a while, the owner of the arm poked out half of its head strenuously. It was a huge human-like undead. When it saw Lin Huang, it opened its mouth wide and showed his mouth that was full of yellow and black teeth. Its mouth was large enough to swallow Lin Huang in one bite. However, Lin Huang did not have the slightest expression of fear on his face. He turned around and looked at the monster. He did not make a move but patiently waited for it to get out of the gateway. Based on its aura, this monster's strength was at the level of a first-rank true god. Due to the hindrance of the world will of the gravel world, the process of getting out of the Dimensional Gateway was relatively difficult. In fact, if this gateway had not just been opened by Lin Huang, this monster would not be able to get through. It would not even realize the existence of this Dimensional Gateway. Lin Huang had not made a move to kill the monster, but rather, he was waiting patiently for the opponent to come out of the gateway completely. To him, a complete corpse of a true god was more valuable than an arm and half of his head. However, what Lin Huang did not know was that the barrier that he broke when he went through the Dimensional Gateway had already alarmed the Union government. The undead that was trying to get through the Dimensional Gateway further caused the Union government's alarm to ring loudly. At the Agency EA headquarters of the Union government, the head of agency, Guan Zhang, was sweating profusely. He just got the news from Mr. Fu, who set up the barrier, that there was a problem with one of the barriers on the third floor of the Abyss Brink. A powerful existence had passed through the Dimensional Gateway and more living entities were now trying to pass through. Notify the Guardians of the Abyss Brink that crack barrier No. 018 is completely destroyed. It is suspected that a powerful existence has passed the space Dimensional Gateway. Let them notify all the participants in the Abyss Brink at once and ask them to evacuate. Issue a gold emergency mission to all members of the Union government on the third floor of the Abyss Brink. Notify them to head to the crack barrier area number 018, check on the specifics of the situation, and report on the information that they've found. However, you must explain the situation to them. This mission is very likely to be life-threatening, so it is not compulsory, it's voluntarily based. If they cannot bear the consequences of death, tell them to not take the mission. Also, notify the Hunter Association, Dynasty, and other cooperative forces. Inform them of the destruction of crack barrier number 018. Ask them to send people to assist in the investigation. Lin Huang sat close to the space crack and patiently waited for the huge undead to come out. When the big guy was almost halfway out, Lin Huang suddenly turned his head and looked in another direction. He sensed that there was an aura approaching extremely quickly. He swept through with divine telekinesis. The other party was a young man who had just been advanced to the imperial level. He recognized that the other party was a member of the Union government because he was wearing the uniform of the Union government military department. He was dressed upright as if he had just changed into the clothes. Is he coming toward my direction at this time because the barrier was destroyed? Lin Huang immediately realized that he had destroyed the barrier set by Mr. Fu and other virtual gods when he passed through the Dimensional Gateway. This might have made the Union government mistakenly think that a monster of the Great World had passed through the Dimensional Gateway. I should say hello to the teacher. Lin Huang reluctantly shook his head. Forget it, since someone from the Union government is coming over, I'll just explain it. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the young man in military uniform finally arrived at the scene. When he saw Lin Huang, he was obviously taken aback because he had not sensed Lin Huang's presence. However, after seeing Lin Huang's face, he clearly recognized this man to be Lin Huang. Lin Renhuang. Lin Huang nodded slightly. After confirming Lin Huang's identity, the young man in uniform then looked at the space crack and saw that the undead had more than half of its body out of the gateway. He had cold sweat all over his body. This undead is a true god. If it was not a true god-level powerhouse, transmitting over would not be such a laborious process. First rank true god. Lin Huang nodded. After he received Lin Huang's confirmation, the young man in uniform was unable to calm down. Your Majesty, before it gets out, let's quickly notify the virtual gods of the major organizations to come and attack it from all sides. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Lin Huang shook his head. Do you have another way? The young man in uniform asked quickly. Yes. Lin Huang nodded calmly. What is the solution? When he comes out completely, I will kill him. Lin Huang's method was simple and violent. The young man in uniform was completely speechless. He naturally did not think that Lin Huang's ability was enough to kill a true god. Seeing that Lin Huang was indifferent to calling for reinforcements, he took out a communicator and dialed a number. It took about 10 seconds before the number was connected. Lin Huang saw that the video projection turned out to be an acquaintance. Sir Head of Agency, I am now in the space crack number 018. The space crack barrier has been destroyed, and there is a true god level undead that is trying to pass through. Please inform the virtual god levels of all major organizations to encircle and attack it from all sides. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Lin Huang stood in front of the camera. Guan Zhang, long time no see. I didn't expect that the first acquaintance that I see upon returning to the gravel world would be you. Lin Renhuang. Guan Zhang was taken aback when Lin Huang suddenly appeared in the camera. This dimensional gateway was opened when I returned just now. I will solve the problems that arise, so no need to trouble others. Lin Huang explained with a smile. But isn't that undead a true god? Your Majesty, are you sure you can deal with it? Guan Zhang asked with some uncertainty. If someone else had said this, he might think that the other person was crazy. However, it was Lin Huang who had said this, so he was just a little uncertain. After all, he knew that Lin Huang had the power to kill a virtual god more than a year ago. Now that he had gone to the great world, his ability was not without the possibility of skyrocketing. It's only a first-rank true god. I have killed no fewer than 10. Lin Huang nodded calmly. This sentence caused an internal uproar for Guan Zongxin. He did not think that Lin Huang was exaggerating. How far has his ability grown? He has killed more than 10 true gods. After he hung up the call, Guan Zhang reported the news of Lin Huang's return and the invasion of the true god without any hesitation. In the abyss brink, the young man in uniform looked at the black screen and was speechless for a while. He did not expect that his plan to call for reinforcements would be terminated by Lin Huang. Your Majesty, have you really killed a true god? He still had doubts about Lin Huang's ability. In total, I've killed around hundreds of them. Lin Huang nodded. From the 1st to the 6th rank, the number of true gods that he had killed did indeed exceed 100. However, in the eyes of the young man in uniform, those words seemed more like bragging. What made him even more depressed was that Guan Zhang had believed in Lin Huang's bragging. Then why not make a move now before he gets out? The young man in uniform desperately wanted to see if Lin Huang really had the ability to kill a true god. A complete corpse is more valuable. Lin Huang gave his explanation. Let's stop talking about this. Let's talk about something else. To prevent the other party from continuing to entangle this topic, Lin Huang took the initiative to change the topic. The communicator that you just used can communicate outside the abyss brink. How does that work? This new communicator is used for cross-border transmission through a mid-end information storage and transmission equipment. It only needs a transfer device to be set up at the entrance and exit of the secret zone or the ruins. I don't understand the specific principles to it. Second question. Why do you have to wear a military uniform when you are participating in a trial? You are dressed so modestly. Agency EA issued a mission to investigate, saying that the danger is extremely high, and it is very likely to lead to death, so I specially put on a military uniform before coming. If it really comes to death, I would rather die in this uniform. The third question, single or married? Chapter 1399. Someone come and get me. After he watched Lin Huang leave, Qi-Hong's mind was still bewildered. A few minutes ago, His Majesty was still casually chatting with him about anything and everything, completely ignoring the threat posed by the true god monster that was in front of them. However, at the moment when the true god level undead completely emerged from the dimensional gateway, a red dot appeared between the eyebrows of the monster with a terrifying aura. Its huge body then fell to the ground, disrupting the dust on the ground. From beginning to end, His Majesty did not seem to have made any moves. He had not even moved from where he stood. After that, Lin Huang walked over to put the corpse away. He then walked to the cliff to squeeze out the complicated handprints and reseal the space crack. The whole process took less than a minute. Even until Lin Huang said bye to Qi-Hong before he left, Qi-Hong had yet to fully recover. When he had fully recovered, Lin Huang had already disappeared without a trace. Does this world really have such a powerful existence? He could even kill a true god within seconds. Still reeling in from shock, Qi-Hong contacted the head of the agency EA again. Qi-Hong, how is it? Seeing that his subordinate from EA3 was dialing his number. Again, Guanzhong knew that the matter had probably been resolved. His Majesty has killed the undead and repaired the space crack. Qi-Hong immediately mentioned the result of the matter. Guanzhong was silent for a moment before asking, "Is there a record of the battle?" "No." Qi-Hong helplessly shook his head. In the video projection, Guanzhong frowned and was about to ask why Qi-Hong did not make a record when Qi-Hong continued speaking. "It was an instant kill. I didn't even see him make a move or see him move at all when that undead died." When he heard that, Guanzhong's lips trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and said to Qi-Hong, "Let's put your trial on pause temporarily. Come back and write a report on the whole thing. What did Lin Huang do? What did he say to you? Everything must be recorded without omission. The report will be sent to me before 4:30 this afternoon." After he hung up the call with his subordinate, Guanzhong, who was sat at his desk, rubbed his temples. His eyes were full of fatigue and anxiety. I'm not too sure if Lin Huang's return this time is a good thing or a bad thing. Although he had tried his best to overestimate Lin Huang's ability, the actual ability that Lin Huang displayed still surprised him. Even the first-rank undead stuck in the dimensional gateway just now was considered a powerful existence unmatched in the gravel world. To expel this monster, it was estimated that all the virtual gods in the entire gravel world needed to be assembled. However, Lin Huang had achieved an instant kill, which meant that Lin Huang's true ability was at least that of a third rank or even stronger. In the gravel world, this kind of ability meant that Lin Huang was invincible. He sat on the chair and calmed down for a little. Guanzhong then clicked on the communication page and scanned the contacts one by one. He finally landed on Chairman Zhang Shan. When they received the notice from the Union government, the virtual god level upper management of the Hunter Association, Dynasty, and other organizations quickly entered a state of combat readiness and gathered all the powerhouses of the virtual god level. In the conference hall of Dynasty, all the virtual god levels were gathered. They were prepared to discuss the matter of the abyss brink when the Union government notified them of another news. The invader has been killed. The space crack in the abyss brink has also been repaired. What's the situation? What in the name of the Union government? Huang Tufu directly expressed his dissatisfaction. More than 10 minutes ago, he said that the invader's ability may be astonishing and asked us to assemble the virtual gods. He directed for us to get ready to form a joint army at any time to conquer the invaders of the abyss brink. Now that we are all assembled, he suddenly says that the invaders have been killed. Is he playing us? Under normal circumstances, the Union government would not shoot at random. Their intelligence is reviewed by Agency EA. Besides, the first ever person who sealed the space crack is me. I also sense that the barrier was broken. The presence of an intruder should not be false news. But what happened later is only known by the Union government. Mr. Fu had not expected the crisis to be resolved this way. What is even more strange is that the Union government has no explanation for the crisis that was resolved. Only a notice was sent, which seems like they are deliberately hiding something. Huang Tianfu's instinct was very accurate. The other forces had a similar feeling when they received the second notice. They were all baffled with the unexplained notice of the Union government. The Union government had a hard time talking about it. They could not explain that it was Lin Huang who had dealt with the invaders of the true god level. That would only strengthen the prestige of Dynasty and Lin Huang. Therefore, they only sent a notice to others without any further explanation. When Lin Huang came out of the abyss brink, he was about to summon the dimensional portal to return directly to Emperor City, but he found that the dimensional portal could not be summoned. He then remembered that the dimensional portal with the coordinates of the Emperor City had been destroyed by the demon Buddhist Holy Sun not long ago. Before he left the gravel world, he had only kept this portal. Standing at the entrance of the abyss brink, Lin Huang was speechless. It seems that I can only call Tianfu and the others to come to get me. If I were to take the long-distance dimensional portal by myself, it will probably take me 10 days to half a month. After all, Emperor City was once the territory of the dark organizations. There were not many external long-distance dimensional portals connected to it. If he were to return to Emperor City from the abyss brink through the long-distance dimensional portal, it was estimated that it would take a lot of such portals for him to reach his destination. After he thought about it for a moment, Lin Huang changed into the Emperor's heart ring of the gravel world, clicked on the communication page, found the name, Huang Tianfu, and clicked on it. After a while, the video projection was connected. Not only Huang Tianfu, but Mr. Fu and the others were all there. Almost everyone in the meeting room came over. Your Majesty, you are all here. Lin Huang smiled and waved to everyone. Teacher, you are here too. Apprentice, are you back in the gravel world? Mr. Fu felt a little strange. Why didn't you come back to Emperor City directly? The expression on Lin Huang's face was a bit embarrassed. He had not expected so many people to be there as soon as the video was connected. My portal was destroyed. I called Tianfu to ask him to come to get me. I didn't expect all of you to be here as well. I'll come to get you. Where are you? Mr. Fu took the initiative and said, I'm outside of the abyss brink now. Lin Huang finished speaking and moved the camera of the video to reveal the entrance of the abyss brink behind him. You are in the abyss brink. The expressions on the faces of Mr. Fu, Huang Tianfu, and others turned a little strange. Yes, I just came out of the 3rd floor. Lin Huang nodded. The space barrier that I set up, were you the one who destroyed it? After he heard Lin Huang talk about the 3rd floor of the abyss brink, Mr. Fu immediately realized that the so-called intruder might have been Lin Huang. It was me, but I have resealed it. Lin Huang was a little helpless. He knew that the Union government had communicated the news. Were there other monsters that passed through with you? Mr. Fu asked. There was an undead, but I also resolved it. After listening to Lin Huang's explanation, everyone in Dynasty understood why the Union government had issued such a notice without any explanation. I'll come to get you. We'll talk once you're back. Before he hung up the video call, Mr. Fu had already summoned the dimensional portal and stepped into it. Chapter 1400. His Majesty's return. As soon as Lin Huang hung up the call, there was a spatial fluctuation not far away. He looked up, and Mr. Fu stepped out of the portal with a smile on his face. Teacher. After seeing Mr. Fu again after a year, he felt like it was as though he was seeing his relative. Kid, you don't seem like you've changed much. Seems like you got a little firmer. Mr. Fu looked at Lin Huang up and down carefully. I can't see through the intensity of this aura though. I used something to cover my aura. My actual combat level is only virtual god rank 3. With Mr. Fu, Lin Huang had nothing to hide. Besides, his combat level was not a secret that could not be shared. Not only did you break through the virtual god level in 1 year, but you've also been promoted to rank 3. The progress of this kind of cultivation is already very fast. Mr. Fu was envious of Lin Huang's cultivation speed. Teacher, your aura has become more stable, and it seems like you look younger than a year ago. Lin Huang also noticed that Mr. Fu's condition was better compared to a year ago. 1 year of recuperation had completely stabilized his virtual god rank 9 combat strength, and he even made little progress. Well, with our relationship as master and apprentice, we are not outsiders, so we don't have to flatter each other. Mr. Fu smiled and shook his head. Let's go back first and talk about it when we get to Emperor City. After he had finished speaking, he pulled Lin Huang and stepped into the portal again. A moment later, there was a wave of spatial fluctuation in the conference room number 1 of the Dynasty headquarters. Then, 2 figures stepped out from the portal. When they saw Lin Huang, everyone in the meeting room stood up. Lin Huang glanced around, smiled, and nodded. Let's sit down. Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyang, who were sitting on both sides of Mr. Fu, immediately moved their chairs to the side. Huang Tianfu and the others also moved back. It was only then did everyone take their seats. After Lin Huang and Mr. Fu took their seats, Lin Huang asked Huang Tianfu in surprise, "Why are there so many people today? What's happened?" "It's regarding the matter of you destroying the space crack barrier. When it was discovered that the barrier was broken, the Union government panicked and immediately notified the cooperative forces. They asked us to convene the virtual god levels as quickly as possible, saying that we would jointly kill the invaders." Mr. Fu, who was on the side, explained, "Well, I'm sorry for the trouble that I've caused." Lin Huang was a little dumbfounded. He had not expected the Union government to be so sensitive. "Then, while everyone is here today, let's have a meeting together. After all, I have been away for a year. Let's talk briefly about what has happened this year." Lin Huang went straight to work. "After Your Majesty left, our general direction has always been in accordance with the one-year plan left by Your Majesty. There is basically no change except for some adjustments based on actual conditions. This year, the cooperation between all organizations and us has been deepening. The trading market and mission zone that we have established have fully developed and become the world's largest trading market and mission zone. Through the efforts that Dynasty has put into this year, we have secured the position of the sixth giant. In the past, we were all doing our own thing in the exploration of the ruins and wastelands. In recent months, for some ruins and wastelands, the Union government, the Hunter Association, Misery, and the Heretics have all had joint explorations with us. Although there are some organizations secretly searching for the news of the return of Your Majesty, there is basically no actual action being taken. This year, everyone as a whole is still abiding by the rules of the game. Occasionally, individuals who break the rules appear, and we deal with them in the first instance. Due to the richness of resources, the number of god relics owned by the major organizations has increased to a certain extent. Many demigods have been promoted to the virtual god level through Mr. Fu. The number of virtual god levels of the major organizations has also increased. Also, several imperial levels were successfully promoted to virtual god level due to the influence of the ancient era cultivation practices. Both the Union government and the Hunter Association have begun to promote the ancient cultivation practices on a large scale internally. As he listened to Huang Tianfu's report for the year, Huang Wenan, who was next to him, would add explanations from time to time. Lin Huang now knew about the various things that had happened this year. "You guys did a good job, much better than I expected." Lin Huang nodded in satisfaction. "After I return, there is no need to change the general direction. Just follow the plan from before." The reason why the general direction would not be changed was that the general direction had originally been set by Bloody. Now that Bloody was not there, Lin Huang did not intend to make any changes. Although he still had Supreme Intelligence's Grimace as his apprentice, Lin Huang would rather not change his plan as he felt horrified when he thought about letting Grimace provide an idea. The invasion crisis may come at any time, so we still can't relax. Try to improve your own ability in all aspects before the crisis really hits, even if it's just enhancing your life-saving ability. I have been in the god territory of the Great World for a year, and there are many powerhouses with solid abilities. The virtual god level is only the starting point for cultivation. In the god territory of the Great World, the virtual god level can only guard grade -1 and grade 2 shelters. Only high-level virtual gods are qualified to guard grade 2 shelters. There are even many guardians of grade 2 shelters who are virtual god rank 9s. As for the high-rank grade 3 shelters, the guardians must be at least at true god level. Lin Huang's description of the Great World immediately commanded the full attention of everyone present. In grade 5 and grade 6 organizations, the virtual god level can only act as the outermost member, and some even only have the qualifications to become a reserve member. Your Majesty, above the true god, is there really a stronger heavenly god level powerhouse? A duke could not help asking when Lin Huang was drinking and resting. Of course there are heavenly gods. Even in the Great World, heavenly god level can be considered powerhouses. The guardians of the grade 5 shelter and the leaders of the grade 5 organizations are basically heavenly gods. For organizations without any heavenly god levels, the shelter and the rating of the organization can't reach grade -5. As for the grade 6 organizations, the leader is basically the peak stage of heavenly gods, and they may even be an ultimate powerhouse who has reached half-step lord. As for the higher rank lords, they are definitely the peak stage powerhouses in the Great World. Protoss is one of the most powerful races in the Great World, but the number of lords in the entire god territory is only about 7 people. Lin Huang only gave a simple explanation, but everyone's heart was already surging. This meeting lasted almost 2 hours. Except for Huang Tianfu, who introduced the changes in the gravel world this year, the rest of the time was basically Lin Huang's Q&A time. Regarding the Great World, the people of Dynasty had too many questions and curiosities. Finally, after encountering Lin Huang, who had returned from the Great World, all kinds of weird questions naturally emerged. Lin Huang was patient and answered all the questions that he could answer. Later, it was Huang Tianfu who really could not stand it anymore, so he stopped everyone's questions and urged for the meeting to end. If they kept on asking, this meeting may not end at all. This may also be the first meeting since the establishment of the dynasty where everyone was reluctant to leave. Chapter 1401. Lin Xin's bottleneck. Brother. Just as Lin Huang came out of the meeting room, he ran into Lin Xin, who was standing there at the door. Naturally, he knew that more than an hour ago Lin Xin had already been waiting here. He guessed that Huang Tianfu and the others had leaked the news of his return. He had been unable to get away from the meeting room. Lin Xin had also not barged in to disturb the meeting in session, she had continued waiting outside. Now that he was seeing Lin Xin again, Lin Huang noticed that her combat level was already at the utmost limits of imperial level and the intensity of her aura was infinitely approaching virtual god level. I haven't seen you in a year and you've grown taller again. Lin Huang smiled, reached out, and touched Lin Xin's head. A year ago, Lin Xin was just over 1.6 meters tall. 1 year later, she was already close to 1.7 meters. Her shoulder-length hair was tied up in a ponytail and the naivete in her face had also faded a great deal. She had blossomed into a tall, slim, graceful young lady. Lin Xin did not say anything, tears kept welling up in her eyes. Look, I didn't say anything, why are you crying? Lin Huang smiled and looked at Lin Xin. After a year of not seeing her, this girl's personality seemed much more stable, she had obviously experienced many things in this period. I'm not crying. Lin Xin covered her eyes with her palm, surreptitiously wiping away the tears. Her tears were gone but her eyes were still red. Fine, you're not crying. It doesn't count as crying until the tears fall to the ground, Lin Huang said as he handed her a pack of tissue. Lin Xin reached out and took the tissues, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Only then did she look up at Lin Huang once more. Brother, I hope you've been well for the past year. Although she was outside the meeting room, she had not been able to hear what was going on in the meeting room because there had been a barrier. She had merely used her cognitive processes to infer that there were many powerhouses in the Great World, and Lin Huang must have suffered a lot since he had left with combat strength below virtual god level. It wasn't too bad. Lin Huang shook his head. Although there are many powerhouses in the Great World, I'm not one to simply make enemies for no reason. In fact, most of my time was spent on boring cultivation and running around. There weren't many dramatic encounters. It's not a novel where the protagonist will be hunted down for various reasons wherever he goes. On the contrary, you give the impression of having changed a lot this year. Not only have you reached the limits of your imperial level, but your sword Dao has also advanced to level -5, well, it doesn't seem like you've been lazy in your sword Dao cultivation. I don't know how your firearms cultivation has been going though. I haven't been lazy in my firearms cultivation either, alright. Lin Xin said crossly, I'm ranked on the firearms master leaderboard. Oh, let me take a look. Lin Huang pulled up the leaderboard in front of him right away as he spoke. After a glance at it, his expression betrayed some astonishment. Impressively, Lin Xin's name was ranked first among the imperial level firearm masters. Lin Xin, who had been secretly observing Lin Huang's expression, looked smug as she saw the astonishment on her brother's face. Huh, not bad, you're number 1. Looks like you definitely didn't slack off, Lin Huang praised her with a smile. I can't break through to virtual god level so I can only spend my time practicing gun-fighting techniques and sword skills, Lin Xin muttered in a low voice. Can't break through to virtual god level? Lin Huang was stunned to hear that. Don't you advance your combat levels by eating life crystals? If you go according to this method of advancement, in theory, you only need to replace the life crystal with something containing divine power, such as divine stones and divine crystals. No, I've tried both divine stones and divine crystals, and there's absolutely no response. Lin Xin shook her head helplessly. Mr. Fu asked me to try hunting virtual god level monsters so I did that as well, but there was no response either after the hunt. A situation like yours obviously means there are special conditions for advancement. Lin Huang frowned slightly and thought for a moment. Have you tried eating a godhead? Eating a godhead? Lin Xin's eyes widened when she heard that. Don't they say that even a true god would find it hard to destroy a godhead? Can this sort of thing really be eaten? Normally cultivators don't eat life crystals either, but you've eaten who knows how many of them like peanuts. Lin Huang could not help grumbling. If you don't want to try it, we'll think of something else instead. Then, let's give it a try. Lin Xin hesitated for a moment but nodded. Lin Huang randomly retrieved a virtual god rank -1 godhead from his storage space and handed it to Lin Xin. Lin Xin took the godhead, her expression rather odd. This godhead was completely red with a few black striations. It looked a bit like a gem. Lin Xin brought the godhead in front of her and studied it for a while, then she closed her eyes and stuffed it into her mouth. If you can't bite into it, then don't force yourself, and don't swallow it directly, Lin Huang hurriedly added. He noticed the current expression on Lin Xin's face was even odder. You said that a little too late, it's already slid down. Lin Huang was speechless. Don't you feel like you're choking? No, the texture's a bit like pudding. It immediately melted once I put it in my mouth and I accidentally swallowed it. What pudding? I can't even bite into this thing. A virtual god level godhead could be said to be the hardest thing within a virtual god's body, harder than even god relics. Even if it was just a virtual god rank -1, the godhead in the body was so strong it could only be damaged by rule-bending power. For ordinary cultivators, it was naturally inedible. That was why when Lin Xin described the godhead's texture as pudding-like, Lin Huang found it hard to imagine. Do you feel anything at all? Or do you have to spend some time refining? Seeing that Lin Xin did not look as if she had eaten something unclean, Lin Huang asked again. It really seems to be working. Lin Xin sent her consciousness into her inner world for a moment before responding. The godhead automatically disintegrated in my inner world. Not only is there a lot of divine power surging from it, but it's also leaving behind a lot of inheritance memories. One godhead doesn't seem to be enough though. As soon as Lin Xin finished speaking, Lin Huang, who was standing to one side, immediately grabbed a handful of virtual god rank -1 godheads and brought them out. These godheads ought to satiate you, it just depends on many you can eat. Lin Xin took the entire batch of godheads, tossed them into her mouth one by one, and swallowed them quickly as if she were eating jelly beans. She ate 9 godheads in a row before she stopped. It seems like it won't be much longer. I can feel that the divine power within me is at saturation point. I need to go home and begin closed-door cultivation. After she finished speaking, she handed the remaining godheads back to Lin Huang. Hold on to them yourself, what if you need them later? Lin Huang did not take the godheads, instead, he handed his sister a storage ring. In addition to the rank -1 to rank 9 virtual godheads in here, there are also some divine crystals. Go ahead and use them first for now. Thank you, brother. After Lin Xin had thanked Lin Huang, she turned with a trace of urgency and departed in a great hurry. She could not wait to advance to virtual god level. This girl, her constitution is really enviable. As he watched Lin Xin departing, Lin Huang could not help sighing in his heart, I want to have this kind of constitution. Not only could I have eaten my way to Lord level, but I would also definitely have already eaten my way to Heavenly God level. Chapter 1402, 168 Sword Servants. After the meeting, Lin Huang was seen on his way back to the Emperor Palace, so the news of Emperor Lin's return spread like wildfire. Even secretly taken photos were posted on the Dynasty Internal Forum, becoming the hottest news of the day. Just as Lin Huang arrived at the entrance of the Emperor Palace, he found that a figure was already waiting at the gates. Xiaomo, how come you're here? I've just received the news, so I knew that you're back. I figured you would definitely return to the Emperor Palace, so I just waited here. Immediately after Xiaomo saw the news on the forum, he had gone to wait at the gates of the Emperor Palace at once. Come on, we'll chat inside, Lin Huang said as he pushed open the doors of the palace and walked into the depths of the main hall with Xiaomo. You've changed quite a lot within this 1 year. Your combat strength is already at virtual god rank 3 level and your aura is also a lot more stable. You've probably done a fair bit of actual combat training, right? Lin Huang commented by way of greeting as they walked. This year I spent more than half the time in the deep sea area of the peaceful ocean. Xiaomo nodded slightly, but it's been a bit difficult to advance after rank 3, there are too few monsters above rank 3 in the gravel world. When this crisis is resolved, You can go to the great world with me. Over there, virtual god level is just the starting point. That's what I planned. Xiao Mo nodded. The two went into the depths of the main hall. After they sat down, Lin Huang looked at Xiao Mo with a serious expression. Is there any particular reason why you came looking for me? Xiao Mo was silent for a moment. It seemed as if he was sorting out what he wanted to say, only after that did he speak. Ever since I advanced to virtual god level 11 months ago, all I have to do is fall asleep and I'll have strange dreams, Xiao Mo said and paused. He glanced at Lin Huang before continuing, the contents of my dreams are all related to the crow god. Lin Huang frowned slightly. Do you remember any concrete specifics of your dreams? The scenes in the dreams are very fragmented and messy. But I saw the crow god's will projection on the peaceful ocean. He appears to be planning something. Are you certain it's the crow god's will projection? Lin Huang had his doubts about this because he had personally seen the crow god's will projection disappear during battle. I'm pretty sure it is. Although he occupies a human body, his aura is far too familiar to me. Xiao Mo, who had once existed as a crow spirit, was naturally familiar with the aura of the crow god. I did actually see the crow god's will projection vanish with my own eyes at the time, but I can't completely rule out that he played a hand with golden cicada molting. After Lin Huang considered things for a while, he felt there might be a possibility that the crow god's will was still alive. So you spent the better part of the year in the peaceful ocean to try and find him? Yes. For one thing, it's to verify whether or not my dreams were true. For another, I also want to dispose of him in case he causes even more problems. I've also considered the fact that I've advanced to virtual god level and resources are limited in the gravel world. Even if his combat level is higher than mine, it can't be that much higher. If I can't beat him, I can always escape. Also, I only have to ascertain that he really is alive. There's no need for me to face him head-on alone. I can absolutely ask Huang Tianfu for some virtual god level helpers and join forces to kill him. Xiao Mo was afraid that if his dreams were just dreams and had nothing to do with reality, hastily asking for backup from Huang Tianfu would be rather awkward. Therefore he thought that he would first locate the crow god's will projection, confirm that he still existed, and then obtain reinforcements. You probably didn't find him, did you? Lin Huang guessed. No, Xiao Mo shook his head. I suspect that he might be able to spy on my movements in reverse. In the past 6 months I've located at least 7 or 8 sea areas in the peaceful ocean that are extremely similar to my dreams, but after searching according to what I saw in them, I never once managed to find him. If you can see him, it's very likely that he can see you too. After all, you used to be a crow spirit. For some reason, it is possible to have this kind of spiritual two-way connection with the crow god. Although Xiao Mo did not have concrete evidence to prove that whatever had happened in his dreams was real, Lin Huang still believed that the lad might have established a certain special connection with the crow god. How about this? I'll get a few people to go with you to the peaceful ocean and they'll help you solve this matter of the crow god. Lin Huang felt that it was time to release the sword servants. But what if my dreams are just dreams and have nothing to do with reality? Won't they have gone all the way for nothing? Xiao Mo was still a little embarrassed. It's okay, if it ends up being nothing, they can consider it a holiday, Lin Huang said and summoned all the 268 sword servants within the scope of his authorization. After elevating to virtual god level, his control authorization over the sword servants had also increased. Now he could summon all the sword servants ranked after the number 100. When he saw more than 200 individuals appearing at the same time, Xiao Mo was taken aback at first. Once he sensed the terrifying aura of the group, however, the expression on his face instantly turned to one of shock. All of the 268 sword servants were affected in combat strength by Lin Huang. Their actual combat abilities were now at 3rd rank true god level. Even if their auras were not openly displayed, it was enough to shock all the virtual god level powerhouses. Lord Swordmaster. Once all the sword servants had been summoned, they greeted Lin Huang in unison immediately. This is the gravel world, which has incomplete rules. The highest combat strength that can be accommodated here is only virtual god rank -9. If you want to move around freely, you'll have to temporarily seal your combat strength at virtual god rank -9. If you don't want to stay in the gravel world, you can also return to the Great Heaven territory first. Once I return to the Great World, I'll summon you again. After Lin Huang finished speaking, not a single person mentioned returning to the Great Heaven territory. They all sat down one by one and sealed their combat strength. These 200 sword servants, swords 101 to 300, had just left the Great Heaven territory for the first time in hundreds of thousands of years. Now that they had been released, naturally, they wanted to stay longer and take in more of what was outside the Great Heaven territory. As for the other 68 people, sword 301 and the rest, although they had been released in the God territory previously, they had stayed for less than a month. They were also much more curious about the gravel world that they were about to explore. Since the gravel world had rule restrictions, even if their combat strength was sealed at Virtual God Rank 9, they were still top tier in terms of combat strength. So, without any hesitation, everyone sealed their abilities right away. These people are, only after hearing that everyone was going to seal themselves at Virtual God Rank 9 did Xiaomo realize that these 200 over people were true gods. They are members of the organization that I established in the Great World, Lin Huang briefly explained, although the organization has not been officially established yet. They are all true gods. Even though he was seeing it with his own eyes, Xiaomo still felt slightly incredulous. They are all true gods. Lin Huang nodded. It did not take long for the sword servants to complete the sealing of their abilities, keeping their combat levels at Virtual God rank -9. The faint, ever-present sense of rejection from this world that they felt from before had finally faded. Who among you is good at tracking and investigation? Lin Huang asked the group of sword servants in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen people raised their hands one after the other. All right then, it will be the 12 of you. Take a trip to the peaceful ocean with Xiaomo and take care of this issue with the Crow God. Lin Huang glanced at the others as he spoke. In this gravel world, I have two organizations under my command. One is called Dynasty and the other is called Misery. I would like to have another 20 people remain here to temporarily join these two groups, 10 per organization. Those who join will be treated as highest-level guest officials, and they will also be able to voluntarily participate in the high-level meetings of both organizations. Before Lin Huang could even finish speaking, a large number of sword servants raised their hands immediately. He glanced over the assembly. At least more than 80% of sword servants had raised their hands at the first instance. Sword 101, Sword 102, both of you select a team of 10 people each. Pay attention to how their abilities match. It took less than 2 minutes for the two sword servants to quickly form two teams. The rest of you will be led by Sword 103 as the team leader. In this gravel world, form a sword alliance. The mission that I entrust to all of you is this: to find people with a talent for sword Dao in the gravel world. Get them to join the sword alliance and train them into powerful sword cultivators. Chapter 1403. Old friends. The formation of the sword alliance was not simply a whim that had suddenly occurred to Lin Huang. The long-term plan that Bloody had drawn up included cultivating talented young geniuses as an inherent part of it. However, the suggestion that Bloody had put forward at the time was to let Dynasty and Misery recruit more young blood. Lin Huang had also not yet become heir to the Great Heaven inheritance. Now that he had obtained the Great Heaven inheritance along with the support of several hundred sword servants, he saw this as an opportunity to do something for sword cultivation and train up even more excellent sword Dao cultivators. This was how the idea of imitating Great Heaven and forming a pure sword cultivator organization had emerged. However, unlike Great Heaven, who directly recruited powerful sword cultivators as his subordinates, Lin Huang hoped that he could do more. He aimed to train more sword cultivators from the grassroots, and discover more sword cultivator talents and geniuses. Of course, he had not given up the idea of training up other non-sword cultivator novices. Neither Dynasty nor Misery had stopped recruiting newcomers. In all honesty, when they heard that Lin Huang was about to form a sword alliance, almost all the sword servants' eyes lit up. They had not expected Lin Huang and Great Heaven to have similar visions. In fact, the new swordmaster cast his sights even further. After he had arranged Xiaomo's affairs and where all the sword servants would go, Lin Huang contacted Huang Tianfu again to tell him about the sword servants taking up residence, and then asked for a portal. Although Huang Tianfu was rather astonished by the sword servants settling in, he did not raise any objections. After receiving the portal from Huang Tianfu, Lin Huang immediately led a team of 10 sword servants across the portal threshold and appeared at the Misery headquarters. Over on Misery's side, Gigi and the others had known about the news of Lin Huang's return from very early on. They were not surprised that Lin Huang had appeared. It was only that the 10 sword servants were all unfamiliar faces and each of them had an astonishing aura, which made it difficult for everyone in Misery to ignore their existence. Gigi, Summon all the red robes for a meeting in conference room No. 1. Lin Huang finished speaking and walked toward the meeting room right away with the 10 sword servants. Gigi let the other red robes hurry to catch up while he began contacting the other red robes one by one. 10 minutes later, all 15 red robes from Misery had arrived. However, when the red robes saw that there were 10 unfamiliar faces in the conference room, they vaguely anticipated that Lin Huang might be making a big move this time. From today onward, these 10 individuals will be official guests of Misery, enjoying the same privileges and authority of the red robes. Lin Huang gestured to the 10 sword servants standing behind him. It was not hard for Gigi and the others to sense that these 10 individuals were all virtual god rank 9s. With fellows at this level of combat strength joining Misery, the organization's overall abilities would naturally be greatly improved. However, the red robes also harbored a great many worries within their hearts. They were afraid that Lin Huang was planting these 10 people within the organization to remove the current red robes from power. You don't need to arrange positions for them. If the 10 of them need anything, do cooperate as much as possible on Misery's side. Lin Huang finished speaking, turned his head, and said to the 10 sword servants, the formal meeting will begin next. The 10 of you can stay if you want to sit in. If you don't want to, you're free to do whatever you want. After hearing Lin Huang's latter comment, many bloody robes, including Gigi, were secretly relieved. They had originally assumed that Lin Huang had brought these 10 individuals along to take the place of the existing bloody robes and slowly remove the current upper levels from power. However, not only had he not arranged for any positions for the newcomers, but they also had the choice to listen in on the meeting or not, which proved that Lin Huang really did not intend for these 10 people to take over Misery. As several sword servants got up and left, the initially weighty atmosphere in the meeting room lightened up considerably. Gigi, tell me about Misery's expansion over the last year. Lin Huang very quickly brought up the main topic of the meeting. The meeting with Misery ended after more than half an hour. Unlike the people of Dynasty, the people of Misery were also curious about Lin Huang's trip to the Great World, but no one ventured to ask about it. Lin Huang only spoke briefly about what he had seen and heard in the Great World, emphasizing that virtual god level is only the starting point of cultivation. After setting down the next stage of development for Misery, Lin Huang left the 10 sword servants behind and returned to Emperor City on his own. As soon as he returned to Emperor City, his communicator suddenly began vibrating. When he pulled up the communication web page, it was a group message from a social media platform. The sender was Yi Zheng and he had tagged Lin Huang. This group was a small one established by Lin Huang before he left the gravel world. Basically, all his friends were in it. Not only were Fatty, Yi Zheng, and Lang Yuexin in it, but Chan Do, Lu Ming, Xiao Mo, and the rest were part of the group as well. As soon as he clicked on the message to read it, Yi Zheng sent one sentence, "Are you back?" After that, Yi Yayu and Li Lang immediately followed up with a question mark emoji. What's the situation, Brother Zheng? What news did you get? Chubby Yin Hengyi asked in a text message. After some thought, Lin Huang guessed that Yi Zheng must have received the news from the Union government. After all, his family was in the upper levels of the Union government's military department. Since this sort of thing would come out sooner or later, Lin Huang did not bother covering it up and directly replied to the message in the group. I'm back. As soon as his message was sent, the group immediately bubbled over with questions. Are there many powerhouses in the Great World? How have you been in the Great World this past year? Many of their questions were about the Great World. When Lin Huang saw the situation, he simply clicked on the video chat. Everyone there also joined in the group video chat. I haven't seen all of you in a year, I hope everyone is doing well. Lin Huang greeted everyone first. You're also aware you haven't seen us in a year and you won't even say hello to us when you come back. Li Lang laughed and teased Lin Huang. I was busy. I haven't been back for a year and there's a ton of stuff to take care of on Dynasty's side. I've been busy all day and I've only just stopped to rest, Lin Huang explained with a smile. If everyone is free in the next 2 days, let's find a time to meet up. However, I may only be able to spare a day or two. After the next couple of days, I'll be preparing to go into closed-door cultivation. I won't be able to come out for at least 3 months. Let's fix it for the next 2 days then. I'm preparing to go into closed-door cultivation too. The speaker was Chan Do, who hardly ever sent a message in the group. More and more I'm beginning to feel that I won't be able to catch up with both of you in my lifetime. I'll just wait for a good reincarnation in my next life at this rate. Seeing that Lin Huang and Chan Do could not go 3 sentences without talking about cultivation, Li Lang almost wanted to give up on his efforts. The most terrifying kind of person in this world was a hardworking prodigy. Lin Huang and Zhen Do were undoubtedly such individuals. Reincarnation is also a skill. Just because you want to reincarnate into a good person doesn't mean that you'll be able to do so, Fatty said with a smile. Fatty, how's your store's business coming along? Lin Huang immediately asked when he saw Fatty speaking. Fatty's business is doing extremely well. It's almost becoming a dynasty cafeteria. We can't even get a place in the queue when we come to eat, Yi Yeyu joked with a smile. Didn't I reserve seats for all of you? When did I ever let you all queue up? Fatty demanded, aggrieved. At this point, Lang Yuexin's video feed finally connected. It's good that you're back. Let me know when you've fixed when to meet. I can't chat much today, I have training later. Alright, go do what you need to do. We'll let you know later on, Lin Huang greeted. Lang Yuexin nodded and disconnected the call after that. Everyone continued idly chatting with each other for a while before Yi Zheng finally set the time of the gathering. We'll set the meeting for tomorrow then. See you at Fatty's restaurant in Emperor City at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 1404. A gathering over a meal. Fatty had opened his restaurant near Dynasty's headquarters in Emperor City. Due to his relationship with Lin Huang, its location was fairly superior. It was practically the best location in Emperor City, and Dynasty had never collected a single penny for rental. People from Dynasty often patronized Fatty's restaurant because of his culinary skills. Fatty also did not collect life crystals as payment for meals. He let Dynasty provide a batch of ingredients every week. He might have opened this restaurant, but he had not given up on his dream of being a food hunter. Instead, he now realized this dream in a different way. Fatty no longer hunted for ingredients on his own but obtained them through the people of Dynasty. He was only responsible for preparing the ingredients and turning them into culinary dishes. Contrary to expectations, this manner of cooperation with the people of Dynasty had improved his cooking skills extremely quickly, and his earnings were quite considerable. His restaurant was often visited by cultivators, and his menu basically consisted of specialty ingredients that only food hunters could prepare properly. The profit in life crystals after one of these meals was equivalent to a few months' income for other restaurants. There were even many ordinary people who had heard that the owner of this restaurant was a food hunter. They would patronize the place out of admiration, wishing to try the fabled culinary skills of the food hunters of legend. This had also led to long queues in the restaurant every day before 9 o'clock in the morning. It should be noted that Fatty did not serve breakfast at his restaurant. However, on this day, Fatty arrived at his shop around 8 o'clock in the morning. Seeing that there was already a line at the door, he smiled and brought out a sign that read, "Temporarily closed." My apologies, dear patrons, we are closed today. I have booked the space to entertain some friends. Before the people waiting in line could complain, he continued, if you are in line now, you are eligible for a 50% discount coupon from the waiter over there. With this coupon, you can enjoy the one-time privilege of a priority seating at any time within this year. The people who originally had complaints immediately simmered down and quickly went to the waiter to obtain their coupons. Not only were they getting a 50% discount, but they also had priority seating privileges, which meant that the next time they came to the restaurant, they would not need to line up as they were doing now. After seeing to the customers in the queue, Fatty brought out the decorations that he bought last night and assigned a few waiters to decorate the shop. By the time they were done setting up, it was almost 9 o'clock. Yi Zheng and the others arrived one after the other. When Lin Huang arrived, everyone was already there except for Lang Yuexin and Chan Do. Where are Xiao Mo and Lin Shen? Seeing that Lin Huang had come alone, Yi Yeyu asked in some curiosity. Xiao Mo is on a mission, Shen is in closed-door cultivation. Lin Huang glanced at Yi Zheng and his sister. He noted that the two had not changed much, they were still the same, but their combat levels had advanced significantly. It seems that both you siblings haven't slacked off this year, the two of you have advanced to Imperial level. This year, our cultivation speed has improved a lot. Also, with so many people to compete against in the Heaven Alliance, we dare not relax. Yi Zheng shook his head and smiled. After using the flawless card, his inherent genius talent and potential had immediately elevated to the level of a super genius. Naturally, he had worked even harder at cultivation after that. As for Yi Yeyu, she was bidding fair to outstrip her older brother in terms of talent and potential, to the point that her abilities were comparable to the level of the 5 princes, including Chan Do. Not long after Lin Huang left the gravel world, she had also joined the Heaven Alliance under Yi Zheng's recommendation. After that, she had become the Heaven Alliance's main protégé. In the Genius Union, she was even named one of the 3 goddesses by a large number of male cultivators there. Some time ago, when she broke through to Imperial level and left the Genius Union, many fans even held a farewell party for her at the Stairway Tree. Of course, Lin Huang did not know about these matters. Since advancing to Imperial level, he had hardly paid any attention to the affairs of the Genius Union, let alone after he had left the gravel world for a year. Indeed, competition makes people more motivated. I initially used Brother Chan as my ideal and worked hard toward that. Before Lin Huang came along, the 5 princes were the 5 insurmountable obstacles for everyone in the Genius Union. At that time, Lin Huang also worked hard toward his goal of becoming like Chan Do, who was one of the 5 princes. However, Lin Huang had ended the rule of the 5 princes later on through his own prowess and became the unprecedented genius emperor of the entire Genius Union. He had always used the name, Lin Xie, within the Union. After chatting for a bit with Yi Zheng and his sister, Lin Huang quickly turned his attention to Li Lang. Unlike Yi Zheng and his sister, the changes in Li Lang were considerable. In the previous video call, Lin Huang had noticed that the lad had a buzz cut, but now that he was face to face with Li Lang, he realized that his friend's aura was a lot steadier. "Are you losing your hair or something?" Lin Huang teased him, laughing. "You're the one who's losing hair. What's wrong with your eyes?" "It's obviously just shaved short," Li Lang retorted in annoyance. "I think you didn't get a buzz cut, you want to become a monk." As soon as Lin Huang said this, Yi Yayu and Yi Zheng hurriedly sent him some pointed looks. Lin Huang knew right away that he had said the wrong thing, but did not quite understand what had happened. At this time, senior brother Lu Ming took the initiative to defuse the situation. "All right, stop teasing him about his hair. Why not pick a less sensitive subject? It's okay, it's nothing that can't be disclosed. It's over anyway." Li Lang waved his hand and smiled. "It's just a breakup, that's all." Only then did Lin Huang understand why Li Lang had not yet broken through to Imperial level. The lad had spent his time conducting a love affair. "I don't know who has been posting this message in the group every day for several months. There will always be sudden encounters and unexpected joys in this world. Of course, there will also be unexpected goodbyes and unrelenting exits." "What an inexplicable saying," Yi Yayu grumbled on the side. Beside her, Yi Zheng hurriedly gave his sister a swat and shook his head at her. "Why not put your efforts into cultivation? The great world is full of beautiful women. The sooner you advance to virtual god level, the sooner you'll get to go to the great world. Isn't that a good thing?" Lin Huang smiled and patted Li Lang on the shoulder. Lin Huang did not ask for any further details about Li Lang's situation, but turned to look at his senior brother Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current combat strength had reached the peak of Imperial level purple gold rank, and he was only one step away from virtual god level. Senior brother's combat strength has improved considerably this year. All thanks to you. After that day, my cultivation talent and potential improved substantially. Initially, I thought that as I got older, the cultivation path would become more and more difficult to follow, but I didn't expect that my speed of cultivation this year would be even much faster than when I was young. The elevation of Lu Ming's talent was naturally the effect of Lin Huang's flawless card. He already had a solid foundation. After the advancement of his potential, not only had his combat strength soared, but his ability had as well. How's the preparation going for your advancement to virtual god level? Have you targeted a monster? I've found one. My preparations are almost complete too. I plan to make a move next week. Lu Ming had planned it all out from early on. Do you need any help? I'll ask Tianfu to find some people for you. I'd already contacted Huang Tianfu before you came back. The members of the team are all ready to go. That's good. Initially, Lin Huang was worried that Lu Ming would be resistant to hunting in a team, but now it seemed that he had overthought things. As the few of them chatted, Lang Yuexin and Chan Do arrived at the scene almost simultaneously at 9 o'clock sharp. Lin Huang noticed that Lang Yuexin's combat strength had also elevated to Imperial level. It was already at Imperial level Crimson Gold rank even, which was a little higher than Yi Zheng and his sister. As for Chan Do, he had already advanced to virtual god level. Although he was only at rank -1, his aura was very stable. Moreover, Lin Huang was also very aware that this fellow's true abilities were definitely far beyond virtual god rank -1. Once everyone had arrived, Fatty began serving up the food. Everyone chatted while eating and drinking, and the topic soon came around to Lin Huang. Lin Huang, what rank is your current combat strength at? It was Chan Do who asked this question. Chan Do was also at virtual god level, but he could not sense how strong Lin Huang's aura was at all. However, he was very sure that Lin Huang must have advanced to virtual god level. When the other people at the table heard this, they all quietened down, obviously very curious about Lin Huang's current combat level. Currently it's at rank 3. There was no need for Lin Huang to conceal his combat strength in front of this group of friends. Given that there was too big a gap between his actual ability and his combat level, even if any outsiders knew about his actual combat level, it would not affect him much. Rank 3, Chan Do frowned when he heard Lin Huang's answer. How much do you know about the invaders who want to attack the gravel world? I don't know much. The area corresponding to the space rift is a battlefield between the territory of the Protoss and the Abyssal tribes. That battlefield is completely accessible, anyone can enter it. Lin Huang had also asked Bloody the same question, but she had not managed to discover who these intruders might be in the course of her investigations. Anyway, we can't openly investigate this matter. The more people who know about it, the more likely that the coordinates of the gravel world will be revealed, which means it's more likely to come to the attention of the heavenly gods or even the lords. We don't know who the enemy is. We also don't know anything about their combat levels or even how many of them there are. A battle like this is really hard to fight. Chan Do looked helpless. The only thing we can do right now is to improve our own abilities as much as possible. Lin Huang put forward the only viable countermeasure. Alright, today is a gathering of friends, we won't bring up such heavy topics anymore. Let's talk about other things. Lu Ming hurriedly smoothed the matter over. As the topic shifted direction to something much more lighthearted, everyone at the dining table soon fell back into a lively, joyous state of mind, and the gathering of friends finally resumed the original intention of their meetup. Chapter 1405. Concealed information. The meal with old friends lasted until late into the night. Although Fatty was the head chef, he only prepared a few dishes before he handed over the kitchen to a hired chef and joined in the chit-chat. Lin Huang had also obtained a general understanding of everyone's situation this year. Leng Yuexin had also entered the Genius Union right after Yi Zheng and his sister. However, she had joined the Hong Alliance instead. Since she had used the flawless card, her talent and potential were not in any way below Yi Yeyu. Since Yi Zheng and his sister had joined the Heaven Alliance, the Hong Alliance had immediately made Leng Yuexin their main protege for training. Like Yi Yeyu, Leng Yuexin also rose rapidly in the ranks, becoming one of the 3 goddesses of the Genius Union. After the 5 princes and the Genius Emperor, Leng Yuexin and Yi Yeyu took the position of 2 of the 3 queens. Although Yi Zheng and the other super geniuses were not weak in their abilities, they were still slightly inferior to the 3 queens. However, the 3 queens did not maintain their name for very long. Among the 3 queens, Leng Yuexin took the lead and broke through to imperial level, leaving the Genius Union. Yi Yeyu followed hot on her heels, breaking through to imperial level after half a month, and leaving the Genius Union as well. Lin Huang had not expected that the 2 women would have such fruitful experiences this year. Apart from the 2 ladies, everyone else also seemed to have experienced a lot over the last year. Chan Do had traveled in search of his memories during this time, cultivating as well. It might have been the follow-up effects of using a flawless card in addition to the aid of familiar scenes, but the memories that he had previously lost were now over 90% recovered. He had even taken the initiative to visit old friends such as Tan Lang and Shen Dao. Chan Do also mentioned something strange. The bug master named Li Jia had gone missing. He appeared to have vanished without a trace after leaving the Genius Union. Senior brother Lu Ming's progress this year was similar to that of Xiao Mo. He had either been hunting monsters or retreating into closed-door cultivation, so his combat strength had soared. Not only had his combat strength advanced to imperial level purple gold rank, but the increase in his sword Dao had also improved dramatically. He had now reached the limit of level 6 and was half a step away from achieving sword Dao true meaning. With his current ability, he would be able to put up a fight even if he encountered a virtual god rank -1. Fatty opened his restaurant this year. Cooking every day made him happy beyond belief. With the help of the people in Dynasty, his increase in combat strength and business was smooth sailing. Not only that, his life was greatly enriched. Apart from being a little busy, there was nothing else wrong with him. However, the strange thing was that despite being so busy every day, he had not lost any weight at all. In comparison, Li Lang probably spent his year more leisurely than the rest. After using the flawless card, his talent and potential had also reached that of a super genius, but his combat level was only at immortal level rank 7, which was far removed from Yi Zheng. Obviously, his mind had not been very focused on cultivating. After some small talk, Lin Huang learned that Li Lang had fallen for a girl, but right from the start she had not been very interested in him. To win this girl's heart, he had changed a lot this year. The girl had said that she did not like men who wore fancy clothes, so he had thrown away all of his clothes from before. The girl had also said that she liked buzz cuts, so he had shaved his hair. Every day, he would shower various attentions on the object of his affections to try and win her favor. This lasted for a few months, but she had finally dumped him regardless. For around 6 months after that, Li Lang had been in a state of dejection. He slept until at least noon every day, sometimes even until the next night. All along, he had been something of a neat freak, but now he gave up completely on keeping his house clean. His bed sheets would be slept on for months without being changed, and he did not care when the fruits in the refrigerator were all rotten. In the end, Yi Zheng and the others could not take it anymore and forcibly dragged him out of the house. His state of mind had only just returned to normal over the last 2 months. As far as this kind of personal emotional issues were concerned, Lin Huang did not feel it was right for him to express his opinion, so he could only provide a few words of comfort. He encouraged Li Lang to devote himself to cultivation and keep himself busy so that he would not think too much. By the time everyone left Fatty's restaurant, it was almost the wee hours of the morning. Lin Huang was slightly intoxicated from drinking a lot of wine, so he fell asleep until the next morning. He had just woken up at around 9 in the morning when Mr. Fu sent him a message. "Let's have breakfast together and catch up while we're at it." Lin Huang freshened up quickly and headed out immediately. When Lin Huang arrived at Mrs. Fatty's soup dumplings, Mr. Fu, hair up in a small ponytail, was already seated at an open-air table. When he saw Lin Huang, he waved at him. Lin Huang immediately sat opposite Mr. Fu. "Now that you're back this time, do you think their dumplings are more delicious?" Mr. Fu asked with a smile. "Now that you've mentioned it, it does seem that they are." Lin Huang was stunned for a moment after Mr. Fu's words, recalling the taste of the dumplings from before. In comparison, they really did taste better. "I thought it was because I hadn't come back for a year and I'd finally gotten to eat them again. I taught the couple a few little tricks," Mr. Fu explained with a smile. "Oh, so that's why." For a top food hunter like Mr. Fu, optimizing the preparation of common ingredients was a piece of cake. "After all, I do come here to eat occasionally. They had some flaws in their previous preparation processes, so there were always some small regrets whenever I ate their dumplings." Mr. Fu did not make concessions in his expectations of excellence when it came to food. The two chatted for a while, then Brother Fatty came with the dumplings. "Mr. Fu, if the dumplings need any further improvement, please do let me know again." Mr. Fu picked up a dumpling and tasted a mouthful, then nodded. Using ordinary ingredients to achieve such a result is already the peak of culinary standards. "It seems that both of you have been hard at work practicing the method that I've taught you. The main thing is that Sir teaches well." Brother Fatty hastened to flatter Mr. Fu. "I'll get back to what I'm doing so I won't bother you." After Brother Fatty had left, Lin Huang and Mr. Fu both ate the dumplings quietly. In no time at all, after eating 2 small steamers of dumplings, Mr. Fu put down his chopstick and set a soundproof barrier around the table. "At the meeting the day before yesterday, you didn't elaborate on any information about the invaders. Were you really not able to investigate this properly, or did you deliberately not bring it up?" Lin Huang also put down his chopsticks and fell silent for a moment before he spoke again. "It's true that I was not able to investigate it properly, but I also concealed some information. Can you tell me now?" Mr. Fu asked, staring intently at Lin Huang. "Previously, we've always thought that the world rules of the gravel world are incomplete, and the strength of the dimensional gateway is limited. We assumed that even if the gateway was fully open, at most only low-ranked true gods could come through. In fact, this is not the case. When the great world invades the gravel world and its incomplete rules, it will suppress the world will through special means and strengthen the space tunnel. The maximum limit for transmitted combat strength can be increased to 9th rank true god level. When he heard that, Mr. Fu's right hand trembled slightly, and his brows creased in a tight frown. You're saying that when the time comes, there will be not only low-rank true gods but also middle and high-rank ones. There might even be peak stage 9th rank true gods. Lin Huang nodded helplessly. Then what should we do now? At present, we have no true gods at all. Even with the 10 virtual god rank 9s that you brought back, at most, they can only conduct battle formations against the low-rank true gods. Battle formations are useless if we encounter middle-rank true gods, much less the high ranks. Comment: I brought back more than 10 people, there are 268 of them in total. They are not actually virtual god rank 9s, but true gods. However, their abilities are currently sealed. 268 true gods. Mr. Fu's eyes brightened slightly. What rank? Currently they're all 3rd rank. Their combat strength is a bit low, Mr. Fu could not help sighing. However, it's better than nothing. Teacher, you don't have to worry too much, there's always a solution. Instead of worrying about what hasn't happened yet, it is better to focus on the matters at hand. I didn't tell Tianfu and Gigi about this matter because I was also afraid that they were under too much pressure and the news might cause their mental health to suffer a breakdown. You're definitely right to handle things this way, Mr. Fu agreed after hearing what Lin Huang had to say. If our enemies are only low-rank true gods, everyone will feel that if we work hard, we might win. But if they find out that our enemies are high-rank true gods, I am afraid that many people will immediately give up on resistance because they can't see any hopes of winning. I won't say anything about this, don't worry. What are your plans after this? Mr. Fu asked again. I'm going into closed-door cultivation to enhance my combat strength. Chapter 1406. Closed-door cultivation. After breakfasting with Mr. Fu, Lin Huang returned to the Emperor Palace and immediately notified Huang Tianfu, Gigi, and the sword servants that he was going into closed-door cultivation. Once that was done, he immediately initiated the barrier around the Emperor Palace, entered closed-door cultivation, and began refining the divine fire in his body full force. Within half a day of Lin Huang's retreat into closed-door cultivation, the news of His Majesty's return filtered out from within Dynasty's inner circle. For a while, this stirred up a heated discussion on social networking platforms. After all, a year ago, Lin Huang had always been an influential figure in major social networking platform rankings and media news. He had left the gravel world for a year and disappeared from public view the entire time. Now that he was back, many people recalled when the major rankings dreaded being dominated by the name, Lin Huang. When Lin Huang vanished without a trace, most people did not actually know where he had gone. Then again, he did not disclose the news of his leaving the gravel world, only the upper echelons of the major organizations were aware of this. Although there were also opinions expressed on the internet that Lin Huang had gone to the great world, not many people were willing to believe it. This time, however, the individual on the internet who provided the scoop on the Emperor's return seemed to be someone who knew about the details of the matter. A post entitled, "The Return of the Emperor," not only included the specific date of Lin Huang's return but also revealed that he had killed a true god-level monster upon his arrival. In the beginning, replies to this post were all flames, accusing the original poster of making up stories. However, the news of Lin Huang's return was verified later on. Not only that, but it was also revealed that the Union government had asked the major organizations to form a virtual god-level team. However, the authorities had then sent a message stating that the crisis had been resolved. As more and more news appeared, both genuine and fake, everyone gradually began to believe that Lin Huang, who had previously dominated the ranks, had really returned after all. More and more people also began to believe that Lin Huang had been to the great world. As a result, a new round of discussion on Lin Huang began on all major social media forums. One of the most discussed topics was, what is this great world like the one that Lin Huang had been to? On Dynasty's side, the upper echelons were practically harassed by the media for a spell. In the cultivation world, the Great World was originally a place that only existed in legend, no one had ever returned after going there. The media and even other cultivators wanted to find out from Lin Huang what the legendary Great World was like. However, Dynasty's answer to everyone in the outside world was just a single sentence. His Majesty has entered closed-door cultivation, we don't know when exactly he will emerge. Only the Union government, the Hunter Association, and other top organizations received certain information released by Dynasty. This piece of information about the Great World was part of what Lin Huang had mentioned at the meeting with Dynasty. Before he entered closed-door cultivation, he had specifically told Huang Tianfu that there was no need to conceal this news, as it would help the Union government and the other top organizations to be aware of the kind of crisis they were about to face. However, this piece of information also concealed the part that he had mentioned in conversation with Mr. Fu. After receiving the news about the Great World from Dynasty, all the top organizations immediately held a meeting at the first possible instance to discuss further developments and response strategies. After that, practically all the organizations that received the news made similar decisions. All imperial levels, demigods, and virtual gods within the organizations began to frantically explore the wastelands and ruins, seizing cultivation resources on a large scale. Dynasty and Misery were no exceptions. Once they sensed the anomalies happening in the top organizations, other organizations all began to make inquiries, so more and more people became aware of the information on the Great World. While Lin Huang was in closed-door cultivation, Lin Xin was doing the same as well. She would eat one godhead every 2 or 3 days, and then eat another after the first had assimilated. After she had eaten 12 virtual god rank -1 godheads in a row, she finally began to condense the godhead within her. Meanwhile, Xiaomo had been in the peaceful ocean. With the 12 sword servants, he had been searching for the hiding place of the crow god's will projection. The other sword servants also adapted to their roles very quickly. Sword 101 and Sword 102 became Lin Huang's new bodyguards, and the two continuously kept watch at the entrance of the Emperor Palace. The 20 sword servants who stayed in Dynasty and Misery also found their positions within the organizations. Some participated in various meetings with the upper echelons and even got involved in decision-making, while others did not care about anything and just focused on obtaining cultivation resources. As for the group of people who formed the Sword Alliance, they began to spread out in various safety zones, using a variety of methods to search for young people with sword Dao talent. In the Emperor Palace, Lin Huang's refining of the divine fire went smoothly. The proportion of divine fire being refined was steadily improving every day. Almost a month later, 10 pieces of 4th-rank divine fire tinder had been completely refined and integrated. The divine fire within Lin Huang's body transformed again, and the godhead quickly metamorphosed once more under the divine fire's refinement. After successfully advancing to virtual god rank 4, Lin Huang did not have the slightest intention of resting. He immediately took out 10 pieces of 5th-rank divine fire tinder, threw them into his inner world, and started a new round of refining and integration. On the same day, Lin Xin, who was only a few hundred meters away from Lin Huang, successfully condensed her own godhead in another house. Amid the sensations of advancing to virtual god level, Lin Xin vaguely felt that she was dozens of times stronger. Have I become this much stronger after advancing to virtual god level? Not only had there been an increase in her combat strength, but her physical body and spiritual strength had also transformed in nature. What surprised and delighted Lin Xin even more was that she seemed to have completely inherited the inheritance memories of the 12 godheads. She could even directly use all the skills of the owners of the 12 godheads. After elevating to virtual god level, Lin Xin immediately thought of sharing this good news with her brother. When she pulled up her message page, however, she saw the message that Lin Huang had sent almost over a month ago. My brother has also entered closed-door cultivation, then I'll continue with it to improve my combat effectiveness. Lin Xin thought for a while and sat back properly. She took out a virtual god rank 2 godhead from the storage space and threw it into her mouth. 1 month had passed since the news of Lin Huang's return, but he never made an appearance. The popularity of his name on major social networking platforms had long since faded. Since the media had not received the desired response, everyone's attention gradually shifted to other topics. However, what most ordinary cultivators did not know was that while they had been engaged in gossiping, the information that Lin Huang had shared upon his return had allowed all the major organizations to enter an unprecedented state of combat readiness. Even the organizations that ordinarily had conflicts with each other had temporarily put aside their issues. They began to work hard to improve the overall abilities of the organizations so they could survive the coming war. The Union government, the Hunter Association, and other top organizations were racing against time and did not dare to relax. Chapter 1407, Advancing to Virtual God rank 6. As more time passed in the Emperor Palace, Lin Huang fully completed the refining and fusion of the divine fire. As he had no idea when the invasion would happen, he could only race against the clock to improve his combat strength as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, 2 more months passed. Lin Huang completed the refining and fusion of 10 6th-rank divine fire tinders. With the tempering of divine fire, the godhead finally advanced to 6th rank. It took him almost 3 months to increase his combat strength from virtual god 3rd rank to the virtual god 6th rank. Since he had not obtained any higher rank divine fire, he could proceed no further in his cultivation to improve his combat strength. It took more than half an hour for him to adapt to his newly heightened combat strength. Finally, Lin Huang opened the door of the Emperor Palace and officially exited. After 3 months of closed-door cultivation, he made his grand return, and his power had made another qualitative leap. The moment he threw open the gate of the Emperor Palace, Sword 101 and Sword 102, who had been guarding the door for the past 3 months, immediately turned around and bowed to him. Although they did not pry into Lin Huang's cultivation status in the Emperor Palace, as sword servants they could naturally sense it every time the swordmaster's combat strength was advanced. After all, every advancement led to their combat strength being unsealed. Both of them were certain that Lin Huang had raised another 3 small levels in the short span of 3 months. Thank you for your hard work. I probably won't enter closed-door cultivation again anytime soon. You can move around freely now. Lin Huang gave the 2 a small nod. However, the 2 did not leave. Instead, they walked to Lin Huang's side, a short distance behind, and silently assumed the roles of bodyguards. This had been mentioned by Sword 1. The swordmaster must have a minimum of 2 bodyguards with him at all times. Lin Huang noted the development but said nothing. As his divine telekinesis unfolded, he found Huang Tianfu and the others, and Lin Huang appeared in his office in a flash. Your Majesty. Lin Huang's silent appearance startled Huang Tianfu for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Did anything happen during my 3 months of closed-door cultivation? Nothing significant. Huang Tianfu sorted out his thoughts before he spoke again. We have followed your instructions and shared the information of the Great World with the Union government and other top organizations. After that, the news leaked further. Now, more than 80% of the transcendent cultivators have obtained the relevant information and knowledge about the kind of enemy that they will be facing. Therefore, in the past few months, everyone has been vigorously acquiring resources and improving their ability in all aspects. The major organizations have also relaxed their standards and began to accept more newcomers. A new wave of expansion and development has commenced. Many people who were originally scattered have also joined the organizations. Someone has been keeping watch at the abyss brink. Nothing much has changed. But for us, no news is good news. There is one more thing related to you, Your Majesty. What is it? Lin Huang asked, a little surprised. The news of your return from the Great World was leaked and it became a trending topic. Basically, all cultivators know about it now. Huang Tianfu snuck a peek at Lin Huang but did not see any change in his expression. If it's leaked, so be it. People will know sooner or later anyway. It doesn't affect me. Lin Huang really did not care about this kind of thing. The rest are small matters. Now, nearly all the organizations are busy scrambling for resources, and those that are in conflict have agreed to cooperate under the influence of external pressure. No one is doing anything at all. I would go so far as to say that it has been the calmest few months in the past 100 years. How has Dynasty been these past few months? Lin Huang asked. As we were the first to get the news and therefore were the most prepared, we currently occupy the most wastelands and ruins among all of the organizations. In terms of expanding, our recruitment of newcomers is inferior only to the Hunter Association and the Union government. We are ranked 3rd. Some casuals with fair ability have also joined us. How about Misery? Lin Huang pressed. The wastelands and ruins occupied by Misery rank 2nd, but their expansion is slightly slower than ours. I don't know much about the specifics, so you may still have to ask GG. Lin Huang gave a small nod, then his divine telekinesis swept the area. He found that the building where Lin Xin lived was still open, and she was not outside. Xin'er is still in closed-door cultivation. Yes, she has yet to come out. Huang Tianfu nodded. This girl, would she get to virtual god rank 9 in one go? Lin Huang thought about it inside his head. Xiao Mo is also not back. No. Huang Tianfu shook his head. Lin Huang frowned slightly, the peaceful ocean was so vast that it occupied more than 70% of the entire gravel world. It was also connected to 8 of the 12 safe zones. The environment under the sea was more complicated and constantly changing, especially in the deep sea area. Xiao Mo and the 12 sword servants dispersed and searched for 3 months without any results. During this time, he also gradually developed a way to control his dreams under the guidance of a sword servant. He saw more and more images about the will projection of the crow god. However, he had no doubt that the crow god could also spy on him. That was why every time that he found its hiding place, when he rushed over he was always a step too late. Even Xiao Mo himself began to wonder if the scenes he saw in his dream were just illusions and had nothing to do with reality. After 3 months, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. Suddenly, a tyrannical divine telekinesis swept through the area without the slightest bit of subtlety. A sense of horror gripped Xiao Mo's heart and the hair on his body stood on end. What a strong divine telekinesis! The divine telekinesis was so powerful that it was suffocating, and he knew the person it belonged to must be at least a true god-level powerhouse. As soon as he felt it, he noticed that a ray of divine telekinesis was suddenly locked onto him. Before he had time to react, a figure appeared a short distance away. Just when his scalp started to go numb and he got ready to flee, he got a clear view of the figure. "Your Majesty," Lin Huang appeared directly in front of Xiao Mo. "I finally found you. Why are you here?" Xiao Mo reacted after a stunned pause. "I just came out of closed-door cultivation today. After I found out that you haven't been back in 3 months, I came to have a look. After all, there is no communication signal in most of the peaceful ocean, so I have no choice but to find you myself." Lin Huang explained exasperatedly. If the communicator had been able to reach Xiao Mo, he would not have bothered to make this trip. "Have you not found that guy after 3 months? He did not beat around the bush. No. I suspect that he spied on me much more than I spied on him. He might know what we said, what we did, where we went, and what we communicated about. As such, we were always a step too late, we couldn't even catch his shadow. I'm starting to wonder if the dream fragments I saw were real or if they were just hallucinations created under the influence of the crow god. If that's the case," Lin Huang touched his chin and went deep in thought for a moment, then raised his head to look at Xiao Mo. "Are there any items with the aura of the crow god on you?" Xiao Mo considered the question. "My divine power is of the same origin as the crow god, and there should be a certain degree of similarity in aura. Is that sufficient? We can try." Lin Huang nodded. Xiao Mo immediately stretched out his finger and exerted a ray of divine power. The ink-black divine power curled like a small snake, clung to Lin Huang's fingers, and finally stopped in Lin Huang's palm. After Lin Huang's divine telekinesis was released, he nodded after giving the ray of divine power a thorough scan. "Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, then we'll think of something else." As he spoke, the invincible divine telekinesis swept out again. It swept across the entire peaceful ocean almost instantly. After a while, the corners of Lin Huang's mouth twitched upward. Found him. Chapter 1408. Do you still think so now? Looking at the extremely familiar environment in front of him, Xiao Mo was slightly taken aback. "This is the location where I first saw the will projection of the crow god in my dreams." Lin Huang brought Xiao Mo along in space warp to the place where his divine telekinesis had zoned in on the will projection of the crow god. It turned out to be the first place where Xiao Mo had seen the will projection of the crow god from his dreams a few months ago. When he came to the peaceful ocean for the first time to explore the will projection of the crow god back then, the first area that he searched was here. Unexpectedly, the place where Lin Huang's divine telekinesis was locked in now was the exact same place. Xiao Mo's divine telekinesis gave the surroundings a quick sweep, but he still found nothing. He could only sense the presence of a virtual god-level Sea King species in the depths of the trench ahead, but it did not have even a shred of the crow god's aura. "I can only sense one Sea King species." Xiao Mo looked at Lin Huang rather doubtfully. "On the surface, there is only one Sea King species here," Lin Huang said as he walked to the edge of the cliff above the trench. He looked down and shouted, "Come out. We have already found you at your doorstep. It's meaningless to keep hiding." As Xiao Mo lay baffled, a voice suddenly came from the trench. "I didn't expect to be found by both of you." As if on cue, the ground on the seabed began to tremor violently. A moment later, a huge behemoth slowly protruded its gigantic head from the depths of the trench. After it exceeded the height of Lin Huang and Xiao Mo by over 100 meters, it looked down on them. This was a monster similar to Hydrophyene on Earth, but it was many times larger. Its head alone was hundreds of meters tall. The red and purple stripes seemed to be a bold declaration saying, "I am venomous." However, Lin Huang's line of sight was not on this monster, but directly on top of it. A lone figure stood there. Although it was easy to overlook in contrast to the huge Sea King species, the eyesight of a cultivator noticed it easily. However, Xiaomo was focused only on the Sea King species in front of him after he sensed the aura of the crow god. The figure stood on top of the head of the Sea King species, condescendingly gazing upon Lin Huang and Xiaomo below him. There was no hint of embarrassment and fear after being discovered by the enemy. Instead, he was calm and at ease. "The Emperor of Dynasty, I underestimated the speed of your ascent." Lin Huang and Xiaomo looked at each other, and both of them knew that the voice was that of the crow god from more than a year ago. Lin Huang's identity was announced in one sentence. Obviously, for the past year, the crow god had not stopped scouring for information from the outside world. "Since I entered the path of cultivation, many people have underestimated the speed of my rise. You are not the first and you will not be the last." Lin Huang said it without humility. After all, it was the truth. "On the contrary, you have been hiding in the peaceful ocean for more than a year and it seems that you have not made much progress. The combat level is barely at Virtual God Rank 2, and the possessed body seems to have an average talent and potential. I'm quite curious why you haven't made a move for over a year. What were you wasting your time on?" Lin Huang's words were enigmatic and had a mocking tone. His objective was very simple. He wanted to provoke his adversary and squeeze information out of him. "Lin Huang, don't think that you're so great just because you advanced to Virtual God rank -3. In the great world, Virtual God level is just cannon fodder, and there is essentially no difference whether it is rank -1 or rank -9. If you have actually been to the great world, you should know this well. As for my physical body's combat level and talent potential, it matters not. The purpose of my will projection is not to defeat all the powerhouses in this gravel world nor to dominate this world. So what is your real mission?" Lin Huang asked in a supposed offhanded tone. "You will know soon." The crow god smiled grimly. As his voice fell, the Sea King species under him suddenly moved, and its body began to rise rapidly. At this time, Lin Huang finally noticed something abnormal. This spatial fluctuation. Lin Huang used his divine telekinesis to scan and discovered that the deepest part of this huge trench, which was previously covered by the Sea King species, actually had a huge space crack. The space crack had even been completely firmly formed, connecting a space gateway to the unknown. Is that a dimensional gateway? Lin Huang had just completed his divine telekinesis sweep and Xiaomo also discovered the abnormality of the trench below. "Didn't you want to know what I did this year?" The crow god cackled wildly. "Well, here is your answer. Come out." With a loud shout from the crow god, a huge amount of divine power began to pour into the space crack. The connected space gateway began to glow with a dazzling white light. At the sight of this, Xiaomo's expression changed drastically. However, beside him, Lin Huang looked impassive, as if nothing happened. In the next instant, several true god-level auras emerged from the gateway. Within the blink of an eye, several figures struggled to squeeze out of the space crack. Different from the undead that Lin Huang encountered in the abyss brink previously, these true god-level monsters only struggled in the space crack for a short moment before successfully descending into the gravel world. Seeing the arrival of these monsters, Lin Huang narrowed his eyes slightly. The crow god was obviously familiar with the process of invading the gravel world and he directly suppressed the resistance and rejection of the world will by special means. The 6 monsters that descended included 2 of each from rank -1 and rank 3, with the true god level combat strength completely preserved. Sensing the aura of the 6 monsters, Xiaomo's face went a little pale but he held his ground. "Lin Huang, run away, I will stop them." He was so nervous that he even forgot to address Lin Huang as His Majesty. However, Lin Huang, who was standing next to him, took a step forward, directly blocking the aura released by the 6 true gods. Xiaomo, who was now a bag of nerves, suddenly could no longer sense any aura on the 6 monsters. "I thought you would outright come by yourself, but I didn't expect you to be so cautious." Lin Huang glanced over the 6 true gods and looked directly at the crow god again, ignoring the threat posed by the 6 true gods. "You just sent 6 small potatoes out to explore. Although it's only 6 small potatoes, it's more than enough to deal with the likes of you two." The crow god smiled triumphantly, obviously confident he had won the game. Is that so? The expression on Lin Huang's face was still extremely calm, and it did not look staged. At this moment, the 6 monsters collapsed to the ground almost at the same time, and their vitality quickly disintegrated into nothingness. The crow god's expression stiffened slightly. He swept through with divine telekinesis and noticed that all the 6 monsters had an extra sword mark between their eyebrows. Not only had their lives been taken, but even their souls were slashed by this sword. Do you still think so now? Lin Huang asked with a faint smile, raising his head to address the crow god. Chapter 1409. A game, what happened? Did he do that? When he saw the 6 true god-level monsters being killed within seconds, the crow god was thunderstruck. With his virtual god rank 2's combat strength, his vision was not fast enough to keep up with Lin Huang's movements. He's just a virtual god rank 3, no matter how much of a genius he is, he can't have the ability to kill a true god, so, there is only one possibility: someone must have made a move surreptitiously just now. The person who did it must be extremely proficient in assassination to be able to instantly kill 2 third-rank true gods in a second. Whoever that is must be at least a 4th-rank true god, or even stronger. Lin Huang's combat strength under the guise of Thousand Face was still virtual god rank 3, so the crow god and Xiaomo naturally thought that he was just a virtual god rank -3. However, in the crow god's mind, he knew it was impossible to kill a true god within seconds, especially a 3rd-rank true god. Therefore, he made a snap conclusion: Lin Huang had a true god-level powerhouse behind him, and the person was at least a middle-rank true god. After thinking about it carefully for some time, the expression on crow god's face became uglier and uglier. The first batch of 6 true gods sent here to explore the path died. Could it be caused by the instability of the space gateway? The 6 small potatoes that were supposed to explore the path were killed instantly. The crow god, who was in the great world, could sense that they had died, but he had no way to know what caused it. In the current situation, an unstable space gateway was the most reasonable explanation for the death of the 6. The crow god had carried out a thorough investigation and concluded that there was no true god in the gravel world. If he had only sent a 1st-rank true god to explore the path who was subsequently killed by the virtual god-level prodigies in the gravel world, or was ambushed and done in by a group of virtual gods, the possibility of this situation was not impossible. However, he had sent over 6 true gods this time, and those with the highest combat strength even included 2 third-rank true gods. There should be no gravel world that could cultivate any virtual god-level geniuses that could kill a 3rd-rank true god. And even if they were besieged and ambushed by a group of virtual god levels, 6 true gods were unlikely to be killed instantly. Therefore, the only reasonable explanation for the death of the 6 true gods was an accident caused by the unstable space gateway. A dimensional storm might have struck and shattered the 6, it was also possible that there was a dimensional whirlpool in the passage which swallowed everyone in it. He also could not rule out a dimensional tide happening which swept them all away. However, these most logical inferences were not the truth. Lin Huang naturally thought of the same things that the crow god will projection thought of. The reason why he killed the 6 small potatoes that were sent to explore the path in seconds was to make the crow god doubt himself. If the crow god was certain that there was no problem with the space gateway, he might assemble a large army and descend, which was not an ideal situation for Lin Huang. The major organizations in the gravel world already had their hands full with the upcoming invasion that was about to descend on the abyss brink. If a wave of invaders from the crow god came in advance, it would greatly deplete the number of virtual god-level powerhouses in the gravel world. At that time, once the war of the abyss brink breaks out, things will fall into greater chaos. To avoid this disaster, Lin Huang hoped that he could resolve the matter of the crow god on his own. Different from the space gateway that the invaders were already familiar with in the abyss brink, this space gateway on the peaceful ocean seabed was obviously just completed in the past few days, and had not even been operated at all. The 6 true gods that were just transported over were the first trial run by the crow god to confirm the safety of the gateway. Lin Huang's strategy was very simple. As long as he created the illusion that the trial operation had failed several times and coaxed the crow god into believing that there was a problem with the space gateway, he will be in no hurry to gather an army to come down. Once it was confirmed that the space gateway was faulty, the crow god will undoubtedly postpone the invasion plan and find a way to fix the issue. This delay would be enough for Lin Huang to destroy the transmission anchor point of the space gateway on the peaceful ocean seabed. After that, as long as the will projection of the Crow God and his other subordinates were taken care of, cutting off any possibility of them setting up a space anchor point again, the invasion plan of the Crow God was basically nipped in the bud. Just when the Crow God's will projection showed his worry about whether or not to give up on this invasion, the space gateway suddenly fluctuated again. Here they come again. Xiaomo stared at the space gateway, more anxious than ever. Only Lin Huang remained calm. Crow God making a second attempt was completely within his expectations. The white gleams of the space gateway were prosperous and there was only one aura that teleported over this time. The Crow God and Xiaomo could not clearly tell who was teleporting over or what combat level it was. Then, the head of the figure spun in a high arc and a huge headless corpse fell to the ground. The Crow God dispatched only one person this time, a fourth-ranked true god, and it was an ankylosaurus with amazing defenses. Seeing the ankylosaurus that was teleported over had its head cut off by a single wave of the sword, the Crow God was even more shocked. There was still an aura that remained on the corpse of the ankylosaurus. He could clearly sense that it was a fourth-ranked true god. In terms of defense power alone, this monster was stronger than most fifth-rank monsters. Even a sixth-ranked true god was unlikely to easily kill it within seconds. However, the reality was right in front of his eyes. The ankylosaurus was beheaded easily. The Crow God was beginning to become frightened. Is it possible that the person behind Lin Huang is a high-ranked true god? But in this gravel world with incomplete rules, how can a high-ranked true god survive for such a long time? Crow God's back was dripping with cold sweat, and starting to feel that the situation in this gravel world might be more complicated than he ever expected. At this moment, Xiaomo's nervousness was turning into confusion. He turned to look at Lin Huang but instantly dispelled the thought that had just flashed in his mind. Even if he was confident in Lin Huang's ability, he still could not believe that Lin Huang did this. Both he and the Crow God came to the same conclusion: someone made a move from behind the scenes. Only Lin Huang maintained an expressionless front. However, he knew in his heart that by killing the second wave of explorers, the job was already more than half done. The Crow God replaced the 6 explorers with only 1 explorer in the second wave in order to test the stability of the space gateway. Previously, when he sent 6 of them, there was a possibility that the number of transfers affected the stability of the dimensional gateway. If even 1 explorer could not be transported successfully, it could only mean that there was a huge problem with the transmission channel. Moreover, he deliberately chose an ankylosaurus with strong defenses to eliminate the possibility of the first wave of pathfinders being beheaded. Even though the ankylosaurus was only at 4th rank in combat strength, its defense was comparable to that of the 6th rank monster. Even if it really met a 6th rank true god, it could easily hold its ground for half an hour. For it to be killed within seconds, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that this gravel world had a powerful high-ranked true god. The other was that there was a major problem with the space gateway, and the ankylosaurus was torn apart by the space rules. The Crow God, who was far away in the great world, obviously thought that the latter was far more likely. Will he give up or send a third wave? Lin Huang stared at the dimensional gateway and patiently waited for the result of this round of the game. Chapter 14:10, Fight me one-on-one if you can. After the ankylosaurus was killed, it took more than 10 seconds for the dimensional gateway to finally transmit a spatial fluctuation once again. Lin Huang, who had been staring intently at the dimensional gateway, did not even wait to see what monster was being teleported before he started attacking again. He knew that this wave was critical. After completing this kill, the Crow God's plans would have been thwarted for the 3rd time. There would be a high probability that he would not try to probe again for a 4th time, and it was even more likely that he would completely give up on this invasion. In the void, the body of the sword turned into a purple electric light and shot through the air. Lin Huang did not hold back in this attack. Even though the ankylosaurus from just now was a 4th-ranked true god, it had terrifying defensive power that was comparable to a 6th-ranked true god. However, as even an explorer of such high caliber was subdued instantly, the 3rd wave of explorers sent by the Crow God would naturally be even stronger and may possess other special abilities. Coming to that assumption, Lin Huang did not dare to hold back in his attack even in the slightest. Sword Dao True Meaning, Elemental Enlightenment, and God Rule power were compounded into one. The point of the blade turned into a purple thunder light and instantly penetrated through the curtain of white light from the dimensional gateway that had yet to disperse. In the next second, a corpse that had been sliced into 2 dropped to the ground. Lin Huang only realized after looking at the fallen corpse that what he had killed was a void hunter. A void hunter was a void-type monster that specialized in spatial law. Judging from the residual aura from the corpse, the void hunter's combat strength was equivalent to the 7th rank true god level. Lin Huang now had a general idea of what the crow god's intentions were. As the previous explorers were defeated twice consecutively, the crow god had therefore sent out this void hunter for the third round. On one hand, this void hunter's combat power level was at 7th rank, and its overall strength was much stronger than the ankylosaurus from before. Moreover, it specialized in spatial-related powers, so even if it encountered a 9th rank enemy, it would not have been killed easily, let alone within seconds. On the other hand, if there really was a problem with the dimensional gateway, then the survival rate of the void hunter would be much higher than other types of monsters due to its spatial powers. As long as the void hunter was able to make it back alive, they would be able to identify the problem with the dimensional gateway and determine if it could be used. However, if even the void hunter could not survive the trip, that could only mean there was a major problem with this dimensional gateway and there was no hope in using it. However, during this third wave of probing, the crow god miscalculated once again. He would never have thought that there was someone in the gravel world that would be able to kill a 7th rank true god level void hunter. He would much less have imagined that there was someone in the gravel world who was calculating his moves since the beginning, guiding him toward the wrong train of thought, and allowing him to make the wrong conclusions again and again. Seeing that the void hunter was killed within seconds, the crow god's will projection was in complete disbelief. The crow god's will projection possessed a big chunk of the crow god's memories, so he knew very well that this void hunter was an expert at dodging attacks. An average 9th rank true god would have had a hard time merely killing it, let alone annihilating it within seconds. But the person behind Lin Huang was able to do it, and instantaneously killed the void hunter the moment it was teleported over. Could there be a 9th rank behind him? As he considered the possibility, the crow god's will projection was a little depressed. His primordial form's original combat power was only at 9th rank true god level, and within the 9th rank, his strength was nowhere near the top, it could only be considered upper middle level at most. Now, it seems that the person behind Lin Huang was also a 9th rank true god, whose strength was not weaker than his primordial forms. In fact, it may even be even stronger. All of a sudden, he felt that conquering this gravel world would be more difficult than he had initially imagined. Even if his primordial form came here in person, it would be embarrassing if he ended up unable to go against this 9th rank true god opponent that was behind Lin Huang. Furthermore, the prior preparations that he had been working so hard on all this time would all go to waste. However, after thinking about it carefully, he soon discovered another problem. In this gravel world with incomplete rules, there's no way a true god would be able to stay here for long. Even if there are special means to obstruct the world will, it would only be temporary. Moreover, the higher the true god's combat power level, the more they will be rejected by the world will, and the shorter the duration that they can stay. If I base my calculations according to my primordial form, then if a 9th rank true god level powerhouse were to come to this part of the gravel world, they would only be able to stay here for about half a month at most. Thinking of this, the crow god's will projection felt that he had made a breakthrough. The powerhouse behind Lin Huang can only stay here for a limited amount of time. As long as we invade after his time is up, he won't be a problem anymore. However, what he did not know was that this so-called powerhouse behind Lin Huang was actually Lin Huang himself. As a native inhabitant of the gravel world, combined with the fact that his combat power level had yet to reach true god level, Lin Huang could stay in this part of the gravel world until the end of time if he really wanted to. Silently putting away the two halves of the corpse, Lin Huang once again turned his attention to the dimensional gateway. He was quite sure that the crow god would not send a fourth wave of explorers. He kept his eyes on the dimensional gateway, just in case. After 3 fruitless waves of probing, Lin Huang was almost certain that the crow god Primordium would cancel the invasion plan. It was simply impossible for the crow god to hastily assemble a large army and send them through the dimensional gateway without confirming the problems with the dimensional gateway. According to normal logic, if even a void hunter could not make it through the dimensional gateway, then it would be even more impossible for others to make a trip, let alone a large-scale army. Just as Lin Huang had expected, seconds and minutes passed by, and there was no new movement from the dimensional gateway. He stood there and waited for 3 to 4 minutes, and when he saw that the dimensional gateway did not light up again, he knew that he had won this round of mind games. He deliberately created the illusion that there was a problem with the dimensional gateway. After 3 times of careful verification, the crow god finally fell into his trap, believed in the illusion, and temporarily gave up on the invasion plan. Seeing that the dimensional gateway did not lit up, the crow god's will projection had gradually become discouraged. He could clearly see from this side of the gravel world that there was no problem with the dimension gateway, but his primordium nevertheless gave up on the invasion. It was not difficult for him to understand his primordium's actions. If he had not witnessed the 3 waves of monsters being beheaded with his own eyes, he probably would have also come to the same conclusion that the 3 waves of explorers encountered an accident while in the dimensional gateway. I'm afraid that your primordium will no longer have any contact with the gravel world for some time. After confirming that the crow god primordium had given up on the invasion, Lin Huang turned his head slightly and smiled at the crow god's will projection. Although his smile was warm and graceful, the crow god's will projection felt a chill down his spine. Despite that, the expression on his face remained calm and composed. Lin Huang, fight me one-on-one if you can, don't rely on a helper. This was the only way he could think of for a slim chance of survival. If the person behind Lin Huang were to make a move, he would probably be killed instantly. One-on-one, Lin Huang could not help but raise his eyebrows. He rarely heard other people making such demands from him. Are you sure you want to go one-on-one against me? Are you too scared? The crow god firmly stared at Lin Huang. The corner of Lin Huang's lips quivered upward after hearing this provocation. The rays of the sun just so happened to illuminate his cheeks at this moment, and under the intertwinement of light and shadow, he looked more handsome than ever. Then, as you wish. Chapter 14:11. Resolving the crisis. Lin Huang did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard his opponent suggest a one-on-one duel. Because of Thousand Faces disguise, his externally displayed combat level was only Virtual God Rank 3, but his actual combat level was already at Virtual God Rank 6. As for the crow god's will projection, his combat level was only at Virtual God Rank 2. His combat level alone was 4 ranks below Lin Huang. Moreover, Lin Huang had already been able to take down medium-rank true gods when he was just a Virtual God rank -3. Now that he had been elevated to Virtual God Rank 6, his true strength was in no way inferior to an ordinary 9th rank true god. Even then, this was still not considered one of his trump cards. Even if the crow god primordium personally came here, there was a high chance that he would have perished on the spot while facing Lin Huang. Furthermore, this current opponent was only the crow god's will projection, and his combat level was only at Virtual God Rank 2. The crow god's will projection was ecstatic upon hearing that Lin Huang had agreed to his one-on-one challenge. Although Lin Huang was a Virtual God Rank 3 and therefore at a combat level that was a little higher than his own, the crow god was not afraid at all. Since this is a one-on-one duel, let's determine the rules in advance. During the fight, any methods are permissible. If you lose, you must let me leave unscathed. Not a problem. However, what will you do if you lose? Lin Huang asked with a smile. I'll give up setting the teleportation coordinates, and will no longer be involved in anything related to my primordium's plans to invade the gravel world. The crow god's will projection strove hard to obtain a chance of survival for himself. You don't have to go through such a hassle. All you have to do is give up your life, Lin Huang said, casually laying out his demands. The crow god's expression immediately filled with dread, but he was also aware that he had no other choice. If he wanted to survive, he had to win. His mood soon calmed down, and his confidence returned as he remembered his trump card. Let's fight then. I hope you'll keep your word. If I win, let me leave safely. Don't worry, as long as you can win, I'll let you go. Lin Huang nodded quickly. The two managed to come to an agreement, and Xiao Mo swiftly stepped aside. He was very confident in Lin Huang's abilities. If Lin Huang's opponent had been a true god, then Xiao Mo might have been a little worried. However, the opponent this time was just a Virtual God Rank 2, and his combat level alone was a rank lower than Lin Huang's. When Xiao Mo heard the crow god's will projection suggest one-on-one combat, in his heart he even had a moment of silent mourning for the crow god. Lin Huang stood tall and proud on this battlefield of two but did not make any immediate moves. The disparity in strength between himself and the crow god was too great. If he were to attack, the other party would not stand a chance at all. Besides, Lin Huang also wanted to see what tricks the crow god had that gave him such confidence to issue such a challenge against himself. The crow god was full of confidence in his own abilities. He also immediately used his trump card at the very first instance. He stood on top of the Sea King species' head and his pupils turned an inky black color. The next second, all the pupils of the Sea King species under his feet turned pitch black as well, and it opened its blood-covered mouth. Just when Lin Huang thought the Sea King species would launch an attack, a number of figures suddenly sprang out from its mouth. Lin Huang took a closer look and saw that they were sea monsters, all at virtual god level combat strength. The one with the lowest combat strength was a virtual god rank -1 while the highest was a virtual god rank 4, and there were more than 30 of them. Seeing this, Lin Huang finally knew where the crow god's will projection got his confidence from. Is this where your confidence to challenge me comes from? A total of 34 virtual god level monsters. The ones with the highest combat strength are the 3 virtual god rank 4s. You can just surrender now and avoid any pain before I take control of them to attack. It seemed that the crow god's will projection regarded himself as invincible. It seems that you still don't know enough about me. Lin Huang shook his head and smiled. Don't you know that I'm an imperial censor? After saying this, Lin Huang snapped his fingers. The next second, a figure appeared in front of Lin Huang. It was a white-haired man wearing a black robe, and running streaks of blood were faintly visible on the garment. The one summoned this time, impressively enough, was Bai. His true god aura was only briefly revealed for a moment before Bai immediately restrained his aura, quickly sealing his combat strength to virtual god rank -9. Even so, as soon as Bai's virtual god rank 9 aura radiated forth, the crow god's will projection was still instantly dumbstruck. Of course, he knew that Lin Huang was an imperial censor, but he had always thought that no matter how strong Lin Huang's imperial monsters were, their combat strength would be still limited. After all, the level of an imperial monster's combat strength was limited by the combat strength of their imperial master. However, the imperial monster in front of him with the terrifying aura had a combat strength that far surpassed his imperial master, Lin Huang. Spare only him, that will be enough. At Lin Huang's command, Bai's figure flashed as he charged directly into the flock of monsters, launching a one-sided massacre. In less than 3 seconds, all 34 virtual god-level monsters had been killed on the spot, including the Sea King species under the feet of the crow god. Just as Lin Huang had said, not a single soul was spared. Xiao Mo, who was watching the battle from not too far away, was also dumbfounded. He had clearly sensed that a few of the monsters controlled by the crow god possessed combat strength that was above his own. However, one single imperial monster summoned by Lin Huang had easily slaughtered them all as if they were just a flock of chickens or a pack of dogs. The crow god's will projection, who was previously full of confidence, was now like a general without an army. He had even lost the mount under his feet. The color instantly drained from the crow god's face. He had already used up his trump card. Originally, he had thought that if he utilized his trump card right at the beginning he could win the battle without too much of a hassle, but he had not expected things to turn out like this. After killing all the monsters, Bai only glanced vaguely in the crow god's direction. He did not attack him further and returned to Lin Huang's side in a flash. Even though Bai did not utter a single word from start to finish, he still caused the crow god immense stress. Especially when that pair of blood-red pupils glanced over at him just now, the crow god could clearly feel the other's roiling bloodlust. If it were not for Lin Huang's instruction to spare only him, earlier, he feared that this fellow would come right up to him and cut him down without a word. You've lost. Lin Huang smiled as he looked at the crow god. Just as the crow god was about to open his mouth and deny this, he suddenly noticed that Lin Huang, who had spoken just a while ago, had disappeared without him realizing it. Almost at the same time, he felt a slight coldness against his neck. He turned his head and looked to his right, goodness knows when Lin Huang had appeared there. The slender silver blade in Lin Huang's hand was now in front of the neck of the crow god's will projection, and the blade had already cut into his flesh by about 1 millimeter. The incision on his neck was starting to bleed. Tell me the crow god's plan. Lin Huang's unwavering voice came from beside him. I'll die whether I say anything or not, so why should I tell you? The crow god's will projection still chose to resist. As long as you tell me, you don't need to die. Lin Huang turned his head and looked at the crow god's will projection. Even if you live, you won't cause any problems. Hearing this, the face of the Crow God's will projection turned pale once again. He did not know whether he should be glad to hear that or feel insulted by it. However, he hesitated for only a moment before coming to a decision. I won't say anything. As the will projection of the Crow God, although he had his own will, his consciousness still prioritized the interests of the Crow God Primordium. The Primordium's benefit was more important than his own life and death. This was actually what Lin Huang had expected. Well, in that case, I'll have to take a less friendly approach. Right after Lin Huang said this, a figure appeared in front of him again. It was a cat-like creature with a strange appearance, resembling a saber-toothed tiger with a long nose. After being summoned, the creature's pupils quickly locked onto the Crow God and instantly turned pitch black, as if soaked in ink. The Crow God's will projection suddenly stopped moving, and the pupils of his eyes also turned an inky black color. After a moment, the nightmare taper suddenly gave a grunt. The pupils of the Crow God's will projection also instantly faded from black and turned scarlet. The pair of scarlet eyes instantly locked onto Lin Huang. Then, a blood-red beam shot out from the pupils of the Crow God's eyes, traversing the void like a thunderbolt and aiming straight for Lin Huang. The speed of this attack was no less than that of a 9th-rank true god. It was obvious that the one who launched the assault was no longer the Crow God's will projection, but the Crow God Primordium. If anyone else from the gravel world faced this attack, all they could do would be to close their eyes and wait to die. However, this was Lin Huang that the Crow God was attacking. The corner of Lin Huang's lips quirked up slightly, and he met the attack without hesitation, sword in hand. The sword gleam also turned into a blood-red lightning bolt and charged even more rapidly toward the blood-colored electric arc unleashed by the Crow God. The two rays of brilliant red light collided together almost instantly, and boundless divine power surged forth wildly, turning into a blood-red Varocana within the void and completely illuminating the entire sky. The dazzling blood-red Varocana blazed for more than 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. Only Lin Huang was left standing in his original position. The Crow God's will projection, on the other hand, had dispelled the moment the two attacks collided, turning into dust in the wind. Obviously, there was no way the Crow God's will projection would have been able to sustain the arrival of the Crow God Primordial. After unleashing that attack, his physical body could not withstand the burst of energy and had thus automatically collapsed. Seeing that the Crow God's will projection had been defeated, Lin Huang turned his head and looked in the direction of the dimensional gateway. He unleashed Sword Dao True Meaning, God Rule Power, and Elemental Enlightenment unrestrainedly, aiming one attack after another at the dimensional gateway. Unlike the space rule of the abyss brink that had accumulated space rifts throughout hundreds of millions of years, the space rule of this newly created dimensional gateway had yet to completely stabilize. Under the influence of various rule-bending powers, the space rule of the dimensional gateway quickly became unstable. Seeing that the inside of the dimensional gateway was beginning to undergo a change, Lin Huang did not halt his efforts. Instead, he continued to unleash attacks, putting his all into every blow. Just like that, after more than half an hour, the dimensional gateway finally let out a rumble and collapsed entirely. The space rift in the gravel world also began to close up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 minutes, the space rift finally completely disappeared. Only then did Lin Huang sheath his sword and stand up, letting out a long sigh. Chapter 14:12. Destroying root and branch. After dealing with the matter of the Crow God and conducting a round of inspection to determine that there would be no future problems, only then did Lin Huang bring Xiao Mo and the group of sword servants back to Emperor City. The matter of the Crow God was considered temporarily resolved. Although the nightmare taper had been interrupted while it was reading the memory of the Crow God's will projection, it had still managed to retrieve a small part of it. In the Emperor Palace, Lin Huang carefully examined the segment of memory obtained by the nightmare taper before looking down at Xiao Mo below. The matter of the Crow God can be considered temporarily finished for now. It's unlikely that he will invade again within the near future. Xiao Mo, you can be at ease and go about your own affairs now, but if you sense any anomalies, remember to notify me at the first possible instant. After he had finished speaking about Xiao Mao's affairs, Lin Huang turned and looked at the 12 sword servants who had been assigned to Xiao Mo. The mission that I entrusted to the 12 of you has been completed. Following this, all of you should join the Sword Alliance that has been set up. Later, report to Sword 103 and let him arrange things as he sees fit. After sending Xiao Mo and the others away, Lin Huang narrowed his eyes slightly. After pondering for a little while, he dialed a number. A moment later, The video call connected. The image projected was Zhang Shan, the chairman of the Union government. Emperor Lin, it's been a long time since I last saw you. As usual, Zhang Shan wore a smart suit, a genial smile on his face. He almost always appeared like this on any occasion. More than a year ago, Lin Huang had been merely a junior in his eyes. However, now that Dynasty had grown to be one of the giants among the organizations, Lin Huang, firmly positioned as its emperor, was already equal to Zhang Shan in terms of status. Indeed, it's been more than a year since we last met. Lin Huang smiled and nodded. Chairman Zhang, I will visit and reminisce with you another day when I have more time. Today I will just get straight down to business without much small talk. The reason why I've contacted you today has to do with the matter of the Crow God's invasion of the Great World, the Crow God's invasion. Zhang Shan was taken aback when he heard that. Last year the Crow God sent his will projection down. All of you ought to be aware of this matter, right? Lin Huang asked this because even if the Union government had not participated in the affair at the time, a clash like that between virtual gods could not be hidden from the Union government's eyes and ears. Wasn't the will projection of the Crow God routed at that time last year? Zhang Shan obviously knew what had happened back then. We've always thought that the will projection of the Crow God had been taken care of back then. I only found out on my return this time that he escaped through Golden Cicada molting. He's been hiding in the peaceful ocean for the last year or so. It took us 3 months to finally locate his hiding place, and we just finished killing him 10 minutes ago. Before I killed him, I also managed to obtain a small amount of information and plans about the Crow God through various means. In a little while, I'll organize this information in a document and send it to you. Apart from that, there is also a video that I took. It's a dimensional gateway opened by the will projection of the Crow God. I have already destroyed this dimensional gateway, and the Crow God should not be able to lead an army through for the foreseeable short term. However, what the Crow God left behind in our world is definitely not confined to a single will projection. If they can open a dimensional gateway, it's possible that they may open a second and a third. Do you want to make a move against Purple Crow? Zhang Shan immediately understood Lin Huang's intentions. It's not that I want to make a move against Purple Crow, but we must eliminate this hidden danger. Lin Huang deliberately emphasized the word, we. As long as Purple Crow exists, their plans for opening the dimensional gateway to welcome the arrival of the Crow God won't be entirely extinguished. Lin Huang stared at Zhang Shan's projection intently. It was very obvious that Lin Huang would not be altering his decision already. Zhang Shan pondered for a moment. What do you want the Union government to do then? It's very simple. Spread the news of Purple Crow's futile attempt to release the Crow God. Dynasty can take the lead on the remaining matters. Considering that everyone's focus is mainly on the conquest of wastelands and ruins, the Union government can even afford not to be the main force behind the cleanup operation. How about this? Why don't you send your document over first? I'll convene a meeting to discuss it and come back to you afterward. Zhang Shan chose to proceed cautiously. Very well, we'll be in contact later. After hanging up the call with Zhang Shan, Lin Huang spent a few minutes organizing the documents and then sent them to Zhang Shan along with the video. Once the information had been sent, he thought about it for a while and forwarded a copy of the same documents and the video to Dynasties Huang Tianfu and Misery's GG. He then dialed both their numbers at the same time. In just a moment, the video call connected. Both Huang Tianfu and GG were startled. This was the first time that Lin Huang had brought them together for a video call. Afterwards, have a look at the documents that I just sent to both of you. In the next few days, gather people and prepare to eliminate Purple Crow. Eliminate Purple Crow. Huang Tianfu could not figure out why Lin Huang had suddenly come out with something like this. Based on his previous impressions, Lin Huang never had been a person who looked for trouble. GG also raised his brows when he heard this. Although he did not ask any questions, the expression on his face displayed some confusion. The Crow God's will projection created a space-dimensional gateway on the seabed of the peaceful ocean. If I had discovered it just a few days later, my guess is that the Crow God would have directly come through with an army of true gods. For the specifics, you can look at the attachment afterward. I've already contacted the Union government. Once they've issued the announcement, Dynasty can immediately make a move. Misery can join in a few days later. Wait for other organizations to come in first. Another thing, just the two of you gathering your people together will suffice. Don't disclose any specifics of your movements, as long as both of you know that's good enough. This is to prevent the news from leaking out, and the people of Purple Crow scattering and hiding before we can take action. Once he had given his instructions, Lin Huang hung up the call again. About half an hour later, he finally received Zhang Shan's video call request once more. After the call connected, Zhang Shan's projection clearly showed that he was in a conference room and that he was not alone. Emperor Lin, thank you for waiting. We have read the documents and we have discussed a preliminary plan. The video conference with the Union government lasted nearly half an hour before ending. It was finally determined that the punitive expedition against Purple Crow was to be led by the Union government. As Lin Huang had expected, the main direction of the Union government's discussion was still the distribution of benefits. Lin Huang allocated the follow-up matters to Huang Tianfu and the others. He then entered closed-door cultivation once more. It took 3 days to complete the refining of the Void Hunter's divine fire. Of the 10 pieces of 7th rank divine tinder, the first piece had at least finished being refined. Although he did not elevate to 7th rank virtual god, Lin Huang could exceed 1 rank for a short time, temporarily increasing his combat strength by 1 rank without any side effects. After refining the divine fire, he inquired about the progress of Huang Tianfu's discussions with the Union government. Once he knew that things were going well and they were ready to take action, he felt relieved and continued with closed-door cultivation. In the Emperor Palace, he crushed epiphany cards one after the other, learning more sword skills every day. Chapter 14-13. Item card time cabin. Due to his use of epiphany cards, Lin Huang's comprehension of sword skills was now several times faster than in the Great Heaven trial previously, and the number of new sword skills he mastered exceeded 3,000 almost every day. After almost a month, the total number of sword skills he had mastered soared from the original 200,000 to 300,000. Under normal circumstances, mastering 300,000 sword skills basically meant advancing to Sword Dao True Meaning Level 3, the threshold of the True Self level. However, Lin Huang was not able to achieve a breakthrough. He was also aware that since breaking through to Sword Dao True Meaning required opportunity, there was little sense in continuing to cultivate his sword skills. Therefore, he turned his cultivation direction toward rule-bending powers instead. He crushed epiphany card after epiphany card and started a new round of cultivation. The urgency of the situation was partly because of the upcoming invasion of the Great World. Another reason was that he had discovered his strength was still far removed from the top-tier true gods. Among the true gods of the Great World, the Crow God's ability was at intermediate to high level, not far from the top-ranked true gods. Even so, the Crow God of Legend had still mastered 108 rule-bending powers. Of course, Lin Huang was also aware that the Crow God had not cultivated all 108 rule-bending powers to an extremely high degree, otherwise he would be ranked among the top true gods. The Crow God's apparent mastery of 108 rule-bending powers was probably mostly on a surface level. Even so, however, the number of rule-bending powers that the Crow God had mastered still made Lin Huang envious. This was also why he had immediately devoted himself to the cultivation of rule-bending power after his Sword Dao breakthrough was unsuccessful. However, what Lin Huang did not know was that during his closed-door cultivation, many things had happened in the outside world. On the second day of Lin Huang's retreat into closed-door cultivation, the Union government issued a notice about Purple Crow, declaring that the organization had colluded with the Great World's Crow God in his failed attempt to invade the entire Gravel world. Once this news broke, all the cultivators were in an uproar. Practically every cultivator knew that Purple Crow was one of the top dark organizations and its members had done many unsavory things. However, no one had ever thought that they would team up with the Great World powerhouses so these enemies could attempt to invade the Gravel world. Purple Crow's actions immediately stirred up public outrage. Just minutes after the Union government released their notice, the Hunter Association and Dynasty issued a condemnation of Purple Crow and joined the faction calling for the organization's eradication. Seeing that the 3 giants within the organizations had come forward to express their views, the other organizations, both large and small, quickly followed suit and joined the faction condemning Purple Crow. In no time at all, Purple Crow became an object of infamy and was spurned by all the cultivators. On the same day that the Union government issued their condemnation, they gathered a group of virtual god powerhouses and headed straight to Purple Crow's lair. The Hunter Association and Dynasty also prepared their respective virtual god level teams and joined the punitive expedition. On Dynasty's side, there were even 2 sword servants who joined the ranks denouncing Purple Crow. There were a total of 37 people in the 3 virtual god level teams. The lowest level of combat strength was second-rank virtual god, and the highest was naturally the two sword servants who had suppressed their cultivation bases. Both of them were at 9th rank virtual god level. With such a team, it only took less than 10 minutes and very little effort to raise Purple Crow's headquarters to the ground. As for the people in the building, naturally, none of them survived. The Union government led a team to clear out Purple Crow's headquarters. Within the next few days, the major organizations joined the Purple Crow extermination extravaganza. In just 3 or 4 days, almost all the branches of Purple Crow had been eradicated. The only thing was that many people heard in advance about Purple Crow being besieged and fled before their own branch could be suppressed. In the half-month or so that followed, the major organizations actively participated in the siege of Purple Crow, trying to get a share of the spoils. After the enthusiasm in suppressing Purple Crow had died down, the Union government and the other organizations began to resume their explorations of wastelands and ruins, continuing to hoard resources frantically in preparation for battle. Meanwhile, Dynasty and Misery continued to search for where the remaining members of Purple Crow were hiding and eradicated them through overt and covert approaches respectively. As the days passed, the number of elemental enlightenments that Lin Huang mastered every month increased, bolstered by the effect of the Epiphany cards. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by and Lin Huang had mastered another 10 elemental enlightenments, an increase of more than twice his usual. He did not come out of closed-door cultivation, instead, he dialed Huang Tianfu's number. How is the situation in the outside world these past few months? These 3 months have been calm. Except for the hullabaloo during the eradication of Purple Crow, all the major organizations have resumed their original status quo. Under our joint efforts with Misery, the remaining members of Purple Crow who escaped have now been completely dealt with. There hasn't been much happening at the abyss brink either. All the major organizations now have people keeping a close eye on it. If there's even a whisper of trouble, we'll know. The exploration of the ruins and wastelands and the acquisition of resources are also going very smoothly. Except for the first month when most of the virtual gods participated in the elimination of Purple Crow, when progress slowed down slightly, things have gone back to normal. However, there's something that I think I had better let you know. The Union government might have become aware of the existence of the sword servants. While participating in the siege of the Purple Crow headquarters, Sword 168 made a move. Although his actual combat strength was concealed at that time and he restrained himself, he was still noticed. If they know, then they know. Lin Huang no longer cared about whether or not the sword servants' identities were revealed. It will be fine as long as they are not too high profile. Is there anything happening over in Misery? Lin Huang asked again. Apart from when GG called me once previously to discuss the suppression of Purple Crow, we have not been in contact since. After the Union government and the others withdrew from the siege, the people of Misery disguised themselves as members of Dynasty to participate in seeing to the aftermath. Any outsiders all thought that the follow-up matters were taken care of by Dynasty. Misery's role was not revealed. I don't know much about the situation afterward on his side, and there's been no news about Misery on the internet. For any specifics, it's best that your Majesty asks GG directly. Lin Huang nodded. Oh yes, has Lin Xin come out of closed-door cultivation? No, Mr. Fu checked last month and she is still in normal closed-door cultivation. How about Xiaomo? Is there anything out of the ordinary on his side? Lin Huang was still not completely at ease about the Crow God situation. Xiaomo has been in closed-door cultivation since he came back 3 months ago. He hasn't come out or contacted me, Huang Tianfu returned. Then there should be no problem, Lin Huang muttered in a low voice. Your Majesty, when are you going to come out of closed-door cultivation? Huang Tianfu could not help asking. I'm not sure yet. Lin Huang was still not satisfied with the improvement in his abilities over the last 3 months and he was reluctant to exit closed-door cultivation like this. I may still need some time. After hanging up the call with Huang Tianfu, Lin Huang chatted with GG for a while about Misery. Aside from participating in the punitive expedition against Purple Crow, everything on Misery's end was also calm. Once he had ended the call with GG, Lin Huang frowned slightly. His frustrations did not stem from the outside world, but from within himself. Currently, his combat level could improve no further. Of all the main approaches he could use to increase his abilities, the only remaining avenues open to him were advancement in Sword Dao True Meaning and the mastery of more God rules and elemental enlightenments. However, even if he used Epiphany cards, Elevating his sword Dao true meaning and mastering the various rule-bending powers would still require a great deal of time. Right now what he lacked most was time. 1.5 years had passed out of his previously anticipated 3 years, and the invasion of the Great World could happen at any time. Even if the invasion did not begin until 1.5 years later, based on his current cultivation progress, any improvements that 1.5 years could make in his abilities would be insufficient to satisfy him. Xiao He, besides the Epiphany card, are there any other cards that could speed up my cultivation and also be compounded with the Epiphany card? Lin Huang could not help asking. There are several, but the one that best suits your current situation would be the item card Time Cabin. Chapter 14:14, Continuing Closed Door Cultivation, Time Cabin. The Time Cabin item card is a 4-star limitless card that can only be activated after you advance to Virtual God level. Its lowest rank is also 4 stars. A Time Cabin will form after the card has been used. This Time Cabin can only be seen and used by the card user. Others will not be able to see or touch it, or even be aware of its existence. In a 4-star Time Cabin, the slowest adjustable speed of time is 1% that of the outside world, and the fastest is 100 times that of the outside world. However, the adjustment must be completed within the first 3 minutes of entering the Time Cabin. Once set, it cannot be modified. Each Time Cabin item card is valid for 24 hours of use. It will disappear automatically after the valid period is over. However, item cards can be compounded one on top of the other and each additional card will increase the valid period by 24 hours. The lowest rank is 4 stars, so is there a 5-star card? Lin Huang asked quickly, is the time flow of a 5-star Time Cabin item card faster? For a 5-star Time Cabin, the slowest adjustable speed of time is 1,000th that of the outside world and the fastest is 1,000 times that of the outside world. All other aspects are identical to a 4-star Time Cabin. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang took a moment to consider. Since advancing to Virtual God level and activating the 4-star card pool, he had not killed many true gods. He had only accumulated a total of 115 4-star cards. To seal the demonic Buddhist Holy Sun, he had also used up 10 cards specified for the exchange of a seal card, leaving him with 105 cards remaining. In other words, specifying an exchange for a Time Cabin item card could only be used 10 times at most. Each use was equivalent to 100 days of cultivation, so 10 times would be 1,000 days. Fortunately, I'm only Virtual God level, so I only need to use a 3-star Epiphany card. The 4-star card specified in exchange for the Time Cabin will give me 1,000 days of cultivation time, which should be enough. Once his thoughts had reached this point, he immediately took action and said to Xiao He, I'll specify an exchange for 5 Time Cabin item cards first. Do you confirm the use of 54-star card draw chances for the specified exchange of item card, Time Cabin, X5? Yes, I confirm this. Using 4-star card draw chance X50, converting, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the item card, Time Cabin, X5. Lin Huang immediately took out a Time Cabin card and inspected it. On the front of the card was a simple wooden cabin floating in the starry sky. It evoked an odd sense of intangibility and the absurd. Lin Huang turned the card around and checked the information on the back of it. The description was consistent with what Xiao He had mentioned. However, there was one thing that Xiao He had not brought up, which was that the Time Cabin also had a confinement function. This function would directly raise the speed of time to 100 times the normal upper limit of the card's time flow. In other words, the confinement function of the 4-star Time Cabin could increase the flow of time to 10,000 times that of the outside world. However, under the confinement function, all living beings would have all their sensory powers blocked except for their sense of time. This meant that they would be aware of the passage of time but nothing else. Even their sense of their own divine power, divine fire, and various rules-bending powers would be blocked. In other words, it was impossible to cultivate under these conditions. This confinement function is a method of punishment, right? Lin Huang could not help asking after reading the card's detailed description. The Time Cabin was originally an item created based on penalty. The very first Time Cabins were used to punish the wicked. In other words, I can also lock people in and use the card as an item to trap people. Lin Huang immediately found a new use for this card. Yes, but a 4-star card can only trap a true god at most, and a card is only valid for 1 day. Once its period of effectiveness has passed, the Time Cabin will disappear on its own and the other party will be released. That seems rather costly. Lin Huang was rendered somewhat speechless. Although the other party might feel they had been detained for 10,000 days, in fact, only 1 day had passed in the outside world. Using this kind of card to trap the enemy was indeed rather ineffective. Upon considering that he might not even have enough to use for himself, Lin Huang gave up the idea of using the time cabin to trap his enemies. Lin Huang felt too lazy to continue chatting with Xiao He and immediately crushed a time cabin card. The card turned into little points of starlight, which condensed into a simple wooden cabin in front of him, less than 2 meters away. The cabin looked similar to the image on the front of the card, extremely simple and crude. From outside, the interior could be estimated to be around only 10 square meters, which could fit a bed at most. However, based on Lin Huang's experience, although it looked dilapidated and small from the exterior, it was not necessarily the same on the inside. After all, many dimensional items look mediocre externally, but they often contained a great deal in there internally. Lin Huang did not think too much about it. He pushed the door open and went in. As soon as he entered, he was immediately taken aback. A look around revealed that the cabin's interior was also laid out like a simple small cabin, which appeared to be almost exactly what was seen from the exterior. The entire space was just over an estimated 10 square meters and did not even have a bed, let alone a table, chair, or bench. It was just an empty room with a floor and ceiling. Except for a wooden door, the walls had nothing, not even windows. This cabin is worse than the room I stayed in when I graduated from college. At least that place had a window and a bed. Lin Huang did not expect that the cabin would be consistent both inside and out. However, he calmed down quickly. After all, he only had 3 minutes to set the speed of time in here. If he did not do so within 3 minutes, the time flow would be the same as the outside world by default, which was equivalent to wasting a time cabin card. Set the speed of time. As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, a translucent dial suddenly appeared in front of him. Speed of time, outside world, time cabin equals 1, 1. Lin Huang moved his finger to the number behind and began to swipe up. The numbers quickly jumped one by one, 1, 2, 3, Lin Huang dialed to 100 before he was unable to swipe up any further. Right now, the time ratio on the dial had changed. Outside world, time cabin equals 1, 100. After he had finished the adjustments, a translucent dialog box popped up in front of Lin Huang again. Lock in the speed of time. Yes. Lin Huang thought for a moment and still decided to say yes. Set the current speed of time as the default speed of time. Yes. Lin Huang thought about it for a while and chose yes. After the time had been set, the dial in front of him quickly disappeared. Lin Huang suddenly discovered that there was a clock on the wall opposite the wooden door. He had no idea when it had appeared. He was very certain that when he entered just now, there were no decorations on the walls at all, merely 4 blank white walls. However, he also quickly noticed that the wall clock was not displaying time, rather, it was counting down. The countdown has begun. Lin Huang raised his eyebrows and immediately sat down with his legs crossed. He regulated his breathing, calmed down, and then took out an epiphany card. After crushing it, Lin Huang closed his eyes and began a new round of elemental enlightenment cultivation. Chapter 14-15. Lin Huang comes out of closed-door cultivation. Time in the outside world passed by 1 day after another, and Lin Huang's time in the time cabin was 100 times faster due to the time flow. With every day that went by in the outside world, he had cultivated in the time cabin for 100 days. Through the acceleration of the time cabin, the number of rule-bending powers that he had mastered skyrocketed almost every day. It took him 8 days to master 86 new elemental enlightenments, then another 2 days to master 24 new god rule powers. At this point, the total number of rule-bending powers that he had mastered soared to 120. A true god's mastery of rule-bending power was divided into 4 levels: First Glimpse, Adept, Control, and Fullness. Lin Huang used epiphany cards to advance all 120 rule-bending powers to Control level, which was also the current limit of an epiphany card. To reach Fullness level, Lin Huang estimated that at his current standard, every rule-bending power would need at least 1 additional epiphany card. It might even take 2 or 3 cards to reach Fullness. In fact, a complete rule-bending power was the foundation for forming a god sequence chain. However, any true god who managed to comprehend rule-bending power at Fullness level was the equivalent of having half a foot over the threshold of heavenly god level. Among true gods, This was definitely the penultimate in abilities. Lin Huang was quite satisfied with his current ability. All 120 rule-bending powers were at fullness level and his comprehensive abilities were already very close to the top-tier true gods of the great world. Even if he was not as good as a handful of peak-level individuals, he was at least one rung below the highest level. Although the crow god Primordium had mastered 108 kinds of rule-bending powers, based on his general ability, Lin Huang guessed that most of the 108 rule-bending powers mastered by the crow god were probably at first glimpse level. Not many of those powers were at control level. After 10 days of closed-door cultivation in the time cabin, Lin Huang's overall ability skyrocketed again, and his previous sense of insecurity was finally reduced. It's a pity, if I had another time cabin card, it should be possible to advance my sword Dao to true self level. Lin Huang still felt that it was a pity, but he had only 5 4-star card draw chances left, which were not enough to be exchanged for a time cabin card. As he watched the time cabin in front of him gradually disintegrating and transforming into endless fragments before dissipating in the void, Lin Huang shook his head and collected his thoughts. Right at this moment, his communication ring began to vibrate non-stop. Since communication signals had been blocked by the time cabin, messages from before had been accumulated until now and were currently being sent through. Lin Huang immediately clicked on the communication page and discovered that 3 days ago, Mr. Fu, Gigi, and Huang Tianfu had tried to reach him on his number. The first missed call was from Huang Tianfu around 8 a.m., the second missed call was from Gigi from around close to 9 a.m., and the third was from Mr. Fu. The missed call showed that it had taken place around 12 p.m. Lin Huang frowned slightly. He guessed that something had happened 3 days ago. Seeing that there were still many unread messages in his inbox, he quickly clicked on them to check. The first message had been sent by Mr. Fu at 5:15 a.m. Apprentice, the seal at the abyss brink has just experienced abnormal fluctuations. We suspect it might have been ripped by external forces. I have already notified the Union government. Please come out of closed-door cultivation as soon as you see this message. The second message had been sent by Huang Tianfu at 8:22 a.m. Your Majesty, the Guardians at the Abyss Brink have already sent news that the seals of 3 space rifts have been ripped, and the spatial fluctuations from these 3 space rifts are getting stronger and stronger. I have summoned all the virtual gods of Dynasty and a meeting will be held later to discuss preparations. The third message had been sent by GG of Misery at 8:41 a.m. Your Majesty, the seal of the Abyss Brink has been broken. I have summoned all the virtual god-level red robes in Misery. We await your instructions. The fourth message had been sent by Mr. Fu at noon. Apprentice, I will go to the Abyss Brink to investigate the situation with people from the Union government. I will inform you and Tianfu of the specifics when the time comes. The few messages after that had all been sent by Mr. Fu. Each message had attached photos and videos. Lin Huang immediately clicked on them to check them out. The more he looked at them, the more he frowned. In the photos sent by Mr. Fu, the number of space rift seals being broken kept increasing. In the beginning, only the seals of 3 space rifts had been destroyed. The next day, it became 7, and on the third day, it became 12. On the third day, virtual god-level explorers started being teleported over through the space rifts. Fortunately, the Union government was well prepared. Together with Mr. Fu, who was a virtual god rank 9, they immediately formed a battle formation and instantly killed the explorers. After quickly browsing through the videos and photos sent by Mr. Fu, Lin Huang got up without hesitation and pushed open the door of the Emperor Palace. Sword 101 and Sword 102 greeted him immediately at the entrance of the Emperor Palace. Both of you, summon all the sword servants and hurry to the 3rd level of the Abyss Brink as soon as possible. Once he had given his orders, Lin Huang made a sweep with divine telekinesis and appeared in Huang Tianfu's office the next second. Your Majesty, you've come out of closed-door cultivation. Upon seeing Lin Huang, Huang Tianfu finally breathed a sigh of relief. What's the situation now? Although he had received frontline news from Mr. Fu every day, Lin Huang still wanted to find out about the situation on Huang Tianfu's side. It's not going well. More and more seals have been destroyed, and over the past 2 days, the Great World has begun to teleport over to try and probe. Huang Tianfu's expression was not pleasant and shook his head. Yesterday, I asked Sir Baiyu and Tufu to take half the virtual gods to the Abyss Brink as backup. There were also 7 sword servants who went with them. Lin Huang also noticed that in addition to Sword 101 and Sword 102 who were guarding his hall, there was also a sword servant keeping watch on Lin Xin's roof. How about on Misery's side? Lin Huang asked again. They are more or less in the same situation as us. They have also sent half their virtual gods, Huang Tianfu explained. Only yesterday the Union government publicly announced the news to the cultivation world, and the organizations with virtual god guardians sent people for reinforcements. Good enough. I understand. Lin Huang nodded. Lin Xin and Xiao Mo haven't come out at all. He asked again. Using divine telekinesis, he found that they were still in his courtyard. No, they have been in closed-door cultivation all this while and have never left the courtyard. Huang Tianfu shook his head. I'll take a trip to the abyss brink. If I don't give orders for it, there's no need to send additional manpower from Dynasty for the time being. Lin Huang finished speaking, and sent another message to GG of Misery, giving injunctions of a similar nature. After closing the communication page, Lin Huang immediately summoned a dimensional portal and looked up at Huang Tianfu. You only need to take care of the Dynasty headquarters for now. If there's really a need for reinforcements, I'll notify you. As soon as he finished speaking, before Huang Tianfu could respond, Lin Huang had stepped into the dimensional portal. Huang Tianfu opened his mouth to say something but saw that Lin Huang had already entered the dimensional portal. The portal slowly closed. Lin Huang stood on the other side of it and waved at Huang Tianfu with a calm expression as if he were just going for a short trip. Chapter 14-16, Conversation in the tent. When he stepped out of the dimensional portal, Lin Huang was already at the entrance of the abyss brink. After storing the portal, he plunged into the abyss brink. As he steadied himself on the first layer, his figure took a step forward and appeared directly at the entrance of the second layer. Space rule at control level really is convenient, Lin Huang muttered in a low voice before stepping through the entrance to the second layer. Once he had entered the second layer, he took another step, appearing at the entrance to the third layer. As he entered the third layer of the abyss brink, Lin Huang made a sweep with divine telekinesis and located Mr. Fu and the others in no time at all. The next instant, his figure appeared right away in the area where Mr. Fu and the others were. Mr. Fu and a few sword servants reacted immediately when they sensed the presence of another person, looking in the direction where Lin Huang was. Apprentice. Only upon seeing Lin Huang did Mr. Fu realized that it was his apprentice. You came out of closed-door cultivation. Teacher. Lin Huang nodded and walked toward Mr. Fu. I just came out of closed-door cultivation today. I saw the messages that you left me. What's the situation now? The reason Lin Huang asked was that the last update he had received was from yesterday, and Mr. Fu had not mentioned anything about today's situation. Not very optimistic. Mr. Fu heard this question and saw Lin Huang's happy expression suddenly diminish. Currently there are more than 30 space rifts on the entire third layer of the abyss brink, which is more than there were 2 years ago. This is normal. In the past, some space rifts were hidden. They were concealed within rocky cliffs or deep underground. It would be difficult to detect them if they didn't emit spatial fluctuations. It's not a bad thing if they are revealed now, Lin Huang commented. The problem is that since yesterday, the Great World has been trying to send explorers over. Moreover, the combat level of the explorers who are being sent is getting higher and higher, and it's getting harder to deal with. Mr. Fu expressed his concerns. If these 30-plus rifts teleport explorers over at the same time, we currently don't have enough manpower to handle things. Since most of the virtual gods from the major organizations were only at beginner-stage virtual god combat level, they had to cooperate with one another and form battle formations when fighting. At the moment, apart from Mr. Fu, everyone else was preparing to greet their enemies with a show of force. The 7 sword servants dispatched by Dynasty and the 5 sword servants dispatched by Misery were all temporarily disguised as beginner-stage virtual gods. Each had formed a battle formation. Except for Mr. Fu, there were currently only 28 combat teams on the entire third layer of the abyss brink. Don't worry, reinforcements will be here in 2 days. Lin Huang said comfortingly. He was not worried at all because there were more than 200 sword servants on the way. These sword servants were 6th-ranked true gods in terms of actual combat strength. As soon as the will of the gravel world was suppressed, their combat strength could also be unsealed. Right now there was a lull where no explorers had been teleported over yet. Lin Huang's appearance here quickly attracted the attention of the major organizations. After all, before he went to the Great World, he was considered a celebrity in the cultivation world. He was #1 on the top searches every day. Those present were all top cultivators, even if they had never met Lin Huang before. His face was not unfamiliar to them, not to mention, there were quite a few who had interacted with him before. The 7 sword servants with dynasty also came to greet Lin Huang with the other members. Your Majesty. The 7 of them did not address Lin Huang as swordmaster because he had instructed them not to do so. After all, they were now pretending to be members of dynasty, so it was more appropriate to address him as emperor. Lin Huang nodded slightly, his gaze alternating between the members of dynasty. One glance in Misery's direction gave him a quick glimpse of their troops lineup. There were 5 sword servants present. The row of people there also looked in Lin Huang's direction. At this time, everyone's attention was on dynasty, which was not unexpected. As Lin Huang's gaze left Misery, Dongfang Bai, the vice chief of the Union government who was leading the team, walked over with Guan Zhong and other familiar faces. Emperor Lin, if it wasn't for seeing you in person today, I would have suspected that the news of your return to the gravel world half a year ago was fake. Dongfang Bai greeted Lin Huang courteously. Chief Dongfang, it's been a long time. Lin Huang naturally greeted him with a smile. I have been in closed-door cultivation since I came back. I'd mentioned before that if I had time, I would visit the Union government and have tea with you, but I haven't been able to spare a moment at all. I just came out of closed-door cultivation today. I initially planned to take a break, but I had an unexpected message from teacher, so I hurried over. You're a busy man. Dongfang Bai reached out and shook hands with Lin Huang. It's still manageable. It's not as busy as the work that all of you are doing. We are usually fine, but these past few days have been incredibly busy. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and Dongfang Bai finally started coming to the point. Although we have started preparing much earlier, all our preparations are inadequate when facing this group of intruders. Emperor Lin, do you have any good suggestions regarding this invasion? My suggestion is very simple. Let's join forces, stop infighting, and do our best in confronting external enemies. If there is conflict, let it go for the time being. At this moment we can't afford to waste time dealing with internal issues. Our enemy is far more powerful than before. The gravel world may become a satellite territory of someone else if we're not careful. Since the conversation between the two was not conducted via voice transmission, Lin Huang's words were clearly heard by everyone present. Most people agreed, but a few looked disdainful. I think so too. Everyone should temporarily put aside their grievances and cooperate wholeheartedly to weather these difficulties. We can resolve any conflicts we might have after we defeat the invaders. Dongfang Bai also smiled and passed on to another topic. Let's not talk about these unpleasant things for now. Emperor Lin, I haven't seen you for more than a year. Aren't you going to invite me for some tea together? As soon as Dongfang Bai said this, Lin Huang immediately understood that the man wanted to have a private talk. Mr. Fu glanced over and Lin Huang quickly glimpsed a tent not far away. He smiled and nodded at Dongfang Bai. If you'll come this way please. Lin Huang led Dongfang Bai and his party into the tent. Several sword servants were about to follow, but a glance from Mr. Fu stopped them. He himself followed into the tent. This tent only looked like one from the outside. It was actually Mr. Fu's God Palace relic, and it was almost the same level as the Emperor Palace. The interior decorations clearly reflected that it was indeed Mr. Fu's temporary imperial residence. Lin Huang had been here several times in the past. Mr. Fu, this palace must have cost a considerable amount. Dongfang Bai had seen many high-quality items, but even he could not help exclaiming in surprise. When I bought it, I did spend a lot of my savings indeed. Mr. Fu smiled. Lin Huang's expression was indifferent. He did not say anything. He had on hand even god sequence relics used by heavenly gods. Furthermore, he had accumulated dozens of god rule relics. He also had the 7 god weapons with development potential. When brought out, any random one of these items was more valuable than this palace, so he naturally had no interest in participating in the discussion. The line of people entered the hall. After they were seated, Mr. Fu took out his treasured tea to entertain them. Dongfang Bai finally sat upright and directed an inquiry at Lin Huang. Lin Huang, you've been in the great world for a year, so you certainly know more about it than we do. Tell us honestly, what is the ability level of these invaders this time? Is it possible for their skills to surpass low-ranked true gods? Lin Huang glanced at Mr. Fu. thinking that he had mentioned something to the Union government. However, he saw Mr. Fu shake his head slightly, indicating that he had not said anything. Dongfang Bai and the others also noticed these non-verbal signals. From the looks of it, you did conceal something previously. Lin Huang could do nothing except nod. Since the invasion has begun, there is no need for secrecy anymore. The invasion of lesser worlds by the Great World is usually initiated by high-ranked true gods. In many cases, the initiators are 9th-ranked true gods who have their own independent organizations. It might even be several 9th-ranked true gods joining forces. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Union government's several representatives suddenly turned extremely sour.